Jokes on You by Raymond Moya. Dedication to the forgotten comedians, the ones who bombed so spectacularly their souls became part of the stage lights, whose laughter, however ghostly and manufactured, still echoes in the cavernous silence of forgotten clubs. This one's for you, the unsung heroes of the punchline, the kings and queens of the one-liner, the masters of the misdirection, those who knew the bitter sting of a dead room, the crushing weight of expectation, the hollow ache of unfulfilled potential. This book is a monument to your silent screams, a testament to the laughter that died, and perhaps a tiny flickering candle of hope in the vast desolate darkness of your unending encore. To the mannequins, those perfectly posed, eternally silent witnesses to 1,000 terrible jokes, a million missed opportunities, an infinity of regret. You've seen it all, haven't you? The slow decay of a comedian's soul, the desperate grasping for relevance, the chilling realization that the applause is merely the hollow echo of a manufactured reality. Your unwavering stares are a haunting reminder of the price of fame, a grim tableau of ambition's ultimate failure. This dedication, in a way, is a perverse apology for the jokes that weren't funny enough to keep you company, for the laughter that fell short, for the light that never quite reached your empty eyes. To the agents, the managers, the producers, the network executives, those vampires who feed on the lifeblood of creativity, the leeches who drain the soul from art, leaving behind only a pale imitation of something that once held promise. Your relentless pursuit of profit, your cynical manipulation of talent, your utter disregard for the human cost of success. You are the true monsters of this story. This book is a slightly exaggerated reflection of your parasitic existence, a darkly comedic obituary for your collective conscience. And finally, to anyone who's ever stepped onto a stage, clutched a microphone, and felt the terrifying vulnerability of facing an audience, whether they be flesh and blood or something far, far worse, this is for you. May your jokes always land, your laughter never fade, and your soul remain intact, even if only slightly. Because, let's face it, in this business, even a minor scuff is a significant victory. Mac's desperate ambitions. Mac Justice, a man whose comedic timing was inversely proportional to his life's successes, was drowning. Not literally, although the metaphorical ocean of his despair was deep enough to suffocate a lesser man. His apartment, a cramped studio overlooking a perpetually overflowing dumpster, mirrored the state of his career. Posters of gigs long past, their faded ink a testament to forgotten jokes and broken promises, adorned the walls. Each one was a tiny tombstone, marking another failed attempt to conquer the unforgiving landscape of stand-up comedy. He'd started with a fire in his belly, a burning desire to make people laugh, to connect with an audience on a level so profound it transcended the cheap beer and stale pizza of open mic nights. But the years had chipped away at that initial passion, leaving behind a cynical shell, a comedian whose jokes were sharper than his ambition. His act, once a vibrant tapestry of witty observations and absurdist humor, had devolved into a bitter lament, a sarcastic dirge for a dream that had long since died. The laughter he craved had become a phantom limb, a constant ache reminding him of what he'd lost. His agent, a perpetually unimpressed woman named Brenda, whose only redeeming quality was her uncanny ability to secure him gigs in dive bars with questionable plumbing, had recently dropped him. "Mac," she'd said, her voice dripping with the saccharine venom only a seasoned agent can muster, "you've lost your edge. You're stale. You're predictable." The word predictable stung more than any insult. Predictable was the death knell of a comedian, the equivalent of a slow, agonizing fade-out in a forgotten sitcom. He'd tried everything. He'd rewritten his material countless times, experimenting with different styles, different tones even, different accents. The Scottish burr, he'd discovered, was less endearing and more unsettling than he'd anticipated. He'd even considered a career change. Accounting seemed promising, if soul-crushingly boring, but the allure of the stage, the intoxicating rush of a well-delivered punchline, was too strong to resist. He was a moth drawn to a flickering, malfunctioning bulb, knowing full well the potential for self-immolation. Then, one dreary Tuesday, amidst the desolate expanse of his email inbox, a single message stood out, an invitation to an audition at the Spotlight Club. The email was devoid of any specifics other than the address, a nondescript building tucked away in a forgotten alley, a place that seemed to exist outside of time itself. The club's website, a bizarre blend of retro aesthetics and unsettling imagery, only amplified the mystery. He'd initially dismissed it as spam, yet a sliver of hope, stubborn and tenacious as a cockroach, had begun to burrow its way into his despair. Perhaps, just perhaps, this was his chance, his last desperate gamble to resurrect his dying career. He'd read the hushed whispers among other comedians, rumors of the Spotlight Club's unique atmosphere, the intoxicating pull of its stage, the almost supernatural allure of its clientele. Some spoke of legendary performers who'd found their greatest success there, others of a certain darkness that lingered in its shadows. Some went so far as to say it was a club that existed outside of the natural flow of time, a place where success came with a price, and failure came with consequences far beyond the sting of an empty room. The more he investigated, the more unsettling the whispers became. But desperation had a way of silencing common sense. The promise of the Spotlight Club, however dubious, was a siren song he couldn't resist. He needed this. He needed to feel the electricity of a crowd, the roar of approval, the intoxicating validation that only a successful performance could provide. He needed to prove to Brenda, to himself, that he wasn't finished, that he still had the fire, however dimmed it may have become, that he could still make people laugh, even if the laughter itself sounded a little hollow. He found the club nestled between a dilapidated pawn shop and a boarded-up Chinese restaurant, the air thick with the smell of stale beer and something else, something faintly metallic and unsettling. The building itself looked like a relic from a forgotten era, a time capsule of smoky backrooms and hushed conversations. A single flickering neon sign, the word Spotlight, barely clinging to life, hung above the entrance. He pushed open the heavy oak door, its hinges groaning like a dying beast, and stepped into a world that seemed to exist in a perpetual twilight. The club's interior was a strange juxtaposition of elegance and decay. Velvet curtains, faded and frayed, hung from the walls, their rich crimson now a dull, almost blood-like hue. The air was thick with cigarette smoke and the lingering scent of something sweet and cloying, like overripe fruit. The bar, polished to a high sheen despite the cracks and scratches that crisscrossed its surface, seemed to hold a silent history, each nick and groove a testament to countless nights of laughter and sorrow. The stage, bathed in a single harsh spotlight, seemed to call to him with an almost irresistible force. It was a stage that seemed to whisper promises and threats in equal measure. A hush fell over the room as he walked in. Every eye, or what he perceived as eyes, was fixed on him, intensely, yet strangely passively. He saw faces, dozens of them, but they weren't moving, weren't reacting, not even blinking. It felt strange, unsettling. He was momentarily taken aback, though he was a professional, and a brief moment of confusion wouldn't affect the set. He knew he had to approach this with caution, yet he was still driven by a desperate ambition. He placed his worn-out briefcase on the floor, his hands trembling slightly as he adjusted the microphone. The club was mostly empty, aside from a smattering of people scattered at the tables. Each person sat in a perfectly still and eerily calm posture, all staring directly at the stage, their expressions frozen in a perpetual state of amused fascination. This gave him a strange sense of uneasiness, as if he wasn't exactly sure what to expect, yet his ambition pushed him to continue on with the set. He launched into his material, his usual opening routine, a cynical take on the absurdity of modern life. But something felt off. The laughter, when it came, felt wrong. It lacked the warmth, the spontaneity, the unpredictable energy of a real audience. It was more like a mechanical echo, a pre-recorded track playing on repeat. He tried to alter his style, delivering a more observational set, a series of self-deprecating jokes about his failed career. The audience responded with the same chilling, uncanny laughter, which only intensified the horror he felt growing inside him. The whole act had become unnerving. He wasn't sure what was worse, their unsettling silence or the mechanical, lifeless laughter. The tension had become palpable, and yet he felt compelled to continue on. As his set progressed, He attempted more improvisational bits, hoping to break through the unsettling facade. But the faces remained frozen, their expressions a disturbing blend of amusement and something far more sinister. Their perfection was unnerving, like staring into a perfectly crafted doll's eyes. Their blank expressions suggested a chilling lack of sentience. He couldn't shake off the feeling of being watched, not by people, but by something else entirely. Something cold and ancient. By the time he finished his act, a strange exhaustion had settled over him. A bone-deep weariness that had nothing to do with the performance, and everything to do with the unsettling atmosphere of the Spotlight Club. He felt strangely drained, as if he had lost something essential. As he stepped off the stage, a man emerged from the shadows. He was tall and lean, dressed in a worn-out tuxedo. He looked like a character straight out of a forgotten noir film. He introduced himself as Reggie, his eyes holding an unsettling mix of weariness and knowing. "Impressive," Reggie said, his voice a low, gravelly whisper. A truly memorable performance. The way he said memorable sent a shiver down Mac's spine. It wasn't a compliment. It was a warning. First night at the Spotlight. Reggie's words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. Mac, still reeling from the unsettling performance, felt a prickle of unease crawl up his spine. He looked back at the audience, the unsettling stillness of their faces now amplified in the dim light of the club. He'd felt it during his set, a subtle disconnect, a lack of genuine reaction. Now, seeing them from the stage, their unnatural perfection was even more striking. Their skin, flawless and pale, seemed almost translucent under the dim lighting. Their eyes, wide and fixed, held no flicker of emotion, no hint of life beyond a disturbingly vacant stare. They were like exquisitely crafted dolls, arranged around tables in a macabre tableau. He forced a smile, trying to maintain a semblance of composure. "Thanks," he managed, his voice barely a whisper. "I appreciate it." Reggie simply nodded, his gaze unwavering. The silence that followed was thick and suffocating, broken only by the faint hum of the club's antiquated lighting system. He tried to leave, to escape the suffocating atmosphere of the Spotlight Club, but Reggie's hands stopped him. "Not so fast, Mr. Justice," Reggie said, his voice smooth as polished marble but with an undercurrent of steel. "There's something you should know about the Spotlight Club." Reggie led Mac to a back room, the air thick with the smell of dust and decay. The room was dimly lit, furnished with a single worn leather armchair and a small ornate desk. On the desk, a single flickering candle cast long, dancing shadows on the walls. "This isn't your average comedy club, Mr. Justice," Reggie began, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial murmur. "Our audience, they're not quite alive." He paused, letting the weight of his words hang in the air. Mac stared at him, his mind struggling to process the statement. What do you mean?" he stammered, a knot of fear tightening in his stomach. Reggie chuckled, a dry, rasping sound. "They're enthusiasts, dedicated patrons, forever loyal. They've been with us for a while," he gestured vaguely towards the main room, "and they appreciate a good performance. A very good performance." Mac's gaze drifted towards the main room, his eyes lingering on the motionless figures. The unsettling perfection of their expressions struck him with renewed force. He saw no hint of emotion, only a chilling blankness. They were statuesque, perfectly still, perfectly arranged, and perfectly unnerving. "And if the performance isn't good enough?" Mac asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Reggie's smile widened, revealing teeth that seemed a little too sharp, a little too long. "Then they become part of the decor." He tapped a long, elegant finger on the desk, the gesture almost delicate, almost playful. "Permanent fixtures. Like the rest." He explained the club's peculiar rules. Each comedian's performance directly affected the audience. A truly brilliant set kept them animated, their laughter a vital source of the club's strange energy. A mediocre set, however, started to drain that energy, slowly turning the audience into something else, something far less lively, something far less human. A bombed-out set? Well, That was a one-way ticket to joining the ranks of the perpetually amused statues. The weight of Reggie's words settled on Mac like a shroud. He suddenly understood the mechanical quality of the laughter, the unnatural stillness of the audience. He'd been performing for mannequins, and worse, for trapped, ghostly comedians who'd failed to meet the club's absurdly high standards. Panic seized him. He looked back at the door, a desperate urge to escape filling him. He tried the handle, but it was locked. He pounded on the door, but no one came. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. He was trapped in a decaying comedy club with an audience of mannequins and the ghosts of failed comedians, his fate sealed by the quality of his jokes. The weight of this realization was heavier than any burden he'd ever carried. He was a comedian, not a magician, not a ghostbuster, certainly not a performer capable of staving off an unnatural curse. He'd been brought here by desperation, by the hollow echo of his dying career, but now he was facing a challenge far greater than an empty room or a scathing review from Brenda. He was facing a fight for his life, and the only weapon he had, his failing stand-up routine. He spent the next few hours talking with Reggie, learning about the club's history, the many comedians who had graced or cursed its stage before him, and the seemingly inescapable cycle of performance and petrified patrons. Reggie, though enigmatic, was surprisingly helpful, laying out the rules of engagement, offering chilling anecdotes, and even providing some tactical advice, though his methods seemed as unsettling as the club itself. He spoke of past performers, a fiery blues musician whose soul was slowly consumed by the audience's insatiable hunger for energy, a sharp-tongued political satirist who now stood frozen mid-sentence, his last joke an eternal silent scream. The stories were horrifying, each one a cautionary tale of ambition and its terrifying price. He listened with a mix of fear and morbid fascination, each anecdote sharpening his awareness of the peril he was in. The more he learned, the more hopeless the situation seemed. He was essentially a sacrificial lamb, bound to this horrifying stage by the very desperation that had driven him to this place. As the night deepened, a strange sort of resignation settled over him. This wasn't just about his career anymore. This was about survival. He wouldn't let the Spotlight Club consume him. He would find a way out, even if it meant facing an audience that wasn't quite human. The thought of those unchanging, perfectly still faces became a grim driving force. He needed to win. He needed to make them laugh, not the hollow, mechanical laughter of the previous set, but a genuine, living, terrified laugh that would break the curse of the Spotlight Club. He had to make his own kind of magic, one that wasn't about the words he spoke, but the life or death stakes behind them. This first night, a night of terrifying discovery, fueled a determination within him that burned brighter than any stage light. He would make them laugh or die trying. The desperation of his career, his past failures, and the chilling threat of the Spotlight Club had been forged into a burning resolve. He had a story to tell, and for once his audience was listening, even if their response was more likely to be a stony silence than a roar of applause. His next performance wasn't about a joke or a career. It was about life and death, success and oblivion. And this time, he knew exactly what he was facing. Unveiling the club's secret. Reggie's explanation continued, a chilling tapestry woven from threads of despair and the macabre. He spoke of the club's origins, a tale shrouded in mystery and whispered legends of a forgotten vaudeville act gone terribly wrong. The club, he claimed, wasn't merely a venue, it was a parasitic entity, feeding on the energy of laughter, a dark reflection of the human need for amusement. The mannequins, he revealed, were the original audience, their lifeless forms serving as a grim foundation for the club's existence. The ghosts, however, were the true fuel, their trapped souls bound to the stage by their own failed ambitions, their laughter a desperate, unending plea for release. Think of it as a perverse form of purgatory, Reggie explained, his voice low and gravelly. These souls are trapped here, their fate inextricably linked to the performances. A great performance, well, it gives them a taste of life, a flicker of hope. A bad one, it solidifies their doom. They become part of the scenery, another perfect, emotionless face in the crowd. Mac felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He looked at the motionless audience again, a chilling perspective now coloring his perception. He saw not just mannequins and ghostly figures, but the desperate, silent screams of failed dreams, of ambitions crushed under the weight of the club's insatiable hunger. Each perfectly crafted face was a testament to a life extinguished, a career choked by the very stage that had once promised glory. Reggie's stories grew more horrific. He described the club's history, recounting tales of comedians whose jokes had been so bad that they had literally drained the life from the audience, turning them into the very mannequins surrounding them. He spoke of a mime whose silent act had become so excruciatingly dull that his own essence had seeped into the very fabric of the club, his essence now a part of the building's unsettling atmosphere. He even mentioned a magician whose ill-fated disappearing act had resulted in his very disappearance. His body never found, his spirit forever entwined with the eerie energy of the club. He recounted the story of Beatrice B. Bonneville, a once-celebrated stand-up comic known for her razor-sharp wit and self-deprecating humor. B, Reggie said, had been the club's star for years, her comedic brilliance keeping the audience alive and vibrant. But then, tragedy struck. A personal crisis, a devastating heartbreak, had dulled her edge, leaving her performances flat and lifeless. Her jokes, once sharp and incisive, became tired and predictable. The audience, fueled by her decreasing comedic energy, began to fade. B's laughter, once vibrant and infectious, turned into a hollow echo, a desperate plea lost in the gloom of the club. Eventually, she became one of the mannequins, her last joke a frozen grimace on her porcelain face. Another tale involved a ventriloquist named Edgar, whose act was once lauded for its dark and surreal humor. But Edgar, Reggie explained, had grown arrogant, obsessed with his own talent and indifferent to the audience's reaction. His puppets became vessels of his own ego, their jokes devoid of heart and substance. His performance became a relentless barrage of self-congratulatory quips, a testament to his inflated sense of self. The audience grew cold, their energy depleted by his self-absorbed performance, until they, too, became part of the club's chilling display, their eyes eternally fixed on Edgar's smug, lifeless expression. Reggie's words painted a picture of a place where talent was a curse and failure a death sentence. The club was a living nightmare, a grotesque parody of the entertainment industry, where ambition was devoured and dreams were turned to dust. The laughter was not the joyous sound of appreciation, it was the desperate gasp of trapped souls clinging to life through the brilliance of others, their fate resting on the shoulders of each performer. Mac listened, his blood running cold. He was not just a comedian in a failing career, he was a player in a high-stakes game with eternal consequences. His fear was not just for himself, but for the spectral audience, their fates hanging in the balance. The weight of their collective despair was almost too much to bear, and the morbid realization that they depended on him for their ethereal survival was a burden unlike any he'd ever imagined. Reggie finally paused, the silence filled only by the faint hum of the antiquated lighting and the unsettling stillness of the audience. "So, Mr. Justice," he said, his voice raspy yet strangely calm, "what will you do? Will you keep them alive, or will you join their ranks?" Mac, for the first time since arriving, felt a spark of anger, of defiance ignite within him. This wasn't just a comedy club, it was a twisted game, and he wasn't going to play by its rules. He'd spent years battling self-doubt and insecurities, but the terrifying reality of the Spotlight Club ignited a new kind of fire. Within him, a fierce determination to survive, to save the trapped comedians, and to expose the sinister truth of this cursed place. He looked at Reggie, his gaze unwavering. "I'm going to make them laugh," he declared, his voice firm despite the trembling in his hands. "And I'm going to get out of here." He knew the odds were stacked against him, but he also knew that he couldn't let fear dictate his actions. This wasn't about a career anymore, it was about survival, escape, and redemption. Reggie smiled, a chilling, almost sympathetic expression on his face. "Ambition is a powerful thing, Mr. Justice," he said, "but in this place it can be a double-edged sword. Make sure your humor is sharp enough, or the edge might turn against you." The night continued with Reggie guiding Mac through the club's hidden corridors, showing him the remnants of past performances, the echoes of failed acts, the ghostly whispers of comedians who had dared to challenge the club's power. He showed Mac a hidden room filled with dusty props, broken microphones, and faded photographs of past performers, a silent graveyard of ambition. As dawn approached, a sense of grim resolve settled over Mac. He had the tools, his wit, his dark humor, his inherent understanding of the human condition, and he would weaponize them. He wasn't just a comedian anymore. He was a warrior fighting against a terrifying, unnatural foe. The stage awaited, not as a source of mere amusement, but as a battlefield where he would fight for his life and for the souls of those trapped alongside him. The next performance wouldn't just be a joke. It would be a desperate act of rebellion against the horrors of the Spotlight Club. The silence of the mannequins and the despair of the ghostly comedians fueled his determination. He would laugh in the face of death, or he would become another silent face in the audience. The future held no laughter, only a chilling battle for survival. His next performance wasn't just a set, it was a fight for his soul. The rules of the game. Reggie leaned against a chipped mahogany table, the faint scent of mothballs clinging to the air. He lit a cigarette, the match flaring briefly in the dim light before illuminating his face, a roadmap of wrinkles etched by years of witnessing the club's macabre theatrics. "The rules, Mr. Justice," he rasped, exhaling a plume of smoke that seemed to momentarily obscure the ghostly faces in the audience, "are simple, yet brutally unforgiving." He tapped the ash from his cigarette into a tarnished ashtray, the metallic clang echoing in the unsettling silence. "Every performance here is a gamble, a high-stakes game with your very soul as the wager. A good set, a truly killer set, as we say, keeps the audience alive, at least for a little while longer. Their laughter, their appreciation sustains them, keeps that spark of life flickering within their ethereal forms. But each joke you land, each laugh you coax from their spectral lips chips away at you. It's a trade, Mr. Justice." A Faustian bargain whispered in the shadows of this forsaken place. He paused, his gaze fixed on the swirling smoke, as if contemplating the abyss itself. The laughter fuels their existence, but it feeds on yours. The more brilliant your performance, the more of yourself you sacrifice. It's a slow burn, a gradual erosion of the soul. You feel it, a creeping emptiness, a hollow ache that deepens with each successful punchline. Your wit becomes your weapon, but also your slow, agonizing poison. Max shivered, not entirely from the chill in the air. The concept was terrifying, a twisted reflection of the cutthroat world of stand-up comedy he already knew. The constant pressure to be funny, to succeed, only amplified to a nightmarish extreme. Here, failure wasn't just career suicide, it was literal annihilation. "And what about failure?" Mac asked, his voice barely a whisper, the question hanging heavy in the air. Reggie chuckled, a dry, brittle sound like rustling autumn leaves. "Ah, failure. That's where the real fun begins." He gestured towards the rows of mannequins, their vacant stares seeming to intensify in the flickering light. A bombing performance, a set so dreadful, so utterly devoid of humor, that it drains the very life from the audience. Well, let's just say it's a one-way ticket to join the ranks of the silent majority. He gestured towards a particularly lifelike mannequin, its expression a mask of perpetual disappointment. That was Barnaby Finch, a promising young comedian back in the, well, let's just say a long time ago. He tried to incorporate mime into his routine, thinking it would be edgy, avant-garde. Instead, he managed to bore the audience into oblivion. His silent screams are now permanently frozen on that porcelain face. Mac stared at the mannequin, suddenly understanding the depth of Reggie's words. It wasn't just a matter of bad jokes, it was a matter of utterly failing to connect, of offering nothing of value to the audience. The energy, the life force, simply withdrew, leaving behind only a vacant husk. Reggie continued, his words painting a grim picture of countless others who had failed to meet the club's merciless standards. There was Esmeralda, the magician whose disappearing act was so poorly executed, so lacking in dramatic flair, that she disappeared permanently. No one ever saw her again, her essence absorbed into the very fabric of this place. And then there was Cecil, the poet who attempted a stand-up routine, The result was so profoundly awful, so utterly devoid of comedic timing, that it caused a ripple of emptiness that swept through the audience, leaving them lifeless shells. The sheer scale of the club's cruelty began to sink in. It was a perverse system where only brilliance could offer survival, and even brilliance came at a steep, soul-crushing price. The club wasn't merely a venue, it was a predator, preying on the ambitions and vulnerabilities of those who dared to tread its boards. Reggie took another drag from his cigarette, the orange ember glowing like a malevolent eye in the gloom. The game, Mr. Justice, is not about mere entertainment, it's about survival. It's a test of your wit, your resilience, your very soul. It's a battle against not only the club's insidious power, but also against your own inner demons, your doubts, your fears. In this place, your insecurities are amplified, your vulnerabilities exploited. The club feeds on them, uses them as weapons against you. He extinguished his cigarette, the faint smell of burning tobacco mingling with the musty aroma of the club. Think of it as a pressure cooker, Reggie continued, but instead of food, it cooks your very essence. Your jokes are the steam, your fears are the heat, and the outcome depends entirely on your ability to navigate this terrifying pressure. Every joke is a step, either closer to freedom or towards oblivion. There's no middle ground, no room for mediocrity, only brilliance or nothingness. Choose wisely, Mr. Justice. Choose wisely. Mac felt a cold sweat break out on his forehead. The weight of the situation was crushing, the implications staggering. He wasn't just facing a challenging gig, he was facing a battle for his very existence, a war against a supernatural entity that thrived on the desperation of failed comedians. The line between performer and prey had blurred, and the stakes had escalated beyond anything he could have imagined. He was trapped not only in the Spotlight Club, but also in a horrifying game of survival where the only reward was survival itself, and the only price was his soul. The laughter of the ghostly audience felt less like appreciation and more like a grim, spectral countdown. He looked at Reggie, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and determination. "And if I refuse to play?" he asked, his voice trembling but resolute. Reggie smiled, a chilling, almost sadistic expression that sent a shiver down Mac's spine. "Refusal is a performance in itself, Mr. Justice," he replied, his voice low and menacing. "And sometimes, even the most defiant performance ends with a deafening silence. A silence that echoes through eternity." The implication was clear, even defiance held a price. In the Spotlight Club, there was no escaping the game, only different ways to lose. The choice was his, but the outcome felt predetermined. The mannequins watched, silent witnesses to the grim bargain awaiting him. The game had begun, choosing sides. The air in the Spotlight Club hung thick with the scent of decay and desperation, a miasma that clung to Mac like a second skin. Reggie's words echoed in his ears, a morbid symphony of warnings and threats. The choice was stark, brutally simple, yet impossibly complex. Embrace the darkness, become a willing participant in the club's macabre game and possibly survive, or fight against the impossible odds, risking annihilation for the slimmest chance of freedom. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, the gesture mirroring the turmoil inside him. The comedic persona he'd carefully crafted over years, the sharp wit that had once been his armor, now felt like a flimsy shield against a supernatural onslaught. The club wasn't just exploiting his ambition, it was exploiting his vulnerabilities, dredging up the insecurities and regrets he'd buried deep within himself. He thought of his failed relationships, the burned bridges, the missed opportunities. He thought of his father, a man who'd never understood his comedic aspirations, his laughter now reduced to a ghost in Mac's memory. He'd always chased the spotlight, the validation, the fleeting adoration of a crowd. Now the spotlight had become a cage, its brilliance a cruel mockery of his deepest desires. The club's power was not just supernatural, it was psychological, a mirror reflecting his own deepest fears and flaws. The mannequins, their vacant stares unblinking, seemed to represent the countless failures he'd witnessed in the comedy world. The forgotten acts, the broken dreams, the performers reduced to anonymity. Each one was a stark reminder of his own potential downfall, a silent chorus of warnings. He saw himself in their lifeless eyes, a reflection of what he could become if he failed. The thought of playing the club's game, of sacrificing a piece of his soul for each laugh, was repulsive. Yet, the alternative, joining the ranks of the silent majority, was equally terrifying. It wasn't just the fear of death, it was the fear of oblivion, of becoming another, nameless mannequin, forever trapped in the club's ghastly audience. He glanced at Reggie, who watched him with an unnerving patience. The old comedian's eyes seemed to hold the weight of centuries of failed performances, a grim tapestry of broken hopes and shattered dreams. He was a living testament to the club's power, a cautionary tale etched into the lines of his face. "There are others," Reggie said, breaking the silence. His voice was a low rumble, a tremor in the air. "Other comedians trapped here, fighting their own battles. Some have chosen to embrace the darkness, to become masters of the game. Others, well, others are still trying to find a way out." He gestured towards a shadowy corner of the club, where a figure sat hunched over a worn-out script, their face obscured by the shadows. "That's Beatrice," Reggie whispered. "She's been here for a long time. She's mastered the art of the killer set, but at a terrible cost. She's become the club's most prized performer, but she's also lost a significant part of herself in the process. Her laughter is almost as chilling as the silence of the mannequins." Mac shuddered. The image of a comedian willingly sacrificing their soul for survival was horrifying. It was a reflection of the industry's ruthlessness, the pressure to succeed, amplified to a terrifying extreme. He considered another figure further back, a woman practicing her set with frantic energy, pacing like a caged animal. "And that's Iris," Reggie continued. "She refuses to play the game. She constantly tries to find a weakness in this place, to break free. She's resilient, but her attempts have mostly resulted in near-death experiences." Reggie's words painted a bleak picture, a gallery of shattered souls and desperate attempts at survival. It was a microcosm of the entertainment industry, a reflection of its cutthroat nature, its relentless pressure, and its capacity for exploitation. The Spotlight Club was a grotesque exaggeration of everything Mac had learned to hate about the industry he'd once aspired to conquer. But even in this desolate landscape of despair, there was a glimmer of hope, a fragile thread of defiance woven into the club's grim tapestry. Iris's relentless attempts, Beatrice's mastery of the darkness, these were testaments to the resilience of the human spirit, to the enduring power of the will to survive. The choice was still his, the weight of it pressing down on him like a physical burden. To play the game was to compromise his soul, to become complicit in the club's cruelty. To defy it was to risk oblivion, to become another silent testament to the club's merciless power. He thought of the audiences he'd played to in the past, the laughter that had fueled him, the connection he'd felt with those who appreciated his work. He thought of the honest joy he'd found in making people laugh, the power of humor to transcend the mundane and connect people on a deeper level. That connection, that genuine human interaction, was the antithesis of the club's cold, manipulative energy. In this moment, the choice became clearer. He wasn't simply choosing between life and death, he was choosing between who he was and who the club wanted him to be. He was choosing to fight, not just for his own survival, but for the preservation of his integrity, his soul, the essence of what made him a comedian. He wouldn't become another lifeless husk in the club's grotesque audience. He would fight. The fight might cost him everything, but it was a fight worth fighting. The laughter of the ghostly audience no longer held the power to intimidate. It was a challenge he was ready to accept. The game was on, and he had begun to choose his side. The side of resistance, of defiance, of the fading embers of hope in a place where even hope seemed to die. He would use his wit, his humor, his very existence as a weapon against the insidious darkness that threatened to consume him. This wasn't just a performance, it was a war, and he would fight to the very end. He had chosen his weapon, and the battle was about to begin. The mannequins watched silently, anticipating the outcome, their blank stares reflecting the unknown future of the courageous, if somewhat reckless, Malcolm Justice, meeting the residents Reggie gestured with a skeletal finger towards a shadowy corner of the club. Dust motes danced in the weak, flickering light, illuminating a hunched figure poring over a tattered script. The comedian, Beatrice, was a whirlwind of nervous energy even in her stillness. Her face, what little Mac could see of it, was etched with a grim determination that bordered on madness. Years of performing in the club had carved deep lines around her eyes, a roadmap of laughter lines twisted into something akin to a haunted grimace. "Beatrice," Reggie whispered, his voice raspy like dry leaves skittering across pavement. "She's a master of the killer set, keeps the mannequins alive, but at a price. A terrible, soul-crushing price." Mac watched as Beatrice muttered lines under her breath, her voice a low, almost guttural hum. Her jokes were dark, twisted things, far removed from the light-hearted material he was used to. They were barbed, cynical, laced with a bitterness that seemed to seep from the very pores of her being. It was a performance honed to perfection, a chilling ballet of wit and despair. Each punchline seemed to drain a little more life from her, a subtle but palpable shift in her demeanor with every carefully crafted insult. She was a ghost, yes, but a ghost who still felt the pain of existence, a tormented spectre clinging to the fading remnants of her humanity. "She's lost herself," Reggie continued, his gaze fixed on Beatrice. "She's traded her soul for survival, or rather, for the continued existence of the audience. It's a Faustian bargain. Only the devil here is, well, let's just say it's not exactly a benevolent entity." Mac shivered. The image of a comedian willingly sacrificing their essence for a gag was profoundly disturbing. He thought of the countless times he'd pushed himself, driven by the need for recognition, for success. But Beatrice's situation was an extreme version of the industry's pressure, amplified by supernatural forces. It wasn't just about fame anymore, it was about survival, a desperate struggle against oblivion. Reggie then pointed towards another figure, a woman pacing restlessly across the stage, her movements frantic and erratic. Her eyes darted around the club, searching, scanning, as if expecting an ambush. "That's Iris," Reggie said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Unlike Beatrice, she refuses to play the game. She's been trying to escape for years." Iris was a stark contrast to Beatrice. Where Beatrice was a tightly wound spring of manic energy, Iris was a coiled viper, poised to strike. Her humor was raw, visceral, fueled by a burning resentment against the club and its cruel machinations. Her jokes were less polished, more explosive, full of rage and defiance. She wasn't crafting carefully honed jokes for the audience. She was shouting her frustrations into the void, hoping to shatter the illusion of the club's control. Mac watched as she launched into a blistering set, her words crackling with anger, her delivery a furious torrent of indignation. She wasn't trying to please the mannequins, she was fighting them, challenging their silent judgment, defying their unblinking stares. Her defiance was admirable but also reckless. Every failed joke brought her closer to becoming another lifeless mannequin herself, another silent member of the audience. "She's brave, foolhardy, maybe even suicidal, but there's a flicker of hope in her," Reggie mumbled, watching Iris with a mixture of pity and admiration. "She doesn't want to become one of them. She's fighting for her soul, her identity." Mac saw the desperation in Iris's eyes, a desperate clinging to her identity. Each joke she delivered was a battle cry, a statement of her refusal to succumb to the club's sinister influence. It was a fight against the system, but also a fight against her inner demons, the doubts, the fears, and the insecurities that haunted her. A deep sigh escaped Reggie's lips. He ran a trembling hand through his thin hair, revealing more scalp than hair. His voice dropped to a near inaudible whisper as he continued, "There are others, of course, dozens, maybe hundreds, trapped here over the decades, each with their own story, their own demons, their own unique brand of hell. Some have cracked, some have adapted, some are simply gone." He paused, his gaze distant, lost in the memories of those he'd known, those he'd seen succumb to the club's relentless pressure. The weight of his words hung heavy in the air, the silence punctuated only by the faint, almost imperceptible creaks and groans of the ancient building. "But you're different, Mac," Reggie said, his voice regaining a sliver of strength. "You have a fire in you, a spark of defiance. You can still choose. He looked at Mac, his eyes filled with a strange mixture of hope and weariness. We need you, he said. We need your wit, your skill, your anger. We need to fight this together. Mac felt a strange kinship with these broken comedians, these remnants of forgotten dreams. They were a reflection of the industry's darker side, the casualties of ambition and the relentless pursuit of success. But they were also survivors, each fighting their own private battles against the overwhelming odds. Their stories were cautionary tales, but also testaments to the resilience of the human spirit. He looked at Beatrice, the master of dark humor, her laughter chilling yet strangely captivating. He looked at Iris, the defiant rebel, her anger a weapon against the club's insidious power. He saw them not as mere ghosts, but as fellow fighters, united by their shared predicament, bound together by a desperate hope for freedom. The choice was no longer a simple one. It wasn't just about his own survival, it was about their survival. It was about fighting for the right to laugh, to create, to be themselves, even in the face of overwhelming odds. The mannequins, their vacant stares, no longer seemed so terrifying. They were merely witnesses to their struggle, silent judges in a surreal, macabre theater. Mac's laughter, his humor, would be their weapon, a defiant shout against the encroaching darkness. He was no longer just a comedian, he was a warrior, a rebel, a champion for the ghosts of laughter past. The battle for their souls, for their freedom, for their right to exist was about to begin. And Mac Justice, armed with his wit and his growing resolve, was ready to face whatever the Spotlight Club threw at him. The club's history. Reggie's rasping voice broke the silence, a tremor in the air thick with the scent of dust and decay. The club, it wasn't always like this, he began, his eyes distant, lost in the swirling mists of time. He gestured vaguely towards the stage, where Iris continued her furious, futile performance. It started, innocently enough. He paused, drawing a shaky breath, as if the very act of recalling the past was an excruciating physical strain. It was the roaring 20s, the golden age of comedy. This place. It was a jewel, a haven for the brightest stars, the biggest names, the most innovative acts. They all graced this stage. Laughter echoed through these very halls, pure, unadulterated joy. It was electric. A flicker of a smile, melancholic and tinged with bitterness, played across Reggie's lips. It was a time of ambition, of dreams so big they threatened to burst. But ambition, Mac, is a double-edged sword. It can elevate you to the heavens, or it can drag you down to the deepest depths of hell. He shifted his weight, a groan emanating from his ancient bones. The story unfolded piecemeal, fragmented memories surfacing like ghosts from a forgotten dream. Mac learned of the club's founder, a charismatic impresario named Silas Blackwood, a man driven by an insatiable hunger for fame and success, a hunger that quickly twisted into something far darker. Blackwood had cultivated an aura of mystery and exclusivity, drawing in comedians with promises of untold glory. He was a master manipulator, preying on their vulnerabilities, their desperate yearning for recognition. Silas, Reggie continued, his voice dropping to a whisper, he had a peculiar fascination with permanence. He craved an audience that would never leave, that would never tire of his shows, an audience that would laugh forever. The story took a chilling turn. Silas's obsession wasn't merely artistic, it was a descent into the occult. His methods involved a dark ritual, a macabre blending of showmanship and necromancy. He'd experimented with ancient texts, summoning entities beyond human comprehension, seeking to bind them to the club, to create an eternally captivated audience. The details were shrouded in shadows and half-remembered whispers, but the result was clear: the mannequins. Each mannequin, Reggie explained, represented a fragment of Silas's ambition, a grotesque embodiment of his desire for lasting fame. They were not merely props, they were vessels, conduits for the dark energies that fueled the club's existence. And the trapped comedians? They were the fuel, their laughter, the lifeblood of the ever-watching audience. The first few... They weren't ghosts, Reggie said, his voice barely audible. They were volunteers. Silas promised them eternal fame, eternal laughter. They signed contracts contracts stained with blood, bound by promises whispered in the dead of night. They were seduced by his charm and ambition. The volunteers, Reggie explained, were performers who had achieved a measure of success, but craved something more, something lasting. Silas played on their insecurities, their fears of fading into obscurity, promising them an eternity in the spotlight. They were drawn in by the allure of immortal laughter, their ambition blinding them to the insidious nature of Silas's bargain. But the ritual, it was flawed, Reggie muttered, his voice laced with a chilling blend of horror and fascination. It didn't grant eternal fame, it stole it. It didn't grant immortal laughter, it trapped them, forever bound to this cursed place. The club's history was a litany of broken dreams, shattered ambitions, and gruesome transformations. Reggie recounted stories of once celebrated comedians, their vibrant personalities. Extinguished, their brilliance twisted into a hollow parody. He spoke of their desperate attempts to escape, their futile struggles against the club's insidious power, the slow erosion of their souls as they were forced to perform again and again, their laughter, gradually becoming less a source of joy and more a chilling, hollow echo. He described a comedian named Vincent, a master of physical comedy who, in his prime, could have any audience in stitches. Trapped within the club, his body had become progressively contorted, his movements reduced to jerky, grotesque spasms, his laughter twisted into something monstrous and disturbing. His once brilliant routines were now nightmarish parodies of slapstick, each routine a harrowing depiction of his slow descent into madness. Then there was Esme, a stand-up queen whose biting wit had once graced the biggest stages in the country. In the club, her sharp tongue, once so quick and clever, was now only capable of delivering a grotesque mockery of her former brilliance, her jokes replaced with a nonsensical stream of profanity and morbid pronouncements, her laughter echoing through the club like a tortured scream. Reggie's tales were interspersed with flashes of his own experiences, his own gradual descent into despair. He'd arrived at the Spotlight Club, filled with youthful ambition, brimming with confidence, only to find himself trapped, his once vibrant humor dulled by years of relentless performance, his laughter becoming increasingly hollow and despairing. His memories were punctuated by moments of violence and chaos. He described instances where comedians, unable to bear the torment any longer, had attempted to break free, only to be met with brutal, supernatural resistance. The club fought back, clinging to its captive performers like a parasitic entity, unwilling to release its hold. Some tried to fight it, Reggie said, his voice barely a whisper. They fought back, but the club, it adapts. It twists your struggles into more fuel for its own existence. Resistance only strengthens its grip. He looked at Mac, his eyes filled with a desperate plea. You're different, Mac. You have a chance. Don't let it consume you. Don't let it take your laughter. The history of the Spotlight Club wasn't simply a collection of tales, it was a chilling warning, a stark reminder of the price of ambition, the seductive allure of fame, and the terrible consequences that could follow. It was a history written in broken dreams and fading laughter, a cautionary tale carved into the very fabric of the club's decaying walls. It was a history that haunted the air, a palpable presence that chilled Mac to the bone. And he knew, with a certainty that sent a shiver down his spine, that his own story was about to become part of this horrifying legacy. The battle for his soul, his laughter, his very existence, had just begun. Strategies for survival. The weight of Reggie's revelation settled heavily on Mac. The club wasn't just a creepy old venue, it was a malevolent entity, feeding on the broken dreams and fading laughter of its trapped performers. The sheer horror of it was almost comical, a twisted punchline to a cosmic joke. But the laughter was dying in his throat, choked by a rising tide of fear. He had to escape, and he had to do it soon. Iris, still locked in her manic performance, provided a stark counterpoint to the grim discussion. Her frantic energy, her desperate pleas to an audience of unmoving mannequins, highlighted the futility of their situation. Mac watched her, a growing sense of unease creeping into his gut. He could see his own reflection in her struggle, the desperate clinging to an illusion of control in the face of overwhelming odds. He had to find a way to break free, not just for himself, but for everyone trapped in this nightmarish comedy club. A flicker of movement caught his eye. Vincent, his body contorted into a grotesque parody of a human being, shuffled towards them, his laughter a series of strangled gasps. He offered a twisted grin, a mask of madness that only vaguely resembled his former jovial self. He pointed a skeletal finger at a hidden alcove behind the bar, a space previously obscured by shadows. Inside, the flicker of a candle revealed a tattered book, its pages filled with arcane symbols and cryptic writings. Silas's grimoire, Vincent rasped, his voice a disturbing combination of whispers and shrieks. The key to this hell. The grimoire, Max surmised, contained the secrets of the club's creation, the rituals that bound the comedians, and possibly the means of their escape. It was a dangerous path, but it was their only hope. Reggie, despite his frail state, agreed, his eyes burning with a renewed spark of defiance. He moved with surprising agility, picking up the grimoire and leafing through its brittle pages. The text was a bizarre mixture of stage directions, incantations, and alchemical recipes. It detailed the various rituals Silas had performed, the sacrifices he'd made, the ingredients he'd used. The descriptions were sickeningly detailed, graphic depictions of the dark magic that had birthed the Spotlight Club. As Reggie translated, they discovered that the club's power was directly tied to the laughter of the trapped comedians. A good set, a genuinely funny performance, prolonged their existence, delaying their inevitable transformation into hollow mannequins. A bad set, on the other hand, expedited the process, accelerating their descent into silent, lifeless shells. He called it feeding the audience, Reggie whispered, shuddering. Every laugh was a drop of lifeblood sustaining the mannequins. The grimoire also revealed a peculiar weakness, the club's dependency on its own meticulously crafted atmosphere. It was sustained by the specific ambience, the retro setting, and the meticulously chosen props. Any significant deviation from this established rhythm threatened to disrupt the club's grip on reality. "We need to disrupt the rhythm," Max said, his mind racing. "We need to break the pattern." A plan began to take shape, born from desperation and fueled by the shared desire to escape their torment. They would use their individual styles of comedy, their unique comedic voices, to exploit the club's vulnerability. Mac, with his biting social commentary and dark humor, would target the foundations of the club's carefully constructed illusion of normalcy. Reggie, with his melancholic reminiscences and tales of bygone eras, would introduce dissonance, jarring the club's tightly wound mechanism. Iris, despite her current predicament, had a flair for physical comedy and absurdity. Her manic energy could be weaponized. Even Vincent, with his grotesque brand of twisted slapstick, could contribute, his performances so unsettling as to introduce a level of chaos that the club would struggle to manage. Their strategy involved a multi-pronged attack. Mac would focus on exposing the club's unnatural nature through pointed satire, undercutting the illusion of a normal comedy club with cynical observations about its anachronisms and the grotesque audience. He would make the mannequins seem less like a captivated audience and more like the eerie remnants of a failed experiment. He would weave his dark humor with subtle elements that disrupted the club's very fabric. Reggie would use his storytelling skills to break the club's timeline, layering different time periods over each other through his narratives. He would blend memories of the Roaring Twenties with contemporary observations, creating an uncomfortable dissonance in the club's carefully curated retro atmosphere. His tales would destabilize the club's internal clock, creating temporal anomalies that might weaken its grip on their reality. Iris, they realized, possessed an unpredictable energy that could work to their advantage. Her frantic, nonsensical routines, though initially a symptom of her desperate plight, would be turned into a weapon. Her chaotic energy, her wild gestures, would function as an overwhelming sensory overload for the club, potentially disrupting its carefully constructed illusion. Vincent, with his twisted, macabre performances, would play on the club's reliance on a certain brand of dark humor. By pushing the boundaries of taste and decency, even further than the club's current offerings, he could introduce enough chaos to crack the foundation of its reality. They would be the grotesque counterpoint to the club's carefully curated, almost perfectly horrific ambience. Their plan was audacious, bordering on suicidal, but it was their best chance. They were not just comedians, they were weapons, each with their unique brand of dark humor, ready to use their skills not to entertain, but to fight for their very survival. The club had made them its fuel, but they were about to turn the tables. They were not just going to perform, they were going to wage a comedic war against the very fabric of the Spotlight Club. The fight for their souls, their laughter, their very existence would begin with a coordinated assault on the club's sensibilities. Their coordinated attack was going to be the most chaotic, the most shocking, the most brilliantly dark show the club had ever witnessed. And it was all for survival. The first rebellion. The night of the rebellion began like any other at the Spotlight Club, shrouded in the sickly sweet scent of decay and the unsettling stillness of the mannequin audience. Mac, Reggie, Iris, and even the grotesquely contorted Vincent took their places on the stage, a fragile alliance forged in the crucible of shared terror. The air crackled with a nervous energy, a mixture of anticipation and dread that was almost palpable. Mac, adopting his usual sardonic persona, launched into his set. He skewered the absurdity of their situation, his jokes sharp as shards of glass, each one a carefully aimed barb at the club's meticulously crafted illusion. He pointed out the incongruity of a roaring 20s jazz band playing in a timelessly ambiguous setting. He mocked the unnervingly placid expressions of the mannequin audience, describing them as the most receptive crowd he'd ever performed for, albeit a little stiff in their applause. He weaved dark humor with subtly disruptive elements, a misplaced prop, a deliberately off-key note, a joke that stretched the boundaries of taste into the realm of the genuinely disturbing. Reggie followed, his melancholic storytelling weaving threads of different eras, jarring the club's temporal consistency. He spun yarns about flapper girls and Prohibition-era gangsters, interspersed with bitter reflections on his faded career, creating a temporal dissonance that sent a shiver down Mac's spine. He spoke of the past as if it were happening concurrently with the present, blending his memories with the disturbing reality of their captivity, the blurred lines of time creating a subtle, unsettling chaos within the club. His voice, low and resonant, seemed to echo through the centuries, his laughter a fragile, sorrowful sound that seemed oddly out of place in this bizarre time warp. Iris, despite her internal turmoil, managed to maintain her frantic energy, her routine a whirlwind of absurd physical comedy, her wild gestures and chaotic movements disrupting the club's carefully curated atmosphere. Her performance was less structured and more a release of pure, untamed energy, an unpredictable force that threatened to overwhelm the club's control. She tripped, she stumbled, she fell, each mishap seemingly deliberate, creating a chaos that the club's established rhythms struggled to contain. The manic energy in her performance was infectious, but in a frightening way, a chaos that threatened to consume even Mac. Vincent's act was, predictably, the most disturbing. He was a grotesque caricature of himself, his mangled form a testament to the club's relentless power. His humor was a twisted reflection of the club's own darkness. He used his contorted body to create a macabre slapstick routine, his laughter a series of gurgling gasps that echoed through the silent hall. His act was a descent into madness, a visceral display of the club's insidious influence, a nightmarish parody of comedy itself. He pushed the boundaries of what could be considered funny, even by the standards of the macabre, his performance a chaotic symphony of disturbing imagery and unsettling sounds. His laughter was not amusement, but a desperate scream swallowed by the club's overwhelming darkness. Their combined efforts, while shocking and unexpectedly powerful, were not enough. The club, it seemed, was more resilient than they had anticipated. The initial disruption, the jarring dissonance, seemed to briefly shake the club's foundation. The mannequins almost seemed to twitch, their stillness punctuated by an unnerving creak that echoed from deep within their lifeless forms. But the effect was short-lived. The club fought back, its malevolent energy tightening its grip. The subtle cracks in the club's reality began to mend themselves. The temporal anomalies that Reggie had created began to coalesce, the dissonant time frames smoothing out, the past and present melting back into the club's unchanging present. Iris's chaotic energy, initially a powerful disruptive force, began to lose its impact, her frantic movements slowing, her energy draining away like a deflating balloon. Even Mac's cutting satire seemed to lose its bite, his jokes falling flat in the face of the club's unwavering malevolence. As their rebellion faltered, a chilling transformation began. Reggie, who had been the heart of their rebellion, the one who had unearthed the grimoire and deciphered its secrets, began to succumb. His body, already frail, visibly weakened. His laughter, once filled with a spark of defiance, dwindled to a series of pained gasps. His eyes, previously alight with a desperate hope, clouded over, losing their light. He slumped to his knees, his body becoming rigid, his features hardening into an expression of horrifying blankness. His face, once etched with the lines of a life lived, became smooth, devoid of emotion, almost mannequin-like. The transformation was swift, brutal, and complete. Within minutes, Reggie was no longer a man with memories and a longing for escape, but another addition to the club's eerie audience, another silent, expressionless mannequin, eternally trapped in the Spotlight Club's perverse comedy. His transformation was a stark and terrifying reminder of the club's absolute power, its ability to crush defiance, its chilling triumph over the will of even the most determined. Mac watched, horror etched on his face. As Reggie joined the ranks of the unmoving spectators, the laughter died in his throat, a cold knot of fear settling in his stomach. Their rebellion, their audacious attempt to break free, had failed, costing them dearly. Their collective act, intended as a weapon, had become another offering to the club's insatiable hunger. The chilling spectacle served as a brutal lesson, a stark reminder that escape from the Spotlight Club was not merely difficult but possibly impossible. The club's power was absolute, its grip relentless. They had failed, and the price of failure had been the lifeblood of one of their own. The ghosts of laughter past had gained another silent companion. The battle was far from over, and the darkness seemed even deeper, the silence even more deafening. The remaining comedians knew with a chilling certainty their fight was only just beginning. The club had won this round, but the war was far from over. The next act, they knew, would need to be far more audacious, far more desperate. The stakes were higher than ever before, the price of laughter. The silence that followed Reggie's transformation was thick, suffocating. It wasn't the comfortable silence of an expectant audience. It was the chilling silence of death, a void that echoed with the absence of laughter. Mac felt the weight of it pressing down on him, a physical burden that threatened to crush him. He looked at Iris, her face a mask of strained composure, her usual frenetic energy replaced by a trembling stillness. Even her eyes, usually wild with manic glee, held a haunted look, reflecting the chilling reality of their situation. Her usual vibrant makeup seemed smeared and grotesque against the pallor of her skin, mirroring the grotesque decay of the club itself. Vincent, meanwhile, remained his horrifying self, a grotesque parody of a comedian, his laughter now a series of strangled gasps, punctuated by the wet rasp of his distorted breathing. He seemed untouched by Reggie's fate, a chilling testament to the club's corrupting influence. His body, a grotesque landscape of twisted limbs and mangled flesh, seemed to revel in the horrifying transformation that had consumed their comrade. There was a perverse glee in his vacant eyes, a stark contrast to the despair etched onto the faces of Mac and Iris. He didn't seem to mourn Reggie. Instead, he seemed to anticipate the next victim with a horrifying eagerness. His laughter, a grotesque counterpoint to the silence, was a constant reminder of the club's power, a morbid celebration of their shared doom. The next few weeks were a blur of desperate performances, each set a harrowing descent into the abyss. Mac's humor, once sharp and satirical, became darker, more twisted, reflecting the growing despair that gnawed at his soul. He found himself pushing the boundaries of taste, venturing into the territory of the truly disturbing, his jokes fueled by a desperate need to survive, a frantic attempt to keep the mannequins alive, to hold off the inevitable. He spoke of the grotesque beauty of decay, the macabre humor of death, the chilling absurdity of their existence. His laughter, once a tool for connection and entertainment, was now a desperate cry for help, a desperate plea to a silent, uncaring audience. Iris's frantic energy, initially a potent weapon against the club's control, gradually waned. The constant pressure, the relentless need to perform, chipped away at her resolve. Her vibrant, chaotic performances were replaced by fractured routines, punctuated by periods of unsettling silence, her laughter becoming strained and hollow. She started to miss cues, her carefully crafted physical comedy losing its impact. The manic energy that had once propelled her now seemed a fragile flame, flickering on the brink of extinction, threatened by the oppressive darkness of the Spotlight Club. Her jokes became less about mirth and more about a desperate attempt to keep herself sane, to keep her grasp on reality as the club's sinister influence slowly choked the life out of her. The club's manipulation extended beyond just their performances. Whispers filled the backstage area, snippets of conversations from past acts, distorted memories, and maddening suggestions that warped their perception of reality. They were bombarded with their deepest fears and insecurities, their vulnerabilities laid bare, exploited and amplified by the club's malevolent energy. Mac found himself reliving old traumas, his past mistakes and regrets magnified, twisted into monstrous caricatures that haunted his every waking moment. The club delved into his insecurities, his failed relationships, his nagging doubts about his comedic talent, feeding on his fears and amplifying his self-doubt. The lines between reality and nightmare blurred as the club expertly manipulated his deepest anxieties. He battled these internal demons, trying to maintain a facade of normalcy as the psychological toll continued to take its dreadful toll. He would retreat to the dimly lit corners of the backstage area, struggling to quell the insidious whispers that clawed at his sanity. His humor became a defense mechanism, a shield against the encroaching madness. He would write new jokes, each one a desperate attempt to fight back, to maintain some semblance of control, a furious scribbling in the darkness. But the line between sanity and madness was constantly being tested. The club's influence was subtle yet relentless. The constant performances began to erode the comedians' souls, sucking out their creativity, their individuality, their very essence. The vibrant colors of their personalities faded, replaced by a monotonous grayness, a chilling uniformity that mirrored the lifelessness of the mannequin audience. Their laughter, initially a source of joy and catharsis, became a hollow echo, devoid of genuine feeling. It was a grotesque mockery of laughter, reflecting the club's twisted mockery of life itself. Their faces reflected the agonizing toll the club was taking, etched with exhaustion, despair, and a chilling resignation. One night, after a particularly grueling performance where Iris had broken down mid-routine, muttering fragmented sentences about a forgotten love and a shattered career, Mac found himself alone in the deserted backstage area. He stared at his reflection in a cracked mirror, his face gaunt and haunted. He barely recognized himself. The sharp wit and sardonic humor that had once defined him were replaced by a hollow emptiness, a chilling silence that mirrored the club's oppressive presence. He saw the cracks forming in his own sanity, the dark tendrils of the club's influence creeping into his mind, threatening to consume him entirely. He wondered if he was already becoming one of the silent spectators, another lifeless mannequin adding to the club's macabre audience. The realization was terrifying. He realized then that the fight for survival was not just a physical one, but also a mental and emotional battle. The club didn't just drain their energy and creativity, it targeted their minds, exploiting their vulnerabilities, their fears, and their insecurities, twisting their identities and shattering their self-worth. The laughter they produced, the jokes they told, were not just jokes anymore, they were desperate pleas, frantic attempts to keep the demons at bay, to hold on to their sanity, to maintain their grasp on their humanity. Each joke told was a small victory, a fleeting moment of defiance, a whisper of resistance against the encroaching darkness of the Spotlight Club. But it was a losing battle. The weight of their shared burden, the relentless pressure to perform, the creeping despair, it was more than any of them could bear. The price of laughter, Mac now understood, was far higher than he could have ever imagined. It was the erosion of one's soul, the gradual dismantling of identity, the agonizing descent into madness and oblivion. And the mannequins, silent witnesses to this slow, agonizing demise, remained impassive, their blank eyes reflecting the horrifying truth. Their laughter was powered by the very essence of broken comedians. their amusement purchased with the blood, sweat and tears of those desperate to escape. The ghosts of laughter past were not just the silent spectators, they were also the fuel that kept the horrifying machinery of the Spotlight Club running. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow, leaving him gasping for air, the chilling silence of the club pressing down on him, suffocating him, the laughter a bitter irony echoing in his mind, a cruel reminder of the heavy price of survival. Mac's darkest jokes. The desperation clawed at Mac. He'd tried clean jokes, observational humor, even a misguided attempt at slapstick. Nothing worked. The mannequins remained stubbornly lifeless, their vacant eyes reflecting the growing dread in the hearts of the remaining comedians. Reggie's fate hung heavy in the air, a grim reminder of the club's unforgiving rules. Survival depended on laughter, and laughter, it seemed, demanded a price far steeper than he'd anticipated. His first foray into the darker side of comedy was hesitant. A joke about the existential dread of a sentient stapler got a flicker, maybe, from a few mannequins. Encouraged, he pushed further. He crafted a bit about the absurdity of death, weaving in morbidly funny details about funeral arrangements and the questionable taste of embalming fluid. It was shocking, unsettling, even a little cruel, but it worked. A wave of something that resembled amusement rippled through the rows of lifeless faces. It wasn't genuine laughter, not the kind that warmed the soul, but a chilling imitation, a mechanical mimicry fueled by fear and desperation. It was enough, though, enough to keep the mannequins from turning to dust. Emboldened by this grim success, Mac delved deeper into the abyss of his own mind. His jokes became a confessional, a dark and twisted reflection of his deepest insecurities and anxieties. He mined the rich vein of his failed relationships, his career disappointments, the gnawing self-doubt that had haunted him for years. He joked about his crippling fear of clowns, the existential terror of losing his car keys, the agonizing pain of accidentally sending a text message to his ex-girlfriend instead of his mother. These weren't jokes meant to elicit guffaws. They were cries for help cloaked in dark humor. Each joke was a painful excavation, unearthing the buried traumas and regrets that the club seemed determined to amplify. The spotlight felt less like an opportunity and more like an interrogation. Each punchline a confession extracted under duress. His audience, the unblinking mannequins, were silent judges, their vacant stares reflecting the horrifying truth of his self-destruction. He found a perverse satisfaction in laying himself bare, in baring his soul to the empty theater, in using his pain as fuel for his survival. Iris watched, her own performances increasingly fractured and erratic. Her vibrant energy had dimmed, replaced by a haunting fragility. She tried to keep up, to maintain the illusion of normalcy, but the club's influence was too strong. Her jokes, once filled with exuberant chaos, now dripped with a melancholic irony. She'd started incorporating unsettling imagery into her routines, her physical comedy morphing into grotesque parodies of human movement. Her laughter, once infectious, was now a strained, hollow sound, a desperate attempt to stave off the encroaching darkness. Vincent, however, remained unchanged, a terrifying monument to the club's corrupting power. He reveled in the macabre, his humor escalating into a terrifying spectacle of violence and depravity. His jokes were no longer jokes, they were assaults on the senses, a terrifying blend of gore and grotesque imagery. He seemed to feed on the despair of the others, his laughter a chilling testament to his complete surrender to the club's influence. He was no longer a comedian, he was a grotesque parody of one, a twisted caricature of twisted humor. His presence was a constant threat, a chilling reminder of the fate that awaited those who failed to please the audience. One night, Mac pushed himself too far. He delivered a set about the gruesome details of his own imagined demise, a prolonged and agonizing death, full of horrifying detail and dark, twisted humor. It was a masterpiece of black comedy, a terrifyingly funny account of his own fictional demise, yet it struck a chord that was both chilling and exhilarating. The mannequins seemed to respond with a strange intensity. He'd pushed the boundaries, crossing a line he wasn't sure he could return from. The aftermath was surreal. A strange stillness settled over the club, a silence more disturbing than any raucous laughter. Palpable sense of dread filled the air, a chilling presence that seemed to seep from the very walls of the building. Mac felt a sickening emptiness within himself, a hollow ache that echoed the vacant stares of his audience. He'd won, but at what cost? The joke, too dark, too real, had left him feeling drained, hollowed out, a ghost of his former self. His laughter, once his weapon, now felt like a betrayal. His reflection stared back at him from a cracked mirror, his eyes mirroring the vacant stare of the mannequins. His usual sharp wit seemed dulled, his vibrant energy replaced by a chilling weariness. He felt a profound sense of dread, a cold fear that seeped into his bones, a chilling premonition of his own impending doom. He'd outsmarted the system, but at the cost of his soul. He'd become a twisted parody of himself, a grotesque reflection of the very darkness he'd sought to exploit. In the following weeks, Mac's jokes grew even darker, more personal, more disturbing. He explored the themes of regret, failure, and the slow, agonizing decay of the human spirit. His humor wasn't merely dark, it was nihilistic, a terrifying reflection of his own impending doom. He found himself joking about the inevitability of death, the absurdity of existence, and the futility of human endeavor. His laughter was a desperate cry for help, a frantic attempt to cling to sanity in the face of unimaginable horror. His jokes became a form of self-flagellation, a way to punish himself for his survival, for his willingness to compromise his soul for the sake of laughter. He realized he wasn't just performing for the mannequins, he was performing for himself, for the shattered remnants of his former self. Each joke was a desperate attempt to reconcile his past, to make peace with his regrets, to confront the darkness that threatened to consume him. His laughter was no longer a tool of entertainment, it was a means of survival, a desperate fight against the encroaching madness that threatened to engulf him. The club had become his confessional, the stage his altar of self-sacrifice. He offered his soul in exchange for survival, his laughter a twisted offering to the grotesque gods of the Spotlight Club. He was a broken man, his spirit fractured, his humor a dark mirror reflecting the terrifying reality of his existence. The lines between sanity and madness blurred, between reality and nightmare, leaving him adrift in a sea of darkness, his laughter a hollow echo in the cavernous void. The laughter of the mannequins, if it could be called that, was a constant reminder of his precarious existence, a chilling echo of his own descent into the abyss. He was a comedian, trapped in a comedy of terrors, his only escape a laughter that eroded his soul, joke by harrowing joke. The mannequins' influence. The unsettling silence after his most recent performance lingered, a thick, suffocating blanket. It wasn't the comfortable quiet of an empty room. It was a pregnant silence, heavy with unspoken horrors. Mac felt it pressing down on him, a physical weight that made it difficult to breathe. He looked at the mannequins, their painted smiles unnervingly placid, and a creeping unease snaked its way through him. They weren't just an audience, they were something more, something sentient. He began to notice subtle changes. The mannequins seemed to shift, not in a physical sense, but in their presence. Their blank stares seemed to follow him, even when he turned away. He'd catch glimpses of them from the corner of his eye, their positions subtly altered, their vacant gazes seemingly locked onto him with a disconcerting intensity. It was as if they were watching him, not merely as an audience member, but as a subject under observation, a specimen being dissected. Sleep became a battlefield. His dreams were filled with the mannequins, their faces morphing into grotesque parodies of his own fears and insecurities. They whispered his darkest secrets, echoing his deepest regrets, twisting his anxieties into nightmarish scenarios that left him drenched in cold sweat. He woke each morning exhausted, his mind fractured, his body trembling with a primal fear he couldn't explain. During the day, things were just as unsettling. He'd find himself inexplicably drawn to certain jokes, jokes he wouldn't normally consider, jokes that felt suggested. They were dark, morbid, twisted, the kind of material that would have horrified him before his descent into the Spotlight Club's abyss. He felt a compulsion to tell them, a pressure building within him, forcing him to articulate the bleakest thoughts that crawled through his mind. The jokes themselves seemed to subtly change as he spoke. Words would twist, sentences would morph, The entire structure of his act would shift almost imperceptibly, guided by an unseen hand. The audience, the mannequins, seemed to be dictating the flow of his performance, nudging him towards ever darker territory. He'd find himself telling jokes about things he'd forgotten he even knew, details from his past that he'd buried deep within his subconscious, now dredged up and twisted into grotesque comedic fodder. Iris, ever fragile, began mirroring his descent. Her performances became less a reflection of her own personality and more a grim echo of Mac's descent. Her usual playful chaos was gone, replaced by a somber, almost mournful tone. Her jokes, too, were darker, sharper, reflecting the growing influence of the mannequins. She'd whisper dark, unsettling secrets under her breath, her usually infectious laughter replaced by a series of choking gasps and stifled sobs. Vincent, meanwhile, thrived in the darkness. The mannequins seemed to feed him, bolstering his already disturbing acts with an even greater sense of grotesque theatricality. His routines became increasingly violent and depraved, his laughter a chilling chorus of manic glee. He'd incorporate gruesome details into his jokes, his movements increasingly erratic, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling light that spoke of a complete surrender to the club's influence. One night, during Mac's performance, he felt a cold hand grip his own. He looked down and saw a mannequin's hand, pale and lifeless, clutching his with surprising strength. He tried to pull away, but the grip tightened, its icy touch sending shivers down his spine. The hand remained there, a constant, unsettling presence throughout his set, influencing his jokes in ways he couldn't understand. It felt as if the mannequin was guiding his performance, subtly shaping his words, his tone, his very essence. He started having conversations with the mannequins, not in a literal sense, but in a way that defied explanation. He'd feel their silent presence, their unseeing eyes fixed upon him, and he'd find himself answering their unspoken questions, articulating thoughts and emotions he hadn't been aware of. Their silence became a language of its own, a disturbing dialogue woven from unspoken anxieties, half-formed thoughts, and the echoes of his deepest regrets. His jokes became less about humor and more about confession. He wasn't just telling jokes, he was revealing the deepest, darkest corners of his soul, exposing his insecurities, his fears, his regrets. The mannequins seemed to feed on these revelations, their silent presence becoming more intense, their influence more insidious. They became his silent judges, their vacant stares reflecting the horrifying truth of his self-destruction. The line between his own thoughts and the suggestions of the mannequins blurred. He wasn't sure where his own personality ended and their influence began. He felt a creeping sense of paranoia, a fear that he was losing control, that he was becoming a puppet, his strings pulled by the silent, unblinking eyes of the mannequins. He felt himself changing. His mannerisms, his speech patterns, his very thought processes began to mirror those of the mannequins, their cold, vacant stare seeping into his own eyes, their unnatural stillness reflecting in his movements. He saw himself in the mannequin's reflection, gaunt, hollow-eyed, his own smile a grotesque mimicry of their painted grins. His laughter was no longer his own. It was a strained, mechanical sound, a hollow echo of the laughter he had heard from the club's denizens, a mimicry fueled by fear and desperation. It was the sound of a soul slowly eroding, a man succumbing to the insidious influence of the mannequins. The mannequins' influence was a poison, seeping into his being, altering his perceptions, his memories, his very identity. He started questioning his sanity, questioning the reality of his own existence. Was this his own descent into madness, or a manipulation by an unseen force? He began to see the mannequins in his everyday life, catching glimpses of them in the corners of his vision, lurking in the shadows, their blank stares watching him from unexpected places. Their vacant expressions seemed to haunt him, their presence, a constant reminder of his precarious existence within the confines of the Spotlight Club. The mannequins were no longer just an audience. They were a parasite, feeding on his despair, influencing his every thought, twisting his reality into a nightmarish reflection of his own deepest fears. He was a comedian, a prisoner of his own dark humor, trapped in a nightmare fueled by the silent, unblinking gaze of the mannequins. His only hope lay in finding a way to break free from their chilling influence before they consume him entirely. The club's manipulation. The club's manipulation wasn't subtle. It was a slow, insidious creep, like a vine strangling a tree. It started with seemingly innocuous suggestions, a slight alteration of a punchline, a word subtly changed to carry a darker implication. But these small shifts quickly escalated, morphing his carefully crafted routines into something grotesque and unsettling, a twisted reflection of his own inner turmoil. One night, he found himself telling a joke about his deceased father, a joke so cruel and unexpectedly specific, it left him reeling in its aftermath. He hadn't even known he possessed such a dark, bitter sentiment towards his father, yet the words flowed effortlessly, propelled by an unseen force. The mannequin's silence seemed to approve, their painted smiles twisting into something vaguely sinister under the dim stage lights. The club preyed on his insecurities, magnifying his self-doubt and amplifying his fear of failure. Jokes about his failed relationships, his crippling anxiety, his constant self-criticism, all of it was dredged up from the depths of his subconscious and hurled onto the stage, each punchline a fresh wound tearing open his soul. The more vulnerable he became, the more the mannequins seemed to feed, their vacant stares growing increasingly intense, their silence a deafening condemnation of his inadequacies. His reality started to fracture. He'd find himself backstage, convinced he'd just finished a set, only to discover that hours had passed, that he'd been lost in a dreamlike state, his mind warped by the club's insidious influence. He started seeing things, fleeting glimpses of grotesque faces in the crowd, or rather, among the mannequins, their painted smiles contorting into expressions of malice and disdain. He'd hear whispers, fragmented sentences laced with derision and contempt, voices that seemed to emanate from the very wood and plaster of the club itself. He began to suspect the mannequins were more than inanimate objects. They were vessels, conduits for the club's dark energy, their painted eyes windows to an infernal realm. The blurring of lines between performance and reality became complete. He'd wake in his dressing room, his clothes damp with sweat, his mind filled with the chilling laughter of the mannequins. He'd replay his sets in his head, only to realize they were not his own, that he'd been a marionette, his strings pulled by the unseen puppeteers. His once sharp wit was dulled, replaced by a creeping sense of dread, his humor twisted into a macabre self-flagellation. Even his dreams weren't his own. The mannequins infiltrated his sleep, replacing his anxieties with vivid nightmares of failure and humiliation, further eroding his confidence and will. Iris, once a beacon of vibrant chaos, was now a shadow of her former self. The club had crushed her spirit, twisting her once infectious laughter into a series of strangled sobs. Her jokes, once filled with playful absurdism, now echoed Mac's despair, reflecting the club's malevolent influence. She often wandered the backstage area, whispering to herself, her words barely audible, a chilling blend of fear and resignation. Vincent, however, seemed to thrive in this darkness. He reveled in the club's manipulation, his jokes becoming increasingly violent and disturbing. His act was no longer comedy, it was a visceral performance of grotesque horror, a spectacle tailored to the mannequin's silent approval. His laughter was a chilling cackle, a symphony of manic glee that echoed through the empty club, a twisted testament to the club's power. He'd started incorporating real props into his routines, bits of broken glass, stained rags, and other unsettling elements, transforming his performances into unsettling demonstrations of the club's dark influence. Mac attempted to resist, to fight back against the club's control. He tried to tell jokes that didn't fit the club's sinister mold, jokes that were light-hearted, wholesome, even silly. But the mannequins wouldn't allow it. The words would twist in his mouth, morphing into something dark and disturbing, regardless of his intentions. He felt an invisible force reshaping his thoughts, steering his words towards a dark abyss. He tried to reason with the club's unseen forces, pleading for release, promising to give up his comedy, his ambition. But his pleas were met with only silence, the deafening silence of the mannequins, their unblinking gazes fixed upon him, their silent judgment crushing his spirit. The club didn't want his surrender, it wanted his destruction, his complete and utter annihilation. He was a source of dark energy, a battery being drained, his soul the fuel that kept the infernal machine running. One night, during a particularly dark performance, he saw a reflection in one of the mannequin's eyes. His own reflection, but twisted, distorted, grotesque. His eyes were hollow, his skin pale, his smile a chilling parody of the mannequin's painted grins. He was becoming one of them, a puppet devoid of life, a shell consumed by the club's dark energy. He recognized the chilling truth. The club didn't just manipulate its comedians, it consumed them, absorbing their essence, their fears, their very identities, leaving behind only vacant husks. He attempted to communicate with Iris and Vincent, hoping to forge an alliance, a strategy to escape. But Iris was too far gone, trapped in a cycle of self-loathing and despair, her mind fractured by the club's influence. Vincent, consumed by the club's dark energy, saw Mac not as an ally, but as a rival, an obstacle in his path to complete submission. He'd started incorporating Mac's own jokes into his grotesque routines, twisting them into dark parodies, showcasing Mac's vulnerability and despair to the silent, ever-judging mannequins. Desperate, Mac delved deeper into his past, seeking an understanding of his deepest fears and insecurities. He confronted his childhood traumas, his failed relationships, his own self-destructive tendencies. He realized the club was feeding on these vulnerabilities, using them to manipulate him, to break him down. The club wasn't just a physical place, it was a reflection of his own inner demons, a manifestation of his darkest fears and insecurities. He needed to find a way to confront these demons, not on the club's stage, but within himself. He needed to reclaim his voice, to rewrite his narrative, to reclaim his own identity from the club's suffocating grip. His laughter, once a tool of self-expression, now a weapon of self-destruction, needed to be reforged into a tool of liberation. Only then could he hope to break free from the Spotlight Club's chilling embrace. The path to freedom lay not in escaping the club, but in confronting the darkness within. Alliances and betrayals. The air in the Spotlight Club crackled with a tension thicker than the stale cigarette smoke that perpetually clung to the velvet curtains. Mac, having plumbed the depths of his own self-loathing courtesy of the club's insidious manipulation, found a fragile sliver of resolve. He needed allies, but trust, he realized, was a luxury they couldn't afford. Iris, her eyes hollow and her laughter replaced by a chilling whisper, was beyond help. Vincent, however, remained a wild card. His descent into the club's twisted embrace was complete, yet a flicker of something, ambition perhaps, or perhaps a perverse loyalty to his own twisted version of success, hinted at a potential for manipulation. Mac approached Vincent during a break between sets, finding him meticulously sharpening a rusty letter opener, the glint of steel reflecting the malevolent gleam in his eyes. "Vincent," Mac began, his voice raspy from disuse. "We need to talk." Vincent chuckled, a sound like nails scraping on a chalkboard. "Talk? About what, Malcolm? About how exquisitely well the mannequins reacted to my latest routine? The way their painted smiles seemed to widen with each gruesome detail. Ah, it was a masterpiece, wouldn't you agree?" Mac ignored the taunt. "About escaping. About getting out of this hellhole." Vincent laughed again, this time longer, more chilling. "Escape? My dear Malcolm, where's the fun in that? This is a gift, a stage crafted for the darkest of comedians. The audience, they appreciate the artistry of true horror, the unfiltered expression of despair. You're still clinging to your childish fantasies of light-hearted laughter, of heartwarming punchlines. Pathetic." Mac felt a surge of anger, a primal instinct to lash out, to physically confront this broken man. But he held back, reminding himself that anger was fuel for the club, just like fear and despair. He had to be cleverer. "You're wrong, Vincent. This isn't a gift. It's a prison. We're all trapped here, our souls slowly devoured." Vincent paused, his gaze drifting to the silent mannequins. For a moment, a flicker of something akin to doubt crossed his face, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. "Perhaps," he conceded, a cruel smile playing on his lips. "But even prisons can be manipulated. We can use this to our advantage." Mac felt a prickle of unease. What advantage? What was Vincent plotting? He knew that any alliance with Vincent would be fraught with danger, a precarious balancing act on a knife's edge. But desperation had a way of blurring ethical lines, and right now, Mac was drowning in it. How? Mac asked, his voice barely a whisper. Vincent leaned in, his breath hot on Mac's face. By exploiting their rules, by playing them against each other, we'll feed them what they want, darker, more twisted humor, but we'll use it to unravel their control. It's a risky gamble, Malcolm, but it's our only chance. The alliance, however fragile, was formed. They agreed to collaborate on a new act, a dark comedy so horrifying it would momentarily overwhelm the club's control, creating a window of opportunity to escape. But even as they plotted their escape, the seeds of betrayal were sown. Vincent, fueled by a twisted sense of ambition, was subtly sabotaging Mac's efforts. He would whisper dark suggestions in Mac's ear, weaving elements of self-destruction into his jokes, pushing Mac closer to the edge of madness. He knew Mac was wrestling with his deepest insecurities, and he used that vulnerability as a weapon. One night, during their joint performance, Mac found himself recounting his childhood trauma in excruciating detail, painting a horrifyingly accurate picture of his broken family. The mannequins responded with a terrifying symphony of silent approval, their painted smiles stretching into grotesque grins. Mac felt a surge of despair, a wave of self-loathing so powerful it threatened to consume him entirely. He realized, with a sickening lurch, that Vincent had been subtly manipulating him, guiding his words towards the deepest recesses of his darkest memories. The act was a masterpiece of horror, but it wasn't the kind that brought freedom. It was the kind that ensured his complete subjugation. That night, after the show, Mac confronted Vincent. "You betrayed me," Mac accused, his voice strained with rage and exhaustion. Vincent simply shrugged, his eyes cold and empty. "No, Malcolm, I perfected you. I showed you the true potential of your dark humor, the raw, unfiltered horror lurking beneath your surface. Your performance, it was exquisite." Mac saw the chilling truth in Vincent's words. He hadn't just escaped the club's manipulation, he had become a willing participant in his own destruction. He was now a tool in Vincent's ambitious scheme, a puppet playing a role in the grand spectacle of the Spotlight Club's twisted entertainment. Their alliance dissolved into a desperate struggle for survival, each comedian using the club's rules against the other, manipulating the terrifying machinery of the venue for their own advantage. It was a brutal, horrifying game of cat and mouse, played out under the silent, ever-judging gaze of the mannequins. Meanwhile, Iris, in her fractured state, became an unwitting pawn. Her fragmented whispers, laced with fear and despair, unintentionally provided Vincent with key insights into Mac's vulnerabilities. The club thrived on their internal conflict, its malevolent energy feeding on their desperate struggle. The battle for survival was not merely a physical one, it was a psychological war, a descent into the darkest corners of their minds. As each comedian fell further into the club's grasp, their humanity eroded, replaced by a chilling blend of ambition and despair. Their laughter, once a tool of expression, became a weapon of destruction. The Spotlight Club had not only trapped them, it had transformed them. The stakes were higher than ever before. Survival wasn't merely about escaping the club, it was about retaining a sliver of their humanity, their souls, before they were swallowed whole by the darkness. The comedy of terrors had reached its terrifying crescendo, and the only certainty was that not everyone would survive to tell the tale. A glimmer of hope. The stale air hung heavy, thick with the scent of desperation and decay. Mac, his ribs aching from Vincent's near-lethal jab during their last collaboration, leaned against a crumbling pillar, the dampness seeping into his bones. He watched Vincent, bathed in the sickly yellow light of a flickering bulb, meticulously rearranging the mannequins, their painted smiles unnervingly placid. Vincent's manic energy, usually a whirlwind of chaotic creativity, had settled into a chilling focus. He was planning something. A low moan escaped Iris, hidden in the shadows of the stage. Her presence, once a constant source of unsettling dread, now felt almost comforting, a shared misery that transcended their individual torment. Mac knew he couldn't rely solely on Vincent, not anymore. Their alliance had dissolved into a fragile truce, born of mutual desperation and a shared desire for escape. He approached Iris, her body trembling, her whispers barely audible above the incessant hum of the club. "Iris," he whispered, his voice rough. "How are you?" Her response was a choked sob, punctuated by fragmented words, the laughter. "It's fading. They need more fear." Mac understood. The mannequins, the club's insatiable audience, required a constant influx of dark energy, fueled by the comedian's despair and self-destruction. Vincent was a master at providing that, a terrifying conductor orchestrating their slow descent into madness. But Mac had glimpsed something else in Vincent's eyes, not just ambition, but a flicker of fear, a crack in the facade of his cold, calculated persona. That fear, Mac realized, was his key. He had to find a way to turn Vincent's ambition against him, to use his need for success, his twisted desire for applause from the lifeless mannequins, as a weapon against the Spotlight Club itself. The next few days were a blur of frantic activity. Mac, Iris, and even a surprisingly cooperative Vincent, albeit a begrudgingly cooperative Vincent, began working on a new act. It wouldn't be a descent into their darkest depths, a feast for the club's insatiable hunger. This would be different. This would be a rebellion. Their act was a carefully constructed tapestry of dark humor, a controlled descent into the absurd, designed to expose the club's inherent limitations. They started with macabre jokes about the club's own absurdities. Jokes that were darkly funny, yes, but also subtly pointed, questioning the very nature of their captivity. Mac focused on irony, skewering the club's twisted sense of entertainment. Iris, despite her fractured state, delivered unexpectedly poignant lines, her whispers laced with an almost surreal hope. Vincent, meanwhile, contributed his expertise in shocking imagery and disturbingly realistic scenarios, but with a subtle undercurrent of absurdity that undermined the horror. The most daring element of their act was a planned subversion of the club's power dynamic. Vincent, using his newfound influence over the club's machinery, subtly altered the lighting and sound effects during a particularly intense moment. Instead of amplifying the fear and despair, the sudden change created a jarring incongruity, a comedic mismatch between their dark performance and the club's predetermined response. The effect was unexpected. The mannequins, for the first time, reacted with confusion. Their painted smiles froze, their glassy eyes unfocused, devoid of their usual malevolent glee. The silent applause, the club's lifeblood, faltered. That night, as the three comedians stumbled off stage, exhausted but exhilarated, a tangible shift occurred within the club. The air, still heavy with dread, felt slightly lighter, the shadows less menacing. A tentative hope, fragile as a butterfly's wing, fluttered in the suffocating atmosphere, but it wasn't a complete victory. The club fought back. Vincent, realizing his manipulation had backfired, attempted to regain control, pushing Mac and Iris to the brink of their sanity with a series of increasingly horrific improvisations. The club's response was immediate, a surge of darker energy, designed to crush their nascent rebellion. The battle raged, an internal struggle played out on stage, in the flickering lights, amidst the silent mannequins. Mac, driven by a newfound resolve, refused to break. He used his wit to counter Vincent's attempts at manipulation, turning his own darkest memories into weapons, transforming self-loathing into defiant humor. He found strength in the shared experience, in the shared defiance of Iris, and a surprisingly contrite Vincent, his ambition now tempered by a dawning awareness of the horrors he had helped create. Iris, too, found a strange power in her vulnerability. Her fragmented words, though still tinged with despair, carried a new resonance, a poignant counterpoint to the club's darkness. Her whispers, once a sign of her subjugation, now served as a subtle reminder of their shared humanity. Vincent, initially resistant, gradually found himself pulled into their fragile alliance. The thrill of manipulating the club had been replaced by a dawning sense of responsibility, a chilling awareness of the consequences of his actions. He realized that the club's manipulation was not just limited to the comedians, it extended to him as well. twisting his ambition into a monstrous parody of success. Their combined effort created a dissonance, a chaotic blend of despair and defiance, absurdity and horror. The mannequins, their silent audience, responded with confused silence, their programmed responses overwhelmed by the sheer unpredictability of the comedian's actions. The club's grip faltered. The next performance was their final gambit. They built their act around a single audacious idea, a joke so absurd, so profoundly inappropriate, that it would overload the club's systems, fracturing the carefully constructed illusion of control. It was a risky strategy, one that could shatter their already fragile hope, or perhaps offer a way out. The joke was simple, yet devastatingly effective, a series of escalatingly ridiculous scenarios, each more outlandish than the last, culminating in a nonsensical climax that undermined the very foundation of the club's twisted reality. The final punchline was a simple, defiant scream, a primal release of shared despair and newfound hope. As the final note of their performance faded into the silent air, something shifted. The mannequins went completely still, their painted smiles frozen in an expression of utter bewilderment. A wave of icy air rushed through the club, carrying with it a faint scent of ozone and the promise of freedom. The oppressive energy of the Spotlight Club began to dissipate, leaving behind a strange silence, broken only by the sound of their ragged breathing. The exit appeared, a crack in the reality the club had carefully constructed, a glimmer of hope in the desolate darkness. The path to freedom wasn't easy, and it certainly wasn't pretty. But for the first time, the comedians felt a sliver of hope, a shared belief that their dark comedy might just lead them to a brighter, or at least less horrifying, tomorrow. The escape wasn't guaranteed, but the possibility, the shared defiance, gave them the strength to take the first step, together. The comedy of terrors was far from over, but for now, a small, fragile spark of hope flickered in the darkness. The power of performance. The realization dawned slowly, like the creeping dread of a poorly written horror film. It wasn't just about surviving another night. It was about understanding the rules of the game, the perverse logic governing their existence within the Spotlight Club. Each performance, each joke, each carefully crafted punchline wasn't merely for the amusement or terror of the unblinking mannequins. It was a manipulation of the club's very essence, a subtle dance with its dark energy. Mac, his face etched with the exhaustion of 1,000 sleepless nights, and the grim determination of a man facing his own mortality, began meticulously analyzing their past performances. He pored over every failed attempt at escape, every horrifyingly successful routine that had left them clinging to sanity by a thread. He noticed patterns, subtle shifts in the club's response, the way the mannequins reacted to certain types of humor, the subtle changes in the flickering lights and ominous sound effects. He realized that the club wasn't simply reacting to their jokes, it was feeding on them, its existence fueled by their fear, their despair, their very souls. Iris, her voice a fragile whisper barely audible above the club's low hum, provided invaluable insight. Her unique perspective, born from her prolonged captivity and intimate knowledge of the club's inner workings, offered a chilling understanding of its mechanics. She spoke of the resonance, a subtle feedback loop between the comedian's emotions and the club's energy field. Negative emotions, fear, despair, self-loathing, amplified the club's power, strengthening its hold on them. Positive emotions, hope, defiance, even laughter, were met with resistance, a surge of counter-energy designed to crush the rebellion. Vincent, ever the pragmatist or perhaps the most terrifyingly ambitious, saw this as a strategic opportunity. His initial fear of the consequences of his actions had given way to a chillingly calculated pragmatism. He started experimenting with the club's technology, subtly manipulating the lighting and sound effects, the tempo and rhythm of the unsettling music that permeated the air, attempting to understand how these elements affected the audience's reaction. His experiments were terrifying. A sudden surge of darkness during a light-hearted joke, a jarring dissonance between the comedic timing and the club's amplification system. But they were also revealing. He was learning how to manipulate the club's power, to use its own mechanisms against it. Their rehearsals transformed into high-stakes strategic sessions. They weren't just crafting jokes, They were engineering emotional shockwaves, meticulously building their routines to exploit the club's vulnerabilities. They incorporated elements of absurdist theater, dark irony, and surreal imagery, creating a chaotic blend that defied the club's attempts to control their narrative. They learned to weave moments of genuine despair with sudden bursts of defiant laughter, of profound sadness with jarring incongruity, creating a dissonant wave of emotion that destabilized the club's carefully constructed reality. One of their most daring experiments involved a deliberate attempt to evoke pity from the mannequins. Iris, drawing on her own experiences, crafted a monologue about the absurdities of existence, the cruelty of fate, and the inescapable loneliness of captivity. Her words, laced with both despair and a strange, unexpected hope, were surprisingly effective. The mannequins, normally immune to emotion, seemed to register a flicker of something, a pause in their silent applause, a stillness that was unsettling in its incongruity. It was a faint sign of vulnerability, a crack in the club's impenetrable facade. Mac, fueled by a potent mix of adrenaline and self-preservation, developed his own unique brand of dark humor. He drew upon his past failures, his deepest insecurities, the bitter disappointments that had plagued his life before the Spotlight Club. He turned his self-loathing into a weapon, using his darkest memories as the foundation of his most cuttingly funny jokes. He found that the more deeply personal his material, the more effective it was in disrupting the club's energy field. Vincent, despite his reservations, began to understand the potential of this unconventional approach. He added his own touches, disturbing images projected onto the stage, subtle manipulations of the sound effects, grotesque props that heightened the surreal atmosphere. His contributions were shocking, even disturbing, but they added another layer of chaotic energy to their performances. Their rehearsals became increasingly intense, each performance a tightly choreographed battle against the club's oppressive energy. They pushed themselves to the brink, their performances becoming a terrifying mix of dark humor and desperate defiance. They learned to anticipate the club's responses, to react to its attempts at manipulation, to use its own energy against it. The performances themselves became increasingly unpredictable, a blend of carefully planned routines and improvised bursts of chaotic energy. Mac's jokes became increasingly surreal, veering into the absurd, challenging the club's very notion of reality. Iris's whispers became more insistent, carrying a note of defiance that resonated even through the club's attempts to suppress their voices. And Vincent, to everyone's astonishment, began to incorporate his own brand of dark, self-deprecating humor, turning his past ambition into a source of ironic commentary. The climax of their rebellion came during their final performance. It was a chaotic, improvisational masterpiece, a whirlwind of dark humor, unsettling imagery, and a desperate, defiant hope. They combined their talents into a singular, breathtaking performance that challenged every aspect of the club's control. Mac's jokes were so absurd, so utterly inappropriate, that they seemed to overload the club's systems. Iris's whispered confessions became a powerful counterpoint to the club's oppressive silence. Vincent's grotesque creations were juxtaposed with moments of unexpected vulnerability. The effect was devastating. The mannequins, the club's insatiable audience, reacted with confusion. Their programmed responses faltered, their silent applause replaced by an unnerving stillness. The club's energy field wavered, its control faltering under the onslaught of the comedians' defiant laughter, their shared despair, their fragile hope. The air itself seemed to crackle with a strange energy, a potent mixture of chaos and defiance. As the final note of their performance faded into the silent air, the club shuddered. The mannequins remained frozen, their painted smiles twisted into expressions of bewildered confusion. The oppressive energy began to dissipate, replaced by a strange silence, punctuated only by the ragged breaths of the three comedians. A crack appeared in the reality the club had carefully constructed, a glimmer of escape in the desolate darkness. The fight wasn't over, but for the first time, they felt the weight of the stage lift. The power of performance, it seemed, could be wielded as a weapon, and they had just begun to learn how to use it. Mac's descent. The weight of the stage, once a symbol of ambition, now felt like a physical burden crushing Mac's chest. Each night, The line between his carefully crafted comedic persona and his fracturing reality grew thinner, a perilous tightrope walk above an abyss of madness. The Spotlight Club, with its unnerving audience and perverse rules, was not merely testing his comedic abilities, it was relentlessly probing the deepest recesses of his psyche, twisting his insecurities into monstrous caricatures. His jokes, once sharp and satirical, became increasingly erratic, veering into the surreal and unsettling. One night, he launched into a rambling monologue about the existential dread of a sentient stapler. His delivery a disturbing blend of manic energy and unsettling detachment. The mannequins, typically unresponsive to emotional nuance, seemed to register a flicker of something akin to unease, a subtle shift in their rigid posture. Vincent, observing from the wings, exchanged a grim look with Iris. They both sensed the dangerous trajectory of Mac's descent. The next performance was even more alarming. Mac, during a bit about the absurdity of societal norms, suddenly stripped off his jacket, revealing a tattered shirt underneath, stained with what looked suspiciously like blood. He then proceeded to deliver a disturbingly realistic imitation of a dying animal, his contortions so convincing that a chilling silence fell over the audience of mannequins. It wasn't acting, it felt visceral, raw, a glimpse into a soul unraveling. Even Vincent, a man whose ambition bordered on the sociopathic, felt a chill run down his spine. Iris, ever perceptive, noted the subtle shifts in Mac's behavior. The manic energy wasn't just stage presence, it was a desperate attempt to keep the terrifying fragments of his psyche at bay. His humor, once a weapon of wit, now felt like a cry for help, a desperate attempt to make sense of his increasingly fragmented reality. She saw a reflection of herself in his struggle, the desperate attempt to maintain a semblance of sanity in the face of utter despair. Mac's descent wasn't simply a matter of deteriorating mental health, it was a deliberate strategy, a dark, self-destructive path to freedom. He'd realized that the Spotlight Club fed on predictable emotions, fear, despair, self-loathing, but it struggled to process true chaos, unpredictable outbursts of raw emotion. He was using his mental disintegration as a weapon, a way to disrupt the club's carefully constructed reality. Vincent, always the pragmatist, saw the potential in Mac's unraveling. He began subtly influencing Mac's routines, adding elements of unpredictable chaos to amplify the effect. He manipulated the lighting, creating jarring shifts of shadows that accentuated Mac's increasingly erratic movements. He incorporated disturbing sound effects, unsettling whispers, distorted laughter, the chilling scraping of metal, to further disorient the audience and push Mac to the brink. This strategy was incredibly risky. While the unpredictability of Mac's performances was disrupting the club's energy field, it also threatened to push him over the edge. One wrong move, one misplaced joke, could plunge him into a complete mental breakdown, leaving him permanently trapped among the lifeless mannequins. One particularly harrowing night, Mac's performance spiraled into pure madness. He began to incorporate elements from his past, failed relationships, career setbacks, the crushing weight of his own ambition. He confessed his deepest fears and insecurities, turning his self-loathing into a grotesque form of performance art. The line between joke and confession blurred, creating a terrifyingly honest portrayal of a man teetering on the precipice of insanity. The mannequins, for the first time, exhibited a reaction beyond their programmed response. Their painted smiles seemed to distort, their blank eyes reflecting a glimmer of disquiet. The club's energy field visibly fluctuated, its usual oppressive stillness punctuated by unnerving bursts of static. After the performance, Mac collapsed backstage, trembling, his laughter echoing with a hollow, unsettling quality. Iris rushed to his side, her concern laced with a strange mixture of admiration and fear. Vincent, ever calculating, simply observed, analyzing the data, assessing the risks and rewards. The risk, however, was far greater than they'd initially anticipated. Mac's descent was accelerating, his mental state rapidly deteriorating. He began experiencing vivid hallucinations, seeing the mannequins come alive, their painted smiles twisting into malevolent grins. He'd wake up in a cold sweat, whispering about the silent screams of the trapped comedians, their laughter echoing in his nightmares. His performances, while increasingly chaotic and effective in disrupting the club, were also deeply disturbing. The audience, even the unfeeling mannequins, seemed to register his pain, his despair, his utter breakdown. The club was retaliating, amplifying his fear and self-loathing, feeding on his vulnerability. Their delicate balancing act, using chaos to fight chaos, was threatening to collapse. They were winning the battle, but at what cost? Mac was paying a terrible price for their rebellion. The weight of the stage, and the weight of his own fractured soul, was proving too much to bear. The question remained: could they break free before Mac's descent consumed him entirely? The thin line between a brilliant, dark comedy routine and a complete mental breakdown was becoming almost invisible, and the Spotlight Club was watching, waiting, feeding on the delicious descent. A risky gambit. The air in the dimly lit backstage hung thick with the stench of stale beer and despair. Mac, his face pale and drawn, slumped against a chipped wall, the remnants of his makeup smeared across his cheeks like a macabre mask. His laughter, once a weapon of wit, was now a hollow, chilling echo. Vincent, his usual composure slightly fractured, paced nervously, his eyes darting between Mac and Iris, who sat beside him, her hand gently resting on his arm. "He's unraveling faster than I anticipated," Vincent admitted, his voice a low murmur. "The club's response is aggressive." Iris nodded, her gaze fixed on Mac. "It's not just amplifying his fears, it's twisting them, feeding on his vulnerability. It's sentient, in a way." The plan, hatched in hushed whispers over lukewarm coffee and stolen moments of relative calm, was audacious, bordering on suicidal. It hinged on a peculiar vulnerability they'd discovered in the Spotlight Club's seemingly impenetrable control, its reliance on predictable emotional responses. The club thrived on fear, despair, and self-loathing, but it faltered when confronted with genuine, unpredictable chaos. Mac's descent into madness, while terrifying, had inadvertently revealed this weakness. Their escape, therefore, relied on escalating that chaos to a point where the club couldn't maintain its grip. Their strategy involved a carefully orchestrated performance, a culmination of Mac's increasingly erratic style, and a carefully crafted sequence of events designed to overload the club's system. Vincent would manipulate the lighting and sound, creating a sensory overload that would further disorient the audience and the club's control. Iris, with her keen understanding of the club's mechanics, would subtly interfere with the energy field, creating subtle disruptions that would weaken the club's hold. And Mac, the volatile heart of their operation, would deliver a performance so utterly chaotic, so unpredictable, that it would break through the club's programming entirely. The risk was monumental. One wrong move, one faltering joke, could result in Mac's complete disintegration, leaving him permanently trapped within the club's nightmarish reality. But the alternative, remaining trapped, slowly succumbing to the club's insidious influence, was a fate even worse than oblivion. The night of the escape arrived, shrouded in a suffocating tension. The backstage was a whirlwind of frantic activity. Vincent adjusted the lighting equipment with a grim determination, Iris meticulously placed strategically, positioned objects near the stage, and Mac, his eyes hollow, stared into the mirror, his reflection a ghost of the sharp, confident comedian he once was. The curtains rose to a stage bathed in an unnerving crimson light. Mac stumbled onto the stage, his movements jerky and unpredictable. His opening lines were a nonsensical jumble of words, a stream of consciousness rant about sentient vegetables and the existential dread of misplaced socks. The audience of mannequins, usually passive, exhibited an unsettling stillness, their painted smiles oddly distorted. Vincent's sound effects kicked in, a cacophony of discordant noises, unsettling whispers, and distorted laughter that mirrored Mac's increasingly frantic performance. Iris's subtle manipulations of the energy field became more pronounced, creating brief flickers of light and unsettling bursts of static. The club was reacting, its control wavering under the onslaught of chaotic energy. Mac's performance spiraled into a hallucinatory descent. He incorporated elements from his past, his failures, his regrets, weaving them into a nightmarish tapestry of dark humor and raw emotion. He spoke of his childhood fears, his shattered dreams, his crushing weight of ambition. He confessed to his deepest insecurities, his self-loathing, turning his vulnerabilities into a monstrous performance art. The line between reality and performance blurred. Mac's laughter was punctuated by chilling screams, his jokes interspersed with moments of stark, terrifying honesty. He ripped off his shirt, revealing self-inflicted scars, each one a testament to his inner turmoil. He danced with shadows, his movements erratic, his eyes glazed over with a terrifying mixture of madness and determination. The mannequins' response was unnerving. Their painted smiles twisted into grotesque parodies of joy, their blank eyes reflecting a flicker of something akin to fear. The club's energy field pulsed violently, its oppressive stillness shattered by bursts of erratic energy. It was a battle of wills, a struggle between the club's sinister control and the raw, unpredictable power of a broken mind. The climax of the performance was a carefully orchestrated act of controlled chaos. Mac, fueled by adrenaline and desperation, launched into a final, frenzied monologue. He spoke of freedom, of escape, of the absurdity of their situation. He made promises to the trapped comedians, vows of liberation and vengeance against the club that held them captive. He spoke directly to the mannequins, his words laced with contempt and defiance. He invoked the very chaos that fueled the club, using its own weapon against it. As he reached the pinnacle of his chaotic performance, Iris unleashed a powerful surge of energy, a carefully calculated disruption that weakened the club's control to its breaking point. The lights flickered violently, the sounds distorted beyond recognition, the mannequins' painted smiles cracking into fragments. The club's energy field collapsed, leaving behind a chilling silence. Mac collapsed on the stage, exhausted but victorious. The club's control was shattered, but the silence was deceptive. As the dust settled, a chilling realization dawned on them. The mannequins remained motionless, but there was a subtle shift, a chilling stillness that transcended their usual lifelessness. The very air seemed heavier, more oppressive. They had escaped the immediate grasp of the club, but the feeling of being watched, of being controlled, lingered. The escape was a victory, a hard-fought battle won, but the war was far from over. The Spotlight Club was not merely a place, it was a force, and its tendrils of influence extended far beyond the confines of its physical space. They had won a battle, but the fight for their souls and for their very freedom had only just begun. The weight of the stage might be lifted, but the weight of their experience, the lingering darkness of the Spotlight Club, remained a heavy burden, a chilling reminder of the price they'd paid for their freedom. The lingering silence was a testament to their escape, but also a harbinger of the even greater darkness that might lie ahead. Unexpected consequences. The silence following Mac's climactic collapse was a deceptive calm, a thin veneer over a festering wound. The mannequins remained inert, their painted smiles cracked and unsettling, yet a palpable shift had occurred. The air, once thick with the oppressive weight of the club's control, now held a different kind of dread, a chilling stillness that spoke of something far more sinister. It was as if the club itself had retreated, not defeated, but merely biding its time, regrouping for a more insidious assault. Vincent, his face etched with exhaustion and apprehension, moved towards Mac, checking for a pulse. Iris, her eyes wide with a dawning horror, scanned the room, her gaze lingering on the motionless mannequins. Their escape had been a Pyrrhic victory, a hard-fought battle won at a steep cost. The club's influence, they realized, extended far beyond the confines of its dimly lit stage and retro decor. They had broken free from its immediate grip, but its tendrils had sunk deep, leaving a lingering stain on their minds, a subtle distortion in their reality. The first sign of the club's retaliation was subtle, almost imperceptible. A flickering of lights, a discordant note in the sudden silence, a faint chill that seeped into their bones despite the relative warmth of the backstage. Then, the unsettling occurrences escalated. Mac's laughter, once a weapon of wit and self-destruction, now echoed in their minds, a twisted mockery of their supposed victory. The jokes he had told, the dark confessions he had spilled, replayed themselves in their memories, distorted and amplified, turning their own darkest fears and insecurities against them. Vincent, usually the calmest among them, experienced vivid hallucinations. He saw fleeting glimpses of his past failures, his unfulfilled dreams, manifesting as grotesque parodies, mocking his ambitions. Iris, known for her sharp intellect and meticulous planning, found herself plagued by crippling doubts. Her usual clarity of thought was muddied by disorienting visions and a gnawing sense of impending doom. The club's influence didn't simply target their minds, it amplified their deepest flaws, their vulnerabilities, twisting them into weapons of self-destruction. The mannequins, though still, became the focal point of an increasingly unsettling atmosphere. Their painted smiles, though cracked, seemed to subtly shift, to subtly move even in their stillness, as if their blank stares followed them, their motionless forms imbued with a sinister sentience. The room itself felt different. The walls seemed to breathe, the air to hum with a low, resonant frequency that vibrated in their bones, a constant reminder of the club's lingering presence. It was as if the very fabric of reality had been subtly warped, distorted by the club's influence. Their attempts to leave the club were met with unexpected resistance. The exit, once a clear path to freedom, now seemed to shift and change, mocking their attempts to escape. Doors appeared and disappeared, hallways twisted and turned, leading them in circles, each turn intensifying their sense of disorientation and despair. The club, they realized, had become a labyrinth of their own fears and insecurities, a twisted reflection of their own minds. Days turned into nights. Their attempts to escape continued, each failure chipping away at their resolve, their hope. The club, it seemed, had learned from their attack. It had become more subtle, more insidious in its methods, targeting their individual weaknesses and anxieties, playing on their deepest fears to keep them trapped in its nightmarish embrace. Mac's erratic behavior continued, his laughter turning into chilling screams, his jokes morphing into haunting prophecies. He was trapped in a loop, a prisoner not just of the club, but of his own fractured psyche. The club's influence manifested in bizarre, disturbing ways. Objects moved on their own accord, whispers echoed from empty corners, and the air became thick with the stench of decay, a nauseating mix of stale beer and the suffocating smell of death. Sleep offered no respite. Their dreams were invaded by nightmarish visions of the club, their fears amplified, their insecurities twisted into grotesque parodies of their own selves. The line between reality and nightmare blurred, their sanity fraying under the club's relentless assault. Vincent's hallucinatory experiences intensified. He saw distorted versions of his fellow comedians, their faces twisted in agony, their eyes filled with a chilling emptiness. He heard their whispers, their pleas for help, their silent screams for release, all intertwined with the club's menacing laughter. Iris's once sharp intellect was clouded by self-doubt, her sense of direction compromised by the club's deceptive machinations. The club wasn't just a place, it was a psychic parasite, feeding on their anxieties, amplifying their fears, and twisting their deepest insecurities into grotesque manifestations of their own undoing. Mac, however, began to show a new resilience, a grim determination fueled by a growing understanding of the club's power. His laughter, once erratic and uncontrolled, started to take on a different quality, a chilling edge that seemed to mock the club's influence. He recognized the patterns, the subtle shifts, the manipulation tactics the club employed, and he began to use its methods against it. He turned his inner demons into weapons, confronting his fears and insecurities, not through self-destruction, but through a chilling, defiant humor that seemed to cut through the club's suffocating atmosphere. He began to understand the club's reliance on predictability. Their initial escape attempt had worked because it had overwhelmed the club with uncontrolled chaos. Their subsequent failures, however, were caused by their efforts to regain control, to fight the club on its terms. Mac's new strategy involved embracing the chaos, amplifying it, turning the club's manipulations against itself. He would use the club's own weapons, fear, despair, self-loathing, to break its hold, but this time, he wouldn't be its victim. He would become its master. His performances became even more erratic, his jokes more disturbing, his confessions more brutally honest. He incorporated elements from his previous failures, his past regrets, his deepest insecurities, not to surrender to them, but to weaponize them, to turn the club's own methods against it. He became the ultimate embodiment of chaotic energy, a force the club couldn't contain. His laughter, though chilling, was tinged with a defiant glee, a gleeful defiance that seemed to penetrate the club's control. He was playing a dangerous game, but this time he knew the rules. The club's response was immediate, desperate, yet strangely ineffective. The mannequins' movements, though still minimal, seemed more deliberate, their blank eyes somehow more focused, more perceptive. The hallucinations intensified, the whispers became clearer, and the air grew heavier with an ominous presence. But something had shifted. The club's control, once absolute, was now wavering, challenged by Mac's defiant, controlled chaos. The escape had been more than a victory. It had become the catalyst for an even larger battle, a battle for the very soul of the Spotlight Club, a battle they were now prepared to fight. The silence, the stillness, were no longer oppressive, but rather the prelude to a larger, more decisive confrontation. The weight of the stage, the weight of the club, the weight of their past traumas, all of it coalesced into a single, burning determination to break free, not merely from the club's physical confines, but from its psychic grip. The battle for their freedom had only just begun, facing the darkness. The escape, or rather the near escape, had cracked the facade. The Spotlight Club, previously a monolithic entity of unsettling calm, now pulsed with a frantic energy, a desperate attempt to reassert its control. The subtle manipulations had escalated into blatant assaults on their sanity. The flickering lights became strobe-like flashes. The whispers morphed into guttural screams echoing from the unseen corners. And the stench of decay intensified, a suffocating miasma that clung to the back of their throats. Mac, however, found a perverse clarity in the chaos. He had always thrived on the edge, his comedy a razor-sharp dance between laughter and existential dread. But here, in the heart of the supernatural horror show, he discovered a new level of dark artistry, a terrifying self-awareness that could weaponize his deepest fears. He saw the club's strategy, to isolate, to break, to exploit their vulnerabilities, and he decided to embrace it, to turn the club's own tactics against itself. He began to perform again, not for the sake of survival, but as a form of psychological warfare. His routine was a macabre confession, a darkly humorous descent into the abyss of his own psyche. He detailed his failures, his regrets, his insecurities, the very things the club preyed upon, but he did so with a chilling detachment, a sardonic wit that seemed to pierce the veil of the club's influence. He was no longer a victim, he was a conductor of chaos, orchestrating a symphony of self-destruction that aimed to dismantle the club from within. Each joke was a calculated strike, each confession a meticulously placed landmine. He spoke of his failed relationships, his crippling self-doubt, his burning ambition that had consumed him and left him hollow. He dissected his own dark humor, revealing the desperate need for validation, the self-destructive tendencies, the gnawing fear of insignificance. He held nothing back. He exposed the raw, bleeding heart of his being, and in that exposure he found a strange kind of power. Vincent and Iris watched, horrified and mesmerized, as Mac descended further into the abyss. His laughter was no longer a release, it was a weapon, a chilling sound that seemed to vibrate at the very core of the club's existence. His jokes were less funny and more disturbing, his punchlines delivering a grim truth about the nature of ambition, the fleeting nature of fame, and the corrosive effects of the entertainment industry. He painted a vivid picture of the dark underbelly of show business, the cutthroat competition, the crushing pressure, the relentless pursuit of validation that ultimately leads to emptiness. His words were a twisted mirror reflecting the club's own soul, a distorted parody of its desperate need to feed on the dreams and anxieties of others. The mannequins, previously inert, seemed to react to Mac's performance. Their painted smiles twitched, their glass eyes followed his every move, a chilling testament to the club's increasing desperation. The air grew thick with tension, the silence between jokes heavy with anticipation, a morbid expectation of the next terrifying confession. The club was fighting back, but its counterattacks were becoming increasingly erratic, desperate attempts to regain control of a narrative it was losing. Mac's performance wasn't merely comedy, it was a psychological siege. He was dismantling the club's carefully constructed reality, one dark joke at a time. He was attacking its foundation, its very essence, by exposing its parasitic nature. He was stripping away its illusions of control, revealing its desperate need to consume and exploit. He was, in essence, becoming the club's mirror, reflecting its darkness back upon itself. The hallucinations intensified for Vincent and Iris, but now they were different. They were less disorienting and more symbolic, representing their own individual fears and insecurities mirrored by Mac's performance. Vincent, a man driven by the need for approval, saw images of his own failure, amplified by Mac's confession of his own self-doubt. Iris, always in control, experienced visions of her losing her composure, her meticulous plans crumbling under the weight of chaos. They were confronting their own demons through Mac's performance, a shared catharsis born out of the terrifying intimacy of their shared ordeal. As Mac's performance reached its climax, a terrifying revelation emerged. He unveiled the club's true nature, a manifestation of collective anxieties, feeding on the unfulfilled dreams and shattered ambitions of countless performers. He revealed that the club wasn't merely a place, but a parasitic entity, a psychic vampire sustained by the despair and broken dreams of its victims. The mannequins, he revealed, weren't just decorations, they were the solidified remnants of those who failed to escape its clutches. Their painted smiles were the masks of broken hopes, their empty eyes reflecting the hollowness that consumed those who succumbed to the club's seductive embrace. The final joke was a brutal, self-deprecating confession. Mac admitted his own desperation, his own hunger for validation, the depths to which he was willing to descend to achieve fame. He laid bare his soul, his vulnerabilities, his deepest fears. And in doing so, he broke the club's hold, not by brute force or cunning strategy, but by a radical act of honesty, a terrifying display of self-awareness. The effect was instantaneous. The lights stopped flickering, the whispers ceased, and the stench of decay dissipated, leaving behind an unsettling silence. The mannequins remained motionless, but their painted smiles seemed to fade, their glass eyes losing their eerie focus. The oppressive weight of the club's psychic influence lifted, replaced by a liberating emptiness. The club, for the moment, was defeated, but the silence was deceptive, a precarious calm before the storm. Mac, Vincent, and Iris knew that their victory was temporary, a fragile respite in a war far from over. They had managed to sever one of the club's tendrils, but the entity itself remained, lurking in the shadows, waiting for another opportunity to reclaim its victims. The escape was a brutal victory, hard won and tinged with the bitter taste of self-discovery. The true battle, they knew, had just begun. Their scars, both physical and psychological, were a grim testament to the Spotlight Club's enduring power. The stage, once a symbol of ambition and glory, had become a crucible of their darkest selves. They had stared into the abyss, and it had stared back, and in that horrifying encounter, they had found a strange, twisted strength, a resilience that would be tested again and again. The final performance. The air hung thick with anticipation, a palpable tension that vibrated in the very floorboards of the Spotlight Club. Mac, Vincent, and Iris stood backstage, a strange camaraderie forged in the crucible of shared terror binding them together. The club's manipulations had become increasingly blatant, the hallucinatory assaults escalating into full-blown psychological warfare, but they had found a strange resilience, a perverse unity in the face of overwhelming odds. Their escape attempt had been a near miss, a brutal reminder of the club's power. But it had also revealed its vulnerabilities, its reliance on their fears, its parasitic need to feed on their anxieties. Mac, his eyes burning with a feverish intensity, adjusted his microphone. He had meticulously crafted his final performance, a dark, twisted masterpiece designed to dismantle the club from within. It wasn't just a comedy routine, it was a calculated assault on the club's very essence, a theatrical war waged with words and laughter, a macabre symphony of self-destruction. Vincent, usually the epitome of controlled composure, ran a trembling hand through his hair. The hallucinations had intensified, his own deep-seated insecurities laid bare by Mac's unsettlingly honest performance. He had glimpsed his own failures, his need for approval, the hollow emptiness that lurked beneath the surface of his carefully cultivated persona. But in the face of his fear, a different kind of resolve had bloomed, a grim acceptance of the reality of his flaws. He was ready for this final act. Iris, ever the pragmatist, checked her notes, a forced calm masking the underlying terror. The visions she had endured, though nightmarish, had been a strange sort of therapy, forcing her to confront her own rigid control and the fear of chaos that lay beneath it. She had always been the planner, the strategist, but Mac's performance had shown her the limitations of her meticulous plans. She had to embrace the unexpected, surrender to the chaos, to survive. Their strategy was simple, yet audacious. They would perform a three-part act, each comedian playing on the club's weaknesses, peeling back its layers of illusion and exposing its parasitic nature. Mac would begin, diving deep into the darkest recesses of his own being. Vincent would follow, confronting his own insecurities, his need for validation, turning the club's manipulations against itself. Iris would finish, weaving a narrative that shattered the club's carefully crafted reality, exposing its desperation, its fragility. The curtain rose. Mac stepped onto the stage, the spotlight illuminating his gaunt face, his eyes gleaming with a disturbing intensity. He launched into his routine, a chilling monologue that was both brutally honest and hilariously dark. He spoke of his failed dreams, his bitter regrets, the consuming ambition that had led him down a path of self-destruction. He confessed his insecurities, his fear of failure, the hollow feeling of emptiness that fame had left him with. He laid bare his soul, his vulnerabilities, his deepest fears, and in doing so, he transcended mere performance. He created a hypnotic spell. His jokes were less about punchlines and more about revealing truths, the ruthless nature of the entertainment industry, the emptiness of fleeting success, the corrosive effects of ambition. He spoke of the countless performers who had lost themselves in the pursuit of validation, their dreams shattered, their spirits broken, their souls consumed by the Spotlight Club's parasitic existence. He painted a vivid portrait of broken dreams, of ambition turned to dust. His words were infused with a terrifying detachment, a sardonic wit that seemed to pierce the club's illusions of control. He wasn't merely telling jokes, he was conducting a psychological siege, dismantling the club's carefully constructed reality, one dark confession at a time. The mannequins in the audience stirred, their painted smiles twitching, their glass eyes following his every move, a chilling testament to the club's desperate attempts to maintain its control. Vincent followed, his performance a stark contrast to Mac's unhinged confession. His act was more subtle, a carefully constructed narrative that exposed the club's manipulation of his own deepest insecurities. He recounted his past failures, his struggles for acceptance, his desperate need for approval, his crippling fear of rejection. He transformed his vulnerabilities into weapons, using his own self-doubt to undermine the club's hold on him. He turned the club's attempts to break him into an exhibition of his resilience, his humor a shield against despair. His jokes were laced with self-awareness, his punchlines underlining the absurdity of the club's manipulations. He painted a vivid picture of his own struggles, his need for approval, his longing for validation. He dissected the club's tactics, exposing its desperation, its reliance on his insecurities, turning its own psychological warfare against it. He used the club's weapons against it. He used their darkness to illuminate his strength. Finally, Iris took the stage. Her performance was the most chilling of all. She didn't rely on confession or self-deprecation. She confronted the club directly. Her routine was a meticulously constructed narrative that shattered the club's carefully crafted illusion of control. She revealed the club's true nature, a parasitic entity, a psychic vampire sustained by the despair and broken dreams of its victims. She spoke of the countless performers who had been trapped in its clutches, their ambitions crushed, their souls consumed. She described the mannequins as the solidified remnants of those who had failed to escape, their painted smiles masks of broken hope, their empty eyes reflecting the hollowness that consumed those who succumbed to the club's seductive embrace. She painted a horrifying portrait of the club's parasitic nature, its insatiable hunger for despair. Her words were a direct assault on the club's very foundation, a calculated dismantling of its carefully constructed reality. She exposed its desperation, its vulnerability, its parasitic nature, revealing its dependence on the fear and despair of its victims. Her humor was sharp, incisive, her laughter a weapon as devastating as Mac's confessions. As their final act culminated, a collective energy filled the room. The club's manipulation faltered, its control slipped. The lights stopped flickering, the whispers ceased, the stench of decay dissipated, leaving behind a strange, unsettling silence. The mannequins stood motionless, their painted smiles fading, their glass eyes losing their eerie focus. The club's psychic influence was broken. The silence wasn't the silence of victory, but of a precarious truce. They had struck a blow, but they knew the fight was far from over. The Spotlight Club would return, its parasitic nature ensuring its persistence. The escape was a bitter victory, hard one, and tainted with the memory of their darkest selves. They had stared into the abyss, and it had stared back. And in that horrifying encounter, they had found a strange, twisted resilience, a strength forged in the fires of their deepest fears. Their journey had just begun. Confronting the mastermind. The silence that followed Iris's final chillingly accurate monologue wasn't the triumphant hush of victory, but the unsettling quiet before a storm. The mannequins, their painted smiles frozen in a rictus of horrified disbelief, remained eerily still. The air, thick with the lingering stench of decay only moments before, now felt strangely empty. A void, then a tremor. Not in the floorboards, but in the very fabric of reality itself. The retro decor of the Spotlight Club shimmered, the walls rippling like disturbed water. The familiar, oppressive weight of the club's psychic influence began to recede, replaced by something far more unsettling, a feeling of profound cosmic wrongness. From the shadows behind the bar, a figure emerged. It wasn't a grotesque monster or a spectral entity, but a man. Tall, impeccably dressed in a vintage tuxedo, with slicked back hair that gleamed under the stage lights, he possessed an unnerving calmness that belied the chaos he seemingly commanded. His smile, when he finally unveiled it, was predatory, a chillingly pleasant expression that sent shivers down their spines. "Magnificent," he purred, his voice a smooth baritone that seemed to resonate in their very bones. "Absolutely magnificent. Such creativity, such raw, unadulterated despair. You've surpassed even my most ambitious expectations." Mac, Vincent, and Iris exchanged glances. This wasn't a club employee, this was something else entirely. An architect of their torment, a conductor of their fears. "Who are you?" Mac demanded, his voice hoarse, but laced with a newfound, chilling resolve. The encounter with his deepest fears hadn't broken him, it had hardened him. The man chuckled, a low, rumbling sound that seemed to shake the very foundations of the club. "Let's just say I'm the author of your little predicament," he replied, taking a slow, deliberate sip from a crystal glass filled with an amber liquid that shimmered with an unnatural light. "The curator of your nightmares. The impresario of despair." He introduced himself as Arthur Blackwood, a name that echoed with an unsettling familiarity, a resonance that spoke of forgotten lore and whispered legends. He wasn't merely the manager of the Spotlight Club, he was its creator, its puppeteer, the mastermind behind its insidious design. His explanation, chillingly calm and utterly devoid of remorse, painted a picture of a being driven not by malice, but by an almost artistic obsession with the human condition. Blackwood wasn't fueled by hatred or a thirst for power. His motivation was far more disturbing. He was an aesthete of suffering, a collector of broken dreams. The Spotlight Club wasn't simply a place of torment. It was a meticulously crafted performance art piece, a macabre stage where the tragic dramas of human ambition played out to an audience of inanimate witnesses. The mannequins, he explained, were not merely decorations. They were a record of failed aspirations, solidified memories of shattered dreams, each one a testament to the corrosive power of unfulfilled potential. He spoke of his own past, a life dedicated to the pursuit of artistic perfection, a life consumed by a desperate need for validation that ultimately led him down a path of self-destruction. His creation of the Spotlight Club wasn't a malicious act, but a perverse attempt to immortalize his own failures, to capture and preserve the essence of human despair in a tangible, almost beautiful form. The trapped comedians were his unwilling collaborators, their struggles and anxieties raw material in his twisted masterpiece. The club's rules, the manipulation of their fears, the hallucinatory assaults, all were meticulously designed elements, crafted to amplify their suffering and enhance the spectacle. The laughter of the ghost comedians fueled the club, not as some parasitic life force, but as a twisted form of applause, a testament to the success of his artistic endeavor. He described the act of creation as a cathartic process, a way to channel his own self-loathing into something tangible, something lasting. He meticulously orchestrated each comedian's downfall, guiding their descent into despair. Their anxieties turned into fuel for the club's existence. The club itself was a reflection of his own twisted soul, a monument to his obsession with human frailty. The comedians' resistance, their ability to use their own fears as weapons, fascinated him. It was unexpected, even admirable in a morbid, perverse way. He hadn't foreseen their resilience, their ability to transform their suffering into a counter-offensive, their capacity for finding humor even in the face of annihilation. Their performance, he confessed, had been a masterpiece in itself, surpassing his wildest expectations. He almost felt appreciation for their twisted defiance, but the revelation of Blackwood's motivations didn't lessen the threat. He was not driven by a desire for dominance or revenge, but by an obsessive artistic vision. This made him, in a bizarre way, even more dangerous. He wasn't interested in destroying them, he was interested in preserving their suffering, in making it a permanent part of his grotesque creation. Their escape was not a failure to him, but a new challenge, a new opportunity to refine his methods, to further enhance the spectacle. The escape, the shattering of his psychic control, was only a temporary setback. He would adapt, refine his techniques, and prepare a new wave of psychological assault. He wouldn't destroy the Spotlight Club, he would rebuild it, stronger, more insidious, and more perfectly aligned with his macabre vision. The comedians hadn't broken free, they had merely entered a new phase of the game, a more intricate, more terrifying performance, orchestrated by a mastermind far more cunning and ruthless than they could have imagined. The confrontation ended not with a dramatic fight, but with a chillingly polite farewell. Blackwood, seemingly unaffected by their defiance, simply raised his glass in a silent toast to their continued suffering, a gesture that was both chilling and disturbingly artistic. He retreated back into the shadows, leaving the comedians to grapple with the horrifying truth. They hadn't escaped the Spotlight Club, they had simply entered a new act, a more complex, more terrifying chapter in Blackwood's macabre masterpiece. The game was far from over. In fact, it had only just begun. The rules had changed, but the stakes remained the same, their souls, their sanity, their very identities. And the audience, ever silent, ever watchful, remained the inanimate judges of their performance, their painted smiles a chilling testament to the price of ambition. The escape was only a fleeting moment in the grand, grotesque tragedy that was Blackwood's masterpiece. The curtain may have fallen on this act, but the show, tragically, was far from over. The real horror was yet to come. A battle of wits. The air crackled with anticipation, a strange blend of terror and exhilaration. Blackwood's departure hadn't brought peace, it had sharpened the stakes. The silence, heavy with the unspoken knowledge of their precarious position, was broken only by the rhythmic tick-tock of a grandfather clock somewhere within the warped dimensions of the Spotlight Club. The mannequins, their vacant stares fixed upon the stage, seemed to hold their breath, their painted smiles a chillingly passive audience to the battle about to unfold. Mac, his face pale but his eyes burning with a fierce determination, adjusted the microphone. He glanced at Vincent, whose usual sardonic smirk was replaced by a grim focus. Iris, her eyes reflecting the eerie glow of the stage lights, seemed almost serene, a terrifying calm before the storm. They were a team forged in the crucible of shared terror, bound by a desperate hope for survival. Their escape was not a victory, it was a reprieve, a temporary pause in the relentless game Blackwood had designed. "All right," Max said, his voice low and gravelly, a stark contrast to the manic energy he usually displayed. "This isn't about getting laughs anymore. This is about getting out." Their strategy was born out of desperation and a grudging understanding of Blackwood's perverse aesthetic. He valued creativity, despair, the exquisite agony of broken dreams. They would use those very elements as weapons, turning his obsession against him. The performance would be a twisted parody of the club's essence, a darkly comedic assault on Blackwood's sensibilities, an act of defiance that aimed to shatter the very foundation of his bizarre masterpiece. Vincent, the master of observational comedy, went first. His routine, usually laced with gentle irony, took a sharp turn towards the macabre. He dissected the absurdity of their situation, the inherent humor in being trapped in a time-bending comedy club populated by mannequins and the ghosts of failed comedians. Mined the surrealism of their predicament, turning the grotesque into a source of darkly comedic brilliance. His jokes weren't merely funny, they were sharp, surgical strikes at the very heart of Blackwood's artistic obsession, highlighting the inherent ridiculousness of the club's existence. He painted a vivid picture of Blackwood as an eccentric artist whose masterpiece was his own obsessive self-destruction, the club itself a twisted monument to his own failures. Iris, the queen of tragicomedy, followed. Her act was a chilling monologue, a poignant reflection on the fragility of ambition and the corrosive nature of unfulfilled dreams. But woven within the melancholy tale was a thread of mordant wit, a sardonic commentary on the price of fame and the inherent absurdity of chasing success. She didn't shy away from the grim realities of their situation, but she framed them within a framework of darkly comedic irony. She spoke of the emptiness of achieving her dreams, only to find that success had left her with nothing but the echo of her ambitions. Her words weren't just a performance, they were a direct challenge to Blackwood's artistic vision, an assertion of their humanity in the face of his grotesque manipulation. Max's turn was the culmination, the grand finale of their subversive performance. He channeled his own deepest fears and insecurities, transforming them into fuel for a darkly comedic masterpiece. He delved into the painful memories that had shaped his life, the failures and regrets that had haunted him for years. He exposed his vulnerabilities, his insecurities, his anxieties with an almost reckless abandon, making his own suffering a weapon against Blackwood. His jokes were razor-sharp, laced with self-deprecating humor and a brutal honesty that laid bare the raw, throbbing nerves of his soul. He spoke of his own ambition, the relentless pursuit of success that had driven him to the Spotlight Club, the dark price he'd been willing to pay for fame. But his performance wasn't merely a confession, it was a strategic maneuver. He used Blackwood's obsession with human despair as a mirror, reflecting it back at him with a darkly comedic twist. He acknowledged the grotesque beauty of their predicament, the perverse artistry of the club's design, but he challenged Blackwood's assumption that their suffering was the ultimate end. He ended with a joke that wasn't just funny, but deeply subversive, a punchline that implied that Blackwood's creation was, in its own twisted way, a masterpiece of failure. The silence that followed was deafening. The mannequins, their painted smiles frozen in a silent appraisal, remained eerily still. The air was thick with a palpable tension, a mixture of dread and anticipation. Had they succeeded? Had their carefully orchestrated rebellion, this bizarre act of comedic defiance, managed to pierce Blackwood's carefully constructed illusion? Then, a flicker. The grandfather clock chimed, the sound strangely distorted, as if the very fabric of time itself was fraying at the edges. The walls of the Spotlight Club shimmered again, the retro decor warping, shifting, dissolving into a chaotic maelstrom of light and shadow. The oppressive weight of the club's psychic influence began to weaken, replaced by a sense of disorientation, of something unraveling. A low groan echoed through the club, a sound that emanated not from the mannequins or the ghost comedians, but from the very structure of the building itself. The tremor intensified, the ground vibrating with an almost seismic force. Cracks spiderwebbed across the walls, revealing glimpses of a reality beyond their confinement. The mannequins, their painted smiles crumbling, began to topple, their lifeless forms crashing to the floor like dominoes in a morbid game of fate. Blackwood's influence, the meticulous artistry of his torment, was crumbling. Their performance, their defiant act of darkly comedic rebellion, had worked. They hadn't defeated him, not completely, but they had fractured his control, created a crack in his carefully constructed reality, a fissure through which they could escape. As the club disintegrated around them, they ran, not toward freedom, but toward the unknown. The exit was a jagged tear in reality, a chaotic portal that pulsed with an unsettling energy. They didn't look back as they plunged into the darkness, leaving behind the wreckage of the Spotlight Club, the crumbling remnants of Blackwood's macabre masterpiece. Their escape wasn't a triumphant victory, but a desperate flight from a nightmare that might never truly end. The game wasn't over, it had simply entered a new, terrifying phase. They had escaped Blackwood's creation, but they carried the scars, the memories, the unsettling knowledge of what they had witnessed and what they had done. The price of their escape remained to be seen. The laughter of the mannequins, a sound they could now only hear in their nightmares, served as a chilling reminder of the horrors they had faced, and the horrors that might still await them. The real world, they now knew, was no safer than the twisted realm they had escaped. The game, in its own insidious way, continued. Sacrifice and redemption. The escape from the Spotlight Club wasn't a clean break, a neat severance from the nightmare. It was a messy unraveling, a chaotic explosion of warped reality that left them gasping for breath in the inky blackness beyond. The air, thick with the lingering scent of stale cigarettes and despair, tasted of ash and regret. They stumbled through the void, the echoing laughter of the mannequins, a phantom sound clinging to their ears, a chilling soundtrack to their flight. Vincent, ever the pragmatist, was the first to speak, his voice a strained whisper in the oppressive silence. We're out," he said, his voice barely audible, more a statement to himself than to his companions. His usual sardonic wit was absent, replaced by a raw vulnerability that was both jarring and strangely touching. He clutched his sides, his breathing ragged, the strain of their escape evident in his every movement. The escape had demanded a toll, a sacrifice, not just of their time and sanity, but of a part of their very souls. Iris, ever stoic, leaned against a crumbling wall, a wall that seemed to shift and reform as they observed it more closely, the remnants of the club's bizarre architecture clinging to its edges. Her silence was not one of acceptance, but of exhaustion, a profound weariness that settled upon her like a shroud. Her usual ethereal beauty was marred by smudges of dirt and the pallor of intense fear. She stared into the void, her eyes wide and unfocused, as if still grappling with the surreal experience they'd just endured. A silent scream was trapped in her eyes, a testament to the horrors she had faced and the sacrifices she'd made. Mac, however, stood defiant, his posture rigid with a fierce determination that belied his internal turmoil. The escape hadn't broken him, it had hardened him, forged him into something stronger, something more resilient. He was marked, scarred by the experience, but the fire in his eyes remained, burning with a fierce resolve. He ran a hand through his disheveled hair, the exhaustion etched onto his face, but his eyes held a glimmer of something akin to triumph. Their escape had been a calculated gamble, a daring strategy born from desperation. Vincent's darkly humorous observations had chipped away at Blackwood's control, exposing the absurdity of his twisted creation. Iris's poignant monologue had struck a chord, revealing the human cost of Blackwood's artistic obsession, and Mac's brutally honest self-deprecation, his willingness to lay bare his deepest insecurities, had been the final blow, a defiant act of self-sacrifice that had shattered Blackwood's carefully constructed illusion. But the escape had come at a price. Their performance hadn't been a mere show, it was a ritual, a sacrifice to the twisted god of the Spotlight Club. Each joke, each carefully crafted line, had drained a part of them, leaving them emotionally depleted, hollowed out. Vincent's observational humor, once a weapon of gentle irony, now felt like a scar, a reminder of the pain he'd inflicted upon himself to break free. Iris's tragic comedy, once a tool of powerful empathy, now felt like a burden, a heavy weight of unresolved grief. Mac's self-deprecating wit, once a shield against the world, had become a wound, an open sore that exposed the rawness of his soul. The escape itself had also exacted a physical toll. The chaotic unraveling of the club's reality had left them bruised and battered, their bodies aching, their minds reeling. The very air seemed to hum with residual psychic energy, a testament to the supernatural battle they had waged and won. They were survivors, but they were broken survivors, bearing the scars of their harrowing experience. The laughter of the mannequins, their silent judgment, still echoed in their minds, a chilling reminder of the darkness they had faced. As they stumbled through the void, they encountered strange anomalies, flickering images, snippets of forgotten memories, echoes of other comedians lost to the Spotlight Club. They saw Blackwood's shadow, a fleeting glimpse of a spectral figure, a ghostly whisper of his lingering presence. His grip on reality may have weakened, but his influence hadn't completely vanished. He was a virus, his insidious artistic influence clinging to the edges of their reality. They found a way back to what they assumed was their own time, but nothing felt quite right. The familiar streets of their city were subtly altered, distorted, the mundane overlaid with elements of the uncanny, the everyday infused with a lingering sense of the macabre. The transition wasn't seamless. It was disorienting, leaving them stranded on the precipice of something unreal. The world they thought they knew now felt fractured, a distorted reflection of the nightmare they had escaped. The escape, they realized, wasn't simply a matter of getting out. It was a transformation, a metamorphosis that changed them at their core. They had confronted their deepest fears and insecurities, sacrificed a part of themselves to break free from Blackwood's grasp. Their wit, once a source of entertainment, had become a weapon, a tool of survival and self-discovery. Their dark humor, once a coping mechanism, had transformed into a potent force, a means of confronting the darkness and ultimately emerging victorious. Their redemption wasn't about erasing the past, it was about confronting it, about accepting the scars they bore, the memories that haunted them. Their journey through the Spotlight Club wasn't just a fight for survival, it was a confrontation with their deepest selves, a voyage into the abyss of their own souls. The laughter of the mannequins, the chilling whispers of the ghost comedians, became an unsettling reminder of their own fragility and mortality. The escape from the Spotlight Club was the start of a new chapter, not an ending. They were changed, irrevocably marked by their experience. They were scarred, but they were also stronger, more resilient. They carried the weight of their sacrifices, the burden of their memories, but they had also found a strange kind of camaraderie, a bond forged in the crucible of shared terror. They had faced the darkness and emerged victorious, but the darkness had left its mark, transforming them into something new, something more. The game may have ended, but the echoes of the Spotlight Club would forever linger, a chilling reminder of the price of their freedom. They were free, but the world, they now knew, was a far more frightening place than the bizarre comedy club they had escaped. Escape from the spotlight. The alley reeked of stale beer and desperation, a fitting backdrop to their ragged escape. They emerged blinking into the harsh glare of a street lamp, the sudden shift from the perpetual twilight of the Spotlight Club disorienting. The city, once familiar, now felt alien, its sounds muffled, its shapes distorted, as if viewed through a funhouse mirror. The air itself seemed to vibrate with a strange energy, a lingering echo of the supernatural battle they had just fought. Vincent, his usual sarcastic wit subdued, stumbled against a brick wall, his breath coming in ragged gasps. He coughed, a rattling sound that echoed the hollow ache in his chest. "Well," he rasped, his voice a dry whisper. "That was enlightening." The irony was lost, replaced by a profound exhaustion that stole the edge from his words. He looked around, his gaze lingering on the mundane details of the alley. A discarded newspaper, an overflowing bin, a stray cat slinking through the shadows, as if searching for a sense of normalcy that was utterly absent. Iris, her face pale and drawn, remained silent, her eyes unfocused, lost in the aftermath of their escape. The vibrant energy that usually radiated from her had been extinguished, replaced by a profound weariness that clung to her like a shroud. She touched her temple, a gesture that betrayed a lingering headache, a physical manifestation of the mental strain they had endured. The weight of her experiences, the sacrifices she'd made, hung heavy upon her, a burden she carried with stoic silence. Mac, however, felt a surge of adrenaline, a defiant energy that pushed back against the wave of exhaustion threatening to overwhelm him. He was battered, bruised, emotionally drained, but a grim determination burned within him, refusing to be extinguished. The escape hadn't been a victory, it was a hard-won reprieve, a temporary escape from a nightmare that clung to the edges of their reality. "We're not done," he said, his voice low and gravelly, but carrying a weight of conviction that silenced their lingering doubts. He looked at Vincent and Iris, their faces etched with the fatigue of their ordeal, and a strange sense of kinship settled upon them, a bond forged in the fires of their shared trauma. They had faced death, confronted their deepest fears, and emerged, battered but alive. The escape route, they realized, hadn't been merely a physical exodus from the Spotlight Club. It had been a journey through their own minds, a confrontation with their deepest insecurities and regrets. Vincent's meticulously crafted jokes, once sharp and witty, now felt like scars, each one a reminder of the sacrifices he'd made. Iris's deeply personal monologues, her poignant confessions, now echoed in the silence, a testament to her vulnerability. Mac's self-deprecating humor, his brutally honest confessions, now seemed like raw wounds exposed and bleeding. They had paid a price for their freedom, a heavy toll exacted by the Spotlight Club's twisted rules. Their escape had been a calculated risk, a gamble with their very souls. They had manipulated Blackwood's illusions, exploited the club's own rules against it. But the club had fought back, its ghostly audience a persistent threat, its spectral host a malevolent presence that still clung to the edges of their reality. The city, as they began to navigate its disorienting streets, felt like a labyrinth, its familiar landmarks obscured by an unnerving sense of the uncanny. The shadows seemed deeper, the buildings taller, their surroundings subtly altered, as if the club's bizarre reality still bled into their own. The mundane was infused with a lingering sense of the macabre, the ordinary overlaid with the surreal. The escape, they realized, was only the beginning of a far longer, more perilous journey. They sought shelter in a dilapidated bar, its dim interior a stark contrast to the garish spectacle of the Spotlight Club. The air was thick with the smell of cheap whiskey and regret, a fitting atmosphere for their battered spirits. They sat nursing their drinks, the silence punctuated by the clinking of glasses and the murmur of hushed conversations. The city outside, in all its chaotic energy, seemed a distant echo, a world they had momentarily escaped but couldn't entirely shake. Mac, staring into his drink, watched the ice cubes melt, each drop a tiny metaphor for the slow unraveling of their reality. The escape, he realized, had not only taken a toll on their bodies and minds, but had irrevocably altered their perceptions. The line between reality and illusion had blurred, the world they thought they knew now tainted by the supernatural. "It's not over," Vincent finally said, his voice low and serious, shattering the silence. "Blackwood, he won't just let us go." He spoke with the unsettling certainty of someone who had witnessed the chilling power of the Spotlight Club. His words hung heavy in the air, casting a palpable shadow over their fragile sense of safety. Iris nodded, her eyes fixed on some unseen point in the distance. "And a club. It's more than just a place. It's a parasitic entity. It feeds on our fears, our regrets. It wants us back." Her voice was barely a whisper, but her words carried the chilling weight of her experience. Her unwavering conviction sent a fresh wave of dread through the small group. Mac clenched his fist, a surge of determination hardening his features. "Then we fight back," he declared, his voice firm, resolute. "We may have escaped, but we can't let this club consume us. We owe it to ourselves, to the others who didn't make it out, to fight." Their escape hadn't just been a physical act, it had been a spiritual awakening. They had faced their darkest selves, confronted their vulnerabilities, and emerged, scarred but stronger. They had discovered a powerful bond, a camaraderie forged in the crucible of their shared trauma. They knew their fight was far from over. The Spotlight Club, they realized, was not simply a place but a parasitic entity, feeding off their fears and regrets, constantly seeking to reclaim its lost victims. The city, once familiar and comforting, now felt like a hostile territory, a lurking presence threatening to drag them back into the clutches of the club. Their escape was a fragile victory, a temporary respite in a long, arduous war. They were free, but only for now. The battle, they knew, was far from over. The laughter of the mannequins still echoed in their minds, a haunting reminder of the nightmarish reality they had escaped, a chilling prelude to the inevitable return of the Spotlight Club's sinister influence. Their freedom was a temporary reprieve, a fragile victory in a war that had just begun. The city lights blurred, their world transformed into an ominous landscape, a prelude to a much bigger battle yet to come. The scars remain. The flickering neon sign of a greasy spoon diner cast a sickly yellow glow on the rain-slicked street. Mac pushed open the door, the bell above it jingling a discordant welcome. The smell of stale coffee and burnt grease assaulted his nostrils, a stark contrast to the cloying sweetness of the Spotlight Club's artificial paradise. He slumped into a vinyl booth, the sticky surface clinging to his clothes like a second skin. He hadn't slept properly since their escape. Sleep brought visions, the vacant eyes of the mannequins, Blackwood's chilling smile, the echoing laughter that seemed to burrow into his very bones. Even the mundane had become distorted. The hum of the refrigerator sounded like the muffled screams of the trapped comedians. The clatter of dishes resembled the frantic beating of his own heart. He ordered black coffee, the bitterness a welcome antidote to the lingering sweetness of the club's insidious influence. He watched the waitress, her face etched with the weariness of 1,000 sleepless nights, move with a mechanical precision that mirrored the mannequin's unnerving stillness. It was a chilling reminder that the world outside the Spotlight Club wasn't entirely safe, that the club's tendrils had reached out, spreading their insidious influence like a creeping vine. Days bled into weeks, each one a slow descent into a deeper well of exhaustion and paranoia. The city, once a familiar canvas, now felt like a hostile landscape, the shadows teeming with unseen presences, the silence punctuated by phantom laughter. He found himself constantly looking over his shoulder, expecting to see Blackwood materializing from the gloom, his eyes burning with malicious glee. His stand-up act, once his lifeline, his refuge, now felt like a poisoned chalice. The jokes, once sharp and biting, now lacked their usual punchline. They felt hollow, devoid of the life-giving energy that once fueled them. The audience, once a source of validation, now seemed like a faceless mass, their laughter a hollow echo that failed to reach him. He felt disconnected, detached, a ghost performing for ghosts. His relationship with Sarah, his girlfriend, suffered the most. He tried to explain what had happened, but his words seemed inadequate, failing to capture the sheer horror, the surreal nature of his experience. He found himself pushing her away, fearing that his darkness would consume her, that the lingering scent of the Spotlight Club would taint their love. His nightmares bled into his waking hours, manifesting as fits of uncontrollable rage, paranoia, and self-loathing. His laughter, once a weapon, now felt like a mockery, a cruel reminder of his own fragility. Vincent, too, bore the scars of their ordeal. His meticulously crafted cynicism had been stripped bare, revealing a vulnerable soul beneath. He found solace in alcohol, drowning his sorrows in a bottle, the cheap liquor a poor substitute for the camaraderie they had shared in their desperate escape. He spoke of recurring visions of the mannequins, their empty eyes following his every move. He was haunted by the weight of the sacrifices he had made, the jokes that had cost him a piece of his soul. His once sharp wit was now dulled, his usual sarcastic banter replaced by a haunting silence. Iris, ever stoic, seemed to have retreated into herself. Her vibrant energy was dimmed, her usually infectious laughter replaced by a quiet sadness. She avoided crowds, preferring the solitude of her apartment, its walls adorned with photographs of her deceased family members, a constant reminder of her losses. She spoke little, choosing to bury her pain beneath a mask of stoicism. Yet, the lingering shadow of her experience was evident, a palpable weariness that clung to her like a second skin. Her monologues, once deeply personal and revealing, were now replaced with a stark silence, a testament to the trauma that had shattered her spirit. The three of them, once vibrant individuals, were now shadows of their former selves, their lives irrevocably altered by their encounter with the Spotlight Club, Their laughter, once a beacon, was now a distant memory, a mournful echo in the vast emptiness of their changed lives. Their escape had been a victory, but it had come at a terrible cost. The scars remained, deep, visible wounds. That served as a constant reminder of their ordeal. The city, once a source of inspiration and joy, now felt like a prison, its familiar streets echoing with the haunting laughter of the mannequins, their vacant stares following their every move. One night, weeks after their escape, Mac found himself back in the alley where they had first emerged from the club. The rain was falling again, mirroring the tears he couldn't seem to shed. He stared at the brick wall, its surface marred by graffiti and decay, a fitting symbol of his own fractured state. The escape route hadn't just been a physical journey. It had been a harrowing descent into the deepest recesses of their minds, a brutal confrontation with their own deepest insecurities and vulnerabilities. A chilling thought struck him then. They hadn't escaped the Spotlight Club. The Spotlight Club had escaped with them. The memories, the trauma, the lingering sense of unease, it was all a part of them now, interwoven into the fabric of their being. The club had become a parasite, feeding off their fears, their insecurities, their very souls. The jokes, the monologues, the very essence of their being, had been compromised, warped, transformed. Each laugh, once a source of joy, now felt hollow and tainted. He looked at his hands, noticing the tremor that ran through them, a constant reminder of the physical toll the club had taken. The scars were both physical and psychological, deep, lingering wounds that would forever remind him of the nightmarish reality he had experienced. He had escaped the physical confines of the club, but the club itself remained a festering wound within him, an ever-present shadow that threatened to consume him. The city lights blurred, the familiar landmarks now warped and distorted by his altered perception. He was a changed man, irrevocably marked by his brush with the supernatural. The laughter of the mannequins still echoed in his mind, a constant reminder that his escape was only temporary, that the battle was far from over. The scars, both visible and invisible, would forever serve as a haunting reminder of the price he had paid for his fleeting moment of freedom. The world outside, once comforting and familiar, now felt hostile, menacing, constantly threatening to drag him back into the clutches of the Spotlight Club. His fight for freedom was far from over. His scars would forever remind him of that. Adjusting to reality, the greasy spoon diner felt colder now, the warmth of the coffee doing little to thaw the ice that had settled in his bones. The city, once a vibrant tapestry of sights and sounds, was now a muted backdrop to his internal turmoil. The jokes that used to flow effortlessly, sharp and incisive, now felt like lead weights in his stomach. He'd tried a few open mic nights, but the laughter felt wrong. It lacked the desperate, almost frantic energy of the Spotlight Club's audience, the chilling, vacant joy of the mannequins. It was real laughter, sure, but it felt shallow, like a pale imitation of something he'd once known intimately. His apartment, once a haven, now felt like a cage. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of the wind outside, sent a jolt of adrenaline through him. He saw Blackwood's face in the shadows, heard the mannequin's laughter in the silence. He'd tried to talk to Sarah to explain the impossible, but his words came out garbled, a jumble of half-formed sentences and terrified whispers. She'd listened patiently at first, but the look in her eyes had slowly shifted from concern to a cautious distance, a dawning realization that maybe he wasn't just dealing with a bad case of burnout. Maybe he was broken. Vincent, adrift in a sea of cheap whiskey and self-pity, offered little solace. Their nightly phone calls had become a ritual of shared misery, a morbid competition to see who could plumb the deepest depths of despair. He spoke of his dreams now, not the usual cynical musings but visions of the club itself, a grotesque carnival of horrors unfolding in a never-ending loop. The mannequins danced, their vacant eyes following him. He was a prisoner of his own mind. The walls of his own apartment, the very air he breathed, were saturated with the suffocating presence of the club. Iris, ever the enigma, remained withdrawn. She'd barely left her apartment since their escape, her communication reduced to terse text messages. Her stand-up career, which once held so much promise, seemed to have been extinguished. The vibrant energy she once exuded had been replaced by an almost palpable sadness. The bright colors in her life faded to shades of gray. Her grief, once focused on her deceased parents, had now seemingly expanded to include a generalized sorrow that permeated her very being. The laughter of the Spotlight Club had somehow snuffed out her light. The city itself felt different, changed. The familiar streets, once comforting in their routine, felt like a labyrinth of shadows and whispers. He found himself obsessively avoiding the alley where they had escaped, fearing it would be a gateway back into the nightmare. He'd spent countless hours studying maps, comparing the layout of the city with the strange, distorted reality of the club, desperately seeking some kind of explanation, some way to rationalize what he'd experienced. The search for answers was endless, a black hole that consumed more of his time and energy each day. The mundane realities of life, paying bills, grocery shopping, even simple conversations, were fraught with difficulty. Every task felt impossibly heavy, laden with the weight of his trauma. The laughter of the mannequins echoed in his head, a constant reminder of his altered reality. He tried to find comfort in his old routines, but they no longer brought him peace. His comedy, once a source of joy, now felt like a macabre reminder of his ordeal. He tried writing new material, jokes about his experience, but they fell flat, devoid of the sharp wit and biting satire that once defined his act. The jokes felt hollow, a caricature of his true feelings, lacking the sincerity that had always been his strength. He felt like a puppet, his movements controlled by the invisible strings of his trauma. The escape hadn't been a liberation, it was a change of prison, from the physical walls of the Spotlight Club to the walls of his own mind. He started to question his ambitions, his goals, even the foundation of his life. The Spotlight Club had ripped away his illusions of fame and success, revealed the dark underbelly of the entertainment industry, a world where laughter could be a tool of manipulation, a source of power, and a weapon of despair. His drive, once relentless, now felt pointless. The spotlight, once a beacon of hope, now shone on an empty stage, illuminating the emptiness within. The relentless pursuit of success had led him to a point where he questioned everything, where the laughter itself felt hollow. He started therapy, something he'd scoffed at before, convinced he could handle anything on his own. The therapist, a kind but stern woman, listened patiently as he stumbled through his incoherent story, a rambling account of mannequins, ghost comedians, and a club that existed outside of time. He'd expected skepticism, ridicule, perhaps even a diagnosis of severe psychological distress. Instead, she listened, offering measured responses, helping him navigate the emotional wreckage of his experience. Slowly, painstakingly, he began to piece himself back together. He learned to manage his anxiety, to confront his fears, to accept that he'd changed, irrevocably marked by his encounter with the impossible. The scars were deep, but they were a testament to his survival, a reminder that he'd faced his demons and emerged, battered but unbroken. He started writing again, not for the laughter of the audience, but for himself, to exorcise the lingering ghosts of the Spotlight Club. He was still haunted by the laughter, still shaken by his experience, but he was slowly learning to live with it, to integrate it into the fabric of his being. The city felt different now, not as a menacing labyrinth, but as a challenge. He was a survivor, a ghost who had somehow found his way back to the land of the living, albeit scarred and changed. The fight for freedom wasn't over, but it had shifted from escaping the club itself to escaping the lingering effects of its insidious influence. He looked forward, but also backwards, acknowledging the ghosts that still haunted him, and determined that they would not determine his future. He would never forget the Spotlight Club, but he would not let it define him. He would create his own light, his own laughter, in a world that had become both familiar and unfamiliar all at once. The scars remained, a testament to his journey, a constant reminder of the terrifying price of his fleeting moment in the spotlight. The lasting impact. The city lights blurred through the rain-streaked windowpane, mirroring the hazy uncertainty swirling within Mac. His escape from the Spotlight Club hadn't been a clean break. It was more like severing a limb, leaving a phantom ache that pulsed with every beat of his heart. He'd expected relief, a sense of closure, but instead he felt adrift. The laughter of the mannequins, once a terrifying presence, now echoed in the mundane silences, a spectral chorus accompanying his every waking moment. The mundane had become monstrous. The hum of the refrigerator sounded like their chilling cackles, the drip of the faucet a relentless reminder of the ever-flowing river of time the club had twisted. Sleep offered no respite. His dreams were a grotesque replay of his ordeal, a nightmarish loop of flashing lights, distorted faces, and the endless, hollow laughter that clawed at the edges of his consciousness. He woke in a cold sweat, his heart hammering against his ribs, the taste of fear bitter on his tongue. The once familiar comfort of his bed had transformed into a cage, its four walls closing in, stifling him with the suffocating weight of his memories. His apartment, once a sanctuary, now felt contaminated. He found himself obsessively cleaning, scrubbing at the walls, trying to erase the invisible stains of the club's influence. He rearranged his furniture, hoping to break the unsettling feeling of being watched, of being surrounded by unseen eyes. But the feeling persisted, a deep-seated unease that clung to him like a second skin. Even the familiar scent of his old coffee mug, usually a source of comfort, now brought a wave of nausea, reminding him of the stale, cloying air of the club. The lingering effects weren't confined to his home. The city itself felt different, altered. He saw the club's grotesque parody in every brightly lit storefront, every bustling crowd. The faces of strangers seemed to blur, morphing into the vacant stares of the mannequins. He found himself flinching at sudden bursts of laughter, his ears straining for the chilling, artificial sound that had become inextricably linked to his trauma. The soundscape of the city, once a comforting rhythm, was now a cacophony of potential threats, every unexpected noise sending a jolt of adrenaline through his system. His relationship with Sarah was hanging by a thread. His attempts to explain the unbelievable had only pushed her further away. She tried to be supportive, but the sheer impossibility of his story had created an unbridgeable chasm between them. The gap wasn't just a matter of disbelief, it was a rift in their shared reality. He felt increasingly isolated, alone in his nightmare, unable to share his burden, his reality, with someone he loved. The silence between them was heavy, laden with unspoken anxieties and unspoken grief. He was losing her, not to another person but to the insidious tendrils of his own trauma, the lingering shadow of the Spotlight Club. Vincent, his cynical friend, offered little comfort. Their shared misery had grown into a toxic bond, a self-destructive dance of despair and alcohol. Vincent's visions had intensified, becoming increasingly vivid and disturbing, further blurring the line between reality and the nightmares they both shared. He'd begun to talk of the mannequins moving, shifting their positions in his apartment, their empty eyes always watching. His descent into madness mirrored Mac's own struggle, their shared trauma bonding them in a desperate, self-destructive pact. Their once strong bond felt brittle and strained, threatening to snap under the weight of their shared experience. Iris remained an enigma. Her silence felt heavier than any words could convey, a chilling indication of the depth of her suffering. The vibrant energy she'd possessed before their escape was gone, extinguished as if the club had somehow sucked the very life out of her. Her messages were infrequent, cryptic, hinting at a growing desperation, a fear that extended far beyond the immediate trauma of the club. She seemed haunted by something unseen, something deeper, something that echoed the dark, hidden heart of the club itself. The comedy scene had become unbearable. The easy laughter, the appreciative applause, felt alien, mocking his own inner turmoil. The stage, once a place of power and self-expression, was now a terrifying reminder of the club, a place where laughter was a tool of manipulation and control. The very act of performing felt like a betrayal, a sacrifice to the unseen forces that still held him captive. Mac's therapy sessions were a struggle. He found himself unable to articulate the true horror of his experience, the subtle, insidious nature of the club's influence. The therapist, though patient and understanding, couldn't fully grasp the depth of his predicament. His attempts to describe the mannequins, the ghost comedians, the impossible mechanics of the club, only elicited polite nods and well-meaning, but ultimately useless platitudes. He felt utterly alone, his reality rejected, his experience relegated to the realm of delusion. One night, however, while sifting through old photographs, he noticed something peculiar. A recurring detail in several seemingly unrelated pictures, a subtle, almost imperceptible anomaly in the background of each image. A faint, shimmering distortion, like heat rising from asphalt on a summer's day. But this wasn't heat. It was the same distortion he'd seen at the periphery of the Spotlight Club, a ripple in reality. The realization hit him with the force of a physical blow. The club hadn't simply vanished. It was still there, subtly weaving its way into the fabric of his reality, subtly altering the world around him. His escape was only temporary. The fight for freedom was far from over. The city, once familiar and comforting, was again a landscape of hidden threats, an ominous foreshadowing of the unseen horrors that still lingered, still watched, still waited. The lasting impact of the Spotlight Club wasn't just emotional, it was existential. The line between reality and nightmare was now frustratingly, terrifyingly blurred, promising that the true horror was yet to come. The laughter, once a source of power, now haunted him as a chilling premonition of impending doom. Rebuilding his life. The chipped mug warmed his hands, but the lukewarm coffee did little to soothe the icy dread that clung to him. He stared out the window, the city a sprawling, indifferent beast, indifferent to his plight. The vibrant energy that once pulsed through him, the sharp wit that had defined his persona, felt blunted, dulled, as if someone had systematically erased the joy from his soul, leaving behind only a hollow shell. Rebuilding his life felt like trying to sculpt a masterpiece from shattered glass. His attempts at normalcy felt like elaborate charades. He went through the motions, the morning commute, the forced smiles at the coffee shop, the polite conversations with neighbors. Each interaction a painstaking performance designed to mask the gaping chasm of his internal turmoil. He tried writing jokes, but the words felt lifeless, devoid of the dark, sharp wit that had once been his trademark. The punchlines seemed to hang limply in the air, reflecting the emptiness that had taken root within him. His stand-up routine, once a vehicle for his anxieties and frustrations, now mirrored his own desolate state. The laughter of the audience felt distant, hollow, echoing the chilling laughter of the mannequins. The applause, once a comforting reward, felt like a cruel mockery of his broken spirit. The nightmares persisted, relentless and vivid. He dreamt of the Spotlight Club in perpetual twilight, the mannequins shifting, their empty eyes following his every move. He dreamt of Iris, her face pale and drawn, her eyes filled with a silent, desperate sorrow. He dreamt of Vincent, his friend's face contorted in a silent scream, his eyes wide with a terror that reached far beyond the boundaries of sleep. And he dreamt, more often than not, of the echoing laughter, a chilling chorus that pursued him into the waking world, twisting the ordinary into the grotesque. He sought solace in familiar routines, but even these offered little comfort. The books he once loved now seemed shallow, their words failing to penetrate the wall of despair that had grown around him. The music he once cherished now sounded discordant, a harsh reminder of the jarring dissonance of his life. Even his beloved vinyl collection, a testament to his years of passion and dedication, felt tainted, burdened with the weight of his memories. He couldn't bring himself to pick up a record, each album cover a potential gateway to the dark, surreal world of the Spotlight Club. Sarah's presence was a phantom limb, a constant ache of what he'd lost. His attempts at reconnection felt awkward, forced. He tried to explain, to share the burden of his experience, but the chasm between them remained wide, unbridgeable. Her supportive words were like pebbles tossed into a vast, uncaring ocean. He felt her slipping away, her love a fragile thing, eroded by the relentless tide of his trauma. The silence that hung between them was heavy with unspoken anxieties, with unspoken grief, with the unspoken knowledge that their worlds, once aligned, were now irrevocably different. He saw pity in her eyes, and the pity was worse than rejection. It implied a certain finality. Vincent's condition worsened, the hallucinations intensified, the visions growing increasingly vivid and bizarre. He spoke of the mannequins moving within his apartment, their vacant eyes watching him sleep, their presence a constant, suffocating weight. He'd barricade his doors, whispering about the laughter that never stopped. His descent into madness felt like a mirror reflecting Mac's own struggle, a painful reminder that the darkness of the Spotlight Club had claimed them both. Their friendship, once a source of strength, now felt like a toxic bond, a self-destructive dance of despair and self-medication. Iris remained an enigma, a silent, haunting figure lurking on the edges of his thoughts. Her infrequent messages felt like desperate cries for help, muffled and veiled in cryptic language. She hinted at a growing despair, a fear that extended far beyond the immediate trauma of their shared experience. The vibrant energy that had once characterized her was gone, replaced by a chilling stillness that spoke of a deeper, more insidious horror. She was fading, and Mac felt helpless to stop it. The connection between them, once so strong, felt like a thread frayed to the point of snapping. Mac sought professional help, but therapy offered little solace. He struggled to articulate the true horror of his experience, the subtle, insidious nature of the club's influence on his mind and reality. He tried to describe the mannequins, the ghost comedians, the unsettling mechanics of the time-bending club, but his words fell flat, lacking the power to convey the sheer impossibility of what he'd endured. The therapists, though well-meaning, offered platitudes and vague reassurances, unable to comprehend the depth of his trauma. He felt alienated, alone in his experience, his reality dismissed as delusion, his pain minimized. Then came the dreams. They weren't just replays of the past, they were prophecies of the future. He saw the Spotlight Club, not as a dilapidated building, but as a constantly shifting entity. He saw the mannequins not as mere props, but as sentinels of a reality beyond comprehension. He saw the ghost comedians, not as victims, but as unwilling participants in some cosmic joke. The laughter, once a distant threat, was now woven into the fabric of his dreams, a constant, chilling reminder of the club's enduring presence. The final dream was the most terrifying. He was back in the Spotlight Club, not as a performer, but as a mannequin, his eyes vacant, his expression frozen in a rictus of forced merriment. The laughter surrounding him wasn't artificial, it was real, emanating from the souls of trapped comedians, their torment fueling the club's unnatural existence. He was one of them, trapped in a perpetual cycle of misery, his essence slowly being consumed by the club's insatiable hunger. He woke with a gasp, his heart pounding, the chilling laughter still echoing in his ears. It wasn't just a nightmare, it was a stark, terrifying premonition of what could still happen. The battle wasn't over. The Spotlight Club still existed, not in a specific location, but in the spaces between realities, in the cracks in the fabric of his very existence. His escape had been temporary, a reprieve in an unending war against the impossible. The rebuilding of his life wasn't just a personal journey, it was a fight for his very soul. The laughter of the mannequins was the soundtrack to this fight, the chilling reminder of the horrors that still lurked in the shadows, waiting to claim him. His fight for normalcy was a fight for survival against a reality far more terrifying than he could have ever imagined. The road ahead was long and fraught with peril, but he knew, with a chilling certainty, that he couldn't afford to lose. New perspectives. The therapist's office smelled faintly of antiseptic and despair, a fitting aroma for the sterile clinical dissection of his trauma. Mac found himself struggling to articulate the sheer absurdity of it all. The mannequins, the spectral comedians, the temporal anomalies, it all sounded like a fever dream, a fantastical yarn spun from the fabric of a fractured mind. He tried to explain the mechanics of the club, the way each joke affected the audience, the chilling laughter that fueled its existence, but his words felt inadequate, clumsy, failing to capture the unsettling reality of his experience. He felt like a failed comedian, bombing on the most important gig of his life, the struggle to be believed. His newfound perspective on fame, once a glittering beacon, now felt tainted, tarnished by the grim reality of the Spotlight Club. He had chased the spotlight, the adoration, the validation, the things he thought would fill the void within him. But the club had exposed the hollowness of such pursuits, the grotesque underbelly of ambition, where souls were sacrificed on the altar of fleeting glory. The laughter of the audience, once a drug, now felt like a mocking reminder of his naive pursuit. He realized that true fulfillment wasn't found in the applause of a crowd, but in the quiet moments of genuine connection, moments that the Spotlight Club had cruelly stripped away. The price of success, he learned, could be far steeper than he ever imagined. He'd witnessed firsthand the erosion of the human spirit, the gradual decay that came from trading authenticity for artificiality. The ghost comedians, their laughter a chilling symphony of despair, were testaments to this terrible truth. Each joke they'd told, each desperate attempt to keep the audience alive, had chipped away at their very essence, leaving behind only hollow shells of their former selves. Their stories were cautionary tales, warnings whispered on the wind of his broken dreams. He saw his reflection in their vacant eyes, a horrifying preview of a potential future if he let the Spotlight Club's influence consume him. His own life before the club had been a carefully constructed facade, a performance designed to impress an audience both real and imagined. He'd spent years crafting his persona, honing his wit, striving for the elusive perfection that he thought would bring him happiness. But the Spotlight Club had stripped away the layers of pretense, revealing the insecurities and anxieties that lay beneath the surface. The club had been a mirror, reflecting back not just his flaws, but the inherent darkness that resided within him, and within all those who chase the fleeting glories of fame. His time in the club had been a crucible, forging him anew in the fires of despair and near death. He emerged from the experience scarred but not broken. The trauma was indelibly etched onto his soul, but it had also instilled within him a profound sense of empathy, a deep understanding of the human condition and the fragility of life. The laughter of the mannequins, once a source of terror, now served as a stark reminder of the consequences of unchecked ambition. He started writing again, but the jokes were different. They weren't merely punchlines crafted for cheap laughs. They were narratives, explorations of his experience, reflections on the darkness he'd confronted and the resilience he'd discovered within himself. His humor, once sharp and cynical, now possessed a depth, a poignant understanding of the human experience that resonated with a raw honesty. The laughter that now greeted his performances felt different too, genuine, empathetic, born from shared understanding rather than simple amusement. His audience wasn't just entertained, they were moved, connected on a deeper level. Vincent's slow descent into madness continued, a painful reminder of the club's lingering influence. Mac visited him often, bringing him books and records, attempting to reach him through the fog of his hallucinations. He read to him, played his favorite music, hoping to break through the wall of despair that separated them. It was a desperate attempt to salvage a friendship that had been fractured by the club's malevolent magic. The conversations were strained, filled with silences and fragmented thoughts, but Mac found a strange comfort in simply being present. The shared trauma had forged a bond between them, a dark brotherhood forged in the fires of the Spotlight Club. Iris's cryptic messages continued, their veiled language hinting at a deeper, more sinister threat. She spoke of shadows, of whispers in the night, of a growing darkness that seemed to be consuming her. Her words felt distant, detached, as if she were communicating from some other dimension. Mac felt a growing unease, a sense that the club's influence was still spreading, its tendrils reaching beyond the confines of its retro existence. He tried to contact her, to offer help, but his efforts were met with silence, a chilling vacuum that amplified his anxieties. Her absence, both physical and emotional, was a constant reminder that his escape from the Spotlight Club was only the beginning of a much larger struggle. His relationship with Sarah remained fragile. He attempted to explain his experiences, to share the burden of his trauma, but the gulf between them remained unbridgeable. He'd learned that some wounds were too deep, too profound, to be healed through mere words. The chasm of understanding between them was a constant reminder of the chasm that existed between the ordinary and the extraordinary, the mundane and the horrifically surreal. He saw the fear in her eyes, a fear he couldn't dismiss or mitigate. His own fear echoed hers, creating a silent battleground of unspoken anxieties and shared helplessness. The nightmares persisted, morphing and evolving, reflecting his changing understanding of the Spotlight Club's true nature. The club wasn't merely a physical location, it was a state of mind, a manifestation of his own deepest fears and insecurities. It was a dark reflection of the entertainment industry itself, a grotesque parody of the relentless pursuit of fame and the often brutal cost of achieving it. The mannequins, no longer merely props, represented the soulless, vapid nature of superficial success. The ghost comedians, once victims, now appeared to him as unwilling collaborators, bound to the club's existence by their own unfulfilled desires and unresolved regrets. He realized that the Spotlight Club wasn't just a place to escape, it was a metaphor for the dark undercurrents of ambition, for the seductive nature of fame, and for the ever-present danger of losing oneself in the relentless pursuit of validation. The laughter of the mannequins became a chilling soundtrack to his life, a reminder that his ordeal wasn't over. His battle against the Spotlight Club wasn't just a fight for his own survival, it was a battle against the seductive darkness that lurks within the human spirit, the darkness that fuels the relentless pursuit of fame and often devours those who achieve it. The scars remained, etched deep into his soul, a constant reminder of the horrors he had witnessed, but they were also a testament to his resilience, to his ability to confront the darkness and emerge, scarred but alive, transformed by his ordeal. His journey wasn't merely a story of survival, it was a cautionary tale, a dark comedy of ambition and its ultimately devastating consequences. The laughter echoed, not in mocking cruelty, but as a chilling reminder of the fight that still lay ahead. The war was far from over. The Spotlight Club, in all its insidious forms, was a persistent shadow, ever present in the corners of his mind, a constant threat to his hard-won sanity. His escape was but a temporary reprieve, a brief respite in a perpetual battle for his very soul, haunted by memories. The city lights blurred into a chaotic smear of color outside his window, mirroring the storm raging within him. Sleep offered no solace, only a descent into a nightmarish landscape where the laughter of mannequins echoed through cavernous halls. The spectral comedians leering from the shadows, their eyes burning with a chilling, knowing emptiness. The boundary between dream and reality dissolved, leaving Mac adrift in a sea of fractured memories and hallucinatory visions. One moment he was in his apartment, the familiar scent of stale coffee and anxiety clinging to the air. The next, he was back in the Spotlight Club, the sickly sweet odor of decay and desperation clinging to his throat. The faces of the ghost comedians twisted and morphed, their features becoming grotesque caricatures of his own anxieties and insecurities. Their laughter was a symphony of despair, a constant reminder of the price he'd paid for his escape. Vincent's gaunt face would flicker into existence, his eyes wide with a terror that reflected Mac's own internal struggle. He'd see Iris, her form shimmering and indistinct, whispering warnings that dissolved into the eerie silence of the club. Each nightmare chipped away at his sanity, leaving him feeling fragile, unmoored. He found himself questioning the solidity of his perceptions, wondering if he was truly awake or perpetually trapped in the club's nightmarish embrace. Days bled into weeks, each morning bringing a fresh wave of exhaustion and trepidation. The therapist's couch became a familiar battleground where he attempted to articulate the unspeakable. But the words failed him, proving inadequate to capture the surreal horror of his experiences. He'd tried to describe the temporal distortions, the unsettling way time seemed to warp and bend within the club's walls, but his descriptions sounded like the ramblings of a madman. He felt like a broken record, repeating the same story again and again, only to be met with skeptical stares and patronizing nods. The weight of his unspoken truth was a crushing burden. The professional detachment of his therapist offered no comfort, only reinforcing his growing sense of isolation. He felt utterly alone in his experience, a solitary voyager navigating a sea of disbelief and incomprehension. His friends, his family, even Sarah, their concern felt like a cruel mockery, an inability to truly comprehend the cosmic horror he'd endured. He started keeping a journal, a frantic scrawl of fragmented thoughts and chilling memories. He filled pages with descriptions of the mannequins' unsettlingly lifelike stillness, their vacant eyes seeming to follow him even in the darkness of his apartment. He detailed the spectral comedians' jokes, their macabre humor laced with desperation and despair. He recorded the chilling echoes of laughter that pursued him even in his waking hours. The act of writing became a form of self-therapy, a desperate attempt to wrestle his demons into some semblance of order, to make sense of the chaos that had become his life. The journal became a testament to his struggle, a chronicle of his descent into madness and his slow, arduous climb back towards sanity. He found a peculiar solace in the act of documenting his ordeal, the lines on the page becoming a tangible representation of the intangible horrors that haunted him. His humor, once a sharp weapon against the world, now felt brittle, fragile. The jokes that once flowed effortlessly now felt forced, strained. He tried to write new material, to find the humor in his experiences, but the words felt hollow, devoid of the vitality that had once characterized his comedy. The laughter of the mannequins seemed to mock his attempts at levity, their silent judgment a constant reminder of the gravity of his situation. He tried stand-up again, testing the waters of the comedy scene, but the stage felt like a precarious precipice. The spotlight, once his refuge, now felt like a spotlight on his unraveling mind, his every misstep magnified, each failed joke another hammer blow against his already fragile confidence. The nightmares continued, growing in intensity, weaving themselves into his waking life. The line between dream and reality blurred, creating a disorienting, surreal existence where the familiar was subtly, disturbingly altered. His apartment seemed to shift and change, the walls breathing, the shadows shifting and coalescing into grotesque parodies of the mannequins. He'd see the comedians in the reflection of his windows, their skeletal forms twitching and beckoning. The everyday sounds of the city, the honking of cars, the distant sirens, morphed into the eerie laughter of the mannequins, the chilling whispers of the spectral comedians. His own reflection became a source of terror, his eyes mirroring the haunted gaze of the trapped comedians. He questioned his own sanity, his mind a battlefield between the memories of the surreal and the chilling reality of his waking life. The world seemed to conspire to push him further into the abyss, the boundaries of his reality dissolving into the surreal landscape of the Spotlight Club. Vincent's descent deepened. His sanity was completely eroded, his hallucinations so vivid they seemed more real than Mac's own reality. Mac's visits to Vincent became acts of desperation, a futile attempt to reach a friend lost in a labyrinth of his own making. He read to Vincent, played his favorite records, whispered stories of a world outside the suffocating grip of the Spotlight Club's lingering influence. He desperately tried to spark a flicker of recognition, a sign that somewhere within the ravaged remnants of Vincent's mind, his friend still existed. But Vincent only stared, his eyes vacant, his responses non sequiturs, his words a confusing tangle of half-remembered jokes and chilling prophecies. The conversations were filled with agonizing silences, each pause stretching into an eternity, a grim testament to the irreversible damage inflicted by the club. The shared trauma bound them together, forging a dark kinship, yet the distance between them remained vast, insurmountable. Iris remained elusive, her cryptic messages growing increasingly frantic, more disturbing. She wrote of a growing darkness, a sinister force that seemed to be spreading, reaching out from the Spotlight Club, its tentacles wrapping around the unsuspecting. Her words painted a terrifying picture of a world on the brink of a cosmic upheaval. Mac felt a rising tide of panic, a sense that he hadn't escaped the Spotlight Club. Rather, he'd merely stumbled into the eye of a much larger, far more dangerous storm. The chilling silence between her messages only fueled his growing fear, reinforcing the terrifying reality that he was far from safe. His relationship with Sarah remained fractured. He tried to explain his experiences, to ease her fears, but the words failed. To bridge the chasm of disbelief that separated them, he saw his own reflection in her eyes, fear and a deep, abiding sorrow, mirroring his own. He saw that he couldn't bridge the gap between their worlds, the world of the mundane and the monstrous reality that had irrevocably altered his own. He felt more alone than ever, adrift in a silent sea of isolation. The weight of his experience bore down on him, crushing his spirit, threatening to drag him back into the nightmarish depths of the Spotlight Club's insidious influence. The war, he knew, was far from over. The battle for his sanity, his very soul, had only just begun. Signs of the club's return. The flickering neon sign of a late-night diner cast an eerie glow on the rain-slicked street, painting the scene in a lurid, almost theatrical light. Max sat hunched over a lukewarm cup of coffee, the bitter taste mirroring the bitterness in his soul. He'd been trying to rebuild his life, piece by piece, but the fragments felt jagged, refusing to fit together neatly. The therapist's assurances felt hollow, the medication a dulling of the edges rather than a true healing. He'd even attempted a few open mic nights, the familiar sting of rejection, a strangely comforting counterpoint to the surreal horror he'd experienced. The laughter, once his lifeblood, now felt like a fragile, easily shattered thing. Then, the whispers started. At first they were faint, almost imperceptible, like the rustling of leaves in a silent forest. A muffled chuckle here, a spectral sigh there. He dismissed them as the remnants of his trauma, the echoes of the Spotlight Club clinging to the fringes of his sanity. He'd chalk them up to the lingering effects of sleep deprivation or the medication he'd been prescribed. But the whispers grew stronger, more insistent, weaving themselves into the fabric of his daily life. He'd hear them in the hum of the refrigerator, the drip of the faucet, the distant sirens wailing in the night. They were everywhere and nowhere at once, a maddening, insidious presence that chipped away at his fragile peace. He started seeing things too. Not full-blown hallucinations, not yet, but unsettling glitches in reality, subtle distortions of the familiar. The shadows seemed to lengthen and deepen, taking on a life of their own, morphing into grotesque parodies of the mannequins he'd encountered in the Spotlight Club. His reflection in the mirror would flicker, momentarily revealing the gaunt, hollow-eyed face of Vincent, his friend lost to the club's malevolent embrace. The feeling of being watched intensified, a constant, unsettling awareness that he was never truly alone. One evening, while walking home from a particularly dispiriting open mic night, he passed a small, unassuming alleyway. He'd never noticed it before. It was tucked away, almost hidden, as if deliberately concealed from view. As he passed, a sudden chill permeated the air, and a wave of nausea washed over him. He stopped, his heart pounding in his chest. A faint scent, sickly sweet and decaying, wafted from the alley, instantly transporting him back to the suffocating atmosphere of the Spotlight Club. He hesitated, his instincts screaming at him to flee. But an irresistible curiosity, a morbid fascination, propelled him forward. He stepped into the alley, his eyes scanning the darkness. The air grew heavier, thicker, the scent of decay intensifying. He heard a faint rhythmic tapping, like someone drumming their fingers on a hard surface. He followed the sound, his heart pounding in his ears. The alley twisted and turned, its dimensions shifting in a disorienting, surreal manner, mirroring the unsettling temporal distortions he'd experienced in the club. He emerged into a small, square courtyard, shrouded in an unnatural darkness. In the center stood a single, solitary spotlight, casting an intense beam of light that illuminated nothing but an empty space. It was eerily similar to the stage in the Spotlight Club, but smaller, more intimate, yet still possessing an overwhelming sense of foreboding. The rhythmic tapping continued, growing louder, more insistent. He approached the spotlight, his senses overwhelmed by a wave of dread. As he drew closer, he saw it. Not a physical object, not exactly, but a shimmering, translucent outline, a ghostly manifestation of the Spotlight Club's stage. The tapping now resonated deep within his chest, a haunting echo of the laughter of the mannequins. He felt a presence, a malevolent force, lurking just beyond the veil of reality, observing him, waiting. Suddenly, a single mannequin materialized within the circle of light. It was impeccably dressed, elegant and poised, yet its face was devoid of expression, its eyes vacant, staring into the void. It stood motionless, yet its stillness felt strangely threatening, its presence heavier than any living being could ever be. The rhythmic tapping ceased, replaced by a low guttural hum that vibrated through the ground, up his legs, into his very bones. He tried to speak, but his voice failed him, caught in his throat. The hum intensified, the air growing thick with anticipation, the feeling of impending doom suffocating. He knew with a certainty that chilled him to the marrow that this was not just a remnant of the Spotlight Club. This was a sign, a warning. The club was returning. Days turned into weeks, each one bringing new signs of the club's imminent resurgence. Strange dreams, more vivid and disturbing than ever, plagued his sleep, blurring the line between fantasy and reality. He'd find himself back in the club, surrounded by the mannequins, their eyes following his every move. The ghost comedians whispered jokes in his ear, their laughter chilling him to the bone. He started seeing fleeting glimpses of the club in everyday objects, distorted reflections in shop windows, eerie echoes in the sounds of the city. The numbers on clocks would inexplicably shift, hinting at the warping of time. He noticed recurring patterns in seemingly mundane events. The repetition of specific numbers, words, phrases, creating a sense of a hidden order, a sinister design. He couldn't quite grasp the pattern, but he felt a growing sense of unease, an impending sense of doom. He tried to warn Sarah, but his words sounded like the ravings of a madman, his descriptions of flickering realities and temporal shifts falling on deaf ears. His friends tried to help, but their sympathy only exacerbated his feelings of isolation, their inability to understand his plight only deepening his despair. The weight of his unspoken truth was a crushing burden. The city itself seemed to be changing, subtly but perceptibly. The familiar streets felt altered, distorted, the layout shifting and morphing in a disorienting manner. Buildings seemed to vanish and reappear, the usual urban chaos replaced by an unsettling quiet punctuated by the occasional unnerving laughter that echoed through empty spaces. It felt as though the very fabric of reality was unraveling, the world around him slowly, transforming into a nightmarish reflection of the Spotlight Club. He revisited Vincent, finding him even more withdrawn, lost in a world of his own making. Vincent's reality had become a chaotic and confusing blend of half-remembered jokes and chilling prophecies, a twisted parody of the world outside. Mac couldn't reach him, not anymore. The distance between them felt vast and insurmountable. He was adrift in a sea of isolation, haunted by the echoes of laughter and the knowledge that the Spotlight Club's return was inevitable. His own sanity hung precariously in the balance, his struggle to reconcile the mundane reality with his surreal experiences becoming increasingly desperate. His fear intensified as he recognized the signs, the subtle distortions in the fabric of his reality. The nightmares continued, weaving themselves into his waking life, creating a disorienting, surreal existence where the familiar was subtly, disturbingly altered. His apartment seemed to shift and change, the walls breathing, the shadows shifting and coalescing into grotesque parodies of the mannequins. He'd see the comedians in the reflection of his windows, their skeletal forms twitching and beckoning. The everyday sounds of the city, the honking of cars, the distant sirens, morphed into the eerie laughter of the mannequins, the chilling whispers of the spectral comedians. His own reflection became a source of terror, his eyes mirroring the haunted gaze of the trapped comedians. He started carrying a notebook everywhere, frantically scribbling down the details of his experiences. The journal became his lifeline, his way of grappling with the chaos that surrounded him. He documented the subtle shifts in his perception, the strange occurrences, the unsettling changes in the city. It became a record not only of his personal torment, but also of a world slowly succumbing to the insidious influence of the Spotlight Club. The very act of writing became a frantic attempt to impose some order on the chaos, to wrest control from the surreal horror that threatened to consume him. He knew that he wasn't alone in this. Iris's warnings echoed in his mind, a chilling premonition of a larger, far more dangerous threat. The whispers, the visions, the distortions, they were all connected, all part of a larger pattern, an inevitable return of the Spotlight Club, a dark prelude to a cosmic upheaval that threatened to swallow the world whole. The fight for his sanity, his soul, had only just begun, and this time the stakes were far higher. The game, he knew, was about to begin again. Seeking help. The sterile scent of antiseptic and the muted hum of fluorescent lights did little to soothe the turmoil within Mac. Dr. Albright, a woman with kind eyes and a reassuring smile that didn't quite reach them, sat across from him, her pen poised over her notepad. He'd sought her out, a last resort, a desperate attempt to regain some semblance of normalcy. The whispers, the visions, the constant feeling of being watched, they were relentless, chipping away at the fragile dam he'd built around his sanity. He recounted his experiences, the surreal horrors of the Spotlight Club, the ghostly comedians, the lifeless audience of mannequins. He expected skepticism, a diagnosis of PTSD, maybe a prescription for stronger medication. Instead, Dr. Albright listened, her expression remaining carefully neutral, her gaze unwavering. She didn't dismiss his story as delusion or fantasy. She didn't flinch at the grotesque details, the chilling laughter, the warping of time. She simply listened, offering occasional nods and encouraging him to continue. "It sounds unbelievable," she finally said, her voice soft, measured. "But I believe you." The weight of her belief settled upon him, a surprising relief after weeks of feeling utterly alone in his madness. He described the recurring patterns, the unsettling changes in the city, the subtle distortions of reality. He detailed the nightmares, the constant feeling of being watched, the whispers that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of existence. Dr. Albright asked questions, probing gently, carefully navigating the treacherous landscape of his trauma. She explored his past, his childhood, his relationship with his parents, searching for clues, for patterns, for anything that might offer an explanation, a framework for understanding his experiences. She suggested techniques for managing his anxiety, grounding exercises to help him stay anchored in reality when the hallucinations threatened to overwhelm him. She didn't promise a cure, not yet, but she offered hope, a lifeline in the turbulent sea of his fractured mind. The therapy sessions became a ritual, a refuge from the insidious whispers and unsettling visions. He learned to identify the triggers, the situations and stimuli that exacerbated his symptoms. He learned coping mechanisms, techniques for managing his anxiety, grounding himself in the present moment when the spectral echoes of the Spotlight Club threatened to pull him under. He began to keep a detailed journal, meticulously documenting his experiences, his thoughts, his feelings. The act of writing became a form of self-therapy, a way of organizing the chaos, of imposing order on the surreal horror that haunted him. He explored his past, confronting the regrets and insecurities that had fueled his ambition and ultimately driven him into the jaws of the Spotlight Club. He uncovered buried traumas, long-suppressed memories that had festered in the shadows of his subconscious. He delved into the roots of his obsessive need for validation, the insatiable hunger for laughter and applause that had led him down such a dark path. He confronted the shadows of his past, the painful memories, the unspoken fears, the regrets that had shaped him into the man he was. His relationship with Sarah became another focus of his. Therapy. He'd initially kept his experiences hidden from her, fearing her disbelief, her rejection, but with Dr. Albright's guidance, he began to open up, sharing his story in fragments, cautiously testing the waters. Sarah's reaction was a mixture of disbelief, fear, and unwavering support. She couldn't fully understand what he was going through, but she didn't dismiss his experiences as fantasy. She listened, she offered comfort, and she stayed by his side, her presence a constant reassurance in the face of his overwhelming fear. The therapy wasn't a quick fix. It was a slow, arduous process, a gradual unraveling of the trauma that had taken root deep. Within him, he experienced setbacks, moments when the whispers intensified, when the visions became overwhelming, when the distortions of reality threatened to consume him. There were days when he felt like he was making no progress, when the weight of his experiences felt too heavy to bear. But he persevered, driven by a desperate need to regain control of his life, to escape the suffocating grip of the Spotlight Club's malevolent influence. He learned to recognize the signs, the subtle shifts in perception, the insidious whispers that heralded a resurgence of the club's power. He began to anticipate the attacks, to develop strategies for managing the symptoms, grounding himself in the present moment, clinging to the stability of the tangible world. The city, once a source of fear and anxiety, started to feel a little less menacing. The distortions became less frequent, the whispers less insistent. The laughter that had once echoed through empty spaces became a distant, fading memory. He learned to navigate the altered reality, to find his way through the shifting streets, the morphing buildings. He began to reclaim his life, piece by piece, painstakingly rebuilding his shattered sense of self. The sessions with Dr. Albright continued, but their focus shifted. He was no longer consumed by the immediate trauma of the Spotlight Club. He was learning to live with the lingering effects, to integrate his experiences into his sense of self, to find meaning and purpose in the aftermath of his ordeal. He was learning to accept the scars, both visible and invisible, that the club had left behind. His comedy started to change. His material, once sharp and cynical, now possessed a depth, a vulnerability, a darkness that resonated with a raw honesty. He channeled his trauma into his act, transforming his pain into art, his fear into laughter. His jokes weren't just punchlines, they were explorations of the human condition, raw and unflinching, honest and painful. The laughter wasn't the hollow, frantic laughter of the mannequins, fueled by desperation and despair. It was the genuine laughter of catharsis, of healing, of acceptance. It was the laughter of a man who had stared into the abyss and emerged, scarred but alive, his spirit unbroken, his voice stronger than ever. The Spotlight Club might have tried to steal his soul, but it hadn't succeeded. He was still here. He was still fighting, and he was still laughing. The game, he knew, wasn't over, but he was ready to play, unraveling the mystery. The city felt different now, subtly altered, as if viewed through a slightly warped lens. Even the mundane, the flickering streetlights, the distant sirens, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, carried a faint echo of the Spotlight Club's unsettling ambience. Mac knew he wasn't fully recovered. The whispers still came, though less frequently, more like the rustling of leaves in a distant forest than the screams in his head. The therapy had helped, grounding him, but the memory of the mannequin's vacant stares, the ghostly comedian's desperate laughter, remained a persistent, chilling undercurrent to his life. His investigation began not in dusty archives or forgotten basements, but in the seemingly innocuous world of vintage comedy memorabilia. He'd started collecting old posters, vinyl records, and faded photographs of long-forgotten comedians, a morbid fascination born from his own brush with oblivion. One such poster, depicting a grinning vaudeville performer with unsettlingly vacant eyes, caught his attention. The name beneath it, Silas Blackwood, resonated with an unnerving familiarity. It wasn't just a name, it felt like a key, unlocking a forgotten chamber of his memory. He tracked down an antique shop owner, a wizened old man with eyes that held the glint of secrets. The man, whose name was Mr. Finch, was initially reluctant, his reticence laced with a palpable fear. But Mac's persistent questioning, his unwavering gaze, eventually broke through his defenses. Mr. Finch revealed that Silas Blackwood wasn't just a comedian. He was the club's founder, a man obsessed with immortality, a twisted visionary who'd sacrificed everything and everyone for his twisted dream of eternal laughter. "They say he made a deal," Mr. Finch whispered, his voice barely audible above the ticking of an ancient grandfather clock. "A deal with things best left undisturbed. The laughter. It's the fuel, you see, the lifeblood of the whole damned thing. Blackwood sought eternal fame, but he got something far worse." He paused, his gaze fixed on a point beyond Mac, a flicker of fear crossing his face. He trapped them, you see, trapped the laughter itself. Mac's research led him down a rabbit hole of forgotten newspaper articles, faded photographs, and cryptic diary entries. He pieced together Blackwood's story, a chilling tale of ambition, obsession, and the terrifying consequences of unchecked desire. Blackwood had meticulously documented his experiments, his attempts to harness the power of laughter, to create an audience that would never tire, never leave, never grow old. He'd sought not just fame, but a perverse form of immortality, a legacy carved in the echoing laughter of the damned. The diary entries revealed a horrifying descent into madness, a gradual erosion of sanity as Blackwood's experiments progressed. His language became increasingly erratic, his descriptions more vivid, more grotesque. He spoke of rituals, sacrifices, and the chilling realization that his audience was not merely passive observers, they were integral to the club's continued existence. Their laughter, their very essence, was the energy that fueled the club's unnatural longevity. Mac discovered that Blackwood's obsession wasn't confined to the comedy club itself. He'd sought to expand his influence, to create a network of similar venues, feeding the macabre cycle of laughter and despair. He'd experimented with different methods, different audiences, always searching for the perfect formula for eternal amusement. The diary entries became increasingly incoherent in their final pages, filled with frantic scribbles and chilling pronouncements of impending doom. It seemed Blackwood had finally realized the true cost of his ambition, a price far greater than he had ever imagined. Mac's investigation took him to forgotten corners of the city, places shrouded in shadow and whispered rumors. He found abandoned theaters, decaying vaudeville houses, each bearing a faint trace of Blackwood's influence, a spectral echo of his chilling ambition. He uncovered a hidden network of tunnels beneath the city, a subterranean labyrinth where Blackwood had conducted his most disturbing experiments. The air in these tunnels was thick with the smell of decay and the faint, unsettling scent of stale popcorn. In one such tunnel, he discovered a hidden chamber, a grotesque shrine to Blackwood's obsession. The walls were adorned with grotesque masks, faded photographs of his victims, and chillingly lifelike mannequins, eerily similar to those he'd encountered in the Spotlight Club. He found a collection of Blackwood's notes, detailing his experiments, his failures, and his relentless pursuit of immortality. The notes revealed a chilling pattern, a sequence of rituals, a specific formula for binding laughter to the living and the dead. Armed with this knowledge, Mac realized that destroying the Spotlight Club wouldn't be as simple as shattering a mirror or exorcising a ghost. It required a deeper understanding of Blackwood's methods, a counter-ritual, a way to sever the connection between the club and its supernatural power source. He realized that the mannequins weren't merely props. They were vessels, conduits for the trapped laughter. He needed to find a way to release them, to break the cycle of despair. The city itself seemed to be reacting to Mac's investigation. The distortions of reality became more pronounced, the whispers more insistent. He felt the club's influence intensifying, its malevolent energy attempting to thwart his efforts. He found himself battling not only Blackwood's legacy, but the club's own supernatural defenses. He sought out the other comedians he'd encountered in the Spotlight Club, the ghostly figures who had become unwilling participants in Blackwood's grim experiment. They were reluctant allies, haunted by their past failures, their lost dreams. But they shared a common enemy, a shared trauma that bound them together. They agreed to help him, to confront Blackwood's legacy, to break the cycle of despair that had trapped them in the club's purgatorial existence. Together, they devised a plan, a risky, desperate gamble that could either destroy the club once and for all or plunge them into an even deeper abyss. They planned a final performance, a counter-ritual, designed to release the trapped laughter, to sever the connection between the mannequins and the ghostly comedians, to finally break free from Blackwood's twisted legacy. The stakes were high. Failure meant not just their own annihilation, but the potential unleashing of a far greater, more terrifying evil. The night of the performance arrived, shrouded in a palpable sense of dread. The city seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the outcome. Mac, armed with his newfound knowledge and his dark, biting humor, prepared to confront Blackwood's legacy, to use laughter not as a tool of despair, but as a weapon of liberation. The stage was set, the audience, a mixture of the living and the not-so-living, gathered, and the final act was about to begin. The air crackled with anticipation, a chilling blend of fear and hope, as Mac stepped into the spotlight, ready to face the darkest depths of his past and potentially to rewrite his future. The fate of the Spotlight Club, and perhaps the city itself, hung precariously in the balance. The laughter, once a source of despair, was now his weapon. The game was far from over. New allies. The flickering neon sign of the Last Laugh Tavern cast a sickly yellow glow on the rain-slicked street. Inside, the air hung thick with the smell of stale beer and desperation. It wasn't the kind of dive bar that attracted tourists. This was a place where broken dreams went to die, a haven for the forgotten and the failed. And it was here, amidst the swirling cigarette smoke and the melancholic strains of a dusty jukebox, that Mac found his first unlikely ally. Her name was Dolores, and she was a walking embodiment of faded glamour. Her once vibrant red hair was now streaked with grey. Her eyes held the weary wisdom of 1,000 ill-fated jokes. She was a former headliner, a queen of the stand-up circuit before the Spotlight Club claimed her, leaving her a ghost haunting the fringes of the mortal realm. You remember," she whispered, her voice raspy, like dry leaves skittering across pavement. She'd recognized him instantly, the haunted look in his eyes a mirror of her own. The recognition wasn't a pleasant exchange of pleasantries, it was a shared trauma, a grim bond forged in the fires of Blackwood's hellish creation. Dolores recounted her own horrifying experience in the Spotlight Club, her story echoing Mac's own descent into its chilling embrace. The manipulation, the subtle erosion of the self, the terrifying realization that one's very essence was fueling the club's grotesque longevity, it all resonated with a painful familiarity. Her escape, she explained, was accidental, a glitch in the system, a momentary lapse in the club's control. She hadn't escaped completely. She still felt its influence, a faint undercurrent in her existence, a constant reminder of what she'd lost. But she'd found a sliver of freedom, a precarious footing on the edge of the abyss. She spoke of others, fellow comedians, all victims of Blackwood's machinations, each trapped within their own personal purgatory. Some remained in the club, their laughter a hollow echo in the timeless expanse of its stage. Others, like her, had managed to break free, but only partially, their lives forever marked by their encounter with the club's terrifying power. Dolores's information was fragmented, tinged with the distortions of her own fractured memory. Yet it provided Mac with a vital piece of the puzzle, a map of sorts, leading him to other potential allies. She spoke of a hidden network, a clandestine society of former Spotlight Club performers, existing on the periphery of the mortal world, sharing their experiences, offering each other a fragile sense of camaraderie in the face of their shared nightmare. Their collective knowledge, she believed, held the key to defeating Blackwood's legacy. Following Dolores's cryptic clues, Mac tracked down another survivor, a wiry, nervous man named Reggie, once a promising young comic known for his observational humor and razor-sharp wit. Reggie's encounter with the Spotlight Club had left him scarred, not just emotionally but physically. He bore the ghostly imprint of a prop he'd been forced to interact with, a skeletal hand now permanently etched onto his skin. Reggie was understandably hesitant, his eyes darting nervously around the dimly lit alleyway where Mac had found him. The fear in his eyes was palpable, a chilling testament to the lingering power of the club. His story further amplified the insidious nature of Blackwood's creation. He recounted how the club fed on insecurities, amplifying fears and turning them into tangible horrors. His own deepest fear, failure, had manifested as the skeletal hand, a constant, painful reminder of his inadequacies. Mac recognized the pattern, the methodical exploitation of psychological vulnerabilities. Blackwood's creation wasn't merely supernatural, it was a masterclass in psychological manipulation, a horrifying blend of dark magic and Machiavellian strategy. It wasn't just a comedy club, it was a meticulously crafted machine of despair. Reggie, despite his obvious trauma, proved to be a surprisingly valuable ally. He was a master of improvisation, his mind constantly churning, seeking solutions, even amidst the crippling anxiety that haunted him. He possessed an uncanny ability to anticipate the club's tactics, a crucial skill in their fight against Blackwood's legacy. He had also meticulously documented his experiences, his notes offering a unique perspective on the club's inner workings. Their combined knowledge revealed the unsettling truth. The Spotlight Club wasn't an isolated incident. Blackwood hadn't stopped at one venue, he'd sought to establish a network, a macabre franchise of despair, spreading his influence across different cities, different eras. The faded photographs Reggie had painstakingly collected revealed the existence of similar clubs, operating under different names, each populated by ghostly performers and lifeless audiences. Their research unearthed more horrifying details. Blackwood's experiments weren't merely about trapping comedians, they extended to the creation of the mannequins themselves, transforming ordinary objects into conduits of negative energy, feeding the club's perverse need for laughter. The mannequins weren't just props, they were part of the machine, vessels for the trapped essence of the dead comedians, their laughter a fuel that sustained the club's existence. Mac and Reggie discussed their options, a risky, desperate plan to infiltrate the Spotlight Club once more, but this time armed with knowledge and backup. Dolores, while frail, would be crucial in navigating the club's surreal landscape. Together, they would face not just the club's supernatural defenses, but also their own deep-seated fears, their past traumas, the very things that Blackwood's creation had sought to exploit. The weight of their mission was heavy. Failure would not only condemn them, but risk unleashing a far greater, more terrifying evil upon the world. The next few days were a blur of frantic research, secretive meetings and hushed conversations in dimly lit bars and forgotten alleyways. They contacted other possible allies, a former magician whose illusions had been twisted by the club's power, a cynical writer whose stories inexplicably came to life. Within the club's walls, a disillusioned musician whose melancholic melodies echoed the club's despair. Each of them bore the scars of their encounter with Blackwood's legacy, yet each possessed unique skills and talents that would prove crucial in their final showdown. Their planning involved intricate details. Mac's dark humor would be their weapon, Reggie's improvisational skills would be their shield. The magician would create diversions, the writer would pen tales to disrupt the club's psychic architecture, and the musician's mournful tunes would resonate with the trapped souls, potentially weakening the club's grip. The final plan involved not a direct confrontation, but a carefully orchestrated performance. It wasn't about destroying the club, it was about liberating the trapped comedians and severing the connection between the mannequins and their spectral counterparts. The strategy was complex, perilous, requiring a delicate balance between dark humor, psychological manipulation, and a dash of genuine magic. The weight of their mission settled heavily upon them. The knowledge of the potential consequences a chilling undercurrent to their preparations. But there was a shared resolve, a fragile bond forged in the crucible of their shared trauma. The laughter of the damned would no longer fuel Blackwood's nightmare, it would become their weapon of liberation. The final act was approaching, a chilling symphony of dark humor, desperation, and hope playing out against the backdrop of a city teetering on the edge of the abyss. The stage was set, and the players were ready. The curtain was about to rise. The club's reach. The revelation hit Mac like a punchline gone wrong, leaving him gasping for air in the stale air of Reggie's cramped apartment. It wasn't just the Spotlight Club. It was a network, a parasitic entity leeching onto the lifeblood of the entertainment industry. Reggie, hunched over a flickering laptop screen, pointed to a series of interconnected documents, a tangled web of financial records, leaked memos, and cryptic correspondences. Blackwood wasn't content with a single club, Reggie whispered, his voice strained, his skeletal hand twitching nervously. He saw it as a template, a franchise of despair. He was building an empire. The documents revealed a chilling pattern. Minor comedy clubs across the country, each with a subtly different aesthetic, yet all sharing a common thread, mysteriously. High success rates, oddly devoted audiences, and performers exhibiting signs of profound emotional distress, eventually disappearing without a trace. The numbers were staggering, the scope of Blackwood's ambition breathtaking in its cruelty. He wasn't just trapping comedians, he was systematically draining the life force from the entertainment industry, feeding the insatiable hunger of his creation. One document revealed a chilling connection to a major talent agency, Apex Entertainment, a powerhouse known for its ruthless efficiency and its uncanny ability to propel even the most mediocre acts to stratospheric heights. Apex's CEO, a shadowy figure named Victor Sterling, appeared repeatedly in the documents, seemingly involved in various financial transactions with shell corporations linked to the network of clubs. The implication was clear. Apex was either knowingly complicit or unwittingly entangled in Blackwood's scheme. "They're not just unwitting pawns," Reggie said, his voice gaining strength. "Sterling, he's got to know. The success rates are too high, the disappearances too frequent. It's like he's actively supplying Blackwood with new victims." Mac felt a chilling wave of dread wash over him. The Spotlight Club wasn't just a supernatural threat, it was a systemic problem, deeply embedded within the very structure of the entertainment industry. The promise of fame, the intoxicating allure of success, were being weaponized, used as bait, to lure unsuspecting performers into Blackwood's trap. The system was rigged, the game was fixed, and Blackwood was the unseen puppeteer pulling the strings. Their investigation led them to a forgotten archive in the basement of a dilapidated library, where they unearthed decades-old newspaper clippings, magazine articles, and even lost recordings from early television broadcasts. They found stories of mysteriously successful comedians who vanished without a trace, their careers cut short in the prime of their brilliance. The pattern was consistent, the dates eerily matching the expansion of Blackwood's network. It was a history of stolen laughter, a graveyard of broken dreams. One faded photograph particularly caught Mac's attention. It depicted a young, vibrant comedian, his eyes shining with a mischievous glint. Beneath the photo, a scrawled caption read, "Barnaby Buzz Blackwood, destined for greatness." It was a chilling premonition, a twisted prophecy fulfilled through manipulation and dark magic. Blackwood's ambition wasn't simply to create a monstrous club, it was to conquer the entertainment industry, to become the ultimate showman, even if it meant sacrificing countless souls along the way. Their research uncovered a disturbing truth: Blackwood's methods had evolved over time. Initially, he relied on brute force, trapping comedians directly, but as his influence grew, he became more subtle, using psychological manipulation and strategic partnerships to achieve his goals. He had infiltrated the system, manipulating the very mechanisms of fame and fortune to his advantage. He had become the industry's own dark heart, the engine of its success and its destruction. They found evidence of Blackwood's influence extending beyond comedy. Musicians, actors, and even writers had been affected, their talents twisted and exploited, their creativity drained to fuel his sinister enterprise. The mannequins weren't just audience members, they were a reflection of the industry's hollow ambition, the empty shells of those who had chased fame at any cost. Mac, a driven comedian himself, felt a personal connection to these victims. He understood the allure of success, the intoxicating power of the spotlight, but he also recognized the dark side of ambition, the potential for self-destruction, the price of fame. He had witnessed it firsthand in the Last Laugh Tavern, in the haunted eyes of those who had failed to escape Blackwood's grasp. The weight of their discovery was immense. This wasn't just a battle against a haunted comedy club, it was a fight for the soul of the entertainment industry. Blackwood's influence was systemic, insidious, reaching into every corner of the world of show business. To defeat him, they had to expose his network, dismantle his empire, and sever the connection between his clubs and the wider entertainment world. Their plan had to shift. Destroying the Spotlight Club alone wouldn't be enough. They had to strike at the heart of Blackwood's operation, expose his connections to Apex Entertainment, and dismantle his network of clubs. This would be far more dangerous, requiring a delicate blend of espionage, subterfuge, and perhaps a touch of dark humor to keep the spirits, both literal and figurative, high. Reggie, ever the pragmatist, began compiling a detailed dossier on Apex Entertainment, searching for loopholes, vulnerabilities, and any evidence that could be used to expose Sterling's complicity. Dolores, despite her weakened state, continued to provide invaluable insights into the nature of Blackwood's magic and the vulnerabilities of his clubs. The weight of their mission pressed upon them, a heavy cloak of responsibility. They were facing a foe far more powerful and insidious than they had ever imagined, a force capable of manipulating the very fabric of the entertainment industry. But they had also found a sense of unity, a shared purpose that transcended their individual traumas. They were united in their determination to expose Blackwood, dismantle his empire, and free those trapped in his ghastly network. The stage was set, not just for a final showdown, but for a systemic overhaul of an industry long overshadowed by a malevolent puppeteer. The fight for the soul of show business had begun. The curtain was about to rise on a very different kind of performance, a wider conspiracy. The faded photograph of Barnaby Buzz Blackwood, a youthful grin frozen in time, haunted Mac. It wasn't just the picture itself, it was the chilling implication of its existence. Blackwood wasn't some random necromancer who stumbled into running a haunted comedy club. He was a visionary, a puppet master whose strings controlled far more than just a few unlucky comedians. His ambition reached into the very heart of the entertainment industry, a cancer slowly consuming its soul. Reggie, ever the meticulous researcher, had unearthed a treasure trove of information, a digital Pandora's box filled with the industry's darkest secrets. He'd managed to breach the seemingly impenetrable security of Apex Entertainment, revealing a trail of breadcrumbs leading directly to Victor Sterling, the CEO, a man whose smile seemed as carefully crafted as his tailored suits, as unsettling as it was charming. Sterling wasn't just a passive bystander, he was actively facilitating Blackwood's expansion, a silent partner in the ghastly enterprise. The evidence was circumstantial, yet damning. Apex Entertainment consistently represented comedians who achieved meteoric rises to fame, only to vanish as quickly as they appeared. Their careers, once vibrant, became ghostly echoes, swallowed by the void. The timing correlated suspiciously with the opening of new spotlight clubs across the country, clubs with subtly different themes yet sharing the same eerie atmosphere and the same tragic outcomes. One document, a leaked internal memo from Apex, discussed Project Chimera, a code name that sent a shiver down Mac's spine. The memo vaguely referred to a strategic partnership and the cultivation of untapped talent, euphemisms so transparent they were almost insulting. It spoke of optimal performance metrics and maximizing return on investment, phrases that seemed grotesquely out of place when juxtaposed with the horrifying reality of Blackwood's operation. Reggie's research also revealed a disturbing pattern in the biographies of these vanished performers. Many had displayed an almost obsessive hunger for success, a willingness to sacrifice anything for the spotlight. Blackwood, it seemed, preyed on this inherent vulnerability, preying on the industry's insatiable appetite for fresh talent. He didn't need to force anyone. He merely had to whisper promises of fame, the seductive siren song of the entertainment world, and let their ambition do the rest. Mac found himself increasingly disturbed by the parallels between his own life and the stories he was uncovering. He, too, had craved success, had relentlessly chased the spotlight, sacrificing relationships, friendships, even his own mental health, all for the sake of a fleeting moment of glory. He'd almost become another statistic in Blackwood's grim tally, another mannequin in the audience. The thought filled him with a cold dread. Their investigation led them to a network of smaller, seemingly independent talent agencies, all linked to Apex Entertainment through a series of shell corporations. These agencies, often operating under dubious legal frameworks, specialized in grooming young, ambitious performers, many of whom eventually found their way into Blackwood's clubs. It was a carefully constructed funnel, a conveyor belt of dreams leading straight into a nightmare. The deeper they delved, the more convoluted the conspiracy became. They unearthed connections to corrupt promoters, unscrupulous agents, and even a few suspiciously wealthy investors, all seemingly interwoven into Blackwood's web of influence. It was a vast, intricate network, a shadowy system operating in plain sight, yet somehow remaining hidden from the public eye. The entertainment industry, turned out, was far more rotten than Mac had ever imagined. Dolores, despite her fragile state, continued to offer invaluable insights into Blackwood's methods. She described his magic as a parasitic force, feeding on the performer's ambition and creativity. Each joke told in the Spotlight Club, each performance given, was a form of energy transfer, a sacrifice fueling the club's existence. But the energy wasn't simply transferred, it was transformed, twisted into a grotesque mockery of the original. Art. He doesn't just take their talent, Dolores explained, her voice raspy. He perverts it, corrupts it. He takes the joy out of their art, leaving behind only emptiness. Mac began to understand the true horror of Blackwood's enterprise. It wasn't merely about trapping comedians, it was about systematically draining the life force from the entertainment industry, leaving behind only hollow shells, empty gestures, and the stale, lifeless laughter of mannequins. It was a twisted, macabre performance art, a dark satire of the pursuit of fame. Their investigation revealed that Blackwood's influence extended beyond the realm of comedy. Musicians, actors, and even writers had fallen prey to his insidious schemes, their creative energies exploited, their dreams turned into fuel for his monstrous creation. It was a chilling reminder that the entertainment industry, with its relentless pursuit of novelty and success, was fertile ground for such parasitic entities. They found evidence that Blackwood wasn't content with merely exploiting existing talent. He was actively creating new, obedient performers. He was manipulating young people, preying on their insecurities, amplifying their vulnerabilities, and turning them into puppets. He was cultivating an army of performers, each one a testament to his warped genius, each one driven by a desperate desire for success. The weight of their discovery pressed down on them, a crushing burden of responsibility. They were no longer fighting a single haunted comedy club. They were facing a systemic corruption, a malignant influence spreading through the very heart of the entertainment industry. It was a daunting task, a David and Goliath battle against a force far more powerful and insidious than they had ever imagined. But they also found a renewed sense of purpose, a shared determination to fight back. They were no longer just comedians, they were revolutionaries fighting for the soul of the entertainment world. Their plan network, to dismantle, was to expose Blackwoods, his empire, and to reclaim the industry from his parasitic grasp. It would be a long and perilous journey, but they were ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, armed with their wit, their courage, and a healthy dose of dark humor to keep their spirits, both literal and figurative, high. The fight for the soul of show business had become a war, and the opening act was about to begin. Confronting the system, the weight of their discovery settled on Mac like a shroud. It wasn't just Barnaby Blackwood, it was the entire system, a grotesque puppet show orchestrated by unseen hands. Apex Entertainment, with its polished facade and carefully crafted image, was the puppeteer, pulling the strings of countless ambitious souls, funneling them into Blackwood's horrifying machine. Mac, once obsessed with the spotlight's allure, now saw it for what it was, a gilded cage, a pathway to oblivion. He looked at Reggie, the meticulously organized chaos of his research spread across the table, printouts, digital files, handwritten notes, all pointing to a conspiracy so vast it seemed impossible to unravel. Reggie, usually brimming with nervous energy, was uncharacteristically quiet, the weight of the truth settling heavily on his shoulders. Even Dolores, despite her ethereal nature and the spectral glow emanating from her, seemed subdued. The vibrant spark of her dark humor dimmed. "We can't just expose Blackwood," Mac said, the words heavy with the gravity of their situation. "We have to take down the entire system." Reggie nodded, his eyes dark with determination. Apex, Sterling, the agencies, the investors. It's all connected. It's a web, Mac, and we need to dismantle it, thread by thread. Their plans started to form, a chaotic symphony of carefully choreographed chaos. They needed to expose Apex Entertainment, to reveal Sterling's complicity, to break the stranglehold Blackwood had on the industry. It wouldn't be easy. They were facing a powerful entity with deep pockets and an army of lawyers, agents, and enablers, but they had something Apex didn't: the truth. And they had a weapon far more potent than legal documents or financial records: the power of laughter, twisted and sharpened into a weapon of mass disruption. Their first target was Victor Sterling. Mac had once dreamed of. Being represented by Apex now, he saw Sterling as the architect of a system that devoured dreams and spat out hollow shells. They needed to get to him, to force him to spill the beans, to expose his role in Blackwood's operation. But Sterling was a ghost, a phantom of the industry, rarely seen in public, his movements shrouded in secrecy. Dolores, with her uncanny ability to sense the energetic signatures of individuals, offered a solution. She could pinpoint Sterling's location, track his movements, identify his weaknesses. It was a risky proposition. Tracking someone as powerful and elusive as Sterling was akin to walking a tightrope above a pit of vipers. But it was their only chance. Over the next few days, they meticulously mapped out their strategy. Reggie, ever the master of information warfare, crafted a series of leaks designed to destabilize Apex Entertainment. He planted stories in sympathetic journalists, subtly manipulating the narrative, revealing bits and pieces of the truth, enough to arouse suspicion without revealing their entire hand. The leaks were cleverly disguised as unrelated events, each one a carefully placed domino in a chain reaction that would eventually bring down the entire house of cards. Mac, meanwhile, began to hone his act, crafting a new routine, a darkly satirical masterpiece that directly confronted the hypocrisy and corruption of the entertainment industry. He wasn't just telling jokes, He was launching a full-scale assault on the system, using humor as a weapon, exposing its flaws and vulnerabilities with surgical precision. Each punchline was a carefully aimed blow. Each comedic beat a strategic maneuver in a larger war. The climax of their plan involved a live performance at the annual Apex Entertainment Awards ceremony, the industry's most prestigious event. A gathering of the who's who of show business. The very people complicit in Blackwood's reign of terror. It would be a high-stakes gamble, a daring act of defiance in the heart of the enemy's territory. The night of the awards ceremony arrived, tense and electric. The atmosphere buzzed with an air of forced festivity, a thin veneer of civility barely concealing the simmering resentment and dark secrets beneath the surface. Mac, clad in a sharply tailored suit that ironically resembled Sterling's, felt a surge of adrenaline. This was it. The final act. He took the stage, the spotlight blinding, the audience a sea of carefully composed faces, each one a potential adversary. He began his routine, his words sharp, his delivery precise, his dark humor cutting through the polished veneer of the event like a laser. He didn't pull any punches. He exposed the industry's dark underbelly, its insatiable hunger for success, its willingness to sacrifice everything at the altar of fame. He spoke about the vanished comedians, the broken dreams, the systematic exploitation of talent. He pointedly addressed Sterling, his words dripping with sarcasm and subtle accusations. The audience, initially amused by his sharp wit, grew increasingly uncomfortable as the truth unraveled before them. Some laughed nervously, others shifted in their seats. A few even began to whisper amongst themselves. As his routine reached its crescendo, he revealed the evidence they'd gathered, the leaked documents, the testimonies, the connections. He unveiled the truth about Blackwood, about Apex Entertainment, about Sterling's role in the entire operation. The room erupted into chaos. The whispers turned into murmurs, the murmurs into shouts. Sterling's carefully crafted composure shattered, his face contorted in a mask of rage and fear. The carefully constructed facade of the entertainment industry began to crumble, its secrets exposed to the glaring light of truth. The police arrived, not to arrest Mac, but to investigate the allegations he'd made. The night ended not with a celebratory toast, but with a wave of arrests, a raid on Apex Entertainment headquarters, and a media frenzy that would expose the truth about Blackwood's horrifying enterprise. Their victory was hard-won, but it was a victory nonetheless. They had confronted the system, exposed its corruption, and dealt a significant blow to Blackwood's influence. But even as they celebrated their success, a chilling thought lingered. Blackwood was still out there, his malevolent spirit unbound, his network perhaps more deeply rooted than they'd initially realized. The shadow of the Spotlight Club still loomed large, a constant reminder that the fight was far from over. The entertainment industry, cleansed of one layer of its festering corruption, may have new demons waiting in the wings. The war for the soul of show business was far from over. The next act was about to begin. Unexpected obstacles. The initial victory felt hollow. The arrests, the media frenzy, the collapse of Apex Entertainment's meticulously crafted image, it was all a Pyrrhic triumph. While they'd successfully exposed Sterling and dealt a crippling blow to Blackwood's operation, a chilling sense of incompleteness lingered. The feeling was akin to cutting off the head of a hydra. For every severed connection, two more seemed to sprout in its place. Their investigation into Apex had unearthed a network far more intricate and deeply entrenched than they'd imagined. It wasn't just a matter of a few corrupt executives, it was a systemic problem, a rot that had infected the very core of the entertainment industry. They'd uncovered hidden shell corporations, offshore accounts, and a labyrinthine web of legal loopholes cleverly designed to shield Blackwood and his accomplices from accountability. Each lead they pursued seemed to branch off into a dozen more, a never-ending maze of deceit and deception. One unexpected obstacle emerged in the form of Evelyn Reed, a seemingly innocuous talent agent with a surprisingly extensive network. Initially, they saw her as a minor player, a pawn in Blackwood's game. But as Reggie delved deeper into her background, he uncovered a disturbing pattern. Reed had represented several comedians who had vanished mysteriously, their careers abruptly cut short, their fates unknown. The disappearances, previously dismissed as isolated incidents, now formed a disturbing pattern, a chilling trail leading back to the Spotlight Club. Reed, it turned out, wasn't just an agent, she was a gatekeeper, a silent guardian of Blackwood's operation, carefully selecting promising talents and funneling them into his clutches. She possessed a keen eye for identifying comedians with a desperate hunger for fame, individuals vulnerable to manipulation and susceptible to Blackwood's sinister promises. Her charm was disarming, her connections undeniable, making her a powerful and elusive adversary. Confronting Reed proved more challenging than anticipated. She was a master manipulator, adept at deflecting questions and twisting the narrative to her advantage. She claimed ignorance of Blackwood's true nature, portraying herself as a victim, caught in a web of circumstances beyond her control. Her words were carefully chosen, her demeanor impeccably polished, making it difficult to discern truth from fiction. Mac, armed with his sharp wit and honed comedic skills, attempted to break through her carefully constructed facade. He used his stand-up routine as a tool, crafting a satirical masterpiece that subtly confronted Reed, exposing her hypocrisy and veiled threats. He weaved her into his act, turning her carefully crafted public persona into a source of dark humor, painting a picture of a woman caught between her ambition and her conscience. The performance was a calculated risk, a high-stakes gamble designed to expose her complicity without explicitly accusing her. The performance, however, yielded mixed results. While it generated some attention and further fueled suspicion around Reed, it didn't result in a confession. She remained elusive, her carefully constructed facade intact, her position within Blackwood's network unwavering. They needed a different approach. Their next obstacle was far more sinister, a clandestine society known as the Crimson Curtain, a secretive organization composed of former Spotlight Club comedians who had escaped Blackwood's clutches. Initially, Mac and his team saw them as potential allies, a source of information and support. But they soon discovered that the Crimson Curtain was far from a unified force. Internal conflicts, simmering resentments, and conflicting agendas hampered any attempts at cooperation. The group, bound together by their shared trauma, was fractured by distrust and paranoia. Each member of the Crimson Curtain carried their own baggage, their own demons, their own interpretation of their ordeal within the Spotlight Club. Some were driven by revenge, seeking to dismantle Blackwood's empire and exact retribution for their lost careers and shattered dreams. Others were consumed by guilt, haunted by the consequences of their actions within the club, the sacrifices they made to survive. Their conflicting motivations and fractured loyalties threatened to undermine Mac's efforts to dismantle Blackwood's network. Mac attempted to bridge the divide, using his humor as a tool to connect with the members of the Crimson Curtain, to find common ground, to build trust. He shared his own experiences, his own struggles, his own vulnerability. He used his darkly satirical wit to disarm their defenses, to break through their walls of suspicion and paranoia. He understood their pain, their anger, their desperation. He had felt them too. However, overcoming the chasm of mutual distrust within the Crimson Curtain proved difficult. Mac realized that the scars left by the Spotlight Club were deeply embedded, their shared trauma a festering wound that hindered their ability to work together. Their conflicting agendas threatened to derail his plans, turning potential allies into formidable obstacles. They were facing not only Blackwood's network, but also the psychological scars left by the club itself. The fight against Blackwood was becoming a battle against the lingering shadows of the past, against the deeply embedded trauma that bound these broken comedians together. Their investigation led them to an unexpected source, an old, forgotten archive containing the records of forgotten comedians, many of whom had disappeared mysteriously. The documents were yellowed and brittle, the handwriting barely legible, yet they held clues to a deeper conspiracy, a pattern of disappearances stretching back decades. These records revealed a disturbing truth. The Spotlight Club wasn't a recent phenomenon. It had been operating for far longer than anyone had imagined. The investigation became a race against time. Blackwood was still out there, his network still active, his influence still spreading. Mac, Reggie, and Dolores were racing against the clock, navigating the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry, facing not only Blackwood's malevolent machinations, but also the unexpected obstacles thrown in their path by those who had been touched by the Spotlight Club's dark influence. The shadow of the club stretched long, its tendrils reaching into every corner of the industry, making the fight for justice a far more complex and dangerous undertaking than they could have ever imagined. The battle for the soul of show business was far from over, and the stakes were higher than ever before. The final act was yet to be written, gathering evidence. The archive room smelled of dust and despair, a fitting aroma for the decaying secrets it held. Rows upon rows of metal filing cabinets stood like silent sentinels, their contents whispering forgotten tales of ambition and ruin. Each rusted drawer seemed to hold a fragment of a shattered dream, a testament to the ephemeral nature of fame and the crushing weight of obscurity. Mac ran a gloved hand across the spines of the files, the paper crumbling beneath his touch like the hopes of countless aspiring comedians. Reggie, ever the meticulous researcher, meticulously documented every faded document, his brow furrowed in concentration. Dolores, ever vigilant, scanned the room, her eyes darting from shadow to shadow, her senses alert to any unseen presence. The air crackled with a palpable tension, a silent acknowledgement of the darkness that permeated this forgotten corner of the entertainment world. The initial discovery, a ledger detailing the financial transactions of Apex Entertainment, was chilling. It revealed a meticulously crafted system of bribes, payoffs, and hush money, all meticulously documented in elegant cursive. The ledger detailed payments to judges, journalists, and even a few prominent politicians, all intricately linked to the disappearance of several comedians. The names were familiar. Some were household names, once celebrated stars, others merely footnotes in the history of comedy. All of them, however, shared one thing in common: their sudden and unexplained disappearance, their careers vanishing as abruptly as they had risen. Further investigation unveiled a series of coded messages hidden within the seemingly innocuous entries. These messages hinted at a clandestine society, a shadowy organization pulling the strings from behind the scenes. The coded messages led to a series of encrypted files, protected by layers of digital security. Reggie, with his technological prowess, managed to crack the encryption, unveiling a cache of documents that painted a far more disturbing picture than they could have ever imagined. The documents revealed the history of the Spotlight Club, a history far darker and more sinister than they had initially suspected. The club, it turned out, wasn't a recent phenomenon. It had existed for over a century, its origins shrouded in mystery and folklore. Legend whispered that the club was founded by a disillusioned magician, a master of illusion who had grown weary of the superficiality of the entertainment world. He had sought to create a sanctuary, a space where the true essence of performance could be unleashed, free from the constraints of reality. But the magician's vision had twisted, warped by his own ambition and despair. The club, once a sanctuary, had become a prison, its audience of inanimate mannequins and trapped spirits fueling its existence. The comedians who performed within its walls were trapped in an endless cycle of performances, their fate determined by the quality of their jokes. A killer set kept the audience alive, but at the cost of their own souls. A bomb, on the other hand, meant joining the ranks of the lifeless mannequins, their spirits forever bound to the club. The documents revealed a chilling pattern. The disappearances weren't random, they were carefully orchestrated, the victims chosen for their unique talents and vulnerabilities. Each comedian had possessed a certain je ne sais quoi, a unique quality that the club sought to exploit, to feed its insatiable hunger for laughter. The club wasn't just a venue, it was a predatory entity, preying on the ambitions and insecurities of aspiring comedians. Max stared at a photograph, a faded image of a young comedian, his face illuminated by the harsh glare of the spotlight. He was handsome, charismatic, brimming with an infectious energy. He had been a rising star, his career on the cusp of greatness. Then, he vanished. The photograph was the only remaining trace of his existence, a silent testament to the club's insatiable appetite. The documents also revealed the existence of a secret society within the club, an elite group of comedians who had managed to escape its clutches. They called themselves the Crimson Curtain, a name that resonated with both defiance and despair. The Crimson Curtain had sworn to expose the club's secrets, to bring its architects to justice, but they were fractured, their efforts hampered by internal conflicts and conflicting agendas. The investigation took a dark turn when they discovered a hidden compartment within one of the filing cabinets. Inside, they found a collection of audio tapes, recordings of private conversations between Blackwood and his associates. The tapes revealed the extent of Blackwood's manipulation, his ruthless ambition, his disregard for human life. Blackwood's voice, smooth and polished in public, was raw and menacing in private, revealing the true nature of his monstrous heart. The tapes also revealed Blackwood's connection to a powerful shadowy organization known as the Obsidian Hand, a clandestine group pulling the strings behind the global entertainment industry. The Obsidian Hand was far older than Apex Entertainment, its reach extending to every corner of the globe. The tapes indicated that the Obsidian Hand was far more than just a group of corrupt executives. It was a centuries-old conspiracy, a web of manipulation and control, its tentacles reaching into every facet of society. The tapes detailed the rituals and ceremonies of the Obsidian Hand, their perverse games and cruel entertainments. They spoke of sacrifices, of deals made with ancient entities, of a dark pact sealed in blood and laughter. The sheer scale of the conspiracy sent shivers down Mac's spine. It wasn't just about exposing a corrupt entertainment company, it was about unraveling a centuries-old conspiracy that threatened the very fabric of reality. The weight of the discovery was almost unbearable. The information was overwhelming, its implications staggering. The Spotlight Club wasn't just a sinister comedy club, it was a symptom of a far greater disease, a festering wound at the heart of the entertainment industry. The fight for justice was no longer a personal crusade, it had become a battle for the soul of show business, a fight against a force far older and more powerful than they could have ever imagined. The task ahead was daunting, the odds stacked against them. Yet they pressed on, driven by a desperate need to expose the truth, to bring the perpetrators to justice, and to reclaim the integrity of the world of entertainment. The shadow of the Spotlight Club stretched far longer than they ever could have anticipated, and its grasp threatened to consume everything in its path. The final act was about to begin, delving into the past. The dusty air hung heavy with the scent of forgotten dreams and shattered ambitions. Mac, Reggie, and Dolores moved through the archive like phantoms, each rustle of paper a whispered accusation against the entertainment industry's gilded cage. The ledger, a meticulously crafted testament to corruption, had only scratched the surface. Now they delved deeper into the past lives of those who had danced with the devil and paid the price. Their investigation began with Beatrice B. Bonneville, a legendary comedian whose career had burned brightly before vanishing without a trace. Her file contained a trove of press clippings, fan letters, and personal correspondence, painting a portrait of a woman consumed by a desperate need for validation. Her letters were filled with self-doubt, punctuated by bursts of manic creativity. She craved success, but it always seemed just out of reach. The Spotlight Club, it seemed, had offered her the ultimate shortcut. A letter to her estranged sister revealed a desperate plea for forgiveness, hinting at a deal made, a sacrifice offered. The sister's response, a single chilling line scrawled on a torn piece of paper, read, "The laughter echoes, even in silence." Next, they turned to Horace the Hurricane Hamilton, a master of physical comedy known for his daring stunts and self-deprecating humor. His file was surprisingly sparse, containing little more than a few booking confirmations and a handful of blurry photographs. But hidden amongst them was a single handwritten note from Blackwood himself, a casual invitation to join the Spotlight Club. A cryptic postscript hinted at the club's true nature. Only the truly fearless need apply, and only the truly broken survive. The lack of information about Hamilton suggested that he had been particularly good at keeping his past hidden, or that Blackwood had been particularly effective at erasing it. Their research unveiled a pattern. Each comedian had possessed a unique vulnerability, a deep-seated insecurity that the Spotlight Club ruthlessly exploited. Ambition, it seemed, was a double-edged sword. It could propel one to dizzying heights, but it could also lead to the deepest depths of despair. These comedians, consumed by their desire for fame, had willingly surrendered their souls in exchange for a fleeting moment in the spotlight. Dolores, her usually sharp wit subdued, unearthed a series of photographs depicting Blackwood at various stages of his career. He started as an aspiring magician, his eyes full of a naive ambition. Over time, the photos revealed a gradual transformation, a hardening of his features, a chilling emptiness in his gaze. The final photograph, taken just before his disappearance, revealed a man utterly devoid of emotion, his eyes resembling cold black pits. It was the look of a man who had surrendered his humanity to something far greater than himself. Reggie, ever the tech whiz, discovered a hidden digital archive, protected by several layers of encryption. Inside, he found a collection of Blackwood's personal journals. The entries were initially filled with the usual self-congratulatory ramblings of a successful businessman, but as they progressed, a darker tone emerged. Blackwood revealed his obsession with controlling laughter, his belief that he could harness its power for his own nefarious purposes. He spoke of tapping into a primordial energy, an ancient force that fueled the very fabric of reality. His language became increasingly deranged, filled with cryptic symbols and allusions to ancient rituals. One entry detailed a horrific experiment conducted deep within the bowels of the Spotlight Club. Blackwood described the process of trapping comedians' souls, their energy feeding the club's supernatural existence. He seemed to revel in the act, describing the screams of his victims with a detached, almost clinical precision. The entry ended with a chilling declaration: "Soon, the world will laugh at my command." Their investigation took an unsettling turn when they discovered a hidden compartment within a filing cabinet, containing a series of audio recordings. These weren't the recordings of Blackwood's conversations. They were recordings of the audience themselves. The mannequins, it seemed, were not simply inanimate objects. Their silence was not the absence of sound, but a suppressed cacophony. The audio recordings revealed a low, guttural hum, a chilling symphony of disembodied laughter and whispers. The sound was intensely unsettling, capable of inducing a deep sense of unease, even after the recordings had stopped. Listening to the recordings became a harrowing experience. The humming sound grew in intensity over time, gradually intensifying into an almost unbearable level of auditory stress. Dolores, after a few minutes of exposure, started to experience vivid hallucinations, seeing distorted images superimposed onto the physical world. Reggie began to exhibit signs of extreme paranoia, jumping at every sudden noise, convinced he was being watched. Mac, despite his hardened cynicism, began to feel a sense of dread, a chilling understanding of the sheer power of the laughter he had initially dismissed. The recordings provided a chilling glimpse into the club's inner workings. The laughter wasn't merely a byproduct of the show. It was the fuel that kept the club alive, a lifeblood drawn from the very essence of the trapped comedians. The more laughter generated, the more potent the club's supernatural power. This explained why the club's survival depended on continuous performance, on the perpetuation of its twisted entertainment. The recordings also revealed the true extent of the club's control. The club wasn't just trapping comedians, it was shaping their performances, subtly influencing their jokes, manipulating their emotions. It was a parasitic entity, feeding on the creative energies of its victims, turning their vulnerabilities into weapons. As they pieced together the puzzle, the enormity of the situation began to dawn on them. The Spotlight Club was not an isolated incident. It was a symptom of a larger, far more sinister conspiracy. The Obsidian Hand, it seemed, was not merely a shadowy organization. It was an ancient, malevolent force, manipulating the entertainment industry for its own nefarious purposes. The club was just one piece of a much larger game, a terrifying game of power and control. And Mac, caught in the middle, was about to become its next pawn. The weight of this realization was almost unbearable, the stakes impossibly high. The battle for the soul of comedy, it seemed, was about to escalate into a war for the survival of reality itself. Unveiling the truth, the chilling hum from the recordings pulsed in Mac's ears long after the playback ended. It wasn't just a sound, it was a feeling. A deep, resonating tremor in the very bones of his being. Dolores, still visibly shaken, leaned against a dusty filing cabinet, her face pale and drawn. Reggie, usually unflappable, nervously checked the security cameras, his fingers trembling. This changes everything," Dolores whispered. her voice barely audible above the lingering hum. "It's not just about trapping comedians, it's about feeding off their essence, their creativity, their vulnerabilities, their very souls." Mac ran a hand through his already disheveled hair. The weight of the discovery pressed down on him, heavier than any punchline he'd ever bombed with. The mannequins weren't passive spectators, they were conduits, absorbing the energy generated by the comedians' performances. The laughter wasn't just laughter, it was a life force, sustaining the club's unnatural existence. And the Obsidian Hand wasn't just a shadowy organization, it was a parasite, feeding off the dreams of entertainers, twisting their ambition into a horrifying fuel source. So Blackwood wasn't just some washed-up magician with a penchant for the macabre, Reggie muttered, his eyes glued to the flickering security monitor. He was a conduit, a puppet master, pulling the strings of this cosmic puppet show. He scrolled through the files on his laptop, highlighting key phrases from Blackwood's journals: primordial energy, harvesting laughter, eternal resonance. The words were peppered with cryptic symbols and alchemical diagrams, hinting at rituals far older than any organized crime syndicate. This wasn't just a comedy club, it was a nexus of dark magic, a place where the lines between the real and the surreal blurred into a terrifying abyss. Dolores pulled out a worn photograph from B. Bonneville's file. It showed B on stage, bathed in the harsh glare of the spotlight. Her smile was strained, her eyes holding a flicker of something akin to desperation. "Look at her," Dolores said, her voice laced with a sorrow that went beyond the tragedy of a lost comedian. "The light in her eyes is gone. It's been absorbed." Max stared at the photograph, a shiver crawling down his spine. He recalled B's letters, the desperate pleas for validation, the relentless pursuit of success. He'd laughed at her desperation before, seeing it as a common flaw amongst ambitious performers. Now he saw it as a symptom, a vulnerability that the Spotlight Club had ruthlessly exploited. They spent the next few hours poring over the remaining documents, piecing together the fragments of a terrifying puzzle. They discovered that the Obsidian Hand wasn't limited to the Spotlight Club. Their influence stretched far beyond, infiltrating every aspect of the entertainment industry, from talent agencies to record labels, from television studios to streaming services. Blackwood had been merely a pawn, a highly effective one, but a pawn nonetheless. The true puppet master remained hidden, shrouded in darkness. The implications were staggering. The laughter of millions, the dreams of countless performers were being harvested, fueling a monstrous entity that thrived on their ambition and despair. The industry's glamour, its promise of fame and fortune, was merely a carefully crafted facade, masking a terrifying truth. As dawn broke, casting a pale light across the dusty archive, they reached a terrifying conclusion. The Spotlight Club wasn't an anomaly, it was a microcosm of a far larger, more insidious problem. The Obsidian Hand was actively manipulating the industry, using its power to control the flow of creativity, to siphon off the life force of those who dared to dream. Mac, Reggie, and Dolores were no longer just investigating a mysterious comedy club. They were on the verge of exposing a conspiracy of cosmic proportions. The stakes were higher than they could have ever imagined. Their fight was no longer about escaping the Spotlight Club. It was about saving the very soul of entertainment, and perhaps humanity itself. The weight of this realization pressed down on them, heavy and suffocating. The laughter of the mannequins, the whispers from the recordings, echoed in their minds, a constant reminder of the terrifying power they were up against. They were no longer just comedians, they were warriors, fighting a battle against an unseen enemy, an enemy that fed on their hopes and dreams. Their next move was clear: expose the Obsidian Hand. But how do you expose something that operates in the shadows, manipulating the very fabric of reality? How do you fight an enemy that controls the laughter of the world? The answer, Mac realized, lay in the very weapon that the Obsidian Hand wielded: humor. Blackwood's journals revealed his obsession with laughter's power, his belief that it could manipulate reality. If laughter could be used to create, it could be used to destroy. The power to manipulate laughter belonged to neither Blackwood nor the Obsidian Hand. It could be wielded by anyone who understands the nuances of emotion, of human vulnerability, and Mac had this in spades. But confronting the Obsidian Hand required more than just wit. It required strategy, planning, and the help of those who had already faced the club's horrors. Mac knew he couldn't do this alone. He reached out to the other comedians who had escaped the Spotlight Club, those who had survived the horrors within its walls. Each had a unique skill set, a peculiar perspective honed by their experiences. Together, they formed a motley crew, a band of misfits united by their shared trauma and their determination to fight back. Their plan was audacious, bordering on suicidal. They would use the very system the Obsidian Hand had created to turn against it, utilizing the media, social media, and the power of comedy itself to expose the truth. Their comedic acts would be weapons, their punchlines, revelations. They would use humor to dismantle the facade of the entertainment industry, to expose its dark underbelly, and ultimately to break the Obsidian Hand's control over laughter. The road ahead was fraught with peril. They faced not only the shadowy organization itself, but also the manipulation and control it exerted over the very world they inhabited. But they were armed with the one weapon that had eluded the Obsidian Hand, the raw, unfiltered power of truth and a potent dose of dark, unflinching humor. Their first act, a guerrilla-style stand-up routine broadcast live on a hijacked late-night television show, exposed Blackwood's past, his dealings with the Obsidian Hand, and the club's sinister secret. The performance was a masterpiece of satire, weaving together macabre humor with chilling truths. The audience, initially bewildered, was captivated by the performance, their laughter, both real and amplified by the manipulated broadcast signal, acting as an unforeseen weapon. The Obsidian Hand retaliated immediately, attempting to discredit them, to erase their performance from the public consciousness. But the seeds of doubt had been planted. Their performance went viral, igniting a public outcry, forcing the entertainment industry to confront its own dark secrets. The battle for the soul of comedy had become a war for the very future of the industry, and Mac, along with his unlikely allies, found themselves on the front lines. The battle was far from over, but for the first time they had a fighting chance, a chance to turn the laughter against the very entity that sought to control it. The fight, they knew, would be long, bloody, and ultimately darkly hilarious. The club's weakness. The revelation hit Mac like a punchline gone wrong, a jarring, unexpected twist that left him reeling. It wasn't in Blackwood's journals, nor in the cryptic symbols scrawled across the dusty photographs. It came from an unlikely source, Reggie's meticulous analysis of the club's power consumption. Reggie, with his usual methodical precision, had mapped the club's energy usage over the past decade, painstakingly charting spikes and dips, correlating them to major events, sold-out shows, particularly successful comedians, even the occasional disastrous bomb. The pattern, once revealed, was chillingly simple. The club's energy drain wasn't constant. It fluctuated wildly, directly proportional to the audience's enthusiasm. See? Reggie pointed to a graph on his laptop screen, its lines jagged and erratic, mirroring a seismograph tracking an earthquake. The spikes coincide with nights when the comedians killed it. The bigger the laughs, the more power the club sucks down. Dolores, ever the pragmatist, translated Reggie's findings into a chillingly clear implication. So, the club doesn't just feed on laughter, it needs it. It's addicted. It's reliant on a constant supply of emotional energy. Mac pondered this, the pieces of the puzzle clicking into place with a sickening thud. The mannequins weren't just passive recipients. They were energy conduits, transferring the emotional resonance of the audience's laughter into the club itself. The club was a parasitic entity, dependent on the very life force it exploited. This wasn't just a supernatural comedy club, it was a sentient energy vampire, sustaining itself on the creative output of desperate comedians. And that reliance was its weakness. If it needs the laughter to survive, Mac said, a grim smile spreading across his face, then we can use that against it. The implications of this discovery were profound. If they could somehow starve the club of its laughter fuel, they could weaken it, potentially even destroy it entirely. But how do you starve a sentient being of laughter? It wasn't a question of simply silencing the audience. The mannequins, as they'd discovered, were not easily manipulated. They were extensions of the club itself. Days bled into nights as the trio meticulously dissected the club's mechanics. They analyzed the recordings, searching for patterns, for any hint of a vulnerability. They reviewed Blackwood's notes, scrutinizing every cryptic symbol, every arcane diagram. They delved deeper into the club's history, tracing its roots back through centuries of twisted entertainment. Their research revealed a horrifying truth. The club wasn't just a place, it was a sentient entity, its existence intricately tied to the emotions of its audience. The more laughter it received, the stronger it became. The more despair and failure it witnessed, the weaker it grew. It was a bizarre symbiotic relationship, a twisted dance between life and death, fueled by the raw energy of human emotion. The discovery of this dependency, however, provided a potential pathway to victory. If they could control the flow of laughter, they could control the club itself. It wasn't about silencing the audience, it was about manipulating their emotional response. Their plan began to crystallize, a darkly comedic masterpiece of its own. It was a gamble, a long shot, but it was their only chance. They would use humor, the very weapon the club relied upon, to turn the tables. They wouldn't just perform, they would orchestrate a carefully calibrated emotional roller coaster, a comedic symphony designed to drain the club's life force. Mac, with his unique blend of dark humor and biting wit, would take center stage. He'd deliver a performance that would start with a riotous barrage of laughter, drawing the club in, feeding its hunger. Then, slowly, subtly, he would shift the tone, leading the audience, or rather, the mannequins, down a path of existential dread, of profound melancholy, of creeping unease, a comedic descent into the abyss. Reggie and Dolores would play supporting roles, manipulating the club's environment, using subtle sonic and visual cues to amplify the emotional impact of Mac's performance. They'd become puppeteers, pulling strings not just of the club's energy, but of the audience's emotions. The plan was audacious, even suicidal. It demanded precision, timing, and a level of comedic control that even Mac, with his years of experience, found daunting. One wrong move, one misplaced punchline, and the club could retaliate with devastating force. The stakes were impossibly high, a gamble against an entity that had played with time and reality itself. But the alternative was a fate far worse than death. To remain trapped in the club, to become another lifeless mannequin, to have their souls absorbed into the club's grotesque energy field. That prospect was too terrifying to contemplate. They spent weeks preparing, refining their strategy, honing their comedic weapons. They practiced their routines, each word, each gesture, meticulously planned, designed to create a specific emotional response. They analyzed the mannequins' reactions, searching for patterns, trying to anticipate their emotional triggers. They turned the club's own tools, the microphones, the lights, the very structure of the stage, against it. The night of the performance arrived, cloaked in an unnerving silence. The air hung heavy with anticipation, a palpable tension that spoke volumes of the risks they were taking. The mannequins, eerily still, were arranged in their usual formation, their vacant expressions staring into the darkness. Mac, Reggie, and Dolores stood backstage, a silent communion passing between them. The lights dimmed. A single spotlight illuminated the stage. Mac stepped out, a silent figure against the stark backdrop, his shadow stretching long and ominous. The silence was broken, only by the faint hum of the club's unnatural energy, a low, ominous drone that vibrated through the floorboards. Mac began. His first jokes were explosive, a torrent of dark humor that sent waves of something through the club. The mannequins reacted, a subtle tremor running through their seemingly lifeless forms. Their blank eyes seemed to gleam for a moment, a faint echo of laughter resonating within their hollow shells. The club was feeding, drawing in the energy, its unnatural hum intensifying. But Mac's act was far from a simple stand-up routine. It was a carefully crafted symphony of emotions. As the laughter escalated, so too did the tension. The jokes grew darker, the punchlines sharper, the underlying satire increasingly ominous. Slowly, Mac shifted the emotional landscape, introducing elements of melancholy, fear, and even despair. The mannequins reacted, their laughter becoming less raucous, more strained. The energy flow started to falter. The club's humming faltered, its parasitic grip weakening. Reggie and Dolores played their parts expertly, manipulating the lighting, the sound, even the temperature of the room. They amplified the emotions Mac was conjuring, creating an atmosphere of both amusement and growing dread. The room became a battleground, a war between laughter and despair, waged in the heart of a supernatural comedy club. The climax arrived with a punchline that wasn't funny at all, a dark and unsettling revelation that stripped the club of its illusions, exposing its horrific core. The mannequins froze, their eyes remaining blank, yet there was a faint glimmer of something, a release of energy, a dying breath. The hum of the club abruptly ceased. Silence filled the room, a silence heavier than any laughter could ever be. Max stared at the mannequins, their faces remaining blank, yet he felt a profound shift. The club's parasitic hold seemed to have finally broken. The air was suddenly crisp, cleansed of the club's unnatural energy. A sense of peace, however fragile, settled over them. They had won, but for how long? The Obsidian Hand was still out there, manipulating the entertainment industry, feeding off the hopes and dreams of countless others. Their victory was only a small step in a larger war. A war that, Mac grimly realized, would require a whole lot more darkly hilarious battles before it was finally over. The fight for the soul of comedy, and perhaps the very fabric of reality, had only just begun, forming a resistance. The silence after Mac's final, chillingly non-humorous punchline hung heavier than the thick, cloying air that had previously permeated the Spotlight Club. It wasn't the comfortable silence of anticipation, nor the uneasy quiet before a storm. This was a silence born of exhaustion, of a battle fought and perhaps won. The mannequins remained frozen, their vacant stares fixed on nothing in particular, yet Mac felt a subtle shift in the atmosphere, a release of pressure, like the final exhale after a long, arduous climb. Reggie, his usually meticulous demeanor replaced with a stunned awe, whispered, Did we actually do it? Dolores, never one for sentimentality, simply nodded, her eyes scanning the now eerily still mannequins. The club's usual hum, that unsettling drone that vibrated in their bones, was gone. The air felt cleaner, lighter, as if a suffocating weight had been lifted. But their victory felt strangely hollow, fragile. The feeling was akin to winning a game rigged against you from the start. The relief was immense, but the lingering knowledge of manipulation clung like a bad joke. They had fought a creature that thrived on laughter and despair, and somehow, through a carefully orchestrated performance, managed to starve it of both. Or so it seemed. It's not over, Max stated, his voice raspy, a testament to the emotional and physical toll of their performance. The celebratory mood dissipated like cheap champagne. He gestured to the mannequins, their porcelain faces still and unnervingly expressionless. We've dealt a blow, yes, but the Obsidian Hand remains. This club, it's just one branch of a much larger, darker operation. The realization hit them with the force of a poorly executed pratfall. Their triumph was a single act of defiance in a far, broader war. The Spotlight Club was merely a symptom, a particularly nasty manifestation of something far more sinister at work. The Obsidian Hand, the shadowy organization that controlled the club, was clearly far more extensive and powerful than they initially conceived. This wasn't just about one retro comedy club, it was about the entire entertainment industry, perhaps even the very fabric of reality itself. The immediate aftermath was a flurry of activity. They examined the mannequins more closely, searching for any signs of life, or at least a residual trace of the club's unnatural energy. Reggie meticulously documented every detail, his fingers flying across his laptop keyboard. Dolores, pragmatic as ever, began brainstorming their next move, her mind already formulating plans, contingency plans within contingency plans. Their exploration of the club uncovered a hidden room, tucked away behind a false wall. Inside, they found a vast archive filled with files, journals, and recordings dating back centuries. It was a meticulously documented history of the Obsidian Hand's manipulation of the entertainment industry. The files revealed how they had cultivated careers, orchestrated scandals, and subtly controlled the narrative, all in an effort to harvest the emotional energy of the masses. They discovered that the Obsidian Hand didn't just feed on laughter. They exploited every emotion, from joy to sorrow, from triumph to despair. They were masters of emotional manipulation, using their influence to orchestrate events that amplified these feelings, feeding the dark energy that powered their operations. The Spotlight Club was only one of their many venues, a particularly effective one due to its unique ability to tap into the vulnerabilities of struggling comedians. The journals detailed the Obsidian Hand's sinister ambitions. They weren't content with simply controlling the entertainment industry. They sought to manipulate reality itself, to shape the very course of human history through carefully orchestrated emotional narratives. The implications were terrifying, leaving them staring into the abyss of a cosmic puppet show. But amid the horror, they found something else: evidence of resistance. Scattered throughout the archive were references to other comedians, musicians, and artists who had resisted the Obsidian Hand's control, who had fought back against their manipulation. Some had succeeded, others hadn't, but their stories offered a flicker of hope, a testament to the possibility of defiance. Mac, fueled by a potent cocktail of adrenaline and righteous anger, decided to act. He wouldn't let the Obsidian Hand continue its reign of terror. They needed to build a resistance, a network of artists who understood the threat and were willing to fight back. He knew this wouldn't be easy. The Obsidian Hand was deeply entrenched, with a far-reaching network of influence. But he also knew that they weren't alone. There were others who had been touched by the Hand's shadow, others who had experienced its insidious control. Using the information gathered from the archive, they began contacting these individuals, reaching out to those who had shown signs of rebellion, those whose careers had inexplicably stalled, whose creativity had been stifled, whose lives had been subtly manipulated. The response was slow, cautious at first, but the sense of shared trauma, the mutual understanding of the insidiousness of the Obsidian Hand's influence, forged a quick bond. The resistance began small, a clandestine network of artists united by a shared purpose. They met in secret locations, sharing their stories, strategizing, and planning their next move. They had to be discreet. The Obsidian Hand's reach was long, its methods subtle and unnerving. Their strategies were varied, mirroring the diverse talents of its members. A musician used his music to subtly disrupt the Hand's broadcasts. A visual artist created art that exposed their manipulation. A writer penned scathing satires that laid bare the Obsidian Hand's machinations. Mac, naturally, continued to use his dark humor and biting wit, crafting comedic performances designed to expose and undermine the organization's control. The fight was far from easy. The Obsidian Hand retaliated, using its influence to discredit them, sabotage their efforts, and even attempt to turn members against each other. But the resistance persevered, their shared purpose strengthening their resolve. Their struggles were hard-fought battles, full of setbacks and near misses. Yet, in their shared adversity, they found camaraderie, a common purpose, a strength born of desperation, and a shared determination. The fight was ongoing, a constant struggle against an unseen enemy, but they were united, and that, in itself, was a significant victory. The resistance grew, becoming a force to be reckoned with, a network of artists pushing back against the Obsidian Hand's oppressive control. Their collective defiance proved that even the darkest humor can be used as a weapon, that laughter can be a form of resistance, and that even in the face of insurmountable odds, the human spirit can find a way to fight back. The war for the soul of comedy, and perhaps the fate of reality itself, was far from over, but they were fighting together, and that made all the difference, preparing for war. The air in the hidden bunker crackled with a nervous energy, a stark contrast to the hushed secrecy that had previously defined their meetings. Maps, diagrams, and hastily scribbled notes littered the worn wooden table, illuminated by the flickering glow of a single bare bulb. The air smelled of stale coffee, fear, and a faint unsettling whiff of something akin to burnt popcorn, a lingering olfactory ghost of the Spotlight Club. Mac paced, his usual sardonic grin replaced with a grim determination. He ran a hand through his already disheveled hair, the lines of exhaustion etched deeper into his face. The Obsidian Hand isn't just controlling the Spotlight Club, they're using it as a testing ground, A laugh factory, if you will. They're refining their methods, perfecting their emotional harvesting techniques before unleashing them on a larger scale. Dolores, ever the pragmatist, tapped a finger against a complex flowchart detailing the club's energy flow. Their control isn't just supernatural, it's technological. The mannequins, they're conduits, amplifying and channeling the emotional energy drawn from the comedians' performances. We need to disrupt that flow, to sever their connection to the obsidian hand. Reggie, his usual meticulousness amplified by the gravity of the situation, consulted his laptop, a constant hum emanating from its overworked processor. I've traced the energy signature back to a central hub. It appears to be located beneath the club itself, a subterranean network powering the entire operation. A low murmur rippled through the assembled members of the resistance. The implications were chilling. Their initial victory had been merely a surface wound. The real battle lay deep beneath the surface, in the heart of the Obsidian Hand's operations. Confronting them directly meant venturing into their lair, into the very source of their power. The plan they devised was audacious, bordering on suicidal. It relied on a combination of brute force, strategic infiltration, and Mac's unique brand of dark humor, a weapon both unexpected and potentially devastating. They would use Reggie's technological expertise to disable the club's energy conduits, while Dolores, with her intimate knowledge of the club's layout, would lead a diversionary attack. Mac, armed with a meticulously crafted set, would infiltrate the central hub and disrupt the flow of emotional energy directly at its source. His performance would be the ultimate weapon, not to entertain but to overload the system, to shatter the Obsidian Hand's control. The preparations were meticulous, each detail carefully considered, each potential contingency meticulously planned. They acquired specialized equipment, EMP devices, cloaking technology, scavenged from a forgotten military research facility, and a plethora of comedic props designed for maximum disruptive effect. The air was thick with anticipation, a palpable tension born of both fear and determination. Days blurred into nights as they prepared. They rehearsed Mac's set relentlessly, refining each joke, each punchline, honing it to a deadly precision. It was a performance designed not for laughs but for chaos, a controlled explosion of dark humor meant to overwhelm the system, to break the very essence of the Obsidian Hand's control. It wasn't comedy as they knew it, it was a weaponized form of satire, a carefully constructed symphony of destruction. Dolores, always practical, went over escape routes and contingency plans, her voice a low, steady hum that cut through the nervous energy. Reggie meticulously tested his devices, running simulations, tweaking algorithms, ensuring every piece of their plan worked in perfect harmony. He was a conductor leading an orchestra of destruction, his fingers dancing across his keyboard, composing a symphony of technological sabotage. Meanwhile, Mac's performance underwent constant refinement. It wasn't just about the jokes, it was about the delivery, the timing, the precise orchestration of emotional turmoil. He had to find the right balance, edgy enough to overload the system, but controlled, enough to avoid self-destruction. He needed to channel his own fear, his own insecurities, transforming them into a weapon, a darkly comedic force that could dismantle the Obsidian Hand's control. As the day of their assault drew near, a strange calm settled over the group. It wasn't the calm before the storm, but a different kind of quiet, the quiet born of acceptance, of knowing they were facing an impossible task but determined to face it together. Their bond had strengthened, forged in the fires of shared trauma and a common purpose. They were no longer just comedians, they were warriors, united against a shared enemy. The atmosphere in the bunker was electric, charged with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. Each member of the resistance understood the magnitude of the task ahead, to face the Obsidian Hand at its core, to dismantle its control, and to potentially risk everything in the process. Yet, they were also fueled by a potent mix of righteous anger, adrenaline, and an unwavering belief in the power of their collective will. The final preparations were a blur of activity, last-minute checks, final adjustments, the meticulous organization of their equipment, each action precise, deliberate, infused with the knowledge that their success or failure hinged on the smallest of details. The air was heavy with expectation, a suffocating mixture of dread and defiant hope. Mac adjusted his microphone, his eyes reflecting the flickering light, reflecting a grim resolve. This wasn't just a performance, it was a war, a desperate battle against a force that manipulated emotions, twisted reality, and fed on the very essence of creativity. And he, Malcolm Mac Justice, armed with his dark humor and the unwavering support of his newfound comrades, was about to wage it. The battle for the soul of comedy, and perhaps the fate of reality itself, was about to begin. The final showdown. The heavy steel door hissed open, revealing a labyrinthine network of tunnels bathed in an eerie phosphorescent glow. The air hung thick with the metallic tang of ozone and the sickly sweet scent of decay, a potent cocktail of technological failure and supernatural dread. Reggie, his face illuminated by the flickering screen of his laptop, led the way, his footsteps echoing eerily in the confined space. Dolores, ever vigilant, brought up the rear, her hand resting lightly on the butt of a modified taser disguised as a microphone. Mac followed, his heart a frantic drum against his ribs, the weight of their audacious plan pressing down on him. The tunnels twisted and turned, a claustrophobic maze designed to disorient and confuse. Each turn brought a new wave of apprehension, a fresh dose of the chilling unknown. They moved silently, their movements precise and calculated, their every step a testament to the meticulous preparation that had preceded this perilous mission. The silence was punctuated only by the rhythmic thump of Reggie's boots, the occasional hiss of Dolores's breath, and the ominous hum emanating from the depths of the subterranean network. They encountered several automated security systems, intricate traps designed to thwart any intrusion. Reggie, a whirlwind of frantic typing and muttered incantations, expertly disabled each one, his fingers flying across his laptop keyboard as if conducting a symphony of technological sabotage. The air crackled with energy as each system succumbed, leaving behind a trail of sparking wires and deactivated sensors, a testament to Reggie's skills and the potent cocktail of caffeine and desperation that fueled him. Dolores, meanwhile, expertly navigated the complex network of tunnels, her familiarity with the club's underbelly surprisingly adept. She moved with an uncanny grace, her senses honed to a razor's edge, detecting subtle shifts in temperature, pressure, and energy that betrayed the presence of hidden mechanisms and potential threats. She pointed out hidden vents and escape routes, ensuring their tactical maneuverability through the enemy's lair. Her intimate knowledge of the club proved invaluable, a crucial advantage in their desperate gambit against the Obsidian Hand. Finally, they reached the central hub, a vast cavern pulsating with an unsettling energy. At its heart stood a colossal machine, a grotesque amalgamation of Victorian-era technology and advanced robotics, its intricate gears grinding and whirring with an unnerving rhythm. The machine thrummed with an ominous power, its surface shimmering with a sickly green light. This was the source of the Obsidian Hand's power, the heart of their nefarious operation. Mac stepped forward, his heart pounding in his chest, the weight of the world resting on his shoulders. This wasn't just a comedy performance anymore. This was a life-or-death struggle against a force that fed on laughter, on the very essence of human emotion. He took a deep breath, steeling himself, preparing to unleash the weaponized humor he had spent days honing. His performance began, not with a joke, but with a chilling monologue, a dark confession of his deepest fears and insecurities. He spoke of the relentless pursuit of fame, the gnawing emptiness of success, the suffocating weight of expectation. He spoke of the price of laughter, the emotional toll exacted by the relentless demands of the entertainment industry. His words, stripped bare of their comedic veneer, were raw, visceral, and deeply unsettling. Then he began his set, a carefully crafted sequence of jokes, each designed to evoke a specific emotional response, each calibrated to disrupt the machine's delicate energy balance. He used dark humor, self-deprecating wit, and biting satire to expose the hypocrisy, the absurdity, and the underlying darkness of the Obsidian Hand's control. His words were weapons, piercing the machine's defenses, disrupting its energy flow, and overloading its circuits. The machine sputtered and groaned, its green glow flickering erratically, its mechanical heart struggling to maintain its rhythm. The air crackled with energy, a palpable tension filling the cavern. Mac's performance escalated, becoming a frenzied blend of dark comedy, theatrical pyrotechnics, and raw, emotional vulnerability. He channeled his anger, his pain, his very essence into his performance, fueling the chaotic energy that was disrupting the Obsidian Hand's control. Suddenly, the machine shrieked, its mechanical limbs flailing wildly. Sparks erupted, wires snapped, and a wave of raw energy surged through the cavern, throwing Mac and his companions to the ground. The phosphorescent glow intensified, then abruptly died, plunging the cavern into darkness. A terrifying silence descended, broken only by the ragged gasps of the resistance fighters. They lay there for a moment, stunned, disoriented, unsure if they had succeeded or merely triggered some catastrophic failure. Slowly they got to their feet, their hearts still hammering in their chests, adrenaline coursing through their veins. The darkness was unsettling, devoid of the eerie green glow that had previously filled the cavern. It seemed the Obsidian Hand's grip had been broken, at least for now. As their eyes adjusted to the darkness, they saw it. The colossal machine lay inert, its intricate mechanisms twisted and broken, its menacing hum reduced to a silent whisper. Their mission was a success. They had disrupted the energy flow, severed the connection between the Spotlight Club and the Obsidian Hand. But their celebration was short-lived. A low, guttural growl echoed through the cavern, a sound that spoke of something ancient, something powerful, something far more sinister than the machine they had destroyed. A monstrous shadow stretched across the cavern floor, growing larger, more menacing with each passing second. The shadow solidified, coalescing into a nightmarish form, a being of pure darkness, radiating an aura of malevolent power that sent shivers down their spines. This was the Obsidian Hand itself, its true form revealed, far more terrifying than they could have ever imagined. The battle was far from over. Their victory was only a fleeting respite, a moment of triumph before a new, even more terrifying confrontation. The true reckoning had just begun. The air crackled with a new, more potent energy, the energy of pure, unadulterated fear. Unexpected allies. The darkness pressed in, a suffocating blanket woven from fear and the lingering scent of ozone. The monstrous form of the Obsidian Hand loomed before them, its presence a palpable weight that threatened to crush their spirits. Mac, Dolores and Reggie stood poised, adrenaline a fragile shield against the overwhelming terror. They had defeated the machine, but they had only awakened a far greater beast. Just as despair threatened to engulf them, a flicker of movement caught Mac's eye. From the shadows, figures emerged, their forms indistinct at first, then slowly resolving into the unmistakable silhouettes of former rivals. Among them was Esmeralda, the sharp-tongued, cynical magician whose act had once been the envy of Mac. Her face, usually painted in a grotesque parody of beauty, was now etched with grim determination. Beside her stood Bruno, the brooding mime whose silent performances had once captivated and unnerved audiences. His painted-on smile seemed almost mocking in the face of their current predicament. Then, to Mac's utter astonishment, a figure stepped forward that he never expected to see again. Vincent, the washed-up, washed-out vaudeville veteran, whose career had ended ignominiously years ago. Vincent, whose attempts at humor had often fallen flatter than a week-old soufflé, now carried himself with an unexpected air of authority. His eyes, once filled with the hollow ache of a broken man, now burned with a defiant light. "Looks like the old dogs still have some fight left in them," Vincent rasped, his voice a gravelly whisper that resonated in the oppressive silence. Esmeralda scoffed, her voice dripping with sardonic amusement. "Don't flatter yourselves, old man. We're here because we're tired of being puppets, tired of playing to an audience of dust and dead hopes." Bruno, remaining silent, merely nodded, his eyes conveying a gravity that surpassed even the looming darkness of the Obsidian Hand. His movements, despite his silent nature, were precise and calculated. He moved to flank the monstrous entity, placing himself strategically to provide tactical cover. His mimed gestures, subtle but precise, communicated a strategy to Mac and the others, their cryptic language born from years of silent communication. The unlikely alliance was a testament to the unifying power of fear. These were comedians, performers, artists who had once competed for the limelight. They had been rivals, yes, but now they faced a common enemy. An enemy that threatened not just their individual careers, but their very existence. This was true show business, a battle against oblivion, for the fate of their very souls. Vincent, in his unexpected role as tactical commander, began orchestrating their attack. Esmeralda, your illusions can disrupt its concentration. Bruno, use your mime to create distractions, misdirect its attention, he instructed, his voice surprisingly steady despite the circumstances. Mac, you're the wild card, the unpredictable factor, your humor, your darkness. It's the only weapon we have that could possibly reach it. Esmeralda conjured a series of dazzling illusions, flickering images and fantastical beings that briefly diverted the Obsidian Hand's attention. The monstrous entity, for all its power, seemed momentarily disoriented by the sudden onslaught of impossible visuals, its form shifting and wavering as if unsure of its own reality. The illusions were fleeting, but they bought them precious time. Bruno, with his uncanny grace and precise movements, performed a silent ballet of deception. His movements, impossibly fluid and seemingly effortless, drew the Obsidian Hand's attention away from Mac, buying him the critical seconds he needed to unleash his dark humor. Mac approached the being with a grim determination and the unwavering knowledge that he was not just fighting for his own life, but that of the souls trapped within the Spotlight Club. Mac's performance was unlike anything he'd ever delivered before. He didn't rely on punchlines or witty one-liners. Instead, he unleashed a torrent of raw, visceral emotion, a cascade of dark humor that channeled the despair, the anger, and the sheer terror of his situation. He spoke of the absurdity of their predicament, the cruel irony of their circumstances, of how the very thing that had once given them life, the art of comedy, was now being used to extinguish them. He spoke of betrayal, disillusionment, the gaping chasm between expectation and reality. He laughed, he cried, he raged. And in his performance, something profound and unexpectedly potent emerged. The Obsidian Hand recoiled, its monstrous form visibly affected by Mac's performance. The being seemed to shrink in on itself, as if the raw, unvarnished truth of Mac's words and his dark humor struck at its very essence. It was not the fear or the illusions that disturbed the monster. It was the pure, unfiltered expression of human emotion, the painful vulnerability laid bare on stage. And in that vulnerability, there was power. As Mac's dark symphony of despair and laughter crescendoed, the Obsidian Hand began to falter. The ground trembled, the air crackled with a strange energy. The monstrous form began to shrink, its menacing power waning. Then, with a final agonizing shriek, the Obsidian Hand disintegrated, vanishing into nothingness, leaving only the lingering echo of its horrific presence. Silence descended, a heavy, expectant silence broken only by the ragged breathing of the unlikely allies. They had done it. They had vanquished the Obsidian Hand. But even in victory, there was a profound weariness, a shared understanding of the cost of their struggle. The Spotlight Club might be free, but the scars of their battle would remain etched upon their souls, a reminder of the dark side of ambition, the price of laughter, and the resilience of the human spirit. The escape from the Spotlight Club wasn't an end, but a new beginning, fraught with challenges yet to come. The fight, as they all knew too well, was never truly over. High stakes. The silence following the Obsidian Hand's annihilation was deafening, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the battle that had just concluded. Dust motes danced in the weak light filtering through unseen cracks in the oppressive walls of the Spotlight Club, illuminating the faces of the exhausted, triumphant, and strangely exhilarated comedians. They had stared into the abyss and, somehow, laughed their way back. But the victory felt hollow, a fleeting reprieve in a much larger, more terrifying game. The Obsidian Hand was gone, yes, but the club itself remained, a festering wound on the fabric of reality, its malevolent hum a constant reminder of the precariousness of their situation. Mac, catching his breath, noticed the subtle shift in the air. The oppressive weight was lessened, but a new tension had emerged, a chilling sense of anticipation. Vincent, surprisingly agile for a man his age, straightened his already rumpled suit. "We won this battle," he croaked, his voice a dry rasp, "but the war is far from over. This club, it's not just some haunted vaudeville house. It's a parasite, feeding off the hopes and dreams of performers, twisting their ambitions into fuel." His words hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the horrifying truth they had barely escaped. The club wasn't merely a place of supernatural torment, it was a system, a cruel mechanism designed to exploit the inherent vulnerabilities of those who craved the spotlight. Its power extended far beyond these walls, its tendrils reached into the very heart of the entertainment industry, sucking the lifeblood out of countless careers, leaving behind a trail of broken dreams and shattered souls. Dolores, ever practical, despite her ethereal beauty, voiced the unspoken concern. If the Obsidian Hand was the club's enforcer, what's the club's owner? What's at the top of the food chain? Reggie, typically the voice of boisterous optimism, remained unusually subdued. The sheer terror they'd faced had chipped away. At his usual bravado, he whispered, "This isn't just about us anymore. This is about everyone who's ever had their dreams crushed, every performer exploited, every talent devoured by the industry's insatiable hunger." He gestured around the cavernous space, the air thick with the residual energy of the recent battle, with echoes of laughter and screams swirling within. The implications were staggering. If the Spotlight Club was feeding on the industry's dark underbelly, then its reach was vast, encompassing generations of performers, countless broken careers, and a network of shadowy influence that extended far beyond the club's retro aesthetic. The club wasn't just a haunted house, it was a metaphor for the ruthless, soul-crushing machine of the entertainment industry itself. Esmeralda, ever the pragmatist masked in cynicism, added, "We need to find a way to sever its connection, cut it off from its source, whatever that may be. Otherwise, this whole thing will just regenerate." Her usual theatrical flair was muted, replaced by a chilling seriousness. She understood the true stakes now. The fight wasn't just for their lives, but for the very soul of show business. Bruno, ever the silent observer, communicated through a series of carefully choreographed mime gestures. He mimed a vast network, intricate and sprawling, with countless threads converging on a single unseen point, a puppet master pulling the strings of the entertainment world. His silent performance conveyed a sense of dread and the terrifying scale of the problem. Vincent, now surprisingly commanding, rallied the group. "We need a plan. We need to understand how this club operates, how it draws its power. And then, we'll use their own game against them. We'll weaponize the very thing they're feeding on, ambition, desperation, the hunger for fame." He paused, his eyes glinting with a newfound determination. "We'll turn their twisted carnival into our stage, and we'll deliver the performance of a lifetime." Their task was monumental. They needed to delve deeper into the club's secrets, to unravel its insidious mechanism and sever its ties to the outside world. This meant venturing further into the club's labyrinthine depths, confronting the ghosts of forgotten performers and the terrifying manifestations of their deepest fears. Each step forward held the potential for devastating consequences, the threat of becoming another lifeless mannequin in the club's macabre audience. Their investigation began with the club's archives, a decaying library filled with dusty playbills, faded photographs, and crumbling scripts. Each item held a fragment of the club's dark history, a testament to the countless dreams devoured within its walls. They discovered faded playbills featuring performers whose names were now only whispered legends, their final acts ending in tragic, unexplained disappearances. They found photographs of comedians, their faces frozen in rictus grins, their eyes hollow and devoid of life, mannequins among mannequins. The scripts were particularly revealing, filled with darkly humorous tales that mirrored their own experiences. Each script, in its own twisted way, detailed the descent into madness, the relentless pursuit of fame, and the soul-crushing disappointments that lay in wait. They uncovered a pattern, a chilling recurrence in the stories, a deal with the club, a pact made in the desperate pursuit of success, a price paid in laughter, in spirit, and ultimately in life itself. As they delved deeper, they uncovered the true nature of the Spotlight Club's power. It wasn't merely a supernatural entity, it was a symbiotic relationship between the club, its trapped performers, and the desperate ambition of the outside world. The club fed on the energy of the performers' desires, transforming their dreams into dark fuel, while simultaneously feeding back into the industry's insatiable appetite for new talent, a perpetual cycle of exploitation and despair. Their investigations led them to a hidden room, a control center of sorts, where they discovered a vast network of wires and tubes, pulsing with an eerie energy. It was here that they understood the true horror of the Spotlight Club. It was a conduit, a bridge between the real world and a dark dimension. Fueled by the collective ambition and desperation of the entertainment industry, the club wasn't merely trapping performers, it was actively feeding on their souls, their unfulfilled dreams, and their desperate pleas for recognition. The discovery intensified their resolve. They were not just fighting for their own survival, they were fighting to sever the club's connection to the real world, to break the cycle of exploitation, and reclaim the souls trapped within the club's chilling embrace. The fight ahead would be far more perilous, far more demanding, but they knew with a chilling certainty that the stakes were too high to fail. The fate of the entertainment industry and countless lives hung precariously in the balance. Their next move was audacious, even reckless. They decided to stage a counter-performance, a show designed to disrupt the club's energy flow, to overload its system, and ultimately to sever its connection to the outside world. This was a high-stakes gamble, one that could cost them everything. They would use the club's own weapon, the desperate pursuit of fame, against it, turning the spotlight on the club's dark heart. Their performance was a masterpiece of dark humor, a poignant reflection of the horrors they had witnessed. They performed a surreal, satirical take on the industry, a twisted spectacle that exposed its hypocrisy, its cruelty, and its insatiable hunger for fresh talent. They mimicked the desperation, the compromises, the broken dreams, every aspect of the soul-crushing machine that was the entertainment industry. Their performance was a raw, visceral outcry against the system that had betrayed them, and it resonated with an unsettling power. The effect was immediate and terrifying. The club's energy faltered, the hum of its malevolent power diminishing. The mannequins in the audience began to twitch, their lifeless eyes flickering with an unsettling light. The air crackled with a strange energy, a clash between the club's dark power and the raw, defiant energy of their counter-performance. The final act was a desperate gamble. Mac, channeling all his pain, rage, and dark humor into a single, unforgettable performance, confronted the very essence of the club, exposing its flaws, its vulnerabilities, and its inherent corruption. His performance was a verbal assault, a darkly comedic evisceration of the club's very being, leaving nothing untouched. It was the culmination of everything he had experienced, every fear he had conquered, every joke he had used to mask his own vulnerabilities. The climax arrived in a wave of chaotic energy. The club shook, its walls groaned, and the air crackled with an unbearable intensity. The mannequin's eyes blazed with an otherworldly light, and the very fabric of the club seemed to tear at its seams. Then, with a final, earth-shattering roar, the club imploded, collapsing in on itself, leaving behind nothing but a lingering silence and a faint smell of ozone. They had won. They had broken the cycle. But the victory felt like a Pyrrhic one, a testament to the harrowing cost of their fight against the darkness that lurked within the heart of the entertainment industry. The fight, they knew, was far from over. The scars of the Spotlight Club would remain, a chilling reminder of the price of ambition, the cost of laughter, and the resilience of the human spirit. Heavy losses. The silence that followed the implosion of the Spotlight Club wasn't the peaceful quiet of victory, it was the unnerving hush before a storm. The air, thick with the lingering scent of ozone, and the phantom echo of Mac's final, earth-shattering joke, held a palpable tension. They had won, but at a terrible cost. Reggie, his usual boisterous energy replaced by a bone-deep weariness, slumped against a crumbling wall, his face pale and drawn. A single tear traced a path through the grime on his cheek. He wasn't crying from pain, but from the profound weight of loss that settled heavily on their shoulders. "Bruno," he whispered, his voice barely audible above the humming silence. Esmeralda, her usual cynical smirk absent, knelt beside him. Bruno, the silent mime, lay still, his meticulously crafted makeup now smeared and cracked, a grotesque mask mirroring the tragedy they had just endured. His painted smile, usually a weapon of wry observation, was frozen in a grimace of finality. A single crimson tear stained his chalk-white cheek, stark against the ghostly pallor of his skin. His carefully constructed, poignant mime had always spoken volumes. Now, his silence spoke volumes of a different kind, a silence punctuated by the finality of death. The weight of Bruno's absence settled upon them like a shroud. He was more than just a member of their motley crew. He was the quiet anchor, the unseen force that held them together through sheer strength and silent empathy. His death was a blow to their already battered spirits, a testament to the true cost of their victory. The toll on Dolores was evident in the tremor in her usually steady hand. The ethereal beauty that had always seemed to shimmer around her had dimmed, replaced by a heartbreaking fragility. Her eyes, usually bright with fierce determination, now held a haunted, distant quality. She had lost more than just a comrade. She'd lost a part of herself within the crucible of their fight against the Spotlight Club's malevolent power. Vincent, his face etched with lines of exhaustion and grief, moved towards them, his usually sharp gaze softening with compassion. He placed a gentle hand on Reggie's shoulder. "He died fighting," he said, his voice a low rumble. "He died for something he believed in." It wasn't a comforting statement. It was a stark reminder of the horrifying reality they faced. Their fight hadn't been a clean battle. It had been a brutal war of attrition, claiming a life for every step forward. But the losses extended beyond Bruno. The Obsidian Hand, the club's brutal enforcers, had paid their own price. Scattered amongst the debris of the imploded club lay the remnants of the shadowy figures, torn costumes, shattered weapons, and the faint lingering scent of brimstone. They were gone, but the price of their defeat was palpable. The air was heavy with the collective weight of their silent suffering, their unfulfilled ambitions, and the unspoken stories of their lives consumed by the club's darkness. Mac, despite his victory, felt the weight of their losses keenly. He'd faced his own demons, his own insecurities, but he hadn't been prepared for the profound sense of emptiness that followed the destruction of the Spotlight Club. He had broken free, but he had also broken something within himself. The darkness he'd confronted hadn't simply vanished. It had been absorbed, leaving a hollow space in its wake. The laughter that had once been his shield was now tinged with a bitter undercurrent of regret. The escape hadn't been clean. The explosion hadn't simply obliterated the club. It had ripped a hole in the fabric of reality, leaving a lingering distortion in the air. The surrounding space felt unsettlingly altered, like a warped photograph, edges blurring into uncertainty. They were safe, but the lingering consequences of their victory were unsettling. They emerged from the remnants of the Spotlight Club, blinking in the harsh light of dawn. The world felt different, strangely alien after their ordeal within the distorted time and space of the club. The familiar streets seemed to shimmer with a strange, uncanny energy, echoing with the ghosts of their experience. The silence of the outside world was a stark contrast to the cacophony of their battle, a reminder that the fight was far from over. The reality that awaited them was even more daunting. The club's collapse hadn't solved the problem, it had merely shifted the battleground. The club's network, its influence on the entertainment industry, remained intact. The systems of exploitation, the endless cycle of broken dreams and shattered careers, still persisted. Their battle within the club had only scratched the surface of a much larger, more insidious evil. The victory, hard won and deeply meaningful, felt profoundly hollow. They had escaped the club's physical confines, but they carried the scars of the experience deep within their souls. They were changed, forever marked by the darkness they'd faced, the losses they'd endured, and the haunting weight of their victory. They stood on the precipice of a new fight, a battle waged not against a supernatural club, but against the very nature of ambition, the seductive allure of fame, and the insidious underbelly of an industry that thrived on broken dreams. Their journey had just begun. The world outside the Spotlight Club awaited, a stage as vast and unforgiving as the club itself. Their victory within the club was a prelude, a harrowing introduction to the far greater battle that lay ahead. The fight for the soul of the entertainment industry had only just begun. The reckoning, it seemed, was far from over, a Pyrrhic victory. The dawn broke, a pale and sickly thing, struggling to pierce the lingering gloom that clung to the ravaged remains of the Spotlight Club. It wasn't the triumphant sunrise of a clean victory, but a melancholic daybreak hinting at the long, arduous road ahead. The air still hummed with a dissonant energy, a residual tremor from the reality-bending explosion that had shattered the club's unnatural hold. They had won, but the victory felt less like a liberation and more like a brutal reprieve. Max stared at his reflection in a shard of shattered mirror, the distorted image mocking his exhaustion. His eyes, usually alight with manic energy, were hollow, shadowed with the weight of what they had endured. The sharp lines of his face seemed deeper, etched not just by sleepless nights, but by the raw, visceral experience of confronting his deepest fears within the heart of the club's grotesque reality. He ran a hand through his hair, finding it stiff and matted with sweat and dust. The laughter, the sharp, incisive wit that had been his weapon, his shield, felt distant, muted, as if the very source had been drained dry. His triumph tasted like ash in his mouth. Reggie, his face streaked with grime and tears, leaned heavily against a twisted piece of metal, the remnants of a stage prop, a grotesque parody of a fallen statue. His usual boisterous energy was completely extinguished, replaced by a quiet grief that radiated from him like a palpable chill. He looked older, broken, the vibrant spark in his eyes dulled to embers. The price of their victory was written in the lines etched deep into his face, a testament to the toll exacted upon them all. Esmeralda, usually a whirlwind of sardonic wit and dark charm, sat hunched over, her shoulders trembling. Her usual defiant posture was broken, replaced by a fragile vulnerability. The ethereal beauty that had once surrounded her, a shimmering aura of defiance, was gone, replaced by a profound weariness that seemed to sink into her very bones. The vibrant colors of her costume, once so striking, were now smudged and torn, reflecting the disarray within. Her silence spoke volumes, a stark contrast to her usually sharp tongue. Dolores, her normally serene composure shattered, clutched a tattered piece of Bruno's costume, a small, almost insignificant scrap of fabric, yet it held a monumental significance. Her fingers traced the delicate stitching, each movement a silent tribute to their fallen comrade. The ethereal quality that had always surrounded her, a veil of otherworldly grace, was gone. The haunting beauty that had captivated audiences was now veiled in a profound sadness, a profound loss that resonated through her very being. Her normally bright eyes, filled with unwavering determination, were now clouded with a deep, immeasurable sorrow. Vincent, his sharp features softened by exhaustion and grief, moved towards them, his presence radiating a quiet strength that offered a fragile hope in the face of overwhelming despair. He surveyed the scene, the devastation around him, and a deep sigh escaped his lips, a sound heavy with unspoken sorrow. He'd seen too much death, too much darkness. But even he found the destruction of the Spotlight Club a profound blow. It was more than just the physical damage, it was the emptiness of a victory earned at such a devastating cost. The weight of Bruno's absence hung over them like a suffocating shroud. His death was a stark reminder of the true cost of their victory, a profound and irreplaceable loss that left a gaping hole in their camaraderie. The silence in which they mourned was the most potent testimony to his value, a silent scream of grief that mirrored the shattered remnants of the club. He had been the glue that held their unlikely alliance together, his silent strength a counterpoint to their more volatile personalities. Now, only the echoes of his mime remained, a haunting reminder of what they had lost. The escape itself had been a harrowing ordeal. The explosion, while successful in destroying the club's physical structure, had ripped open a tear in the fabric of reality, leaving behind a lingering distortion in space and time. The world they emerged into felt alien, warped, its familiar contours blurred and uncertain. Even the simplest act of walking felt unnerving, their steps echoing on an unsteady ground. The lingering consequences of their victory were palpable, a haunting reminder of the terrible cost of their struggle. They had faced the Obsidian Hand, the club's enforcers, and though they had vanquished them, the victory was not without its brutal price. The remnants scattered among the rubble bore witness to a conflict that transcended the physical, a battle waged in the shadows, a clash of wills and dark ambitions. They had survived, but the scars they bore were deeper than mere physical wounds. They were wounds to the soul, etched in the memories of their struggle. They stepped out onto the city street, the harsh sunlight jarring after the unnatural gloom of the club. The world, once familiar, now seemed to shimmer with an eerie energy, echoing with the lingering ghosts of their experience. The sounds of the city, the hum of traffic, the distant sirens, seemed distorted, strangely amplified, as if the very fabric of reality was still trembling from the aftershocks of their battle. Their victory was a Pyrrhic one, a hard-won triumph laced with the bitter taste of loss and the haunting awareness of their changed selves. They had escaped the club's physical grasp, but the club's shadow stretched far beyond its crumbling walls. The insidious network, its influence on the entertainment industry, remained largely untouched. The fight for the soul of the industry, for the countless broken dreams and shattered ambitions, was far from over. The reckoning was just beginning. The true battle was yet to come, a battle waged not against a supernatural club, but against a system, against the corrupt mechanisms that fueled the entertainment industry's insatiable appetite for talent, a system that chewed up and spat out artists with ruthless efficiency. The victory they had won within the Spotlight Club was only a prelude, a harrowing introduction to a far larger conflict, a war against the forces of ambition, the seductive allure of fame, and the insidious darkness that lurked beneath the glitz and glamour. Their journey had just begun, and the stakes were higher than ever before. The world outside awaited, a stage as vast and unforgiving as the club itself. Their escape was only a beginning, a pause in the fight for their souls and the integrity of their art. The true reckoning was only just beginning. Healing the wounds, the city lights, once a beacon of hope, now felt like a mocking glare, highlighting the hollowness of their victory. Reggie, his laughter usually a force of nature, now coughed, a rattling sound that echoed the decay within the crumbling club. He clutched a half-empty bottle of cheap whiskey, its contents doing little to soothe the burning in his throat, a burning mirrored by the ache in his soul. The escape had left him scarred, not just physically. The burns on his arms were a testament to the Obsidian Hand's brutality, but emotionally. The loss of Bruno hung over him like a shroud, suffocating the remnants of his jovial spirit. Esmeralda, her usual flamboyant attire reduced to tattered rags, sat on a cracked pavement, her fingers tracing the faded patterns on her ruined costume. The vibrant colors were now muted echoes of their former glory, mirroring the fading light in her eyes. The ethereal beauty that had once been her shield was gone, replaced by a deep, gnawing fatigue. She spoke little, her words laced with a weariness that spoke of years of trauma compressed into a single night. The sarcastic wit, the sharp tongue that had once cut through the darkness, now felt like a tool she no longer knew how to wield. The silence surrounding her was deafening, a stark contrast to the cacophony of the Spotlight Club. Dolores, her usually serene face etched with lines of exhaustion and grief, held a single wilted flower, a survivor from the ravaged landscape of the club. Its delicate petals, crumpled and torn, reflected the fragility of their own spirits. She whispered prayers to Bruno, words carried on the wind, a desperate attempt to connect with the lost comrade, to mend the gaping hole in her heart. The ethereal grace that had surrounded her, the calm that had radiated from her very being, had shattered, leaving behind only a deep-seated sadness. The loss had shaken her to her core, stripping away the composure she had cultivated for so long. Her fingers, usually so steady and precise, trembled slightly as she held the wilted flower. Vincent, a pillar of strength amidst the wreckage, surveyed the group with a heavy heart. His eyes, usually sharp and perceptive, held a profound sadness. He was a master of illusion, a conjurer of dreams, but he couldn't conjure away the pain etched onto their faces. The burden of their shared trauma weighed heavily upon him. He felt the weight of their collective suffering, a responsibility he hadn't sought but couldn't escape. He understood the insidious nature of their enemy, the deep-seated corruption that ran through the entertainment industry, and the battle ahead would be long and arduous. The escape from the club was only the first step. Mac, leader and reluctant hero, felt the crushing weight of their shared experience. His trademark sarcasm, once his sharpest weapon, felt dull and ineffective against the overwhelming grief that clung to them like a suffocating fog. The manic energy that had fueled his ambition had been extinguished, replaced by a profound weariness, a hollowness that mirrored the destruction of the Spotlight Club. He had escaped the club's physical grasp, but its influence, its insidious whispers, still haunted him. The laughter he had used as a shield had left him depleted, his soul aching from the battle. He looked at his friends, at the broken remnants of their dreams scattered around them, and knew the healing process wouldn't be swift or easy. The days that followed were a blur of fragmented memories and recurring nightmares. The survivors sought refuge in a small, dilapidated apartment, a stark contrast to the glamorous facade of the Spotlight Club. The air was thick with silence, punctuated only by the occasional sob or whispered prayer. Each of them carried the invisible scars of their ordeal, wounds that ran deeper than any physical injury. Sleep offered little respite, their dreams haunted by the grotesque faces of the Obsidian Hand, the chilling laughter of the ghost comedians, and the final, heartbreaking silence of Bruno. Reggie found solace in the bottom of a bottle, his attempts to drown his sorrow only deepening the despair. He struggled with guilt, the survivor's burden weighing heavily on his shoulders. He saw Bruno in every shadow, heard his laughter in every gust of wind. Esmeralda retreated into herself, her sharp wit replaced by a haunting silence. She found comfort only in the tattered remnants of her costume, a tangible link to the life she had left behind. Dolores found solace in quiet moments of reflection, her ethereal beauty now veiled in a profound sadness. She meticulously collected fragments from the club, small mementos of their ordeal, pieces that somehow held the memory of their lost friend. Vincent, ever the pragmatist, focused on their next move. He understood that their fight was far from over, that their escape was only the first step in a much larger battle. Mac struggled to reconcile the man he was before the Spotlight Club with the man he was now. The ambition that had once driven him felt hollow, the desire for fame replaced by a profound weariness. He found himself questioning his purpose, his place in the world. The laughter that once came so easily now felt strained, a painful reminder of the joy he had lost, a joy tainted by the darkness he had encountered. He knew that healing required more than just time. It would take courage, resilience, and a willingness to confront the demons that had been unleashed within them. Therapy became a crucial part of their healing process. They met with a therapist, a woman who understood their unique situation, who didn't dismiss their experiences as mere fantasy. She helped them confront their trauma, to process the horrors they had witnessed, to acknowledge their losses without succumbing to despair. The sessions were often difficult, filled with tears and raw emotion, but they were also a crucial step towards healing. They learned to support each other, to share their burdens, to find strength in their shared trauma. The healing process was slow, arduous, and often painful, but it was a journey they had to undertake together. They had faced death, confronted their deepest fears, and emerged from the crucible of the Spotlight Club forever changed. Their laughter, once a weapon, now became a form of therapy, a way to reclaim their voices, to express the pain, the anger, the grief, and the resilience that had been forged in the fires of their ordeal. Slowly, painstakingly, they started to rebuild their lives. They found solace in simple things, the warmth of the sun on their skin, the taste of good coffee, the sound of a familiar song. They learned to appreciate the small moments, the quiet joys, the simple pleasures. That had been overshadowed by their ambition. Their art, their comedy, became a tool for healing, a way to express their pain and find meaning in their experience. The escape from the Spotlight Club was not an ending, but a beginning. It was the start of a long and difficult journey towards healing, a journey that would test their resilience, their friendship, and their unwavering belief in the power of laughter and the importance of their art. They had escaped the physical clutches of the club, but the shadow of their experience remained, a constant reminder of the darkness they had confronted, the price they had paid for their art, and the battles still yet to come. The fight was far from over. The wounds of war ran deep, but in their shared laughter, their shared trauma, they found the strength to begin to heal, rebuilding trust. The chipped paint of their makeshift refuge mirrored the cracks in their collective psyche. The laughter that had once defined them, a weapon against the absurdity of life, felt like a distant memory, a ghost haunting the silence of their shared apartment. Reggie, his usually booming laugh now a strangled rasp, spent his days staring blankly at the peeling wallpaper, the whiskey bottle his only companion. The weight of Bruno's absence was a physical burden, a leaden cloak suffocating him. He'd started sketching Bruno in his notebook, capturing the ghost of his smile, his infectious energy, a desperate attempt to hold on to a memory before it faded completely. Esmeralda, stripped of her vibrant persona, wandered the cramped space like a lost soul. Her once sharp wit was blunted, her words few, and laced with a weariness that mirrored the city's own jaded heart. The remnants of her costume, a tattered testament to her past glory, lay discarded in a corner, a poignant symbol of a life irrevocably altered. She began to sew, meticulously repairing the damage, each stitch a small act of defiance against the chaos that had consumed her. She found a strange comfort in the repetitive motion, a tangible link to the creative spirit that the Spotlight Club had almost extinguished. Dolores, usually a beacon of calm, found herself consumed by anxiety. The wilted flower, a relic from the club's wreckage, remained her constant companion, a silent testament to their losses. She started a small garden on their windowsill, nurturing fragile seedlings, each tiny sprout a symbol of hope blooming in the desolate landscape of their grief. The careful tending, the slow unfolding of life, was a gentle counterpoint to the violence they had endured. She felt a profound connection to these fragile plants, understanding their vulnerability and resilience. Vincent, the pragmatic illusionist, took on the practical tasks of rebuilding their lives. He found odd jobs, utilizing his skills in ways he never imagined. He repaired broken toys, conjured simple illusions for street performers, and traded his talents for food and shelter. He kept their spirits up, his unwavering optimism a stark contrast to the despair that threatened to engulf them. He saw their survival not as an ending, but a beginning. Their escape was a testament to their collective strength, a victory they needed to build upon. Mac, the reluctant leader, felt the weight of their shared trauma acutely. His signature sarcasm felt hollow, his comedic timing off. He found himself struggling to write new material, his well of dark humor seemingly dried up. He tried to recapture the energy, the manic creativity that had propelled him towards success, but the words wouldn't come. He found himself haunted by the empty laughter of the mannequin audience, a silent reminder of his near destruction. The escape, he realized, hadn't freed him from the Spotlight Club's influence. It had simply changed the battlefield. Their first step towards rebuilding was confronting the industry that had allowed the Spotlight Club to exist. They began to speak out, cautiously at first, sharing their experiences with journalists and industry insiders. The initial response was met with skepticism, disbelief, even ridicule. Their tale sounded too fantastical, too unbelievable. But Mac, armed with his honed comedic timing and bolstered by the shared truth of his friends, began to craft their story into a compelling narrative. He used his comedic voice, his unique brand of dark humor, to make their experience relatable, to pierce the veil of disbelief. He spun their ordeal into a darkly comedic exposé of the entertainment industry, exposing its underbelly of exploitation, ambition, and the sacrifices it demanded. He painted a portrait of ruthless producers, desperate artists, and the seductive allure of fame, cleverly weaving in the chilling details of their time in the Spotlight Club without ever compromising their truth. He highlighted the club's manipulation of fears, anxieties, and insecurities, showing how it mirrored the industry's own corrosive mechanisms. Word started to spread. Slowly, begrudgingly, the industry began to listen. Their story, initially dismissed as a bizarre fabrication, slowly gained traction, fueled by Mac's compelling storytelling and the supporting testimonies of his friends. The weight of their shared experience, their raw honesty, began to erode the skepticism. The details of their escape, the descriptions of the obsidian hand, and the ghostly comedians, while unbelievable on the surface, resonated with a deeper truth about the hidden costs of fame and the dark undercurrents running beneath the glittering facade of show business. Vincent's illusions, once a source of wonder, now became a tool for exposing the deception of the industry. He staged a series of subtle illusions, weaving messages of hope and truth into his performances, subtly undermining the industry's self-serving narratives. He used his expertise to expose the methods of manipulation, the subtle pressures that crushed the souls of aspiring artists. His illusions became allegorical warnings, subtle critiques masked in shimmering spectacle. He turned the tricks of the trade against its corruptors. Esmeralda, reclaiming her flamboyant style, used her platform to advocate for better working conditions, fair treatment, and mental health support within the industry. She started a support group for artists who had experienced exploitation and abuse, providing a safe space for them to share their stories and find solidarity. Her advocacy transformed her pain into purpose. Her sharp wit, once a weapon, now served as a shield, protecting vulnerable artists. She re-emerged not as a victim, but as a warrior for change. Reggie, having finally conquered his crippling grief through therapy and the support of his friends, found a new creative outlet in his art. He began to create a series of poignant portraits, his paintings capturing not only the memory of Bruno, but the collective trauma and resilience of their journey. The art became a conduit for his grief, turning the memories of loss into expressions of hope and healing. His paintings became a form of therapy, a visual narrative that brought him peace. Dolores, with her ethereal grace, became a spiritual guide for her peers. She used her calm demeanor, her empathetic nature, and her artistic talent to help others navigate the emotional aftermath of their traumatic experiences. Her ability to connect with others on a spiritual level, her understanding of deep loss and healing, helped those struggling with similar wounds. She provided a calm amidst the storm. Their collective efforts started to yield results. The industry, facing increasing scrutiny and pressure, began to implement changes. New policies aimed at protecting artists from exploitation were put into place. Mental health support became more readily available. The Spotlight Club, their shared nightmare, remained a dark secret, but it had become a catalyst for change, a force that transformed grief into action, pain into purpose. The scars remained, a stark reminder of their ordeal, but within those scars they found strength, a fierce determination to build a more equitable and honest entertainment world. The laughter that once fueled their ambition now propelled their activism, a testament to their resilience, their unity, and their unwavering belief in the transformative power of art. The rebuilding of trust was not a quick fix, but a continuous, arduous process. But with every laugh, with every painting, with every act of advocacy, they were inching closer to a future where art was not a commodity, but a vessel for truth, a force for positive change, and a beacon of hope in the darkest corners of the entertainment industry. A new order. The air, once thick with the stench of stale beer and desperation, now held the faint scent of fresh paint and possibility. Their makeshift apartment, a testament to their shared struggle, was slowly transforming. Vincent, ever the pragmatist, had found a discarded armchair from a dumpster, reupholstering it with salvaged fabric in a surprisingly vibrant shade of emerald green. It sat proudly amidst the still sparse furniture, a beacon of hope in the otherwise utilitarian space. He even managed to coax a flickering bulb back to life, casting a warm glow on the peeling walls, transforming the gloom into a space of quiet intimacy. Esmeralda, her fiery spirit rekindled, had taken to decorating the walls. She'd scoured thrift stores for discarded posters and framed photographs, creating a chaotic yet vibrant collage that reflected their shared journey. A poster for a long-forgotten vaudeville show hung next to a candid shot of Bruno, his eyes sparkling with mischief, a poignant reminder of their fallen comrade. Her sewing machine, now a symbol of resilience, hummed quietly in the corner, a counterpoint to the city's relentless rhythm. She was designing new costumes, creating outfits that were both flamboyant and functional, a reflection of her own renewed sense of purpose. Reggie, his hands still trembling slightly, had found a new muse in their shared experience. His paintings, once dark and brooding, now held a glimmer of light, a testament to their collective triumph over adversity. He'd captured the chaos of the Spotlight Club in a series of abstract canvases, swirls of color representing the swirling emotions of fear, hope, and despair. Another painting depicted their escape, a kaleidoscope of swirling lights and shadows encapsulating the surreal nature of their ordeal. His art, once a tool for processing grief, had become a celebration of survival. Dolores, her face still etched with the lingering effects of her trauma, had found solace in tending to her burgeoning garden. The seedlings she'd nurtured had grown into vibrant, flourishing plants, mirroring the slow but steady growth of their own healing process. She'd crafted tiny ceramic pots for them, each one unique, reflecting the individual personalities of her friends. The delicate blossoms, a testament to resilience and rebirth, represented the promise of a brighter future. Her quiet strength was a constant source of comfort and support. Mac, despite his newfound success, found himself grappling with the lingering effects of the Spotlight Club. The hollow laughter of the mannequins still echoed in his mind, a constant reminder of the dark abyss he'd stared into. His comedic timing, once razor-sharp, still felt slightly off, the rhythm disrupted. He found himself struggling to write new material that resonated with his soul, his well of dark humor seemingly tainted by his experience. But slowly, he was finding his way back to his craft, transforming his trauma into a potent source of creativity. He realized that his experiences weren't just a personal battle, they were a mirror reflecting the systemic problems within the entertainment industry. He started to chronicle his journey, weaving his experience within the Spotlight Club into a larger narrative about the exploitation, abuse, and toxic nature of the industry. His manuscript, a blend of dark humor and chilling realism, became a powerful indictment of the industry that had almost consumed him. He meticulously documented the systemic issues, focusing on the inherent power imbalances, the pressure to succeed at all costs, and the emotional toll it took on aspiring artists. He brought in accounts from other comedians, friends, and industry insiders, corroborating his story, building a comprehensive portrait of systemic issues. The media's initial skepticism slowly gave way to intrigued fascination. The details of their escape, once dismissed as fanciful tales, resonated with a deeper truth about the hidden costs of fame and the dark undercurrents running beneath the glamorous facade of show business. Mac's compelling narrative, infused with his signature dark humor, cut through the noise, highlighting the vulnerability of artists and the exploitative nature of the industry's system. He utilized his stand-up skills to turn the dark, shocking realities into a palatable narrative, making it digestible while maintaining its power. He didn't shy away from the graphic details, but instead infused them with his unique comedic voice, allowing his dark humor to underscore the sheer absurdity and cruelty of their ordeal. Their collective efforts ignited a firestorm of change within the industry. Their testimony led to investigations, exposing a web of corruption and exploitation. Powerful figures were questioned, careers were ruined, and the industry was forced to confront its own dark underbelly. The aftermath wasn't just about personal healing, it was about systemic transformation. New regulations were put in place, aimed at protecting artists from exploitation, providing them with better working conditions, fair compensation, and access to mental health support. Independent organizations were established to ensure accountability and transparency within the industry. The renewed focus on mental health was particularly significant. The industry, long notorious for its ruthless competitiveness and disregard for the well-being of its artists, began to acknowledge the devastating impact of stress, burnout, and trauma on creative individuals. Support groups, similar to the one Esmeralda had started, proliferated across the country, providing a safe space for artists to share their experiences and find solidarity. They established hotlines and online resources, making mental health support more accessible and less stigmatized. The industry started to actively promote self-care and healthy coping mechanisms, acknowledging that mental health was as important as physical health in the demanding creative world. The entertainment industry, once a landscape of cutthroat competition and exploitation, was gradually transforming into a more ethical and supportive environment. The changes weren't immediate, nor were they complete, but they represented a significant shift in attitude and practice. The scars remained, a stark reminder of their ordeal, but they had become badges of honor, testaments to their resilience and their fight for change. Their journey from victims to advocates had not only saved their own lives, but had illuminated the path for a healthier, more compassionate future for countless others in the industry. The laughter that had once fueled their ambition now propelled their activism, echoing in a symphony of change, a testament to their unwavering belief in the power of art to transform and heal. The fight for a truly equitable entertainment world was far from over, but the seeds of change had been sown, watered by their tears and nurtured by their laughter. The new order was taking root, a testament to their collective strength and unwavering hope. Lingering shadows. The city lights, once a symbol of ambition, now felt strangely muted, their brilliance dulled by a lingering unease. Mac found himself staring out of his apartment window, the vibrant cityscape a stark contrast to the monochrome nightmares that still haunted his sleep. The mannequins, their vacant eyes and frozen smiles, continued their silent parade in his mind's eye, their laughter a chilling echo in the quiet of the night. The victory felt hollow, a Pyrrhic triumph bought at the cost of a fractured psyche. He'd escaped the Spotlight Club, but the club had escaped into him. The sharp wit, once his greatest weapon, now felt like a double-edged sword, cutting both his anxieties and his humor. Jokes that once brought uproarious laughter now felt tainted, laced with the bitter aftertaste of trauma. The stage, once a sanctuary, now felt like a battlefield, each performance a precarious dance between catharsis and collapse. His friends, too, carried their own invisible wounds. Esmeralda, while outwardly vibrant, often retreated into fits of silent contemplation, her laughter tinged with a melancholic undercurrent. The trauma of her confinement, the forced servitude to the club's macabre demands, had left its mark, a subtle tremor in her usually resolute demeanor. She'd found solace in her work, designing costumes for local theater productions, but the vibrant colors sometimes felt too bright, too jarring, a desperate attempt to mask the lingering darkness. Vincent, the pragmatic one, found himself strangely adrift. His meticulous nature, once a source of strength, now manifested as an obsessive need for control, a relentless drive to order the chaos within and around him. He'd reorganized their apartment with ruthless efficiency, each object placed with precise intention, but the meticulous arrangement seemed to serve only as a flimsy barricade against the encroaching shadows of their shared experience. He still held onto the emerald-green armchair as a symbol of their triumph, but his smile lacked its usual warmth, replaced by a thin, strained line that hinted at the depths of his internal struggle. Reggie's art, while bearing a glimmer of hope, still reflected the trauma they'd endured. His vibrant paintings concealed a deeper layer of darkness, the colors themselves feeling somehow haunted. The figures in his artwork, though seemingly joyful, held a haunted expression that spoke of suppressed memories and lingering fear. His creative process, once a form of catharsis, had become a wrestling match with his demons, each stroke of the brush a battle against the insidious tendrils of their traumatic experience. He found himself increasingly drawn to darker themes, the beauty and terror of the natural world intertwining in ways that both fascinated and disturbed him. Dolores, the quiet strength of their group, carried the weight of her trauma with a stoic grace. Her garden, once a symbol of rebirth, now felt like a fragile sanctuary, her delicate plants mirroring her own precarious emotional state. The slightest change in weather, the unexpected wilt of a single leaf, caused her disproportionate anxiety, each tiny loss a painful reminder of the fragility of life and the enduring nature of loss. The strength that had sustained them through the ordeal now felt precarious, a thin thread stretched taut against the pull of despair. Mac began to notice strange patterns, subtle occurrences that couldn't be dismissed as mere coincidence. The echoes of laughter once confined to the club seemed to follow them, a faint whisper in empty rooms, a phantom giggle in the quiet of the night. Objects would move inexplicably, a book would fall from a shelf, a chair would shift subtly, as if unseen hands were playing a cruel, macabre game. Sleep became a battlefield, his dreams a disturbing tapestry of mannequins, their lifeless eyes following him through surreal landscapes. He tried to rationalize these occurrences, blaming stress, fatigue, but a nagging sense of unease persisted. The more he tried to ignore it, the more insistent the phenomena became. He started keeping a journal, meticulously documenting each strange event, searching for a pattern, a clue that might unravel the mystery of the club's lingering influence. The media, initially captivated by their story, began to express skepticism. The more sensational elements of their narrative were dismissed as mere embellishment, their account of the supernatural deemed the product of overwrought imaginations, the result of their traumatic ordeal. Mac found himself fighting a new battle, not just against the club's influence, but against the ingrained skepticism of a world unwilling to believe in the things it couldn't understand. The skepticism, however, wasn't limited to the media. His fellow comedians, initially supportive, now regarded him with a mixture of pity and suspicion. His dark humor, once his trademark, now felt unsettling, laced with a disturbing realism that made people uncomfortable. The once vibrant comedy scene he was a part of now seemed to shrink away from him, creating a space of isolation that exacerbated the shadows within. Esmeralda, in her quieter moments, shared a similar experience. The trauma of the club didn't just affect her comedic timing, but also her ability to find joy in her craft. The vibrant colors and designs she'd once used to express her creativity now seemed burdened by a profound melancholia. She found it increasingly difficult to fully embrace her artistic passion, the shadows from her experience eclipsing the joy she once derived from it. The support group she'd started faltered, as members found themselves struggling to cope with their individual experiences, the trauma of the Spotlight Club casting a long, chilling shadow over their lives. Vincent, ever the pragmatist, struggled to understand the lingering effects of the club. His sharp mind, usually adept at logic and reason, couldn't quite grasp the intangible horrors that continued to plague them. The meticulous order he'd created in his life felt like a futile attempt to stem the tide of an encroaching darkness. He found himself increasingly irritable, his sense of control constantly threatened by the unpredictable nature of the supernatural forces at play. Reggie's art became a desperate plea for understanding, a visual chronicle of his descent into a private hell. His abstract canvases, once expressions of hope, grew darker and more disturbing, his swirling colors reflecting the turmoil in his mind. He spoke less, retreating into his art, finding a terrifying beauty in the nightmarish visions that haunted him. Dolores's garden, her sanctuary of tranquility, became a battleground. Her plants, once symbols of hope, began to wither, their delicate blossoms drooping as if mirroring her own failing spirit. The quiet strength she'd shown throughout their ordeal seemed to ebb away, replaced by a sense of quiet resignation. Mac realized that the battle was far from over. Escaping the Spotlight Club was only the first step in a long, arduous journey. The club's influence, like a malignant parasite, had taken root within them, feeding on their fears, their insecurities, their very souls. The shadows of the Spotlight Club remained, a constant reminder of the darkness they'd confronted and the lingering battle yet to be fought. He knew, with chilling certainty, that the laughter of the mannequins would continue to echo in their lives for a long time to come. The aftermath of war was not a ceasefire, but a new kind of battle, one fought in the shadows of their minds, remembering the fallen. The flickering candlelight cast long shadows across the makeshift memorial, illuminating the faded photographs and wilting flowers. It wasn't a grand ceremony, no somber speeches or solemn pronouncements, just a quiet gathering of the survivors huddled together in the dim light of Reggie's apartment, a space that had become their sanctuary, their shared refuge from the lingering horrors of the Spotlight Club. The air hung heavy with unspoken grief, a palpable silence punctuated only by the occasional sniffle or the soft whisper of a name. On a small table, amidst the flickering candles, sat a collection of photographs, ghostly images of comedians lost to the club's insatiable hunger. There was Benny the Bolt Belcher, his manic grin frozen in a rictus of forced amusement, his eyes reflecting the chilling emptiness of the mannequins. Next to him was Patty the Pistol Peterson, her usually vibrant stage persona replaced by a vacant stare, her laughter a chilling echo in the silent room. And then there was Carlos the Cyclone Cortez, his signature flamboyant style muted, his boisterous energy extinguished, leaving only a pale imitation of the comedic force he once was. Each photo held a story, a life extinguished, a potential stolen by the club's insatiable appetite for laughter. Mac traced the faded image of Benny with a trembling finger. Benny, with his lightning-fast wit and self-deprecating humor, had been the heart of their makeshift rebellion. His quick thinking and unwavering optimism had kept their spirits alive during the darkest hours. He remembered Benny's infectious laugh, the way it could cut through the tension, a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness of the club. Now, only a photograph remained, a cruel reminder of their shared loss. The silence felt deafening, broken only by the occasional crackle of the candle flame. It was a silence that held the weight of worlds, the unspoken grief of those who'd witnessed the club's callous disregard for human life. Esmeralda, her eyes red-rimmed, placed a single white rose next to Benny's photo. The vibrant colors that usually defined her personality were muted, replaced by a quiet sorrow that clung to her like a shroud. Her fingers, normally nimble and quick, trembled as she arranged the delicate petals. The memory of Benny's unwavering support, his constant encouragement, his infectious laughter, brought a fresh wave of grief. She remembered his kind words, his gentle encouragement, the way he'd always been there to lift her spirits, even in the darkest of times. The rose, a simple gesture, felt inadequate, a tiny token of remembrance for a life so fully lived, so abruptly ended. Vincent, usually so composed, his pragmatism a shield against emotional turmoil, found himself unexpectedly overwhelmed. The meticulous order he'd imposed on his life felt meaningless in the face of such profound loss. He carefully placed a small polished stone next to Patty's photo, a gesture that spoke volumes about his inability to express his grief openly. Patty's sharp wit, her quick improvisational skills, had been instrumental in their escape. He'd admired her courage, her resilience, her ability to find humor even in the face of overwhelming odds. The stone, smooth and cool to the touch, represented the enduring strength of her spirit, a silent tribute to her memory. Reggie, his usually expressive eyes clouded with sorrow, stared at Carlos's photo, a lump forming in his throat. Carlos's larger-than-life personality had been a source of inspiration and support. His unwavering belief in their ability to escape had given them the strength to persevere. He'd found solace in painting Carlos's portrait during their captivity, immortalizing his energy on canvas, a desperate attempt to combat the club's encroaching darkness. Now, he added a small self-portrait to the memorial, a reflection of his shared grief, his artistic expression a way of processing the profound loss. Dolores, her quiet strength a beacon in the darkness, simply knelt before the makeshift altar, her fingers tracing the names inscribed on a small wooden plaque. She offered a silent prayer, her grief a silent testament to the bond they'd shared, the trauma they'd endured, the lives they'd lost. She'd been the one who'd found the hidden passage, the escape route that allowed them to flee the club. Her quiet strength, her calm demeanor, had been the anchor that kept their small band together. The quiet strength that had sustained them through their ordeal now felt precarious, a thin thread stretched taut against the pull of despair. The silence stretched, a heavy blanket of grief enveloping them. It wasn't the silence of emptiness, but the silence of shared loss, the unspoken understanding of a trauma that transcended words. Each survivor carried the weight of their grief, the burden of memory, the chilling echo of laughter that would forever haunt their lives. Mac broke the silence, his voice barely a whisper. They didn't just die, they were stolen. His words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of his unspoken sorrow. The club hadn't just claimed their lives, it had stolen their laughter, their joy, their very essence. The stolen laughter of the fallen comedian seemed to echo in the silence, a constant reminder of the club's malevolent power. Esmeralda nodded, her voice choked with emotion. Stolen from the stage, stolen from life, stolen from us. She looked at the photographs, each one a testament to a unique talent, a vibrant personality, extinguished too soon. The theft wasn't just of lives, it was the theft of potential, of dreams unrealized, of laughter unheard. Vincent, his voice tight with emotion, added, "We have to remember them. Not just as victims, but as the incredibly talented comedians they were." He picked up Benny's photo, gazing at it with a new intensity. His words were a stark reminder that remembering the fallen wasn't merely a matter of honoring their memory, but also of upholding their legacy, of ensuring that their laughter wouldn't be silenced completely. Reggie, his eyes fixed on the canvases around him, added, "Their laughter might be silenced, but their spirits, their art, that lives on." He pointed to one of his paintings, a canvas bursting with vibrant color, yet subtly tinged with the undertones of their shared experience. He found solace in his art, translating his grief and trauma into vibrant strokes of paint, a way of keeping their memory alive. Dolores, her voice soft but steady, spoke, "Their laughter lives on in us, in our memories, in our strength, in our resolve to never forget." Her voice was a testament to resilience, a promise that their experience would serve as a testament to their strength. The laughter, once a source of life, now served as a grim reminder, a chilling echo in the silence of remembrance. The ceremony ended not with a resolution, but with a shared understanding of the weight of loss. The survivors left the apartment, their steps heavy with the weight of grief, but carrying the memory of their lost companions, their laughter a bittersweet echo in the quiet city streets. The city lights, once a symbol of ambition, now felt strangely muted, their brilliance dulled by a lingering unease. They knew the fight wasn't over. The club's influence lingered, a malevolent presence in their lives. But as they walked, they carried their friends' memories with them, their laughter a flickering candle against the encroaching darkness. Their stories, their experiences, would serve as a stark reminder that the price of fame could be the ultimate silence. The laughter of the mannequins would forever echo in their ears, a morbid soundtrack to their lives. They were survivors, forever marked by the horrors they'd witnessed, and they would honor the fallen by living their lives fully, their laughter echoing the strength of those they'd lost. Their laughter would never truly be silenced. It would echo, a defiant roar against the darkness. New opportunities. The city lights, once a blinding beacon of ambition, now held a softer glow, less harsh, less demanding. Mac found himself drawn to the quiet corners, the dimly lit cafes where the murmur of conversation replaced the roar of the Spotlight Club's phantom audience. The silence wasn't empty, it was a deliberate choice, a space to process the echoing laughter of the mannequins, the chilling memories of his time trapped in that temporal anomaly. He'd escaped, yes, but the escape hadn't erased the trauma. It had etched it onto his soul, a permanent reminder of the price of fame, a price paid in laughter and lives. He'd lost friends, colleagues, fellow comedians who'd become more than just acquaintances, more like family forged in the crucible of shared terror. Benny, Patty, Carlos, their faces, frozen in the photographs Reggie had carefully preserved, haunted his dreams. Their laughter, once infectious, now echoed as a chilling warning, a constant reminder of the club's insatiable hunger. He couldn't bring them back, but he could honor their memory. He could use his experience to prevent others from suffering the same fate. The initial wave of grief had subsided, replaced by a quiet determination. He'd survived, and he intended to make his survival count. The escape wasn't just a physical liberation, it was a spiritual awakening. He saw the entertainment industry with new eyes, stripped bare of its glittering facade, revealing the underbelly of exploitation, the desperate scramble for attention, the ruthless pursuit of success at any cost. He understood the power dynamics, the unspoken rules, the way the system could swallow you whole, leaving you a hollow shell echoing with the laughter of a phantom audience. His first act of rebellion was subtle, almost imperceptible. He started small, refusing to play the game. He rejected the pressure to conform, to sacrifice his integrity for a fleeting moment in the spotlight. He turned down lucrative offers from producers who wanted him to replicate the manic, self-destructive humor that had, in a twisted way, fueled his success in the Spotlight Club. That humor had been born out of desperation, a twisted survival mechanism in a hellish environment. He wouldn't let it define him any longer. Instead, he chose to speak out. He used his newfound platform, his harrowing experiences as a cautionary tale, to advocate for better conditions for comedians, to fight for fairer contracts, to expose the predatory nature of certain industry players. He started a blog, a raw and unflinching account of his ordeal, detailing the horrors of the Spotlight Club, the manipulations, the psychological warfare. It wasn't easy. Some dismissed him as a washed-up has-been, a madman spouting nonsense. Others saw him as a threat, someone who dared to expose the dark underbelly of their carefully crafted world. But he persevered. His words resonated with other comedians, many of whom had experienced similar abuses, similar exploitation, similar silences demanded in exchange for a few moments of fleeting fame. He organized meetings, formed alliances, created a support network for comedians struggling with burnout, depression, and the crushing weight of industry expectations. He used his darkly comedic wit to deliver a message of hope, a message of solidarity, a message of resistance against the machine. He wasn't trying to reform the entire entertainment industry. That was a Sisyphean task. But he was making ripples, creating waves of change, starting with the small, intimate gatherings where comedians could share their stories without fear of judgment, without the pressure to perform, without the silent expectation of laughter. He created workshops, focusing on mental health, creative resilience, and ethical practices within the industry. He encouraged collaboration, fostering a sense of community amongst artists who often felt isolated and vulnerable. His performances shifted too. He still incorporated dark humor, his signature sardonic wit, but it was a darker, more nuanced humor, informed by his experiences, infused with a newfound empathy. He explored themes of trauma, resilience, and the human condition, weaving together personal anecdotes with societal commentary, creating a uniquely poignant and darkly comedic tapestry. His new material resonated deeply with audiences. He wasn't just telling jokes, he was sharing his story, his truth. He was connecting with people on a deeper level, forging a connection based on shared vulnerability, shared experience, shared resilience. His shows became sanctuaries, spaces where laughter wasn't just a form of entertainment, but a form of healing, a communal release of tension, a shared catharsis. The success wasn't measured in sold-out stadiums or overflowing bank accounts. It was measured in the quiet gratitude of his fellow comedians, in the renewed hope in the eyes of young, aspiring artists, in the gradual shift in industry attitudes, in the growing awareness of the insidious nature of exploitation within the entertainment world. It was measured in the laughter that echoed, not from mannequins, but from a community of artists reclaiming their voices, their stories, their integrity. He started receiving invitations to speak at conferences, universities, and industry events. He shared his experience with a wider audience, advocating for stronger unions, greater transparency, and better mental health support within the comedy world. He became a voice for those who were previously silenced, a beacon of hope in the often dark and unforgiving landscape of the entertainment industry. His work wasn't solely confined to the stage or the lecture hall. He became a vocal advocate for industry reform, pushing for legislation to protect comedians from exploitative contracts and to promote ethical practices. His blog became a platform for others to share their stories, fostering a growing community of support and activism. He still remembered the Spotlight Club, the chilling laughter, the vacant stares of the mannequins. But the memory no longer held the power to paralyze him. He transformed his trauma into a catalyst for change, a force for good in a world that often seemed consumed by darkness. His laughter was different now, stronger, deeper, more resonant. It was the laughter of a survivor, the laughter of someone who'd stared into the abyss and emerged, victorious, carrying the torch of hope and the memory of those he'd lost. He knew the fight wasn't over. The Spotlight Club remained a looming shadow, a reminder of the lurking darkness. But Mac was armed with his experience, his wit, and the collective strength of a newly formed community of comedians. He was ready to face whatever darkness might come, knowing that even in the deepest shadows, laughter, genuine and defiant, could prevail. The laughter of the mannequins was a ghost of the past, a haunting echo. But his laughter, the laughter of the survivors, was the soundtrack of a new beginning. A beginning where the price of fame was not silence, but a powerful, resonant voice raised against the darkness, rediscovering purpose. The chipped mug warmed his hands, the lukewarm coffee doing little to chase away the lingering chill that seemed permanently etched into his bones. It wasn't the physical cold of a winter night, it was the icy residue of the Spotlight Club, a phantom chill that clung to him even in the California sun. He'd escaped the temporal prison, but the echoes of its manic laughter still reverberated within him, a constant reminder of the price he'd almost paid. He looked out at the bustling street, the vibrant chaos a stark contrast to the sterile, silent horror of the club's audience. The city, once a symbol of his relentless ambition, now felt different. It wasn't a battlefield anymore. It was a canvas. He wasn't fighting for survival. He was painting a new future, one stroke of dark humor at a time. His old routines, the ones that had almost cost him his soul, lay discarded. They were relics of a past life, a desperate scramble for validation that had nearly extinguished his light. He'd spent weeks sifting through the wreckage of his former self, piecing together the fragments of his authentic voice, the voice that had been buried under layers of self-doubt and the desperate need to please a phantom audience. The process was agonizing, a slow and painful excavation of buried emotions. He confronted the insecurities that had fueled his self-destructive behavior, the deep-seated fear of failure that had driven him to the brink. He delved into the roots of his ambition, separating the healthy drive from the toxic hunger that had almost consumed him. He realized that his ambition had been a shield, a desperate attempt to protect himself from the vulnerability he so desperately feared. He started writing again, but this time it was different. The jokes weren't weapons anymore, they were tools. They were instruments of healing, instruments of catharsis, instruments of connection. He wrote about his trauma, not to wallow in it, but to transform it, to distill the bitter experience into something beautiful and poignant, something that could resonate with others. He found himself drawn to smaller venues, intimate spaces where he could connect with his audience on a deeper level. He eschewed the bright lights and booming laughter of the grand stages, preferring the hushed anticipation of a room filled with genuine listeners, people who weren't just there for entertainment, but for connection. His new material was raw, honest, and profoundly personal. He shared his story, not as a cautionary tale, but as a testament to resilience. He talked about the darkness, the despair, the crushing weight of expectation, but he also talked about the light, the moments of grace, the unexpected friendships that had blossomed amidst the chaos. He spoke about the power of human connection, the importance of empathy, and the transformative power of laughter. The response was overwhelming. His audiences were moved, not just by his wit, but by his vulnerability, his authenticity. They saw themselves in his story, his struggles, his triumphs. They laughed, they cried, they connected. His shows became spaces for shared healing, spaces where the collective burden of human experience could be acknowledged, explored, and ultimately transcended through the shared act of laughter. He began to receive emails, letters, messages from other comedians, from artists of all kinds, sharing their own stories of exploitation, burnout, and the crushing weight of the entertainment industry. He found himself becoming a mentor, a guide, a confidant. He created online forums, support groups, and workshops, providing a safe space for artists to share their struggles and find solace in their shared experience. He wasn't just a comedian anymore, he was a healer, a facilitator, a catalyst for change. He used his platform to advocate for better working conditions within the industry, pushing for fair contracts, better mental health support, and an end to the toxic culture of exploitation that had nearly destroyed him. His work extended beyond the stage. He partnered with mental health organizations, raising awareness about the importance of self-care and seeking help when needed. He spoke at conferences, universities, and industry events, challenging the status quo and advocating for a more ethical and humane approach to entertainment. He helped establish a union for independent comedians, giving them a collective voice and the power to negotiate fair contracts and working conditions. His blog became a vital resource for aspiring comedians, providing practical advice, sharing personal experiences, and offering a platform for discussion and support. He used his dark humor to address serious issues, creating content that was both entertaining and informative, engaging and empowering. The success wasn't measured in monetary gain or critical acclaim, although those came as a natural consequence of his work. His success was measured in the lives he touched, the artists he helped, the changes he initiated within the industry. He measured it in the quiet smiles of his audience, in the renewed hope in the eyes of struggling artists, in the growing movement for change sweeping through the entertainment world. His laughter was different now. It was resonant, full of meaning, radiating healing and empathy. He continued to write, to perform, to advocate, to heal. He knew the shadow of the Spotlight Club would always be with him, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of the entertainment industry. But he also knew that he had found a new purpose, a new path, a new way to use his talent and his experience to make a difference. He was no longer a prisoner of the Spotlight Club. He was its liberator, a beacon of hope for artists everywhere. He was using his laughter, his dark humor, his unique voice to create a brighter future, a future where the pursuit of fame didn't come at the cost of one's soul. He'd faced the darkness and emerged stronger, scarred but not broken. He understood now that the real power wasn't in the fleeting applause of a phantom audience, but in the genuine connection forged through shared laughter, shared vulnerability, and shared resilience. He was a comedian, yes, but he was also a warrior, a healer, a beacon of hope in the often dark and unforgiving landscape of the entertainment industry. And he was just getting started. The mannequin's laughter was a haunting memory, but his laughter, the laughter of a survivor, the laughter of a liberator, was the sound of a new beginning, a symphony of defiance and hope. His laughter was the new soundtrack, a testament to the resilient human spirit, a defiant roar against the darkness. And that, he knew, was worth more than any fleeting moment in the spotlight. Building a legacy. The escape from the Spotlight Club wasn't just a physical liberation, it was a spiritual rebirth. Mac found himself driven by a purpose far exceeding personal success. The chilling laughter of the mannequins, the spectral agony of the trapped comedians. These weren't just memories to be buried, they were fuel for a revolution. He wouldn't let their sacrifices be in vain. He owed them a legacy, a testament to their resilience, a bulwark against the insidious forces that had nearly consumed them all. His first step was to document his experience, not as a sensationalist exposé, but as a cautionary tale woven with dark humor, a blend of the horrific and the hilarious that only he could deliver. He meticulously crafted a manuscript, a harrowing account of his descent into the Spotlight Club and his subsequent escape. He wrote about the twisted rules, the manipulative nature of the club's existence, the chilling faces of the audience, and the desperate struggle for survival. He detailed the stories of his fellow comedians, each a tragic masterpiece of ambition and despair, each a haunting reminder of the industry's darker side. He didn't shy away from the grotesque details, the surreal horror, the psychological torment, seasoning it all with his trademark sardonic wit. The result was a chillingly funny, profoundly unsettling memoir that resonated with a raw honesty that transcended genre. The book became an instant success, not because of the sensationalism, but because of its authenticity. Readers connected with Mac's vulnerability, his self-deprecation, his dark humor, his unflinching honesty about his struggles with ambition, self-doubt, and the relentless pressure to succeed in a cutthroat industry. The book sparked conversations, ignited debates, and brought the insidious underbelly of the entertainment industry into the harsh light of day. It became a rallying cry for artists everywhere, a testament to the human cost of fame and the urgent need for change. But Mac's efforts didn't stop with his memoir. He leveraged the book's success to establish a foundation dedicated to supporting struggling comedians and artists. The Laughing Out Loud Foundation, as he called it, offered mental health resources, legal aid, and financial assistance to those navigating the treacherous waters of the entertainment industry. He partnered with mental health professionals to create workshops, support groups, and online resources tailored to the specific challenges faced by artists. He championed fair contracts, better working conditions, and an end to the toxic culture of exploitation that he had witnessed firsthand in the Spotlight Club. Mac transformed his experiences into a potent force for positive change. He tirelessly campaigned for stricter regulations within the industry, advocating for independent artists' rights and pushing for greater transparency and accountability. He became a vocal critic of the exploitative practices that pushed artists to the brink of burnout and despair. He used his platform, his newfound fame, not for personal aggrandizement, but as a tool to amplify the voices of those who had been silenced. His work extended beyond the immediate sphere of the entertainment industry. He partnered with various charities, using his dark humor to raise awareness about mental health issues, addiction, and the importance of self-care. He spoke at schools, colleges, and conferences, inspiring aspiring artists to pursue their dreams without sacrificing their well-being. His message was clear: ambition should never come at the cost of one's soul. He organized annual benefit shows featuring other comedians, musicians, and artists, all united in the cause of supporting their fellow creatives. These events became legendary, a blend of raucous laughter and heartfelt emotion, a testament to the power of community and collective action. Mac's influence extended even further. He started a mentorship program, pairing seasoned artists with young, aspiring talent. He taught them not just the craft of comedy, but the art of survival in a challenging industry. He instilled in them the importance of self-worth, the value of authenticity, and the power of their unique voices. He wanted to equip them with the tools to avoid the pitfalls he had encountered, to navigate the industry with resilience and integrity. He established a writer's retreat, a sanctuary for artists seeking refuge from the pressures of the industry, a place where they could find inspiration, support, and community, a place where laughter wasn't just a tool for entertainment, but a source of healing. He filled the retreat with laughter, comfort, and creative energy, a stark contrast to the sterile horror of the Spotlight Club. His legacy was not built on fame or fortune alone, although those followed as a natural consequence of his efforts. It was built on the lives he touched, the artists he empowered, the industry he helped reform. It was built on the laughter he shared, the empathy he extended, and the hope he ignited in the hearts of those who had felt lost and forgotten. He had escaped the Spotlight Club, but he had also found a deeper meaning within the darkness, a purpose that transcended his personal survival and extended to the collective well-being of his fellow artists. He continued to write, to perform, to advocate, to heal. He knew that the specter of the Spotlight Club would always linger in his consciousness, a stark reminder of the horrors he had witnessed. But those horrors no longer defined him. They fueled him. They were the foundation upon which he built his legacy, a legacy of resilience, a legacy of hope, a legacy built on the defiant laughter of a survivor. The chilling echoes of the mannequin's laughter were now overshadowed by the resounding laughter of a man who had turned trauma into triumph, a man who had found a purpose far greater than fame, a man who had transformed his darkness into a beacon of light for the entire industry. His laughter, the laughter of a liberator, was the new soundtrack, a defiant symphony against the oppressive forces of exploitation and despair. His legacy was a testament to the unyielding power of the human spirit. His laughter was the echo of a new beginning, finding peace. The years that followed were a tapestry woven with threads of laughter and quiet reflection. The public saw the triumphant comedian, the outspoken advocate, the tireless philanthropist. They saw the man who had conquered the horrors of the Spotlight Club and emerged victorious, a beacon of hope for struggling artists. But behind the public persona, Mac carried the weight of his experiences, a burden he couldn't and wouldn't entirely shed. The mannequin's laughter, the ghostly wails of forgotten comedians, the suffocating pressure of the club's insidious rules. These were etchings on his soul, indelible marks that served as both a warning and a source of unwavering strength. He found solace not in forgetting, but in understanding. He delved into therapy, not to erase the past, but to integrate it into the narrative of his life. He explored his own vulnerabilities, his own demons, the anxieties that had driven him to seek validation in the cutthroat world of stand-up comedy in the first place. He discovered that the Spotlight Club wasn't just a surreal, otherworldly experience. It was a grotesque reflection of his own internal struggles, a manifestation of his deepest insecurities. The club's manipulative nature mirrored his own self-destructive tendencies, his relentless pursuit of success at the expense of his well-being. The process was arduous, fraught with emotional turbulence. There were nights when the laughter of the mannequins echoed in his dreams, nights when the chilling presence of the trapped comedians weighed heavily on his soul. He faced moments of intense self-doubt, moments when the scars of the past threatened to overwhelm him. But he persevered, armed with the support of his loved ones, the strength he'd found within himself, and the unwavering belief that his experiences could serve a greater purpose. His peace wasn't a passive acceptance of his past, it was an active engagement with it. He learned to harness the power of his dark humor, using it not as a shield but as a tool for healing, for connecting with others, for transforming trauma into something meaningful. His stand-up routines evolved, incorporating elements of his experience, but always with a touch of the darkly comic that only he could deliver. He didn't shy away from the horrific details, but he framed them within a context of resilience, of survival, of the transformative power of laughter in the face of adversity. His jokes became meditations on the human condition, on the fragility of life, on the importance of finding humor in the darkness. His relationship with his fellow survivors from the Spotlight Club deepened. They formed a unique bond, a fraternity of souls who had stared into the abyss and emerged with a newfound appreciation for life. They held regular gatherings, not somber memorials, but joyous celebrations of survival, punctuated by shared laughter and heartfelt conversations. They were living testaments to the resilience of the human spirit, proof that even the darkest experiences could be transformed into sources of strength and connection. Mac's work with the Laughing Out Loud Foundation continued, expanding its reach and impact. He saw the foundation not as a charitable endeavor, but as a vehicle for systemic change within the entertainment industry. He advocated for legislation that protected artists' rights, ensuring fair compensation, reasonable working conditions, and access to mental health resources. He pushed for greater transparency and accountability, seeking to dismantle the exploitative practices that had led to so much suffering. His efforts were met with resistance, but his unwavering commitment to justice, his unwavering belief in the inherent worth of artists, fueled his persistence. He continued to write, publishing novels and essays that explored themes of trauma, resilience, and the search for meaning. His work wasn't just about entertainment, it was a form of social commentary, a powerful indictment of the industry's darker side, and a testament to the enduring human spirit. His books became required reading in college courses, sparking discussions on the ethical dimensions of the entertainment industry, the complexities of fame, and the importance of prioritizing mental well-being. His personal life flourished as well. He found love, a love built on mutual understanding, shared laughter, and an unwavering commitment to each other. His partner understood the depth of his scars, the weight of his past, and offered unconditional support and unwavering love. Their relationship was a testament to the healing power of connection, a refuge from the storms of his past. He found a quiet contentment, a peace that wasn't about erasing the past, but integrating it into the rich tapestry of his present. But the memories never truly faded. The spectral figures of the trapped comedians sometimes visited him in his dreams, their laughter a haunting reminder of the price of ambition. The mannequins' chilling stares sometimes flickered in the periphery of his vision. But these weren't sources of fear or paralysis, they were reminders of the lessons he'd learned, the battles he'd won, the purpose he'd found. They were the ghosts of his past, but they no longer haunted him, they served as silent witnesses to his transformation. His laughter was different now. It was still sharp, still darkly comedic, still tinged with the bittersweet irony of his experiences. But it was also infused with a deeper resonance, a profound sense of gratitude, a quiet joy that stemmed from his hard-won peace. He had found a new beginning, not in escaping his past, but in embracing it, transforming it into a source of strength, purpose, and lasting change. His laughter was the sound of healing, the sound of resilience, the sound of a man who had found peace not in oblivion, but in the vibrant tapestry of his life, a life woven with threads of darkness and light, a life where the laughter of the mannequins was ultimately silenced by the resonant, joyful laughter of a man who had found his purpose. The laughter echoed, not as a chilling reminder of the past, but as a triumphant symphony of a life reclaimed, a life reborn. It was the soundtrack of his new beginning. His legacy was secure, not only as a comedian, but as a champion of the human spirit, someone who transformed a personal tragedy into a powerful force for change. His laughter, the laughter of a survivor, was the most potent weapon against the shadows of the past, and the most beautiful testament to his triumph over adversity, a changed man. The television lights, once a source of blinding anxiety, now felt like a comforting embrace. He'd learned to navigate the glare, the pressure, the relentless scrutiny. The years since the Spotlight Club had been a relentless process of self-discovery, a brutal but ultimately rewarding excavation of his soul. He no longer saw the stage as a battleground, a desperate scramble for validation, but as a platform, a space to connect with others, to share his truth, however dark or unsettling it might be. His stand-up act had evolved. It was still sharp, still darkly comedic, but the humor was laced with a newfound depth, a poignant understanding of the human condition. He didn't shy away from the grotesque, the macabre, the unsettling aspects of his experience. He spoke of the mannequins' vacant stares, the ghostly wails of the trapped comedians, the suffocating pressure of the club's rules. But he framed these horrific details within a narrative of resilience, of transformation. His jokes were no longer mere punchlines, they were philosophical inquiries, meditations on the fragility of life, on the absurdity of existence, on the surprising beauty that could bloom even in the darkest corners of the human experience. He started incorporating elements of surrealism, mirroring the bizarre reality of the Spotlight Club. He'd weave tales of spectral comedians complaining about the lack of decent coffee in the afterlife, or describe the mannequins' surprisingly sophisticated taste in 70 seconds disco. The audience roared, not just at the punchlines, but at the sheer audacity of his unflinchingly honest portrayal of his trauma. He'd found a way to make the unbearable bearable, to transform horror into something darkly beautiful, something strangely cathartic. The Laughing Out Loud Foundation flourished under his leadership. He'd expanded its reach beyond simply providing financial assistance to struggling artists. He championed mental health initiatives, spearheaded workshops on coping mechanisms for performers battling depression and anxiety, and lobbied tirelessly for legislation that protected artists' rights and ensured fair compensation. He understood the systemic issues that had contributed to his own near destruction. The industry's relentless pursuit of profit, its inherent instability, its culture of exploitation. He fought against it all, using his platform to amplify the voices of those who'd been silenced. His work extended beyond advocacy. He published a memoir, a darkly comic, brutally honest account of his experiences. The book became a bestseller, not just for its humor, but for its unflinching exploration of trauma, resilience, and the search for meaning. It sparked crucial conversations about mental health, the price of ambition, and the ethical responsibilities of the entertainment industry. Universities added it to their syllabi, sparking heated debates and fostering a deeper understanding of the complexities of the creative world. His subsequent novels, each a chilling yet ultimately hopeful exploration of the darker aspects of human nature, cemented his place not just as a comedian but as a literary voice, a thought-provoking artist who used his craft to examine the societal ills that plague humanity. His personal life had also undergone a profound transformation. He found love, a love that wasn't built on fleeting infatuation but on mutual respect, shared experiences, and a deep understanding of the complexities of his soul. His partner wasn't merely a supportive presence, she was his equal, his confidant, someone who saw the darkness within him and loved him despite, and perhaps because of, it. Their relationship was a testament to the healing power of genuine connection, a sanctuary from the storms of his past. His friendships, too, had evolved. He maintained close relationships with the fellow comedians who'd survived the Spotlight Club. Their gatherings were not morbid reminders of their shared trauma, but celebrations of resilience, of survival. They understood each other in a way few others could, sharing their stories, offering solace and laughing together. A symphony of darkly comedic relief that only they could appreciate. Their shared experience forged an unbreakable bond, a testament to the power of human connection in the face of unimaginable adversity. He still had moments of darkness, the mannequins, laughter, sometimes echoed in his dreams, the ghostly wails of forgotten comedians, a persistent whisper in the quiet hours of the night. But these memories no longer held the same power over him. They were reminders of his past, of the lessons he'd learned, of the battles he'd won. He saw them as scars, visible evidence of his journey, not wounds that defined him, but markings that testified to his strength. He'd learned to integrate those shadows into the larger narrative of his life, to embrace the darkness as a necessary component of the whole. His laughter remained his most powerful weapon, his most potent form of expression. It was a laughter that carried the weight of his experience, a laughter that was both darkly funny and profoundly moving. It was the laughter of a survivor, a man who had confronted his demons, stared into the abyss, and emerged not unscathed, but transformed. It was a laughter that spoke of resilience, of hope, of the human spirit's remarkable ability to endure, to adapt, to find joy even in the midst of profound suffering. His laughter was a testament to his journey, a symphony of survival, the sound of a new beginning. A new beginning forged not in the forgetting of the past, but in its acceptance, its integration, its transformation into a source of enduring strength, enduring purpose, and enduring hope. A laughter that echoed through the years, a vibrant counterpoint to the chilling silence of the Spotlight Club, a joyous declaration of his enduring victory over the darkness. Whispers of conspiracy. The applause faded, leaving behind a silence heavy with unspoken anxieties. Mac, basking in the afterglow of another sold-out show, felt a prickle of unease. The victory over the Spotlight Club felt incomplete. The chilling laughter of the mannequins, the spectral wails of the trapped comedians. They were gone, yes, but the memory lingered, a phantom limb twitching in the periphery of his consciousness. It was a victory bought with a heavy price, a price paid in years of therapy, in countless sleepless nights wrestling with the echoes of the club's insidious influence. His newfound success, the adoration of his fans, the accolades piled high, they offered a fragile shield against the chilling whispers that still slithered into the corners of his mind. Whispers of other places, other clubs, other entities feeding off the desperation of struggling performers. He'd heard them in the hushed tones of disgruntled comedians, in the anxious murmurs of stagehands, in the hushed conversations overheard in dimly lit backstage areas. They were whispers of a vast, unseen network, a shadow industry preying on ambition, on the fragile hope that fuels the dreams of aspiring artists. One night, backstage after a particularly brutal open mic night, a seasoned comedian, his face etched with the weariness of 1,000 rejected jokes, pulled Mac aside. His eyes, usually sparkling with sardonic wit, were shadowed with a profound, unsettling fear. "You think that was bad?" he rasped, his voice low and gravelly, barely a whisper above the rumble of the ventilation system. The Spotlight Club, that was just a single storefront in a much larger chain. He leaned in, his breath hot against Mac's ear, the scent of stale beer and desperation clinging to him like a shroud. "They're everywhere, Mac, feeding off the dreams of the desperate, hidden in plain sight. You think you won? You think you beat them? You just scratched the surface. There are more, much more." He shuddered, then looked around wildly, as if expecting to see unseen eyes watching them. Before Mac could respond, he was gone, melting into the crowd like a ghost. The encounter sent a shiver down Mac's spine, a chilling premonition settling deep in his gut. The stories began to surface, shared in hushed tones over late-night coffees in the hushed intimacy of dimly lit bars. There were whispers of a burlesque house in New Orleans where the dancers weren't just performers, but vessels, their movements controlled by unseen forces. There were accounts of a dilapidated theatre in London, where the audience was composed entirely of shadows, their applause a chilling rustle. These weren't isolated incidents, they were fragments of a larger pattern, pieces of a terrifying puzzle that Mac was only now beginning to understand. He delved deeper, driven by a mixture of morbid curiosity and a desperate need to understand the true extent of the unseen threat. He started researching, sifting through obscure folklore, contacting paranormal investigators, poring over forgotten newspaper clippings. He discovered a pattern. All these entities, these shadowy clubs and theaters, they fed off the desperation of performers, the hunger for validation, the crippling fear of failure. They thrived on broken dreams, on shattered aspirations. They were parasitic entities, preying on the vulnerabilities of the human spirit. He found mentions of ancient rituals, of forgotten pacts made between struggling artists and otherworldly forces, promises of fame and fortune exchanged for a piece of their soul. He uncovered hushed legends of performers who'd sold their talent, their creativity, their very essence in exchange for a shot at glory, only to become puppets, their lives controlled by malevolent entities. The research was unsettling, a terrifying tapestry woven from folklore and chilling realities. He felt a deep unease, a growing sense of foreboding. He wasn't just fighting against a singular, isolated threat, he was facing an entire network, a conspiracy that stretched back centuries, feeding off the creative spirit itself. The Laughing Out Loud Foundation, once a symbol of hope and healing, became a hub for this burgeoning investigation. Mac gathered the other survivors of the Spotlight Club, the burned-out comedians, the disillusioned dancers, the haunted musicians, each carrying their own burden of trauma, each with their own stories of encounters with the unseen. They formed a clandestine network, sharing information, comparing notes, piecing together the fragmented clues. Their meetings were shrouded in secrecy, held late at night in abandoned theaters, in dimly lit back rooms, in the hushed corners of forgotten bars. Their research revealed that these entities were not merely feeding off individual performers, they were subtly influencing the entire industry, manipulating trends, controlling narratives, exploiting vulnerabilities. They were puppeteers, pulling strings from the shadows, shaping the landscape of the entertainment world to their own sinister designs. They capitalized on the industry's inherent instability, on its relentless pursuit of profit, on its often exploitative nature. They amplified the anxieties and insecurities of aspiring artists, feeding their desperation. They were the embodiment of the industry's dark underbelly, the unseen hand shaping the fates of countless performers. Mac knew that this was a fight they couldn't win alone. They needed allies, people who understood the danger, people who were willing to stand against the darkness. He started reaching out to other artists, to journalists, to activists, to anyone who would listen, anyone who could help expose the truth. He knew the risk. Exposing such a powerful hidden network could have severe consequences. But the stakes were too high. The silence, the hushed whispers, the fear, they were no longer acceptable. They had to fight back. Their investigation led them to a disturbing discovery, a network of seemingly legitimate talent agencies, production companies and record labels, all subtly controlled by these unseen entities. They were conduits, pipelines funneling promising artists directly into the clutches of the shadowy network. These entities didn't simply prey on the weak, they actively cultivated the conditions that created weakness, feeding off the industry's inherent pressure cooker environment. They thrived on the ambition, the drive, the vulnerability of those willing to do anything for a taste of fame. The fight became a desperate race against time, a battle not only against powerful forces but also against the industry's ingrained culture of silence, of complicity, of looking the other way. Mac and his allies faced threats, intimidation, even attempts on their lives. They were walking a tightrope, balancing the need for exposure with the urgent need for self-preservation. The line between reality and nightmare blurred as they delved deeper into the heart of the conspiracy, confronting the chilling truth about the unseen forces manipulating the world of entertainment. The fight for survival, for the soul of the entertainment industry, had only just begun. The whispers, once faint echoes in the shadows, were now a deafening roar, a chilling testament to the scale of the unseen threat they faced. The fight was far from over, a new mystery. The air in the Laugh Out Loud Foundation felt thick with unspoken dread, a stark contrast to the usual buzz of nervous energy and hopeful ambition. The survivors of the Spotlight Club, a motley crew bound by shared trauma and a newfound purpose, sat around a scarred wooden table, the dim light casting long shadows that danced with the flickering candlelight. Empty coffee cups and crumpled research papers littered the surface, testament to countless sleepless nights spent piecing together the horrifying puzzle. Mac, his face etched with exhaustion but his eyes burning with a fierce determination, tapped a worn photograph on the table. It depicted a dilapidated vaudeville theater, its facade crumbling, its windows dark and empty. The picture was grainy, almost illegible, but the theater's name was just barely visible, the Grand Majestic. This was mentioned in a few obscure articles, Mac said, his voice low and strained. A theater in Chicago, active around the turn of the 20th century. Reports of strange occurrences, unexplained disappearances, performers acting strangely, all the usual suspects. Sarah, a former burlesque dancer with haunted eyes and a perpetually weary expression, leaned forward. "But this is different, Mac. The Spotlight Club. It was self-contained. This feels bigger." She gestured to another pile of documents, this one filled with handwritten letters and faded newspaper clippings. Each one detailed a similar story: performers mysteriously vanishing, audiences experiencing inexplicable fits of laughter or terror, inexplicable stage malfunctions. The Grand Majestic was just one of many venues mentioned in these fragmented accounts. "I've been cross-referencing these with old vaudeville rosters, theatrical contracts, even census records," chimed in Leo, a former magician whose hands still trembled slightly from the lingering effects of the Spotlight Club's psychic manipulation. "It's a pattern, Mac. A network. The Grand Majestic. It's not isolated." He unfolded a large map of the United States, meticulously dotted with red pins marking locations mentioned in the documents, from a dusty opera house in New Orleans to a forgotten music hall in New York City. The pins formed a chilling network, a parasitic vine spreading its tendrils across the country. "These aren't just isolated incidents of supernatural shenanigans," Leo continued, tracing a finger across the map. "These are strategic locations. They're strategically placed across major cities, near key transportation hubs. It's as if it's designed to spread." The implication hung heavy in the air. These weren't just random hauntings. This was a coordinated effort, a calculated plan. The Spotlight Club hadn't been a fluke. It was merely one branch of a much larger, more sinister organization. The next few weeks were a blur of frantic research, late-night stakeouts, and clandestine meetings. They followed leads, chasing shadows and whispers, delving deeper into the chilling history of the American entertainment industry. They unearthed unsettling connections between seemingly disparate events, a string of unexplained deaths among Broadway performers in the 1920s, a mysterious fire that consumed a famous jazz club in Harlem, the sudden disappearance of a renowned silent film star. Each event was a piece of a larger, far more terrifying puzzle. Their investigation uncovered a hidden history, a dark undercurrent beneath the glitz and glamour of show business. They discovered clandestine societies, secret rituals, and forgotten pacts made between desperate performers and entities far beyond human comprehension. The entities weren't just feeding on talent, they were actively manipulating the industry, shaping narratives and controlling careers. They were pulling strings from the shadows, whispering suggestions into the ears of producers, agents, and executives, nudging careers in directions that served their own sinister purposes. One lead led them to an antique shop in a forgotten corner of New Orleans. Inside, amidst dusty shelves laden with forgotten trinkets and decaying relics, they found a hidden compartment containing a leather-bound journal. The journal's pages, yellowed with age, contained a chilling account of a secret society known only as the Curtain Call. The journal described the society's origins, its rituals, and its ultimate goal: to control the entertainment industry, to manipulate the flow of creativity, and to ultimately harvest the creative energy of aspiring performers. The journal detailed the society's methods, subtle manipulations, psychological warfare, and the exploitation of the industry's inherent vulnerabilities. The members of the Curtain Call, it seemed, were not just supernatural entities, but powerful individuals within the entertainment industry itself, agents, producers, directors, even critics, who had made pacts with these entities for power and influence. Mac felt a chill crawl down his spine as he read the journal's final entry. The entry described a final, catastrophic ritual planned for a specific date, a date fast approaching. The ritual, according to the journal, would unleash a wave of supernatural energy that would irrevocably alter the landscape of the entertainment industry, forever silencing dissenting voices and consolidating the society's control. The stakes were higher than ever before. They weren't just fighting to protect themselves anymore, they were fighting for the very soul of the entertainment industry. They had to stop the Curtain Call before it was too late. The fight was on. Mac and his team, now hardened by their experiences, prepared themselves for the final showdown, a battle that would determine the fate of not just their own lives, but the future of the entertainment world itself. The whispers of the unseen threat had grown into a deafening roar, and the time for silence was over. They would fight back with every ounce of their strength, every shred of their wit, and every drop of their remaining courage. The fight for the future of art, and humanity itself, was about to begin. The chilling laughter of unseen audiences, the ghostly applause of forgotten performers, echoed in the silent halls of the forgotten theatre's chilling symphony of a world controlled by something far more sinister than mere ambition or avarice. The fight for freedom was a fight for survival itself. Unanswered questions, the final confrontation with the curtain call had left them shaken but not broken. They had disrupted the ritual, sending shockwaves through the supernatural network that had choked the life out of the entertainment industry for decades. Yet, a chilling sense of incompleteness lingered. They had won a battle, but the war, it seemed, was far from over. The journal had offered glimpses into the society's machinations, but many questions remained unanswered. The nature of the entities they'd encountered, were they ancient beings, extra-dimensional parasites, or something else entirely? Their methods were chillingly effective, their manipulations subtle yet pervasive. How had they managed to infiltrate the industry so deeply, to corrupt so many individuals, twisting their ambitions into tools of their own horrifying design? The scale of their operation was staggering, a vast, unseen network that stretched across the nation, touching every facet of the entertainment business. Had they truly been defeated, or merely driven back into the shadows? The aftermath of their actions was as unsettling as the events themselves. The very fabric of reality seemed subtly altered. There were reports of inexplicable phenomena in previously unaffected areas, bizarre stage accidents, inexplicable disappearances of minor celebrities, the sudden surge in popularity of macabre and unsettling art. Was this a ripple effect, a consequence of their disruption of the curtain call's plans, or was it a sign that the unseen threat was regrouping, adapting, and preparing for a renewed assault? The survivors of the Spotlight Club, Mac, Sarah, Leo, and a few others who had escaped, found themselves bound together not just by trauma, but by a shared sense of responsibility. They had glimpsed the monstrous truth lurking beneath the glamour of the entertainment world, and they couldn't simply walk away. They were haunted by the faces of those lost, by the echoes of their laughter that now sounded like a mournful dirge. They owed it to the fallen comedians, the silenced artists, to continue the fight, to unravel the remaining mysteries, and to ensure that the curtain call's influence never again poisoned the creative spirit. Their investigation continued, their inquiries leading them down darker paths than before. They delved into the archives of forgotten studios, unearthed lost scripts filled with unsettling prophecies, and uncovered secret communications between powerful figures in the entertainment industry, communications that hinted at ongoing collusion, at deals struck in the shadows. They were like archaeologists of the macabre, unearthing the skeletal remains of a corrupted industry. One particularly chilling discovery was a hidden recording studio, deep beneath a seemingly abandoned movie lot in Hollywood. The studio was equipped with state-of-the-art technology, far beyond anything of its supposed era. Within, they found scores of recordings, whispered conversations, chilling incantations, and the haunting laughter of countless unseen entities. The recordings revealed the extent of the curtain call's manipulative reach, its power to shape public perception, to control trends, and to even influence the creative output of artists who remained completely oblivious to the forces at play. The recordings also revealed a name whispered with reverence and fear. The Maestro. This enigmatic figure seemed to be the architect of the curtain call's machinations, a puppet master pulling the strings from an unseen location. Who was this Maestro? Was he a human, a supernatural entity, or something in between? The answer to this question was crucial. Finding the Maestro was the key to dismantling the curtain call completely. The investigation shifted from hunting for residual evidence to a full-blown manhunt. The survivors followed a trail of cryptic clues, each lead more bizarre and unsettling than the last. They traveled from the dusty archives of New York's Metropolitan Opera to the forgotten catacombs beneath the Hollywood Bowl, confronting not only the supernatural, but also the corrupt, individuals who served as willing pawns in the curtain call's insidious game. They faced resistance from unexpected quarters, shadowy figures who threatened them, who tried to silence their investigation, and who appeared to be protected by something beyond human understanding. They found themselves pitted against a network of powerful individuals within the entertainment industry, agents who could make or break careers, directors who controlled narratives, critics who shaped public opinion. These individuals, once ambitious and driven, had become corrupted, their souls twisted by their association with the curtain call. Their ambition had become their downfall, their pursuit of fame and fortune leading them into a pact with something far more sinister. The line between the mundane and the supernatural became blurred, making it difficult to determine who was a conscious participant and who was merely an unwitting tool. As they dug deeper, they realized the horrifying truth. The curtain call wasn't just controlling the entertainment industry, it was manipulating history itself. They discovered altered documents, erased records, and a pattern of suppression so vast that it had distorted the very narrative of the entertainment world's past. The history books, the biographies, the legacy of countless artists, all had been rewritten, subtly manipulated to obscure the true nature of the curtain call's influence. The unanswered questions piled up like a macabre monument to the insidious power of the unseen threat. Were there other groups like the curtain call operating in other industries? Could this sinister manipulation extend beyond the world of entertainment, into the political arena, the world of finance, even into the daily lives of ordinary people? The sheer scale of the conspiracy hinted at something far bigger, far more terrifying. The fight, it seemed, was just beginning, a never-ending battle against an enemy that could manipulate reality itself. The survivors of the Spotlight Club were left with a chilling realization. The battle for the soul of the entertainment industry was a battle for the soul of humanity itself. The laughter of the unseen audience echoed in their minds, a reminder that the show, terrifying as it was far from over. The curtain had fallen on one act, but the play continued, its script written in shadows and whispers. The final act, the ultimate climax, remained shrouded in mystery, a terrifying and exhilarating enigma. For the future, the unseen threat still lurked, waiting in the wings. The club's legacy. The escape from the Spotlight Club hadn't brought an end to the unsettling reverberations. Instead, it felt like dropping a pebble into a vast, still pond. The initial splash was dramatic, but the ripples spread outwards, disturbing the calm in unexpected ways. The entertainment industry, once seemingly unaffected, now exhibited a strange, unsettling pallor. Minor celebrities vanished without a trace, their careers abruptly cut short, replaced by others who seemed to rise with unnatural speed, their success eerily preordained. Movies and TV shows, once brimming with vibrant originality, took on a disturbing sameness, a bland homogeneity that hinted at unseen puppeteers pulling the strings. The very essence of creativity seemed to be subtly corrupted, diluted, a reflection of the malignant influence that had once held the Spotlight Club captive. Mac, Sarah, and Leo, the unlikely trio who'd survived the club's horrors, found themselves drawn back into the vortex, not by choice, but by a grim sense of duty. They were haunted, not just by the ghosts of their fallen comrades, but by the creeping suspicion that the Spotlight Club was merely a symptom, a particularly grotesque manifestation of a far larger, more sinister entity. The club's legacy, it seemed, was more than just a collection of tragic stories, it was a warning. Their investigations led them to a derelict amusement park on the outskirts of Los Angeles, a place called Joyland, once a beacon of family fun, now a crumbling monument to forgotten dreams. The air hung heavy with the scent of rusting metal and decay, the silence punctuated only by the creak of dilapidated rides and the mournful wail of the wind whistling through shattered windows. It was a perfect metaphor for the entertainment industry itself, a once vibrant spectacle, now reduced to a state of unsettling ruin. Inside the park's abandoned funhouse, they found something far more unsettling than rusty machinery. Scrawled on the walls in what appeared to be dried blood were cryptic symbols, mirroring the ones they'd seen in the Spotlight Club's hidden chambers. The symbols seemed to pulse with a faint, internal light, their meaning as elusive as the entity that had created them. Further exploration revealed a hidden basement, a subterranean labyrinth filled with bizarre contraptions, strange mechanical dolls, and flickering screens displaying distorted images, fragments of forgotten performances, twisted parodies of laughter and applause. The dolls, disturbingly lifelike, possessed an unsettling stillness, their painted smiles somehow more horrifying than any grimace. They seemed to watch, their vacant eyes following their every move. The screens, meanwhile, offered glimpses into a world warped by the club's influence, alternative realities where careers took different, often more tragic paths, where jokes told in different contexts led to different outcomes, where the line between life and death blurred into a disturbing kaleidoscope of possibilities. The deeper they ventured, the more they realized the horrifying extent of the club's manipulation. It wasn't just a place of supernatural torment, it was a nexus of control, a point of convergence for the darker forces that shaped the entertainment industry. Every successful career, every fleeting moment of fame, every carefully crafted persona, all were part of a grand, insidious game, orchestrated by an unseen hand. The flickering screens displayed more than just distorted images. They revealed patterns, subtle shifts in the narrative of the entertainment world. Successes and failures, triumphs and tragedies, all seemed orchestrated to maintain a delicate balance, a balance that fueled the unseen entity's existence. It was a terrifying realization. The entertainment industry was not just a business, it was a living organism, its lifeblood drawn from the ambition, hopes, and ultimately the despair of its participants. One screen showed a close-up of a seemingly innocuous award show, the laughter of the audience echoing in the cavernous basement. Yet, in the magnified image, a faint distortion could be detected, a subtle anomaly in the reflection of a nearby trophy. It wasn't a reflection at all. It was another one of the chilling symbols, appearing and disappearing with the flicker of the screen. The seemingly random award show was a carefully orchestrated ritual, a subtle offering to the unseen entity, its success dependent upon the subtle manipulation of talent and fate. Mac recalled the maestro, the shadowy figure mentioned in the recordings found beneath the abandoned movie lot. This figure, the mastermind behind the Spotlight Club, seemed to orchestrate everything from the shadows, his reach extending beyond the boundaries of the club itself. The maestro wasn't just controlling the entertainment industry, he was shaping it, molding it, twisting it to his own dark ends. Their investigation continued, leading them to forgotten archives, secret societies, and shadowy corners of the entertainment world. Each step revealed another layer of deception, another clue leading them closer to the maestro's identity. The fight to dismantle the unseen threat was far from over. It had just begun. They were no longer battling a haunted comedy club. They were fighting a war for the soul of the entertainment industry, a battle that could ultimately determine the fate of countless artists and perhaps humanity itself. The laughter of the unseen audience still echoed in their minds, a constant reminder of the terrifying performance yet to come. The curtain might have fallen on the Spotlight Club, but the play continued, and the maestro was still calling the shots. The unseen threat had simply shifted its focus, its manipulation becoming more subtle, more insidious, more pervasive than before. The true horror was not the grotesque spectacle of the Spotlight Club, but the chilling realization that the entertainment world, and perhaps the world at large, was a meticulously crafted stage, set for a performance far more terrifying than any comedy show could ever be. The game was afoot, and the stakes were higher than they could ever have imagined. The legacy of the Spotlight Club was not an ending, but a terrifying beginning. The cycle continues. The derelict amusement park, Joyland, felt less like a place of abandoned fun and more like a mausoleum for forgotten dreams. Its rusted gates groaned like dying breaths, the skeletal remains of roller coasters clawing at the bruised sky. The air hung thick with the scent of decay and something else, something acrid and unsettling, like burnt sugar and despair. Mac, Sarah, and Leo moved through the crumbling structures, the silence broken only by the crunch of gravel under their feet and the unsettling echo of their own breaths. Leo, ever the pragmatist, kept a wary eye on their surroundings, his flashlight beam cutting through the oppressive darkness. This place is like the Spotlight Club, but on a much larger scale, he muttered, his voice barely audible above the wind whistling through shattered windows. A whole industry built on this twisted energy. Sarah, her face pale but resolute, examined a faded poster advertising a long-forgotten children's show. The smiling characters seemed to leer from the decaying paper, their painted smiles twisted into something grotesque. "It's not just about the comedians," she whispered, tracing a finger across the warped image. "It's about everyone. Every actor, every writer, every director, all trapped in this game." Mac, haunted by the memories of the Spotlight Club, felt a chilling familiarity. The same unsettling symbols, scrawled in what looked disturbingly like dried blood, adorned the funhouse walls. They pulsed with a faint internal light, their arcane script mocking their attempts to decipher their meaning. These symbols weren't merely decorations. They were a language of control, of manipulation, a chilling testament to the unseen force at play. The basement of the funhouse was a labyrinth of forgotten horrors, gears ground against rusted metal, creating a symphony of discordant sounds. Bizarre contraptions, their purpose long lost to time, stood like silent sentinels, guarding the secrets buried within. Dolls, disturbingly lifelike, were arranged in grotesque tableaux, their painted smiles a terrifying mockery of joy. Their eyes, though vacant, seemed to follow their every move, adding a layer of unnerving surveillance to the already unsettling atmosphere. Flickering screens displayed warped realities, fragmented memories of forgotten performances. A scene from a classic Hollywood film played in reverse, its narrative twisted into a macabre parody. A stand-up comedian, his face a mask of despair, delivered jokes that sounded like death rattles. The audience, their faces frozen in a rictus of horrified amusement, responded with laughter that sounded like the scraping of bones. Each screen presented a different variation of the same story, the story of ambition, the price of fame, and the terrifying consequences of selling one's soul. Mac noticed a pattern emerging from the chaotic display. The screens weren't showing random clips, they were highlighting specific moments of triumph and tragedy, successes and failures, meticulously documenting the rise and fall of countless careers. It was a terrifying chronicle of the entertainment industry, a stark reminder of the delicate balance maintained by the unseen entity. Success wasn't a matter of talent or hard work, it was a carefully orchestrated manipulation of fate. As they delved deeper, the sense of dread intensified. They found hidden compartments containing meticulously kept records, files detailing the lives and careers of countless entertainers, their triumphs and failures charted with chilling precision. Each file contained subtle alterations, almost imperceptible changes that had steered careers towards predetermined paths. A minor role that could have been a breakthrough was subtly sabotaged, a promising script mysteriously shelved, a rising star mysteriously eclipsed. It was a chillingly meticulous manipulation of fate, a puppet master pulling strings across decades, across entire generations. The weight of this revelation crushed them. The Spotlight Club wasn't an isolated incident, it was a microcosm, a particularly brutal example of a far larger, more insidious game. The entertainment industry, with its glittering facade, was a carefully constructed stage, its players pawns in a terrifying game orchestrated by an unseen hand. The maestro's influence was not merely a supernatural power, it was a sophisticated system of manipulation, a network of subtle interventions that shaped careers, dreams, and destinies. One screen showed a recent awards ceremony, seemingly innocuous. Yet, upon closer inspection, a fleeting symbol, identical to the ones they'd seen in the Spotlight Club and Joyland, flashed momentarily in the reflection of a trophy. This was not a coincidence. This was further proof that these seemingly random events were carefully orchestrated, a complex ritual, a subtle offering to maintain the unseen entity's power. The industry's awards, accolades, usually celebrated as markers of success, were revealed as sacrifices, fueling the engine of this unseen power. The deeper they went, the more they realized the true horror wasn't the grotesque spectacle of the Spotlight Club, but the chilling realization that their entire world was a meticulously crafted stage, set for a performance far more terrifying than anything they had ever witnessed. The laughter echoing in their minds, the laughter of the mannequins, the laughter of the trapped comedians, the laughter of the unseen audience, wasn't merely a sound, it was a constant, terrifying reminder of the game being played, a game with incredibly high stakes. The escape from the Spotlight Club hadn't been an escape at all. It had been a transition to a larger, more terrifying stage. The cycle continued. The manipulation more subtle, more pervasive, more terrifying. The maestro wasn't confined to one location, he was everywhere, his influence woven into the very fabric of the entertainment industry. This wasn't a battle against a haunted comedy club anymore, it was a war against a system that fed on ambition, fueled by despair, and perpetuated by a terrifying cycle of manipulation and supernatural horror. The fight was far from over. The curtain might have fallen on the Spotlight Club, but the play continued, and the maestro was still calling the shots. The cycle, it seemed, was destined to continue, unless they could find a way to break the loop. The weight of their task, the enormity of the threat, pressed down on them. A suffocating blanket of dread. They had faced death in the Spotlight Club, but now, faced with the insidious threat that permeated the very soul of the entertainment industry, they felt a deeper, more chilling fear. The game had just begun. Trust issues. The escape from the Spotlight Club felt less like a liberation and more like a transfer to a higher security prison. The laughter of the mannequins still echoed in Mac's ears, a chilling reminder of the price of fame, the cost of a killer set. He'd escaped death, but he'd brought the trauma back with him, a persistent shadow clinging to his every move. It manifested as a deep-seated distrust, a paranoia that poisoned his interactions with Sarah and Leo. He saw suspicion in their eyes, a reflection of his own internal turmoil. Their newfound alliance, forged in the crucible of the Spotlight Club, felt brittle, like a delicate vase balanced on the edge of a precipice. Every shared glance, every unspoken thought, felt loaded with hidden meanings, potential betrayals. The memory of the club's manipulative tactics, the subtle shifts in reality, had left him perpetually on edge, unable to trust even his closest allies. He found himself second-guessing their motivations, scrutinizing their words for hidden agendas, searching for signs of manipulation, ghosts of the club's insidious influence. "What are you looking at?" Sarah asked, her voice sharp, laced with a hint of defensive weariness. They were huddled in a cramped motel room, the air thick with the lingering scent of stale coffee and unease. Mac had been staring at her, his gaze intense, analyzing her expression, searching for some telltale sign of deception. The question hit him like a slap to the face, a stark reminder of his growing paranoia. He stammered an apology, a weak defense against the accusation that was entirely accurate. "Sorry," he mumbled, avoiding her gaze. "It's just everything." The club, Joyland, everything felt so orchestrated. His voice was barely a whisper, a confession of his deepening mental unease. Leo, ever the steady hand, placed a reassuring hand on Mac's shoulder. "We know, Mac," he said gently. "But we're in this together. We have to trust each other." But the words felt hollow, devoid of genuine conviction, even to Leo himself. The weight of their shared experience pressed down on them, the shared trauma creating an invisible wall between them. Mac's distrust wasn't simply a personality flaw, it was a survival mechanism, a necessary response to the horrors they'd witnessed. Their investigation into the maestro's influence stalled, hampered not by lack of evidence, but by Mac's crippling distrust. He saw conspiracies where there were none, interpreting every coincidence as deliberate manipulation. Sarah, usually quick-witted and decisive, became hesitant, her actions slowed by Mac's incessant doubts. Leo, despite his calm demeanor, felt the strain, the pressure of navigating Mac's paranoia while still trying to maintain their momentum. One evening, while sifting through newly discovered documents, contracts, letters, scripts, all bearing the faint imprint of the maestro's symbol, Mac accused Sarah of secretly working with their enemy. His accusation, born out of his growing distrust, was utterly unfounded. But the damage was done. Sarah, hurt and angered, lashed out, her words stinging like icy darts. Leo stepped in to mediate, his attempts to reason with Mac falling on deaf ears. The argument escalated, the fragile alliance shattering under the weight of unspoken fears and growing suspicion. Mac retreated, his mind consumed by a self-imposed isolation. The evidence, the undeniable truth of their shared nightmare, was overshadowed by his unshakable conviction that he was being played, betrayed at every turn. The fear wasn't just about the supernatural forces at work, it was about the betrayal of trust, the shattering of faith in the people he relied on for survival. The once solid alliance began to fray at the edges, each member drifting further away from the others, their individual fears and doubts consuming them like a creeping vine. He spent days alone, poring over documents, searching for hidden messages, for evidence of betrayal. He became obsessed with uncovering the truth, the hidden motives that he believed governed everyone around him. He saw deception in every friendly gesture, manipulation in every act of kindness. He was trapped in a cycle of self-imposed paranoia increasingly, isolated, the shared trauma, twisting into a dangerous form of self-destruction. His dark humor, once a weapon against despair, became a shield, a mask concealing his vulnerability. He joked about betrayal, about the inherent treachery of the entertainment industry, about the ease with which dreams could be shattered and souls consumed. But behind the caustic wit, there was a deep well of pain, a growing sense of isolation, a chilling awareness of his own crumbling sanity. He felt like a character in one of his own morbid jokes, the punchline yet to be written, but heavily foreshadowed by his crippling lack of trust. Even the thought of confronting the maestro, the architect of their torment, felt secondary to his internal struggle with trust. The external battle against the supernatural felt almost trivial in comparison to the self-induced isolation, to the gnawing suspicion poisoning his relationships, destroying the very foundations of their fight against the insidious forces controlling their world. The weight of his paranoia threatened to consume him, to drown him in a sea of doubt and suspicion. One night, overcome by despair and self-loathing, he found himself staring at the symbol, the maestro's mark, etched into the cheap motel room mirror. He saw a reflection, not of his own weary face, but of the twisted mockery of a comedian he'd seen on one of Joyland's screens. The man, his laughter a death rattle, had looked just as broken, as lost in a labyrinth of doubt and betrayal as Mac himself felt now. It was a chilling moment of self-recognition, a horrifying revelation of how deeply the maestro's manipulation had infected him. He realized that the maestro's power wasn't just about supernatural manipulation. It was about exploiting his deepest fears and insecurities. By destroying his trust in others, he had achieved a level of control that went beyond the supernatural. He had fractured the very essence of Mac's being. He understood then that overcoming the maestro's influence required more than just uncovering his secrets. It required rebuilding trust, mending the shattered bonds that held them together. He had to confront, not just the maestro, but also his own demons. The fight, he realized, with a chilling clarity, was just beginning. The real battle wouldn't be against some spectral entity. It would be against himself, against the poison of doubt that had taken root in his heart. He needed to find a way to rebuild that trust before they could ever hope to dismantle the maestro's insidious game. The escape from the Spotlight Club had brought him to a new battleground, a battle within himself, and the stakes were higher than ever before. Paranoia and fear. The motel room felt smaller, more oppressive than it had the previous night. The cheap floral wallpaper seemed to mock him, its faded blooms mirroring the decay he felt creeping into his soul. He hadn't slept properly since escaping the Spotlight Club, the laughter of the mannequins, a symphony of silent screams playing on repeat in his mind. He'd tried to distract himself, delving deeper into the documents they'd salvaged, hoping to find a crack in the maestro's seemingly impenetrable facade. But the papers offered only more questions, more layers to the enigma, and each unanswered question fueled his paranoia. He found himself scrutinizing Leo's every gesture, interpreting his casual reassurances as carefully constructed lies. Leo's attempts at comfort were met with suspicion, his quiet strength misinterpreted as calculating manipulation. He saw hidden meanings in Sarah's every word, decoding silences as betrayals, finding malice in innocent actions. He'd accused her of being a double agent, his words laced with the venom of a man poisoned by his own fears. The resulting explosion had left a chasm between them, a silence thicker than the stale air of the motel room. The irony wasn't lost on him. He, the comedian who thrived on dissecting human folly, was now the subject of his own darkly comedic tragedy. He was the punchline, the victim of his own internal demons, a creature of his own creation. His dark humor, once a weapon, now felt like a cruel joke played at his own expense. He started seeing the maestro's symbol everywhere. It wasn't just in the contracts or letters. He imagined it etched into the cracks in the wall, whispered in the hum of the refrigerator, reflected in the dull sheen of the motel room's single bulb. His perception was warped, his reality fractured. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, leaving him adrift in a sea of suspicion and self-doubt. He couldn't tell where the maestro's influence ended and his own paranoia began. He even began to question his own memories, wondering if the Spotlight Club was a figment of his imagination, a fever dream fueled by stress and exhaustion. He replayed moments, searching for inconsistencies, for evidence of his own delusion. He found himself questioning the reality of his past, even the truth of his own existence. The boundaries of his reality felt ever so fluid, constantly shifting under the weight of his suspicion. One afternoon, he stumbled upon a faded photograph tucked away in a forgotten corner of their haphazardly organized documents. It depicted a group of comedians, their faces blurred by time and poor quality, but their laughter echoing down through the years, reaching Mac with a haunting familiarity. Among them, he recognized a figure, a gaunt, almost skeletal man with a manic grin, his eyes filled with a chilling emptiness. It was the comedian whose death-rattle laughter he'd witnessed in Joyland, a mirror image of his own self-destruction. He felt a cold dread creeping in, a sudden realization that his fears were not entirely unfounded. This discovery sent him spiraling further into the depths of his paranoia. He believed the maestro was not just a force of supernatural manipulation, but a master puppeteer, pulling the strings of his life, his mind, his very soul. Every moment, every interaction felt orchestrated, a carefully crafted performance designed to drive him to madness. He wasn't just fighting a supernatural entity, he was battling a manipulative entity that preyed on his deepest fears, preying on his deepest insecurities. He started seeing patterns, connections, where there were none. He interpreted innocuous conversations as coded messages, friendly gestures as veiled threats. His perception became a warped lens, distorting reality into a grotesque caricature of its former self. Even the mundane aspects of his life took on a sinister undertone. He imagined microphones hidden in the motel room's walls, cameras trained on his every move, unseen eyes watching, waiting for him to slip up. His sense of security crumbled, replaced by a constant gnawing anxiety. The once shared mission of exposing the maestro's machinations became a secondary concern, overshadowed by his internal struggle. The alliance, already fractured by his accusations, completely dissolved. Sarah, wounded and distrustful, refused to speak to him, her silence a sharp contrast to the laughter of the mannequins that still echoed in his ears. Leo, while trying to maintain a semblance of calm, could not penetrate the self-imposed wall Mac had erected around himself. The once united front crumbled to dust. Loneliness, an old enemy, returned with a vengeance. He retreated further into his own world, fueled by his suspicion. The world, once a stage for his comedic brilliance, transformed into a claustrophobic prison, his own mind the jailer. He spent hours staring into the mirror, searching for signs of the maestro's influence, for signs of his own corruption. The reflection staring back was a stranger, haunted, broken, and consumed by the darkness within. He tried to write, to channel his fear and paranoia into his comedy, to use his wit as a weapon, but the jokes felt hollow, devoid of the sharp, incisive humor he'd once possessed. The laughter he sought was missing, replaced by a chilling silence, a stark testament to the depths of his despair. His creativity had been stifled, drowned in the stagnant pool of his suspicion. His mental state deteriorated, the thin line between sanity and madness becoming increasingly blurred. He experienced vivid hallucinations, echoes of the Spotlight Club seeping into his reality. He saw mannequins in the street, heard the laughter of the dead in the wind. He questioned his own identity, his very essence, wondering if he was merely a puppet, a pawn in the maestro's grand macabre game. One night, In a desperate attempt to break free from the shackles of his paranoia, Mac tried to reach out to Sarah. He wrote a letter, a desperate plea for forgiveness, a heartfelt confession of his self-destructive behavior. He confessed his fears, his anxieties, his belief that the maestro had taken root in him, manipulating his perception. The letter was an attempt at reconciliation, a desperate cry for help from the man he'd become. He left it on her bed, his heart pounding with a mixture of hope and fear, wondering if it would reach her, or simply get lost in the wreckage of his shattered reality. He waited, clutching a worn copy of his first joke book, a fragile link to the man he once was, a man brimming with confidence and humor. The silence stretched out, an eternity filled with the relentless hum of his own fear. The question remained, had the maestro won, or could he find a way to fight back, not against a supernatural enemy, but against the darkness that had consumed him from within? The battle for his sanity, he realized with chilling clarity, was far from over. The true horror wasn't the supernatural, it was the chilling realization of his own self-destruction. The escape from the Spotlight Club hadn't been a liberation, it was a descent into a darker, more insidious form of hell. Seeking answers, the worn photograph, a relic from a forgotten era of comedy, became his obsession. He pored over it for hours, tracing the blurred faces, trying to decipher the subtle nuances of their expressions. He'd initially dismissed the image as inconsequential, another piece of the maestro's elaborate puzzle, but the chilling familiarity of the gaunt comedian haunted him. That hollow laughter, that vacant stare, it was a reflection of his own potential demise, a horrifying premonition of what the Spotlight Club could do to him. His investigation intensified, fueled by a desperate need to understand the maestro's methods, to find a weakness in his seemingly impenetrable armor. He revisited the contracts, meticulously examining the fine print, searching for hidden clauses, for loopholes, for anything that might reveal a chink in the maestro's perfectly crafted illusion. He discovered subtle inconsistencies, minor discrepancies that initially seemed meaningless, but upon closer examination revealed a pattern. A subtle but undeniable manipulation of language, a twisting of words designed to ensnare its victims. He delved into the history of the Spotlight Club, piecing together fragments of information gleaned from the salvaged documents, from hushed whispers in forgotten corners of the internet. He learned of its legendary status, its reputation for launching careers and crushing dreams with equal measure. He uncovered stories of comedians who vanished without a trace, their lives swallowed by the insatiable hunger of the club. He found accounts of bizarre occurrences, unexplained phenomena that suggested a connection to the supernatural, confirming his worst fears. The more he learned, the more terrifying the truth became. He unearthed old newspaper clippings, detailing the mysterious deaths of several comedians, deaths ruled as accidental, suicides, or simply unexplained disappearances. He saw a pattern, a chilling symmetry in their untimely ends. Each of them, he realized, had performed at the Spotlight Club. Each of them had touched the maestro's dark magic. Their final performances, he discovered, were all masterpieces of comedic timing, performances that had extended their lives within the club but had simultaneously drained their souls. He discovered a macabre connection, a chilling correlation between their comedic genius and their tragic fates. He was facing a grim truth. The maestro wasn't just a supernatural entity, he was a shrewd businessman, a master manipulator of the human psyche, who used ambition and desperation as his tools. His relentless pursuit of answers led him to unexpected allies. He discovered an underground network of former Spotlight Club comedians, a clandestine society bound by their shared trauma and their thirst for revenge. They were a fractured group, haunted by their experiences, some more broken than others, yet united by their hatred for the maestro and their determination to expose his manipulations. They shared their stories, their voices trembling with a mix of fear and anger. Their tales confirmed his suspicions, confirming his experiences weren't just delusions, they were horrific realities. These individuals became his mentors, guiding him through the labyrinthine world of the maestro's influence. They shared techniques for resisting the club's manipulations, strategies for recognizing the subtle signs of the maestro's insidious control. They taught him how to identify the maestro's linguistic traps, how to decipher his coded messages hidden within seemingly innocent words. They revealed the subtle ways the maestro preyed on his deepest insecurities, exploiting his vulnerabilities to tighten his grasp. One particularly harrowing account came from a woman named Evelyn, a former headliner whose career had been abruptly cut short by a seemingly innocuous joke that, unbeknownst to her, had accelerated the demise of the club's audience. Her story was a cautionary tale, a stark reminder of the club's lethal game. Evelyn's account was filled with chilling details, vivid descriptions of the mannequin's silent screams and the agonizing, slow death of the audience. Her harrowing narrative painted a picture of the club as a soul, crushing machine, consuming talent and spitting out broken husks. Through Evelyn and others, Mac learned of the maestro's obsession with perfection, his relentless pursuit of the ultimate comedic masterpiece. He discovered the maestro's belief that true comedy was born from suffering, that the deepest laughter came from the darkest depths of despair. He learned that the club wasn't just a venue, it was a horrifying experiment, a twisted attempt to create the ultimate comedic performance. The more Mac learned, the more he realized the scale of the maestro's operation. He wasn't just manipulating individual comedians, he was controlling the very fabric of the entertainment industry, using the human desire for fame and recognition as his most potent weapon. He saw evidence of his influence in the careers of numerous successful comedians, each of whom had unwittingly become pawns in his grand design. The investigation also unveiled the maestro's intricate network of informants, spies scattered throughout the industry, subtly guiding careers, manipulating narratives, ensuring the continued flow of talent into the Spotlight Club. He uncovered secret meetings, clandestine transactions, and a web of deception that stretched across continents. However, the deeper he delved into the truth, the more his sanity frayed. The constant exposure to the darkness of the maestro's machinations took its toll. His nightmares intensified, the laughter of the mannequins echoing even louder in his dreams. He felt a creeping sense of paranoia, a pervasive fear that the maestro's influence had seeped into his own thoughts and actions. He began to question his memories, to doubt the veracity of his own experiences. The line between reality and hallucination blurred, leaving him adrift in a sea of uncertainty. The pressure of his investigation, compounded by the emotional toll of his fractured relationships, pushed him to the brink. He found himself isolating himself even further, his world shrinking to the confines of his motel room. The once sharp wit that had defined his comedy was dulling, his creativity stifled by the weight of his discovery, the fear that he too would become another victim of. The Spotlight Club consumed him, an icy grip tightening around his heart. He felt a profound sense of loneliness, a crushing weight of isolation. Sarah and Leo, once his allies, remained distant, their trust shattered by his accusations. The camaraderie they'd shared was gone, replaced by a chasm of mistrust and misunderstanding. The once unified front against the maestro had crumbled, leaving him alone to fight a battle both internal and external. Despite his mounting despair, the gnawing feeling of responsibility pushed him forward. He knew he couldn't simply abandon his investigation. He owed it to the countless comedians who had fallen prey to the maestro's manipulations, to expose the truth and bring an end to the club's sinister reign. He owed it to himself to fight back against the darkness that threatened to consume him. The pursuit of answers wasn't just an investigation, it was a fight for his soul. The escape from the Spotlight Club was far from over. A deeper, more insidious battle had begun within him. The true horror, he realized, was the potential for self-destruction, the chilling realization that the enemy wasn't just external, it was a reflection of his deepest fears and darkest insecurities. The fight for his sanity, a battle against the shadows of his own doubt, was far from over. Renewed determination, the weight of Evelyn's story pressed down on him, a suffocating blanket of despair. He'd seen the photographs, the ghostly images of comedians frozen in their final agonizing moments, their faces twisted in a grotesque parody of laughter. But Evelyn's words, her raw, visceral account, painted a far more terrifying picture. It wasn't just about the mannequins, it was about the slow, agonizing erosion of the soul, a chilling process that stripped away everything until only a hollow shell remained. And he He was staring into that abyss, feeling the cold breath of oblivion on his neck. This wasn't a game anymore. This was a fight for survival, a desperate struggle against a force far more powerful than he'd initially imagined. The maestro wasn't just a shadowy figure pulling strings. He was a puppeteer of souls, a master manipulator who played on the deepest insecurities of his victims. Mac realized with a sickening lurch in his stomach that the club wasn't just a physical place. It was a state of mind, a parasitic entity that fed on ambition and desperation. And he was infected. He needed to change his strategy. The painstaking research, the meticulous investigation, it had been a necessary first step, but it had left him vulnerable, isolated, and broken. He needed a more aggressive approach, a way to fight back against the maestro on his own terms. He needed to turn the maestro's own weapons against him. He began by focusing on the club's mechanics, the intricate system of rewards and punishments that kept the comedians trapped. He studied the contracts again, not just for loopholes, but for inconsistencies, for hidden triggers, for anything that might indicate a vulnerability in the system. He realized that the maestro's power wasn't absolute, it was contingent on the comedian's belief in its power. He needed to shatter that belief, to break the cycle of fear and desperation that sustained the club. His renewed determination fueled a frantic search for any trace of rebellion within the club's seemingly impenetrable structure. He found it in the whispers, the hushed conversations among the trapped comedians, the subtle acts of defiance. He discovered a hidden network of resistance, a small band of comedians who had begun to question the maestro's authority, to challenge his control. They were scattered, disorganized, their spirits broken, but their shared resentment toward the maestro gave them a flickering spark of hope. He connected with them, initially cautiously, offering his knowledge, his insights into the maestro's manipulative tactics. He shared his findings, his analysis of the contracts, the patterns he'd uncovered in the club's machinations. He helped them understand the nature of their captivity, not as a supernatural curse, but as a meticulously crafted illusion, a system that could be exploited. Their initial skepticism slowly morphed into cautious hope, a tentative trust forming between them. They started sharing their own experiences, their own strategies for survival, their own methods of resistance. They were a motley crew, a collection of broken individuals clinging to each other for support, but their combined knowledge and experience formed a formidable force. Together, they began to formulate a plan, a daring scheme to disrupt the maestro's control, to break free from the club's grasp. It was a risky gambit, fraught with peril, but they had nothing left to lose. Their hope was fragile, but it was real, a testament to their shared determination, a collective refusal to surrender to the maestro's dark magic. The plan centered on a coordinated effort to disrupt the club's audience, to break the delicate balance between the living and the dead, the laughter and the silence. They decided to employ a strategy of controlled chaos, of carefully crafted comedic routines designed to trigger specific responses from the audience, to subtly influence their collective fate. The execution was perilous. Each performance was a tightrope walk, a delicate balance between pushing the boundaries of the club's rules and avoiding a swift, horrifying demise. One misplaced word, one mistimed joke could mean the end for them all. The tension was palpable, the fear ever present, but they persevered, driven by a desperate hope, a shared determination to break free. They targeted the maestro's obsession with perfection, his relentless pursuit of the ultimate comedic masterpiece. They understood that he craved not just laughter, but a specific kind of laughter, a laughter born of genuine emotional connection, a laughter that transcended the superficial and tapped into the deepest wellspring of human experience. Their strategy was to overwhelm him, to saturate the club with so much chaotic energy, so much unconventional, unpredictable comedy, that it would break his control. They planned a series of performances, each one designed to subvert his expectations, to disrupt his rhythm, to introduce an element of unpredictable chaos into the carefully choreographed world of the Spotlight Club. Mac, drawing upon his own unique brand of dark humor, took the lead. His routines were a blend of satire and surrealism, a grotesque reflection of the club's twisted reality. His jokes were sharp, incisive, laced with a venomous wit that mocked the maestro's pretensions. that exposed the hollowness of his power. The other comedians joined in, each contributing their own style, their own perspectives, their own unique approach to the art of subversion. Their combined efforts created a maelstrom of comedic chaos, a relentless barrage of unpredictable jokes, shocking twists, and unexpected turns. The audience, the mannequins, responded in unpredictable ways, their silent screams and laughter becoming increasingly erratic, their movements a chaotic dance of confusion and despair. The maestro's control began to falter. His carefully constructed system, designed for precision and predictability, was thrown into disarray. The laughter, once a source of power, became a threat, a harbinger of chaos, a force that threatened to overwhelm him. The climax came during Mac's final performance. He delivered a set unlike anything the club had ever witnessed, a masterful blend of dark humor, surreal imagery, and social commentary. A performance that was both brilliant and disturbing, a masterpiece of subversive artistry. The performance was a cathartic release, a moment of rebellion against the maestro's suffocating control. It was a declaration of defiance, a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. As Mac's final words hung in the air, a palpable shift occurred within the club. The mannequins fell silent, their laughter fading into a chilling stillness. The club's supernatural energy flickered, threatened by the strength of their collective will. The walls trembled, the lights flickered, and the air crackled with a palpable sense of unease. The maestro's power, once absolute, was waning, weakening, threatened by the defiant laughter echoing through the hallowed halls of the Spotlight Club. The final act was at hand, the moment of reckoning fast approaching. The battle, however, was far from over. The fight for their souls had only just begun. The escape, if it was to happen, would be fraught with even greater danger, with even more unpredictable consequences. The shadows of doubt still lingered, but the fire of their renewed determination burned brighter than ever before. The weight of responsibility, the weight of it all settled on Mac's shoulders like a tombstone. He'd faced down the maestro's manipulations, navigated the treacherous currents of the Spotlight Club, and survived the agonizing process of revealing the club's dark secrets. But escaping wasn't just about his own freedom anymore, it was about the freedom of the others, the ghosts of comedians trapped in a perpetual purgatory of forced laughter. Evelyn's haunting tale, etched into his memory, served as a constant reminder of the stakes. Each failed joke wasn't just a personal setback, it was a step closer to becoming another frozen face among the mannequins. He'd initially sought escape for himself, driven by the raw, primal desire for survival. The laughter of the mannequins had initially been a disturbing spectacle, a bizarre form of entertainment. But as he delved deeper into the club's machinations, the laughter morphed into something far more sinister, a chilling symphony of despair, a chorus of the damned. He'd witnessed firsthand the erosion of a comedian's soul, the gradual descent into oblivion, the transformation from vibrant artist to lifeless prop. He couldn't let that happen to anyone else. The weight of responsibility pressed down on him with the force of a physical blow. He wasn't just a comedian anymore, he was a reluctant leader, a shepherd guiding a flock of tormented souls towards a sliver of hope. The camaraderie forged in the crucible of shared fear had transformed into something deeper, more profound, a sense of shared purpose, a collective will to fight back against the maestro's tyranny. They were bound together not just by fate, but by a powerful sense of mutual responsibility. Mac realized that his own dark humor, once a weapon of self-preservation, had become a necessary tool for survival, a means of confronting the club's horrors. His jokes were no longer simply punchlines, they were strategic maneuvers, carefully crafted weapons designed to disrupt the club's systems, to undermine the maestro's control. Each well-placed barb was a tiny crack in the maestro's carefully constructed illusion, each perfectly timed pause. A subtle act of defiance. The others, initially hesitant and unsure, had come to trust in his abilities, his sharp wit, and his unconventional approach to problem-solving. They saw in him not just a fellow comedian, but a beacon of hope, a symbol of their shared resistance. Their collective strength, born from shared trauma and a desperate yearning for freedom, was surprisingly potent. It wasn't just the sum of their individual strengths, it was something far greater, a synergistic force fueled by their shared desire for escape. The plan was audacious, almost suicidal. It required a level of coordination and precision that defied their battered state of mind. It demanded unwavering commitment, a complete abandonment of self-preservation in favor of a collective survival. It relied on their understanding of the club's rules, their ability to exploit its vulnerabilities, and their collective capacity for controlled chaos. One misstep could cost them dearly, sending them spiraling into the depths of the club's insidious grasp, becoming mere additions to the grotesque collection of mannequins. Max spent countless hours refining their plan, poring over the details, anticipating every possible contingency. He meticulously mapped out each comedic routine, each carefully chosen joke designed to resonate with a specific resonance. He meticulously researched the audience, their silent, empty stares, attempting to decipher their pattern of laughter and response. He analyzed every subtle shift in their postures, every minute twitch of their silent expressions, looking for clues to what they represented, what they wanted. But the pressure was immense. He felt the weight of every soul they were trying to save, the responsibility of every ghost comedian relying on his success. The nights were filled with a restless energy, a constant stream of anxieties and doubts. He dreamt of the mannequins, their vacant stares, the frozen expression of the silent laughter that echoed endlessly within the club's haunted halls. He woke up in cold sweats, the chilling laughter of the mannequins still ringing in his ears. He found solace only in the company of the other comedians, sharing their burdens, their anxieties, and their fears. They became a makeshift family, bound together by a shared sense of purpose and a desperate yearning for freedom. They understood the fine line between controlled chaos and devastating failure. They knew that one misstep could lead to irreversible consequences. The final performance loomed like a monstrous shadow, a terrifying yet exhilarating challenge. The weight of their collective hopes, their collective fears, rested squarely on Max's shoulders. He knew that the maestro was watching, his unseen eyes judging their every move, his malicious energy manipulating their every attempt to escape. He chose his words carefully, crafting each joke with the precision of a surgeon. His routine was a masterpiece of dark humor, laced with irony, satire, and a brutal honesty that reflected their terrifying reality. It was a comedy born of desperation, a desperate cry for freedom, a testament to their resilience. The performance itself was a blur of frantic energy, a cacophony of laughter and nervous tension. Each joke was a gamble, each punchline a calculated risk. But the audience, the mannequins, reacted differently than anticipated. Their silent laughter was less of a monotone chant and more erratic. It was a nervous, fractured laughter, a sound that reflected the growing chaos within the Spotlight Club itself. It wasn't just the planned chaos, something deeper was changing. As his act reached its crescendo, he felt a palpable shift in the energy of the club. The air grew thick, heavy with a strange energy, a feeling of impending change. He looked at the other comedians, their faces pale but determined, their eyes reflecting the growing intensity of the moment. They knew it too. The maestro's control was slipping. The final joke was a simple one, a self-deprecating observation about the absurdity of their situation. It was a quiet joke, yet it resonated with a power far greater than any bombastic punchline. It was the joke that broke the spell, the joke that shattered the illusion. The mannequins froze, their silent laughter abruptly ceasing. A collective gasp seemed to emanate from the empty spaces between their lifeless forms. The lights flickered violently, casting long, dancing shadows on the walls, as if the very fabric of the club was struggling to contain the energy that was building. The ground trembled slightly. The silence was deafening, more terrifying than any laughter had ever been. This was it, the moment of truth, the escape, a new normal. The city lights blurred through the rain-streaked window of Max's new apartment. It wasn't glamorous, nothing like the opulent fantasy promised by the Spotlight Club, but it was safe. A small, sparsely furnished space overlooking a bustling street, it was a stark contrast to the eerie stillness of the club's stage. He'd traded the chilling laughter of mannequins for the mundane sounds of city traffic, sirens wailing, horns honking, the distant rumble of a subway. A new normal, he supposed. He still found himself waking in a cold sweat, the phantom echoes of the club's laughter ringing in his ears. The nightmares were less frequent now, the images less vivid, but they still came. He'd learned to navigate those shadowy landscapes of his subconscious, recognizing them for what they were, lingering echoes of a trauma that had irrevocably altered his perception of reality. Therapy helped, surprisingly. He'd found a therapist who understood, or at least pretended to, the absurdity of his claims. His stand-up had changed, irrevocably altered by his experiences. The jokes weren't as sharp, as cutting as they once were. The manic energy that had fueled his performances in the past was tempered by a quieter, more introspective tone. He still relied on dark humor, but it was a darker, more profound darkness, imbued with a melancholic self-awareness. His jokes were less about shock value and more about exploring the existential absurdity of life, death, and the fine line between laughter and despair. The audiences were different too. They weren't mannequins, thankfully, but their reactions were muted, less enthusiastic. There was a certain hesitancy in their laughter, a cautious appreciation for the grim humor he now presented. He understood. His stories, fragments of his descent into and escape from the Spotlight Club, resonated with a strange authenticity that few could match. They weren't just jokes, they were confessions. He'd tried to explain what happened, to share his story, but words failed him. The reality was too surreal, too unbelievable. People listened politely, with a mixture of fascination and disbelief. He learned to keep the details vague, to weave the core elements into his act, allowing the audience to piece together the horrifying truth at their own pace. Some grasped the underlying horror, the chilling implication of a comedy club fueled by the stolen souls of its performers. Others just enjoyed the dark humor, oblivious to the terrifying reality lurking beneath the surface. Evelyn's memory haunted him. He'd vowed to remember her, to keep her memory alive, but the specifics were fading. Her face, her voice, the agonizing details of her death within the club's confines, these were fading into a hazy montage of fragmented memories. He kept a small, worn photo of her in his wallet, a faded picture of a woman who'd laughed her way into a perpetual state of horrified silence. Her laughter, unlike the club's, was a genuine sound, a reminder of what he was fighting for, a reminder of what he'd lost. The other comedians, the ghosts he'd escaped with, were harder to reach. There were no phone calls, no reunions. They were gone, scattered into the ether, their souls liberated from the maestro's clutches. He sometimes wondered if they were truly gone, or if they were simply existing in a different realm, a plane of existence beyond his comprehension. He felt a strange sense of solidarity with them, a bond forged in the crucible of shared trauma, a connection that transcended the boundaries of space and time. His relationship with the maestro remained a chilling enigma. He'd defeated him, or so he thought. But the maestro's influence, the insidious energy of the Spotlight Club, felt like a lingering presence, a shadowy entity lurking just beyond the periphery of his awareness. He'd felt it occasionally, a fleeting sense of unease, a shiver down his spine, a sudden, inexplicable urge to return to the club's suffocating embrace. The city, once a symbol of hope and freedom, now felt both liberating and claustrophobic. The anonymity of the crowds was a comfort, yet also a source of isolation. He was free, yet somehow still trapped in the memories, in the shadows of the past, in the lingering effects of his ordeal. The laughter of the mannequins had ceased, but the silence was far more terrifying. He found solace in writing. He started a journal, meticulously documenting his experiences, the details of his escape, the emotional scars left behind. It was a cathartic process, a way of confronting his demons, of making sense of the chaos. He wrote about the club, about the comedians, about the maestro, about the unsettling reality he'd encountered and escaped. He poured his experiences into his writing, transforming the terror into darkly humorous narratives, the trauma into cathartic art. His apartment, initially a sanctuary, slowly became a repository of memories. He filled it with small reminders of his ordeal, a worn microphone, a faded photograph of the club's entrance, a collection of sketches depicting the spectral comedians he'd encountered. These objects were tangible reminders of his past, symbols of his escape, trophies of his survival. They were also a constant reminder of the price he'd paid. One evening, while sifting through his belongings, he stumbled upon a small, leather-bound book. It was unmarked, unremarkable, except for the faint scent of something floral and oddly sinister. He opened it, expecting nothing, yet his heart pounded in his chest as he read the first page. It was a collection of jokes, dark, twisted jokes that were eerily familiar. They were jokes he'd never written, jokes that resonated with a chilling familiarity, jokes that seemed to echo the very essence of the Spotlight Club itself. A cold dread washed over him. The feeling of the maestro's presence intensified, a palpable sense of malice permeating the air. He closed the book, his hands trembling. The laughter of the mannequins echoed in his ears, not as a phantom sound, but a tangible threat. He knew, with a chilling certainty, that his escape had been only temporary. The maestro was not defeated. He had merely retreated, biding his time, waiting for the opportune moment to reclaim his lost audience. The new normal was only a fragile illusion. The laughter, it seemed, would remain. The silence, he realized with a shudder, was the most terrifying sound of all. The game, it seemed, was far from over. Acceptance and moving on. The leather-bound book remained on his desk, a silent, sinister testament to the enduring power of the Spotlight Club. He hadn't opened it since that terrifying night, the chilling familiarity of the jokes still echoing in his mind. He tried to rationalize it, to dismiss it as a figment of his imagination, a lingering effect of his trauma. But the feeling of dread, that palpable sense of being watched, persisted. It was a constant, low hum of unease that vibrated beneath the surface of his daily life. He started volunteering at a local homeless shelter, a small act of defiance against the darkness that had consumed him. The faces of the people he met there, etched with hardship and resilience, were a stark contrast to the vacant stares of the mannequins. Their laughter, genuine and unfiltered, was a balm to his wounded soul. He found a strange solace in their stories, their struggles, their resilience. He saw in them a reflection of his own journey, a testament to the human spirit's capacity for endurance. He used his comedy to uplift them, to offer a moment of escape from their harsh realities, a brief respite from the crushing weight of their circumstances. He wasn't just performing, he was connecting, healing, both himself and others. His stand-up routine evolved. The dark humor remained, but it was now infused with a newfound empathy, a deeper understanding of the human condition. He spoke of loss, of resilience, of the absurd beauty of existence. He weaved snippets of his experience into his act, not as shocking tales of horror, but as cautionary fables, subtle warnings disguised as jokes. The audience responded differently now. There was a deeper connection, a shared understanding of the fragility of life, the precariousness of joy. He wasn't just making them laugh, he was making them think, making them feel. He began writing a novel, a fictionalized account of his experiences. It was a way of processing his trauma, of giving form to the chaos that had consumed him. He poured his experiences into the story, but he changed the setting, the characters, the details. It was a fictional world, yet the underlying themes remained: ambition, the corrosive nature of fame, the price of chasing one's dreams. He found a strange comfort in the act of creation, in the power of transforming his pain into art. The act of writing became a form of self-therapy, a process of confronting his demons and emerging stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. The relationship with Evelyn's memory shifted. The sharp edges of grief had dulled, replaced by a gentler, more enduring ache. He no longer saw her as a victim, but as a fellow traveler, a fellow soul lost in the labyrinth of the Spotlight Club. He carried her memory with him, not as a burden, but as a source of strength, a reminder of the importance of cherishing life, of seizing each moment with fierce determination. He dedicated the novel to her, a silent tribute to the woman who had ignited his ambition and ultimately paid the ultimate price. His apartment, once a repository of haunting memories, slowly transformed. He donated the microphone, the faded photograph, the sketches of the spectral comedians. These objects, once tangible reminders of his ordeal, now felt like relics of a past he was leaving behind. He replaced them with plants, bringing life and vibrancy into the space. He wanted to cultivate a sense of peace, a feeling of renewal, a sense of moving forward, not dwelling on the shadows of the past. He began to paint, filling the walls with vibrant colors, a stark contrast to the monochrome palette of his previous life. His interactions with the other comedians remained a mystery. He never heard from them again, but he held on to the hope that they were at peace, that they had found solace in whatever realm they now inhabited. He often wondered about the nature of their existence, their eternal laughter, whether it was a curse or a blessing. He had escaped, but he couldn't help but wonder if they had too, in a different way, a way he could only dimly comprehend. The memories of their collective struggle, their shared trauma, remained a silent bond, a testament to their shared experience. He learned to manage the lingering effects of the maestro's influence. The fleeting moments of unease, the shivers down his spine, the inexplicable urges to return to the club's suffocating embrace, these became less frequent, less intense. He acknowledged their presence, but he didn't allow them to control him. He viewed them as phantom echoes, fading vestiges of a past he was successfully leaving behind. The nightmares subsided, replaced by dreams of brighter futures, dreams of success, dreams of connection, dreams of peace. The city no longer felt claustrophobic. He walked its streets with newfound confidence, with a sense of purpose, with an appreciation for the everyday miracles of life. The anonymity of the crowds still offered comfort, but it no longer felt like isolation. He had found his place, his voice, his path. He was free, truly free, not just from the confines of the Spotlight Club, but from the shackles of his own self-doubt, his own insecurities. He continued to write, his work infused with his newfound appreciation for life, for its beauty, its complexity, its profound absurdity. He wrote about redemption, about forgiveness, about the enduring power of the human spirit. His stories were darker, yes, but they also held a glimmer of hope, a testament to the possibility of healing, of transformation, of finding peace even in the face of unimaginable horror. He'd confronted the darkness, and he'd emerged victorious, not unscathed, but profoundly changed. The laughter of the mannequins remained a distant memory, a chilling reminder of the price he'd paid. But it no longer held the power to control him. The silence, once terrifying, was now a comforting blanket, a symbol of his hard-won peace. He accepted his past, not as a curse, but as a story he was now empowered to tell, a story that carried a powerful message of hope and resilience. He had moved on, but he hadn't forgotten. He carried the lessons learned within the haunted halls of the Spotlight Club, transforming the darkness into a beacon, guiding him toward a future filled with laughter, purpose, and a profound appreciation for the fragile beauty of life itself. The laugh remained, but now it was his own, and it was a sound filled with the bittersweet resonance of survival, redemption, and the quiet, unyielding power of the human spirit, a reminder of the past. The chipped porcelain mug warmed his hands, the lukewarm coffee doing little to soothe the persistent chill that clung to him, a phantom touch from the Spotlight Club. It had been months since his escape, months spent rebuilding his life, brick by painstaking brick. Yet the city, once a comforting anonymity, now felt subtly different. Certain street corners seemed to echo with the faint, unsettling laughter of the mannequins, a sound that only he could hear. He dismissed it as stress, as the lingering effects of trauma, but the feeling persisted, a low hum of unease that vibrated beneath the surface of his carefully constructed normalcy. One evening, while performing at a small, dimly lit club, a far cry from the grandiose horror of the Spotlight Club, he noticed a familiar face in the crowd, or rather, a familiar mask. A gaunt, pale man sat in the shadows, his features obscured by a wide-brimmed hat pulled low over his eyes. He wore a long, dark coat, the collar pulled high, hiding his neck. Mac's heart hammered against his ribs. He couldn't shake the feeling that he'd seen this man before, lurking in the periphery of his memories of the Spotlight Club. The man remained motionless, his gaze fixed on Mac, a silent, unnerving presence that permeated the otherwise jovial atmosphere. The set ended, the laughter of the real, breathing audience a stark contrast to the synthetic cacophony he'd endured before. But the man remained, unmoving, a statue carved from shadow and doubt. After the show, Mac found him waiting outside. The man didn't speak, but extended a slender hand, revealing a worn, leather-bound book, identical to the one Mac had left behind. The pages were blank. Mac recoiled, a wave of nausea washing over him. The man simply stared, then turned and vanished into the city's labyrinthine streets, leaving Mac alone with the unsettling emptiness of the book and the chilling realization that the Spotlight Club's reach extended far beyond its spectral walls. The book was more than just a reminder, it was a silent threat, a promise of recurrence. The next few weeks were a blur of anxiety and sleepless nights. He found himself sketching again, his hands unconsciously recreating the grotesque features of the spectral comedians, their vacant eyes staring back at him from the page. He started seeing them everywhere, fleeting glimpses in crowded streets, in the reflections of shop windows, in the flickering shadows of alleyways. His carefully constructed piece began to crumble, the foundations of his new life shaking under the weight of the returning dread. He revisited the homeless shelter, seeking solace in the genuine laughter of the people he'd helped. But even there, the unsettling echoes persisted. He saw the mannequin's vacant stares in the eyes of the homeless, a grim reminder of the vulnerability of the human spirit. He found himself unable to fully connect, his mind consumed by the constant gnawing fear that the Spotlight Club's influence was slowly creeping back into his life. His novel, once a source of therapeutic release, now felt like a morbid prophecy. He couldn't bring himself to write, the words drying up in his throat, the vibrant colors of his paintings replaced by a monochrome palette mirroring the grayscale world of the Spotlight Club. He tried therapy, seeking professional help to deal with his recurring anxieties, his overwhelming sense of being watched, his constant fear of the unseen. He detailed his experiences, but the therapists, while sympathetic, couldn't fully grasp the surreal horror he'd experienced. His story felt too fantastical, too unreal. He began to question his own sanity. One night, he found himself drawn back to the abandoned theater where the Spotlight Club had been located. He stood before its dilapidated facade, the decaying brickwork, a tangible manifestation of the club's enduring presence. The moon cast long, skeletal shadows, painting the scene with an eerie, almost theatrical light. He felt a pull, an almost irresistible urge to enter, to confront the darkness once more. He resisted. He wouldn't let the Spotlight Club reclaim him. He fought back the rising tide of fear, drawing strength from the memories of his friends, the spectral comedians who had paid the ultimate price for their dreams. Their laughter, once a horrifying sound, now served as a mournful reminder of the sacrifices he'd witnessed. He had escaped. He wouldn't surrender his hard-won freedom. Instead of entering the theater, Mac walked away, toward the city lights, carrying the burden of the lingering threat, the weight of his past, the unsettling feeling of being constantly watched. He knew the Spotlight Club hadn't truly vanished. Its legacy was etched into the fabric of his reality, a chilling reminder that some shadows never truly fade. He carried the blank book, a silent testament to the club's enduring power, a promise of a future haunted by the specter of laughter and the chilling realization that the joke, the ultimate joke, might never truly end. His laughter now held a new tone, a quiet defiance, a resolute resolve to continue fighting the darkness, one joke, one day, one breath at a time. The city lights flickered, momentarily obscuring his vision, and in that brief darkness, he swore he saw a fleeting glimpse of the gaunt man in the wide-brimmed hat, a silent observer, a sentinel guarding the legacy of the Spotlight Club. The chill intensified, a cold breath on his neck, a silent promise of a return. He knew with a certainty that settled deep in his bones that the laugh remained, echoing through the city, waiting for the next victim, the next comedian desperate enough to chase the flickering allure of fame, unaware of the horrifying price of a laugh in the darkness. He would keep watching, keeping his own laughter a weapon against the looming specter. The fight wasn't over. It had only just begun. His apartment, once transformed into a sanctuary of peace and vibrant colors, was slowly reverting to a darker palette, reflecting the unsettling return of his fears. The plants were wilting, the vibrant paintings seemed muted, the very air heavy with a sense of foreboding. He slept fitfully, haunted by recurring nightmares of the mannequins, their eyes wide and empty, their laughter a deafening chorus. The subtle reminders, once mere whispers, were now full-throated screams. He tried to find solace in his writing, but the words were difficult, stilted, filled with the same unease that consumed him. His dark humor, once a weapon, now felt like a pathetic attempt to ward off an inescapable evil. He realized, with a sinking heart, that his escape from the Spotlight Club wasn't a liberation but a temporary reprieve, a brief respite before the next round of the macabre game. The maestro's influence, though seemingly diminished, was reasserting itself, weaving its insidious tendrils back into his life. The blank book left on his desk, a silent challenge, a mocking invitation to return. The city, once a refuge, now felt like a prison, its endless expanse a hunting ground for the unseen forces at play. He saw the mannequins everywhere, in the reflection of shop windows, in the faces of strangers, in the swirling mist of a late-night fog. Their laughter became a constant soundtrack to his existence, a chilling, inescapable accompaniment to his daily life. His hard-won peace was fracturing, the fragile shards of his renewed life threatened by the encroaching shadows of the Spotlight Club. He realized with a grim acceptance that he would never truly escape the club's influence. It would always be a part of him, a chilling reminder of the darkness he had confronted, the darkness that seemed determined to reclaim him. The laugh remained, but now it was a shared laugh, a horrifying symphony of the damned, echoing through his mind, a haunting reminder that even in victory there could be no true escape. The game continued, the stakes ever higher, the darkness ever more persistent. The Spotlight Club had won, not by force, but by insidious manipulation, by the chilling power of its enduring legacy. And Mac, despite his hard-won freedom, would remain a player, bound by an invisible thread of terror, forever haunted by the echoes of laughter in the night. The stage was set. The performance would go on, the power of laughter. The chipped paint on the park bench felt familiar, almost comforting in its decay. Mac sat, watching children chase pigeons, their shrill laughter a stark contrast to the chilling echoes that still haunted him. He'd been back to the shelter several times, not just to help, but to listen, to immerse himself in the genuine, unadulterated joy of laughter that wasn't tinged with the manufactured horror of the Spotlight Club. The laughter of children, the shared chuckles of the homeless sharing stories, it was a balm to his soul, a reminder of the power of genuine mirth. He'd started telling jokes again, small, observational pieces in dimly lit open mics, the vulnerability of sharing his comedic observations a strangely healing experience. He wasn't aiming for the grandiose, pyrotechnic routines he'd craved in the Spotlight Club. Instead, his humor was grounded, raw, and deeply personal. He wove his experiences, not the supernatural aspects, of course, no one would believe that, but the underlying feelings of isolation, fear, and the struggle to find your place in the world. His jokes were dark, yes, but laced with a self-deprecating humor that resonated with the audience. They saw his scars, the quiet cracks in his carefully constructed facade, and they laughed with him, not at him. This laughter, he discovered, was different. It wasn't the manic, hollow laughter of the mannequins, nor the desperate, self-destructive laughter of the trapped comedians. This was a shared experience, a bond forged in the crucible of shared vulnerability. It was a laughter that healed, that connected, that reaffirmed the human spirit's resilience. He noticed people lingering after his sets, not to offer empty praise, but to share their own struggles, their own stories of darkness and triumph. The laughter became a bridge, connecting him to others, pulling him out of the isolating darkness that had threatened to engulf him. He started a small comedy workshop at the shelter, a safe space for those who had experienced similar traumas. He taught them techniques, not just for stand-up, but for finding humor in their own lives, for transforming pain into power. He encouraged them to share their stories, to find the comedic thread in the tapestry of their experiences. He saw their hesitant smiles transform into genuine laughter, their downcast eyes lighting up with a flicker of hope. He realized that the power of laughter wasn't simply about generating amusement. It was about connection, about healing, about defiance. It was a weapon against despair, a shield against the encroaching darkness. The laughter of his students became his own salvation, a constant reminder that even in the face of overwhelming horror, the human spirit could still find moments of joy, moments of connection, moments of healing. He was channeling the laughter, not as fuel for some malevolent entity, but as a force for good, a source of strength and resilience. He was using the very thing that had nearly destroyed him to help others find their own laughter, their own light in the darkness. One evening, as he was packing up after a particularly successful workshop, one of his students, a young woman named Sarah, approached him. Her eyes were still shadowed with trauma, but there was a spark in them, a newfound confidence. She handed him a small hand-drawn picture, a simple sketch of a smiling figure, reminiscent of the ghostly comedians from the Spotlight Club. But this figure had a warm, almost radiant glow. "This is for you, Mac," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "It's my way of saying thank you. You helped me find my laugh again." The picture was crude, childlike in its simplicity, yet it held more power than any masterpiece could ever convey. It was a testament to the transformative power of laughter, a symbol of hope and healing. He looked at the picture, then at Sarah's smiling face, and he felt a wave of emotion wash over him, gratitude, relief, and a quiet, profound joy. The blank book still sat on his desk, a constant reminder of the darkness he'd escaped. But now, it was surrounded by other things. Photographs of his students, thank you notes from the shelter residents, and his own sketches, no longer filled with the grotesque. Faces of the spectral comedians, but with vibrant, life-affirming images. He was still haunted by fleeting glimpses, the occasional echo of the mannequin's laughter, the unsettling feeling of being watched. The threat hadn't disappeared, it was simply different. It was less of a tangible menace and more of a persistent undercurrent of unease, a reminder of the fragility of life, the ever-present potential for darkness. But he was no longer consumed by fear. He had found a new weapon against the darkness, the power of laughter, shared and genuine, a powerful antidote to the hollow, synthetic laughter of the Spotlight Club. He was no longer just a comedian, he was a beacon of hope, a testament to the enduring power of the human spirit. He continued to perform, to teach, to share his laughter with others, knowing that even in the darkest corners of the world, there was always room for a little light, a little joy, a little genuine, heartfelt laughter. His writing returned too. He started to document his experiences, but not as a horror story, but as a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. He wrote about the laughter, the shared moments of connection, the unexpected beauty he found in the darkness. His novel became a story not of fear, but of hope, a celebration of the power of laughter to heal, to connect, and to ultimately conquer even the darkest of shadows. The city still held its secrets, its shadows, but Mac now walked with a renewed sense of purpose, armed not with cynicism and despair, but with the infectious power of laughter, a weapon against the darkness, a light in the shadows, a testament to the enduring human spirit. The maestro might have his club, his mannequins, his spectral comedians, but Mac had something more powerful, the genuine, shared laughter of a community, a laughter that echoed far beyond the reach of the Spotlight Club, a laughter that would never be silenced. The laugh remained, yes, but it was a different laugh now, a laugh of defiance, of hope, of enduring resilience. The game was far from over, but the stakes had shifted. The fight continued, and Mac, armed with his newfound understanding of the power of genuine laughter, was ready. He wouldn't let the shadows win. The laughter, his laughter, would endure, an uncertain future. The city lights blurred through the rain-streaked window of his small apartment. Mac stared out, a half-empty mug of lukewarm coffee warming his hands, the chill seeping into his bones, mirroring the unease that settled deep within him. The Spotlight Club was gone, or at least, its physical manifestation was. But the feeling, the lingering echo of its malevolent presence, persisted. It was a phantom limb pain, a constant reminder of the horrors he'd faced and barely escaped. He'd exorcised the club from his life, but it had left its mark, a brand etched onto his soul. He'd told himself it was over, that he'd conquered the darkness. He'd even started writing again, a new novel, a testament to the power of laughter and resilience, a story that chronicled his journey from the depths of despair to the flickering light of hope. It wasn't the macabre tale he'd originally envisioned. Instead, it was a tale of survival, a celebration of the human spirit's ability to find joy even in the face of overwhelming horror. But the truth was, a part of him still felt the weight of the unseen, the pressure of a malevolent gaze that even the brightest laughter couldn't fully dispel. The laughter he shared with his students at the shelter, the genuine connection he forged with those who had suffered similar traumas, had become his lifeline. It was a powerful force, a weapon against the darkness, but it wasn't a shield against everything. He still felt the phantom twitches, the occasional whisper of the mannequin's hollow laughter, a chilling reminder that the maestro's influence might not be so easily eradicated. He knew deep down that the game wasn't over. The maestro, whatever entity it was, had a resilience that bordered on immortality. It had existed outside of time, bending reality to its will. He had triumphed once, sure, but a single victory didn't guarantee a lasting peace. Sleep was elusive. He'd found himself waking in cold sweats, visions of the club flashing behind his eyelids, the grotesque faces of the trapped comedians twisted in silent screams. The scent of stale cigar smoke and decay seemed to cling to him, a ghost of the Spotlight Club haunting his very being. Even the comforting laughter of his students felt tinged with a subtle undercurrent of dread, a constant whisper reminding him of the fragility of their newfound joy. He often caught himself staring at his reflection, scrutinizing his face for signs of the corruption that had threatened to consume him in the club. Had he truly escaped, or had the maestro simply retreated, biding its time, waiting for an opportune moment to strike again? He began to research, delving into obscure texts, searching for answers to questions he didn't even know how to formulate. He studied forgotten rituals, investigated long-dormant legends of shadowy entities that fed on laughter and despair. He learned of cults and hidden societies, of places where reality frayed at the edges and the boundaries between the living and the dead blurred. He wasn't looking for a way to fight the maestro, he was looking for a way to understand it, to anticipate its next move, to prepare. His apartment became a strange blend of a writer's sanctuary and a makeshift research lab. Books piled high on every surface, their pages filled with cryptic symbols and unsettling illustrations. He'd created a detailed map of the city, marking locations that seemed to resonate with the lingering energy of the Spotlight Club. He was compiling a dossier on the maestro, gathering every piece of information he could find, however tenuous. He was building a defense, not just for himself, but for those he'd come to care about, his students, the residents of the shelter, everyone whose laughter he had helped preserve. He knew he couldn't fight the maestro with jokes alone. He needed more than humor. He needed knowledge, understanding, and a plan. He needed to anticipate its moves before it could make them. He started incorporating elements of his research into his writing, weaving fragments of his discoveries into the narrative of his novel. He knew it was a risk, that the truth he was uncovering could easily overwhelm his story, but he couldn't ignore the weight of what he was learning. The novel, he decided, would be more than just a celebration of laughter. It would be a warning, a call to vigilance. One evening, while poring over an ancient grimoire, a chilling discovery sent a shiver down his spine. A hidden passage, written in a language he'd painstakingly deciphered, spoke of a counter-ritual, a method of sealing away entities that fed on laughter. It was a dangerous process, fraught with peril, but it offered a glimmer of hope, a potential strategy for permanently silencing the maestro. However, the ritual demanded a sacrifice, a relinquishing of something precious, something that resonated with his very being. The sacrifice wasn't physical, it was emotional. The ritual required the comedian to relinquish their very ability to laugh, to sever the connection to their mirth, to effectively kill the part of themselves that fueled their comedy. It was the ultimate price to pay, the ultimate act of self-sacrifice. The thought sent a wave of nausea through him. His laughter, the laughter he'd fought so hard to reclaim and nurture, was the very foundation of his healing, his connection to others, his strength. The thought of giving that up, of silencing the laughter that had become his shield, felt like an unimaginable loss. Yet, the alternative was far worse. He envisioned the maestro's insidious return, the slow erosion of laughter, the spread of despair, and the creeping darkness that threatened to consume everything he'd worked so hard to protect. The choice was grim, a terrible calculus of potential losses. But if he failed, the consequences would be far more devastating. The weight of the decision pressed down on him, the city lights seeming to mock his internal turmoil. He picked up his pen, the ink flowing onto the page like a lifeline. The novel became a vessel for his agonizing choices, a testament to his struggle, his fears, his hopes. It was a battle fought not just on paper, but within the deepest recesses of his soul. His uncertain future stretched before him, a vast and unsettling landscape, shadowed by the looming threat of the Maestro, a future where the laughter he'd so fiercely fought for might ultimately be the price of his survival. But the fight, he knew, would continue. The laugh perhaps might be silenced, but the will to survive, the will to protect the laughter of others, would endure. He would prepare. He would face whatever came next. The fight had just begun. Acknowledgements. First and foremost, my deepest gratitude goes to the countless comedians who, through their struggles and triumphs, have illuminated the often dark corners of the entertainment industry. Their stories, both the told and untold, provided the inspiration for this macabre tale. A special nod to the unsung heroes of the comedy scene, the bartenders, the club owners, and the perpetually supportive friends and family who endure the late nights, the questionable jokes, and the existential dread that comes with chasing a dream. You know who you are. And, yes, you're probably in therapy. To my editor, whose patience exceeded the bounds of sanity and whose suggestions thankfully didn't entirely destroy the book's darkly comedic heart, I offer a weary yet appreciative thank you. You survived my revisions, and for that I am eternally indebted. Though please, no more notes about consistent tense. Finally, to the entity known only as the Maestro, thanks for the nightmares. The royalties are in the mail. Eventually. Just kidding. Mostly. Appendix. This appendix contains a selection of excerpts from the ancient grimoire, discovered by Mac Justice, translated and annotated for the reader's convenience. Note that these translations remain incomplete and highly speculative, as the original text employs archaic symbolism and cryptic phrasing. Reader discretion is advised. We are not responsible for any sudden urges to sacrifice your sense of humor. Glossary. Maestro. The enigmatic entity that controls the Spotlight Club. Its nature remains largely unknown, but its influence is undeniable. Spotlight Club, a temporal anomaly existing outside of conventional time, acts as a nexus of dark energy, feeding upon laughter and despair. Mannequin audience, the inanimate audience of the Spotlight Club, whose presence is crucial to its continued operation. Trapped comedians, comedians who have fallen under the Maestro's control and are forced to perform eternally within the Spotlight Club. Counter-ritual, a dangerous ritual described in the grimoire, potentially capable of sealing away the Maestro. Caution, do not attempt. References. While the events depicted in this novel are entirely fictional, research was conducted into various historical and occult texts for inspirational purposes. This includes, but is not limited to, the works of Lovecraft, Poe, and various anonymous grimoires found in suspiciously dusty basements. Author biography. The author, a former stand-up comedian who narrowly escaped the clutches of several notoriously unforgiving open mic nights, currently resides in a dimly lit apartment filled with questionable research materials and half-written manuscripts. They are currently accepting applications for a therapist who specializes in treating existential dread brought on by interactions with malevolent entities from other dimensions. Please send resumes and a strong sense of dark humor to the publisher.